Think a level 99 boss getting taken down with just a single stick tap is the work of some legendary god, or a pay-to-win hero. Wrong. The culprit is actually a tiny, sickly green goblin, and he is Chun-soo's pet. If there was a real-world leaderboard for the poorest and absolute unluckiest people, Chun-soo would easily take the #1 spot. Working as a daily laborer by day and grinding desperately by night just to get by, he once collapsed straight into a hospital bed. Savings are non-existent, and he only ever sees his stingy boss who would probably try to tax a fly for landing on him. But inside a raging sea of fire, a young blonde swordsman grits his teeth, gripping his sword so hard his veins pop. He looks like he can barely breathe. His bloodshot eyes are wide with sheer terror, sweat dripping down heavily as he struggles to speak. This is the final boss of a high-difficulty dungeon. Right before their very eyes, a massive fire dragon looms over them. Its name tag reads Sebarumus level 67. All while a desperate, terrified scream echoes out from someone in their party, a wingless dragon. But Sebarumus does not give these panicked rookies a single second to think, opening its massive fanged maw wide. It quickly charges up a blinding massive fireball. Horrified, the female mage cries out that the attack is coming. Nearby, the veteran knight gulps hard. He trembles, wondering aloud if his defensive skills can block this kind of blast again. But right at the absolute peak of this crisis, the old knight suddenly blinks twice, completely throwing off his focus. Things suddenly get incredibly bizarre. Out of nowhere, a tiny pair of sickly green legs casually walks right into the flames. This miniature figure, wearing nothing but a flimsy loincloth, stands boldly in front of the roaring beast, leaving everyone completely speechless. The party members stare with wide-open mouths, completely stunned by what they see. They can only stutter out, "Is that a goblin?" The small green monster flashes a sneaky grin, baring its razor-sharp teeth. It raises a blunt stone in its hand and lets out a cry. The adventurers yell in absolute confusion, wondering what a goblin is even doing there. But the creature does not hesitate. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light strikes a brutal critical hit directly onto the dragon's face, catching the massive beast completely off guard. The giant beast staggers backward, throwing wild bursts of fire everywhere. Without wasting a single millisecond, the tiny goblin leaps high into the air. Moving at blistering speed, it leaves a brilliant trail of green light that tears through the air, screaming out with absolute excitement. Just a second later, the entire party is frozen solid in sheer shock, staring with their mouths wide open. The blonde leader stammers that the goblin did not just defeat the dragon, it completely pulverized the massive beast. The brutal truth is right there as the dragon's crushed head slowly smokes, leaving them to wonder if that little creature did this. Did a basic goblin really defeat Sebarumus in a single blow? Is it a wild rogue monster or perhaps a summon? Just then, the old knight frantically points off into the distance, shouting that someone is standing up on the hill. Squinting through the smoke, they spot a mysterious young man flashing a highly smug, crooked smirk from high above. The shocked team gasps that it is him. A young man wearing a simple hoodie stands there with his hands behind his back. He looks down proudly at the battlefield below. And right there is their answer: he is indeed the goblin's master. But snapping right back to harsh reality, that incredibly cool master is currently wearing a hard hat on a construction site. He is hauling heavy bags of cement, dripping with sweat, yet cheerfully asking where he should stack the next heavy load. His co-workers whisper among themselves, wondering why a laborer is smiling so brightly. He heavily drops a massive bag of cement. As he drops the bag, his inner thoughts turn incredibly bitter, telling himself that he is basically just a worthless goblin. Gulping down a bottle of water to quench his thirst, his insecure thoughts spiral further. He is weak, a low-level creature. He feels like a bottom-tier existence destined to remain trapped in the lowest dungeon forever. Chun-soo squats down on the steps, defeated. He squats on the steps with a miserable expression, mocking his own bad luck. Sure, some people strike it rich overnight, but for him, a goblin remains a goblin no matter how much experience points it manages to grind out. Lost in his self-pity, his ears suddenly perk up as he overhears some nearby workers gossiping about a lucky guy. He steals a curious glance. Just a few feet away, two older co-workers are warming their hands by a fire barrel. They whisper that this guy was so hooked on Heaven's Soul that he quit working entirely after unlocking some rare hidden class. Unlocking a hidden class means hitting the ultimate jackpot, and he is about to rake in massive amounts of real cash. It is all thanks to Heaven's Soul, a fully immersive virtual reality game that is completely dominating the global market lately. The realism is so intense it makes players entirely forget their physical lives. Naturally, such advanced gaming rigs are incredibly expensive, but with virtual reality internet cafes popping up everywhere, even broke guys like Chun-soo can easily afford to jump in. And with such a massive player base, the economic impact is absolutely insane as real-world money begins pouring into the game. Real-world money and players flooded into the game as an absolute necessity. But the reverse happened too, with virtual items turning into real currency. Those insane in-game treasures suddenly became real-world cash. Because of this, Heaven SD quickly turned into a massive game changer. He stared blankly, remembering how much Min used to love this game. Yes, emphasis on used to. While everyone else got to play heroic warriors swinging flashy swords, he was stuck breaking his back swinging a pickaxe in a dark mine. He swung and gritted his teeth, yelling his ultimate move only for the system to coldly kill the hype. The rock-smashing skill unlocked, accompanied by a dim light signaling the most pathetic reward possible. You received 3 ores. You received 3 ores, you received 3 helpings of pure anger. His glorious dreams shattered against a harsh, disappointing reality. Sick of the peasant life, he clutched his messy hair and wailed in frustration. Good grief, what kind of sick joke is this? He slaved away endlessly and still had to grind more. How on earth was he still drowning in debt even inside a fantasy world? Tears poured down his face as he cried for justice. Where was the epic legendary hero part he was promised? What about dating a beautiful girl in his guild and eventually getting married? Where did all of that go? So much for the gateway to heaven. No matter how many trash ores he mined, fate had a funny way of throwing a lifeline. His eyes lit up instantly. Shaking his hands, lifted a glowing green crystal that sparkled brilliantly in the dark. Holy cow, a high-grade recovery crystal. If he traded this beauty, it would easily fetch at least 300,000 coins. Holding the shiny gem, the young man licked his lips and laughed like a madman. This was the exact reason he kept mining. Just as he was celebrating his huge win, a sudden shadow caught his eye and his smile instantly vanished. Wade, his chronically single heart skipped a beat. A stunning tall beauty was walking right past him with another party. Not just any woman, but an incredibly gorgeous one. She turned, flashed a warm, friendly smile and started talking to him. She asked if he mined here daily, guessing his skill level must be quite high. Flustered, he mumbled back that it was decent. He asked what was up, and she gently explained they were exploring the dungeon, but a massive boulder was blocking their path. Her party members were huge, but absolutely clueless when it came to mining. Leaning in close, she looked right at him. She fluttered her hopeful red eyes up close, asking if a skilled miner like him could please lend them a hand. He tried to decline politely, explaining that while he had the skill, his level was too low to enter the dungeon safely. That was when a burly, bearded dwarf warrior in the party spoke up confidently. "We will handle the monsters," he declared. "Just follow behind us and focus on mining the ores." But then the grumpy dwarf suddenly got defensive and started complaining. He hated stereotypes, snapping back, "Oh, so you think just because someone is a dwarf, they are automatically born to mine? So dwarves only know mining and cannot help in battle? Do you think it is best if we all just go die then?" Ignoring the dwarf's sarcastic grumbling, the young man rubbed his chin and weighed his options. Joining their party sounded tempting. He could leech experience points and maybe even score some high-grade ore. This deal did not seem bad at all. Yet picturing the deep pitch-black dungeon crawling with monsters sent a shiver down his spine. Was it truly safe down there? Dying in a game meant respawning, but in this specific world there was one terrifying catch he could not ignore. While he was busy overthinking and scratching his head, a soft hand with slender fingers gently touched his arm. The gorgeous girl began rubbing against him, speaking in an incredibly sweet, melting tone. "I am so sorry," she cooed. "My ideal guy has strong arms from mining, so I just could not help myself. But it is fine if you refuse." Hearing this, his legs turned to jelly. Fearing he would miss his chance, he eagerly blurted out, "I want to do it." The moment he agreed, his face went completely pale and cold sweat poured down in a wave of instant regret. What did he just say? Pickaxe in hand, he trailed behind the party as they ventured deep inside. Suddenly, a monster appeared with a name tag hovering above level 7 Grey Wolf. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was much weaker than expected. But his relief vanished when a whole pack of wolves surrounded them from every side. Clutching his tiny pickaxe, he cursed under his breath. His own level was still lower than these vicious beasts. A massive wolf with a smelly mouth and razor-sharp teeth leaped right at him. Terrified, he curled up and screamed for mommy. At that critical life-or-death moment, a powerful voice echoed from behind. "Do not move," the white-haired girl commanded. She unleashed her salamander flame skill, blasting the wolf pack. Massive damage numbers popped up in the explosive sea of fire. The beasts burned to ashes while the poor guy squeezed his eyes shut, cowering to avoid the blistering heat. Amidst the smoldering ash, the level 39 mage Catherine Lai walked over and gently asked if he was okay. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Sweating and completely dazed, he looks up at his beautiful savior, stammering out that yes, it was all thanks to her help. In his chest, his heart is practically pounding out of pure shock. She just wiped out a whole pack of gray wolves with a single blow. She is terrifyingly strong. The girl gently brushes her eye with an elegant, delicate gesture, telling him in a soft voice that he gave her a massive scare and begging him not to leave. Hearing that his brain completely short-circuits, his face turns bright red with absolute joy while his mind starts drifting off to a whole new horizon of happiness. Does she actually want him to stay by her side forever? Finally, the pink romantic pathway he always dreamed of is actually opening up right before his eyes. But just as he is getting totally lost in this sweet fantasy, a green-robed martial artist steps forward to ruthlessly ruin the mood. There is no need to be that surprised, the martial artist says, casually slipping past a lingering wolf and dodging its sharp fangs with practiced effortless ease. He draws his weapon, spinning it rapidly in his hand as he prepares to deliver a brutal finishing blow, throwing in a rather arrogant comment to match. He drops a smug remark, noting that they are not the kind of people with time to waste playing around in trashy low-level dungeons like this. With that, he channels his energy to unleash a massive swirling wheel of destruction that tears through the battlefield and obliterates the remaining enemies instantly. Red damage numbers erupt across the cave as the monsters disintegrate. Once they gather all the drops, including wolf fangs and pelts, he casually approaches him. He lays his cards on the table. There's a strange ore nearby that can only be broken by someone with a very high mining level. We are only here to see what is hidden inside, he explains, admitting they used to ignore these things because they had no way to break them. Wasting precious stat points on mindless grind skills like mining would be a total waste for them. Suddenly, a shadow falls over the martial artist's face. Only one of his eyes gleams slyly through the darkness as he lets out a mocking sneer, saying that is exactly why they need people like him. The unlucky young man flinches, repeating those bitter words under his breath, people like me, as the heavy reality of his uselessness sinks in. Standing completely frozen in the dark with nothing but a rusty pickaxe in his hand, he grits his teeth and mutters in frustration. What does he even mean by people like me? Damn it, does he think I am some kind of idiot? Go mine it yourself then. Let us see how far they get without him. He glares back with a cold, sharp gaze, snorting softly as he complains that he cannot just ignore this. Do they really think he has zero combat skills? Ignoring the harsh mockery, our guy still tenses his body, preparing to give it his all. He raises the heavy pickaxe high, his face completely contorted with effort. He swings it down toward the stone with a desperate, heavy strike. He lets out a desperate, soul-crushing scream that echoes through the cave. While digging with all his might, he tearfully curses his own uselessness. Damn it, he actually does not have a single combat skill. Meanwhile, ignoring the pathetic weeping miner, the dwarf turns to his companion. Are you absolutely sure the information you bought is correct? If there is nothing hidden behind this rock, we are going to lose a lot. The martial artist mutters that it had better be true. His gaze instantly darkens with a chilling, threatening intensity as he speaks. If it is not, he warns, you will pay dearly for wasting my time in this trash heap of a dungeon. Meanwhile, our main character is still swinging his pickaxe like a madman, bitterly thinking about how he constantly risks his life for mere pennies, getting mocked and risking his neck just for pocket change. He is so used to it that he cannot even feel angry anymore, and that realization hurts. He tells himself to stay calm. Just finish the job, grab the cash, and get out. It is just another ordinary day after all. Pouring all his bottled-up rage into one final massive strike, he swings the pickaxe. But right then, the massive stone wall begins to crack. A blinding, mysterious light leaks through the widening fissures. Suddenly, the entire stone wall collapses, revealing a hidden, radiant pathway that shocks the whole party. They freeze in total silence, completely speechless at what they are seeing. Standing right in front of them is a massive, ancient, and highly detailed gate. The young miner's jaw completely drops as he stares at the incredible craftsmanship, realizing they have just stumbled upon an extremely rare hidden dungeon. The martial artist cannot hide his overwhelming excitement. Sweating profusely, his eyes gleam as he realizes this is an absolute gold mine. Trembling with sheer excitement, the dwarf mutters that they might actually find legendary rewards or even unlock a powerful hidden class here. They have officially hit the jackpot. But just as the naive young miner starts celebrating, a cold, ruthless voice cuts through his happy daydream. Did he say we? While the poor kid is busy smiling and imagining a better future, a sharp weapon comes swinging at him from behind. The green-robed martial artist cold-bloodedly drives his weapon forward, delivering a devastating, highly lethal strike straight into the unsuspecting boy's back. Simultaneously, a system alert flashes announcing that player killing mode has been officially activated. The young miner takes a direct bone-shattering hit. He screams out in agonizing, gut-wrenching pain as a red 480 damage stat pops up, leaving him collapsed and helpless on the cold floor. Gasping for air, he wheezes that he cannot breathe. Yet, despite his desperate state, the white-haired girl just stands there casually, complaining about the location. She grumbles about how annoying it was to find this place, especially since it is located in such a low-level, trashy area. And to think, she sneers, that they actually needed someone with a stupid low-tier mining skill just to unlock the damn entrance. She keeps tossing cruel, sarcastic remarks at him, telling him not to get so bitter since they did all the actual hard fighting anyway. He was just freeloading the entire time anyway. Gritting his teeth in absolute rage, the young miner glares up at them as they walk away. Pure rage boils up. Those cowards were the ones who ambushed him, and they knew about this hidden dungeon all along. The martial artist steps forward, grabs Chun-soo by the hair, and yanks his head back with a mocking laugh. Did you think we were wasting time here for fun, idiot? Since you helped a bit, I will make this quick. With that, the brute throws him like garbage straight into the deepest, darkest corner of this quiet dungeon. His eyes fly open in panic. A bitter, choked cough escapes his throat. But then everything suddenly changes. A moment later, he stumbles to his feet, looking around in confusion. Did those bastards really spare his life? Maybe they had a tiny shred of mercy left. Then he notices his hand holding a completely shattered green crystal. The system notification flashes explaining that the high-grade recovery crystal automatically revives a player with 100% health. This sudden realization hits him hard. He actually died and revived. His precious 300,000 gold is gone. Oh no. Overwhelmed by the sudden loss of his money, he slams the ground, wailing like a heartbroken child. Crying over his lost wealth, he suddenly catches a glimpse of a faint light ahead, realizing something crucial. The hidden dungeon gate is still wide open. This means the raid is not over yet, and those backstabbers are still inside. Pure rage burns away his fear. He crawls forward with eyes blazing. He won't let them get away. Did they honestly think he would just leave after losing his costly crystal? No way he is going to crash their party. Stepping firmly into the deep abyss, he makes a dark vow. Those bastards will pay for looking down on him. His voice echoes through the cold, dark cavern, dripping with pure hatred. He's going to become their worst nightmare. Charging forward with a sudden burst of heroic energy, he yells out for the hidden dungeon to wait for him. He leaps gracefully into the glowing light, fully prepared for some sweet revenge. But reality has other plans. The moment he crosses the threshold, he trips over the crumbling stone steps and goes face first, swearing loudly. He rolls down, taking -80 damage. Bitterly complaining, he groans about a staircase being placed right at the entrance. Lying there motionlessly, his health bar flashes a measly 20 points right under his name, Chun-soo. Comforting himself, he sighs and realizes he at least made it inside this hidden dungeon. A system alert reveals the dungeon name as Boblinlin Temple, showing a massive statue of a fat goblin sitting on a throne. It is absolutely massive. Why in the world is a stupid goblin acting high and mighty on a throne like that? Standing tiny in the vast hall, he scoffs, hoping the dungeon is not just packed with weak little goblins. A hidden dungeon should be way more challenging, right? Surely this cannot be everything it has to offer. Maybe low-tier hidden dungeons are just underwhelming. He tiptoes through the silent hallway, looking around with deep suspicion. It is way too quiet. Where did the others go? As he glances around, his foot steps on something incredibly soft. He freezes in confusion, looking down to see what it is. Then the realization hits him like a truck. It is the crushed corpse of the dwarf from earlier, lying in a pool of dark blood. He jumps back, screaming. Cold sweat drenches his forehead as his pupils dilate in pure terror. Shaking uncontrollably, he struggles to speak. He recognizes the dwarf but wonders why the corpse is not disappearing like normal defeated players usually do. A direct system message pops up from Vupwa asking if he has any resurrection skills. He scoffed, absolutely not. Since the corpse refuses to respawn, he assumes the greedy player is refusing to click the button to avoid missing out. Talk about pure greed. Suddenly, the entire room flashes with an ominous bright red warning from the system. The glowing alert warns him that this dungeon's difficulty far exceeds his current level, strongly advising him to flee immediately. Before he can even process the warning, a blood-curdling scream rips through the quiet air, shattering his thoughts. He spins around in shock, cold sweat breaking out as he realizes something has gone horribly, terribly wrong. That voice belonged to the arrogant martial artist who is now dangling in front of him in a truly horrifying sight. A colossal hand holds him mid-air like a broken toy. Looking down, he spots the white-haired woman crushed on the floor. She is flattened against the stone tiles. He panics, wondering how this could possibly be just a simple goblin temple. The giant monster stands tall, identified by the system as Giger, a level 80 alien-like beast of towering height. His face turns completely pale, his pupils shrinking in pure dread as he stares up at the terrifying creature. A level 80 monster has to be a joke. The hideous beast opens its massive vertical mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth. It prepares to swallow the helpless martial artist. With one savage bite, the beast snaps the arrogant man completely in half. A piercing shriek rings out as blood splatters everywhere, staining the quiet cave crimson. His face goes completely pale, and he instantly covers his mouth. He struggles to hold back his vomit, choking on the terrifying realization that the absolute worst-case scenario is unfolding right before his eyes. Plenty of games chase realism, but Heaven SD goes way too far, incorporating full tactile feedback, which unfortunately means feeling actual pain. Sure, the safety features keep damage from low-level monsters from hurting too badly, but things are about to get complicated. Suddenly, a dying white-haired girl on the ground reaches out, crying and begging him to save her life. Cold sweat drips down his neck as he grits his teeth. Getting hit by a monster dozens of levels higher is a completely different story. There is absolutely no way he is saving her. What could a weakling like him even do against a beast like that? Terrifying memories of virtual reality risks flood his mind. Mental trauma and agony do not simply vanish just because a character revives. The trauma impacts the brain directly. In extreme cases, players have even suffered real-world brain death or actual mortality. Terrified of ending up comatose or mentally broken, he spins around and bolts in the opposite direction. He runs for his life, muttering frantic excuses to justify his own selfishness while desperately fleeing the scene. It is not his fault. They were the ones who abandoned him first in the deep, foggy depths of this dungeon. He tells himself that he is weak, so there is absolutely nothing he could have done to help anyway. His silhouette slowly fades into the deep darkness, but then he suddenly stops dead in his tracks. His tear-stained face twists into a hysterical, maniacal grin as he declares he will survive even if he has to do it completely alone. Right then, a bright blue system notification pops up, delivering an incredibly mocking message that completely catches him off guard. The Boblinlin Lord feels a deep spiritual connection to your utter cowardice and weakness. He freezes, staring in absolute disbelief. Tears streaming down his face, he gapes at the screen and yells out what the hell is a Boblinlin Lord. Staring at the glowing statue of a plump goblin king on his throne, he mutters in bitter resentment. Is he really that weak and cowardly? A wave of pure humiliation washes over him as he grits his teeth. Remembering the white-haired girl begging for help, he screams in silent rage, asking if they think he chose this. If he had even a fraction of actual power, he would not have had to run away like a coward. Right then, the massive hand of the monster crashes down in the distance, mercilessly crushing the poor girl into dust. Brutal memories of his real-world struggles flash by showing him sweating bullets while carrying heavy sacks at a construction site. He sobbed, wishing he could have just had a decent job where people did not look down on him. The memory shifts to him, hopelessly swinging a pickaxe against a cliff day after day, pouring his heart out. He wanted to fight monsters with flashy epic skills like everyone else, not smash rocks to pay off his parents' debt. They abandoned him with a massive financial burden. He grew up never getting to do a single thing he actually wanted. Clutching his chest in pure agony, he screams through his tears, furious that a stupid system would dare call him weak. Why does he have to suffer this endless humiliation when he never did anything wrong? He glares fiercely at the statue. Who does this stupid statue think it is looking down on him from that ridiculous high and mighty throne? It is just a pathetic goblin. He gets disrespected in the real world in the game, and now this. Now even a low-life monster feels sorry for him. The stone goblin seems to mock him with a creepy grin. Fine, he snaps, so what if he is a goblin? Suddenly, a cascade of glowing messages floods his vision. The screen declares him an honorary goblin, meaning other goblins will now come to his aid whenever needed. He has unlocked a hidden class. The system asks if he wants to change his job to a Boblinlin summoner. Teary-eyed and utterly dumbfounded, he stares blankly at the glowing prompt, completely unable to believe his eyes. A Boblinlin summoner is supposed to be a legendary hidden class. He starts laughing like a lunatic through his tears. He screams a hard refusal, but the system completely ignores him and forcefully processes the class change anyway. The class transfer is fully complete, completely ignoring his frantic protests while he curses the game's incredibly unfair mechanics. A sudden chill runs down his spine as the massive shadow of a hideous monster towers directly behind him. Cold sweat pours down as panic sets in. It is far too late to run, and there is absolutely no escape. Backed into a corner, he clings to his absolute last resort as the newly acquired goblin summoning skill flashes. Desperate, he extends his hands to summon his new ally, pleading for it to actually be useful. As the blinding flash of magic finally fades, it reveals a pudgy little goblin standing right before him. A chubby, old-faced goblin holding a flimsy wooden stick suddenly appears. The young miner rolls his eyes, sizing up this pathetic creature. He smirks, hatching a cowardly scheme on the spot. A weak little goblin just spawned. Whatever he thinks, I will use him as bait. He will send him out as bait, then run away. No sooner said than done. He points directly at the terrifying giant monster. Then he ducks right behind the tiny summon, confident, shouting orders like he is some kind of legendary master summoner. Go goblin, take him down. Right across from them, the lanky monster rears its grotesque body high into the air. It swings a massive spindly arm, preparing a devastating bone-shattering blow. Without wasting a single second, he turns. He is ready to make a run for it, smugly escaping. But then a deafening explosion shakes the entire dungeon. A massive damage output of 9999 flashes on screen, lighting up the cave and completely vaporizing that level 80 monster. A single blow. It leaves him staring back in utter disbelief as the monster's giant arm slams onto the ground. Thick dust and smoke fill the air. Our young miner just stands there, completely frozen. He has no idea what happened. A massive stream of experience point notifications floods his vision. He screams out in absolute shock and confusion. What is even happening? The system flashes, showing he has unlocked incredibly basic skills like feeding his goblin and walking it. At the same time, the summoned beast's experience points keep shooting up while the goblin stands there, striking an incredibly proud pose. The experience notifications just keep ticking upward without a single sign of stopping. Meanwhile, that little goblin is just posing. The ugly creature rubs its bald head, sticking its tongue out with a triumphant grin. He stares, sweating bullets. Talk about an absolute plot twist. This pathetic little goblin is somehow a monster. His face contorts in shock. Is this thing really at max level? Meanwhile, in another part of the world, the terrifying memory of that fighter getting eaten plays out. The brutal bite that tore him apart in seconds is shown in gruesome detail, bringing back the sheer, unfiltered horror of that moment. The extreme physical pain sent a massive shock straight to her nervous system, which was directly linked to the virtual reality pod. Next, the white-haired girl's character opens her bloodshot eyes wide, her face twisting in pure panic as absolute dread consumes her entire being. In the real world, the girl wearing the virtual reality headset throws her head back and lets out an agonizing, desperate scream. She is suffering from a massive neural shock, far beyond human tolerance. Inside a quiet medical room, panic breaks out. A panicked man in a suit rushes over to the capsule pod, shouting out to the young lady to wake up immediately. He quickly reaches out and rips the headset off her face. His pale skin is covered in cold sweat as he realizes how serious this is. He mutters in absolute terror. The poor girl's eyes are rolled back and completely bloodshot. Tears stream down her face. She looks completely vacant, like a lifeless corpse. It is a tragic end. A traumatic shock she might never recover from. This is a real retirement. Meanwhile, a seemingly weak swing from that little goblin unleashes an absolute wave of devastating power. It slams into the enemy with a massive red damage stat of 9,999,000. The monster keeps swinging. It violently bashes the unlucky black wolf repeatedly. Every single strike triggers consecutive critical hits of 9,999,000. Level up notifications dance all over the screen. The tiny, terrifying green monster roars savagely. It absolutely obliterates the wolf once more. Of course, the system screen pings again, showing he leveled up. Now our young miner has nothing left to do but walk. He leisurely strolls behind his summon to collect the dropped loot. Holding a low-level magic stone in his hand, he mutters, "Hey, give me a break here, Goblin." Soon he is lying lazily on a mountain of loot with thousands of magic stones and wolf claws. He laughs, satisfied at his shiny level 31, complaining he cannot carry another single item. But then his smile vanishes, and he sweats. He cleared the hidden dungeon by defeating Giger, but all his party members are dead. Everyone else is dead. There is no way to return home except by dying to trigger a respawn. He glances back. He looks at the goblin standing nearby and feels a wave of awe. This little guy wiped out the entire mine dungeon. Yet he did not gain a single level while I shot up to level 31. The goblin's stat board remains blank. He clicks his tongue, frustrated that he still cannot view any of its stats. Dragging a massive sack of loot, he walks. He steps out of the dark cave, still wondering how on earth a low-tier goblin could possibly be this insanely powerful. Could this actually be some kind of game bug? Suddenly, pure greed takes over. His eyes light up with pure excitement. He shouts that if this is a bug, he must abuse it before the developers find out and patch it. With this goblin, he will never have to mine again, and he can easily become the strongest player in Heaven S. Meanwhile, in the real world, at a Nara Bank branch, the intercom calls out for customer number 36. At the counter, a clerk waits. She calmly states that everything, including the wolf pelts, totals 97,001 and asks if she should transfer it directly. Account. Hearing this, the young man is completely stunned, realizing he can actually exchange in-game items directly for real cash. Right through the bank. How powerful is this game anyway? He stammers out a no, asking if he can transfer the money to another account. Suddenly, remembering something, he quickly looks up and blurts out that, oh right, he still has plenty of other items to sell. He hands over a Geiger heart and gills. The clerk steps back to check the list and mutters some quick math before replying. She says that with all of this his total comes to, but suddenly, her eyes go wide with pure shock. Her voice trembles as she gasps out aloud what? Completely forgetting her manners, she dashes away from the counter screaming for her boss. She leaves the young man behind, casually picking his nose with a totally confused look. He wonders why on earth she is running to her boss when the customer is waiting right there. Before long, he is sitting in a luxury VIP room watching hot black tea poured into an elegant porcelain cup. The Bank of Nara director, a round man wearing glasses and a flattering smile, eagerly asks if the tea is to his liking. The young man takes a quick sip and flatly replies that it is completely cold. The nervous director breaks into a sweat, stammering that he forgot to boil the water. Setting his cup down, our hero gets straight to business, asking what the director wants since he only came in to trade some monster drops for cash. The old man quickly laughs it off, saying it is nothing major, just that they have some great investment options for him to look at. The young man raises an eyebrow in suspicion, wondering what he means. The fat director confidently continues his sales pitch, asking if it is not a massive waste to leave such a huge sum sitting in a basic checking account. He offers an incredible investment package rather than letting the funds sit idle. Hearing this, our guy immediately cuts him off, telling him to hold on. He knows banks love making money, but is this really something a director should handle? At most, he only has about 1 million, right? The director smiles with squinted eyes, shaking his head gently to explain. 1 million, no, he gently explains. He thought our hero would be well aware of his loot's actual market value. The heart and gills of a giger based on today's exchange rates are actually worth up to 230 million. Hearing that insane number, the young man freezes mid-sip, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated shock. Logging back into the game, the young man happily scoops up his summoned goblin, holding him high like a precious baby, and yelling that thanks to him, 10% of his massive debt is officially paid off. He didn't even summon him, yet the little guy ran straight into his arms anyway. The tiny green monster just shrieks in utter annoyance while our hero daydreams, claiming goblins are actually quite adorable. But taking a closer look at that extremely wrinkled, ugly face, he breaks into a cold sweat and slaps himself. He realizes he cannot keep lying, deciding to quickly unsummon him before they enter the town. Instead, he is forced to drag the sweating creature along, walking quickly in silent panic. He cannot unsummon this stupid thing, wondering if it only disappears once it actually dies. To make matters worse, everyone is staring at them. The surrounding crowd begins whispering, and an elf girl points and giggles at the sight, calling out to look at the ugly goblin in town. Another guy chimed in, asking if someone actually summoned that hideous thing. Dying of embarrassment, our hero quickly plays along, laughing loudly to cover up his shame. He jokes about how ugly it is, hoping nobody links it to him. But his face instantly drains of color when the aggressive goblin suddenly swings its club, hitting the back of a massive muscular man's knee. The little devil just cackles as a menacing shadow looms over him. A deep, threatening voice growls from above, making the goblin look up in confusion. The massive victim turns around, revealed to be a towering red-haired giant carrying a giant greatsword. He glares down, demanding to know why a filthy goblin is allowed to wander around the town streets like this. Our hero freezes immediately, recognizing the giant and breaking into a cold sweat. It is Pan the Destroyer. The surrounding crowd gasps, whispering that he is an elite from the Evitan Guild. Our hero is secretly impressed by that title. He wonders if the guy is famous, but the elf girl nearby immediately crushes his expectations with a smirk, revealing that the giant actually gave himself that name. Still, our hero's face turns pale as he senses trouble. There is no way someone with a self-proclaimed title like that is weak. Seeing the giant draw his weapon with murderous intent, our hero rushes forward, screaming for him to stop. Pan does not even care to listen, swinging his giant sword with a devastating wind-shearing slash straight down at the tiny green summon. But hilariously, the damage display pops up as a big round 0. Annoyed by the painless hit, the grumpy goblin swings its. The parry club strikes an explosive burst of power, blows everything back as that familiar terrifying damage number pops up, 99,999,999. The destroyer takes the brutal strike head-on, coughing up blood mid-air. Meanwhile, the system helpfully explains that player versus player pain levels are capped below fainting to stop high-level players from bullying newbies. The giant falls flat on the ground, completely motionless, leaving the entire town frozen in utter disbelief. He is dead. Pan the Destroyer has been destroyed by a mere goblin. Watching this, the young miner grimaces and grits his teeth. Panicking, he curses under his breath. Damn it, if anyone finds out this monster is actually mine. Suddenly, a hooded figure steps out from the chaotic crowd, materializing from the shadows with a cold, mocking voice. He looks down at the corpse with sheer contempt. How humiliating for Pan the Destroyer to get played by a goblin. The hooded assassin steps back, turning his cold glare toward the young miner with a sharp, arrogant threat. That monster is not even worth fighting, but you will pay for daring to mess with our guild. Cold sweat drips down the miner's face as panic sets in. Things are getting way too complicated. My goblin won't lose, but if it slaughters every single one of them, I'll be in massive trouble. Frantically waving his hands, he yells out, "Wait, stay right there, just let me handle this goblin." But the assassin coldly snaps back, "Who are you? Stay out of our way or we'll kill you too." He quickly raises his hands, claiming he has no intention of interfering, but ganging up on a goblin is just cowardly. Right then, the system alerts that the goblin just used its rock-throwing skill. No one expected that tiny pebble to hit an assassin right in the face, triggering a massive 9,999,999 damage. The system flatly announces that Minsung the Speedmaster is dead. Enraged, the remaining assassins roar to grab the kid too. He bolts instantly, crying on the inside. How did my peaceful life suddenly turn into this absolute disaster? I have a max-level goblin and a bright future ahead. My gaming life in Heaven Soar was supposed to be easy. As he runs for his life, an old man suddenly pokes his head out of a doorway, gesturing frantically inside. Slamming on the brakes, the kid asks who he is, but the old man snaps, "No time to explain, get in." The moment he dives inside, the heavy wooden door slams shut, but his trust was completely misplaced. The notorious Sly Sung Rail stabs him right in the back, making him scream out, "Damn it, you told me to come this way." The old man sneers, "This way leads straight to your funeral." Still running for his life, the kid grits his teeth in rage. Suddenly, a bright green system screen flashes in front of him, making him snap in absolute frustration. What is it now? I am already exhausted, just trying to escape, but the system alert is dripping with pure sarcasm. The Boblinlin Lord is amazed by your stealthy attack while enemies let their guard down. You have gained 1 Boblinlin point. He freezes in pure disbelief. Did this thing seriously just call him underhanded? Tears well up as he bites his lip in frustration. First, you call me weak and vulgar. The imposing statue of the Boblinlin Lord on its throne flashes in his mind. And now, you call me a coward. He screams in frustration, dragging his heavy, exhausted feet forward. Mumbling in self-pity, he wonders what he did wrong. He continues walking through the dark, completely lost in despair. What exactly made him weak, vulgar, and underhanded anyway? Suddenly, his eyes flare with a deep, burning rage. It was those hypocrites who dragged him into their party, betrayed him, and then attacked him for absolutely no reason. Standing tall beside his goblin, his voice turns ice-cold. Listen closely, Goblin. Now that I think about it, this is ridiculous. We are not going to let them look down on us anymore. From now on, a twisted grin spreads across his face. Mirroring the goblin cackling beside him, he makes a bold declaration: we are going to destroy the Everton Guild. Meanwhile, back in the town, a blonde female archer leaps gracefully across rooftops as she pursues her target. She frowns in annoyance, muttering to her companion, did you really need to tag along just to catch this guy? I thought I could handle this alone. Unhook. Running right beside her, the grim-faced assassin warns her, don't let your guard down. Pan might have been the weakest of us, but that goblin killed him instantly. There is something seriously wrong with that monster. Suddenly, violent crashes and blood-curdling screams echo from the street below. The brutal sounds of battle ring out as the assassin stops dead in his tracks, hearing those familiar screams. The sly Seung Ryol is suddenly hurled straight through a crumbling stone wall, his face twisted in absolute terror. Shocked, Un-hyuk yells out the old man's name. At that exact moment, the goblin bares its razor-sharp fangs. With a devious grin, he instantly teleports right behind the assassin without making a single sound. Using his sharp reflexes, the assassin quickly spins around, swinging his dagger in a sharp backslash. However, as the blade connects with the goblin, a flat 0 damage pops up, leaving the assassin wide-eyed and uttering in complete disbelief. This is impossible. 0 damage. The devastating 9,999,999 damage flashes in his mind. The terrified assassin breaks into a cold sweat, realizing his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Facing the giant shadow of death looming from the monster, the assassin cowers, screaming in despair internally that he is done for and is going to die. With absolutely no escape, he grits his teeth, crossing his daggers in a desperate hope to block the devastating blow of the raging goblin. Surprisingly, something blocks the lethal strike, causing the hooded assassin to stare in sheer shock. He blocked my attack, he mutters. Seeing her partner frozen, the blonde archer pulls her bowstring tight and yells, what on earth are you doing just standing there? Do you really want to let a simple goblin kill you like that? The assassin Un-hyuk breaks into a cold sweat, looking back in total confusion. The deadly Jihyun tries to calm her own nerves. That is right, they are just facing a normal goblin. Both glare at the smug goblin, waving its wooden club. The assassin mutters in disbelief, questioning how a low-level monster like this could possibly deal millions of damage. They must be using some kind of trick. Refusing to accept this, the assassin unleashes a surging aura of red darkness. The system announces that his assassin skill Ultimate Malice is activated. He growls, I do not care who is playing tricks on me. His eyes glow with intense bloodlust as he coldly declares that the beast is an absolute eyesore. Meanwhile, the system alerts that Ultimate Malice reduces his movement speed by 90%, but all attacks are now critical hits. Seeing his mana plunge by minus 280 points, the archer screams, what on earth are you doing? You are only fighting a single goblin, so why on earth are you activating such a heavy skill right now? He calmly replies that it is just like a passive skill. Speechless, she wonders what kind of passive drains half his mana. The assassin shifts his grip to reverse blade, boosting damage by 30% but lowering critical rate by 50%. He confidently lays out the plan to defeat it in one hit and then chase down the other guy. With a heavy sigh, the archer reluctantly agrees, wanting to finish this quickly before anyone spots them. She channels her energy to unleash her Gale Arrow, casting a bright green light while grumbling in annoyance. She hates the idea of anyone seeing her use a full combo chain just to fight a mere goblin. As the arrow glows, the system notes Gale Arrow removes all movement speed debuffs in the area. Enveloping the assassin's entire body, the glowing magic completely cleanses all of his speed penalties in an instant. Armed with a massive speed buff, the assassin dashes forward like lightning as his system stats spike dramatically. Every attack is guaranteed critical with a 30% damage boost, completely bypassing the movement speed debuffs. Supported by his passive skill, he gets 20% more critical damage and proudly declares that the game is over. He swings his dual daggers, carving a perfect X-shaped slash right across the tiny, harmless-looking goblin. The wind-splitting strike seems completely fatal, but the resulting damage display is just a flat, unforgiving 0. Freezing midair, the assassin's face warps in absolute terror. His pupils tremble as he stammers that this cannot be happening. Out of the shadows, the goblin slowly turns around, sticking out its long red tongue with a spine-chilling grin. In the blink of an eye, a deafening explosion echoes and the assassin is sent flying crashed into the stone wall. He is pinned there by a devastating 9,999,999 damage, shocking the archer completely. A mocking voice calls out from behind the rising dust asking who was going to finish who in just one hit. He mockingly suggests saving that line for after reaching max level. The trembling archer backs away, stammering about what just happened. Seeing her powerful partner wiped out in an instant, her face pales in despair, wondering if this goblin is normal. Meanwhile, a sinister laugh echoes all around. As the smoke clears, the young miner stands proudly behind his summon, and smirks proudly, confirming to her that he was indeed the one who summoned this terrifying beast. The goblin joins in with a wild, savage laugh. Dripping with sweat, the panicked archer mutters in utter disbelief. How can a mere goblin possess such terrifying power, especially since Dark Unhyuk is one of the strongest in the Evaton Guild? Stepping closer with his face deeply twisted in anger, the young miner grits his teeth and growls. That is none of her business, but what matters is that he is absolutely furious right now. She curls up defensively, trembling as she screams out, "What do you want and what did we even do to you?" The young miner cuts her off, asking if she really has no idea. Suddenly his eyes bulge out and he sticks his tongue out, making a completely psychotic face as he screams, "It is all because you are way too attractive." Horrified, the girl screeches, "You absolute pervert." Realizing things just went horribly wrong, he frantically waves his hands to explain, "Wait, that is not what I meant at all." He explains they attacked him first, so now he and his precious possession are incredibly tensed up. But of course, the archer girl completely misinterprets this, crying hysterically as she screams, "Wait, your precious thing is getting hard." Our hero breaks into a cold sweat, realizing how incredibly bad this looks. He quickly orders his Boblinlin to make her shut up. The green monster immediately obeys the command. Meanwhile, down on the streets, those desperate screams from the rooftop quickly draw a crowd. A man in the gathering asks if anyone else just heard that noise. Instantly, everyone in the crowd looks up, with one person pointing toward the roof and shouting, "Look up there, it is those guys from earlier." From his high perch, Chun-soo frowns, realizing a massive crowd has already gathered below. Knowing he needs to wrap things up, he quickly tells his Boblinlin to finish this quickly so they can escape. But before he can even finish, the beast suddenly lunges forward and pins the archer girl down. It slams its hideous green hand over her mouth, muffling her screams. Seen from below at a highly misleading angle, the crowd instantly starts panicking and imagining the worst. That monster just wiped out the Evaton Guild, and now it is going to assault the only survivor. We are definitely next on its hit list. Up on the roof, Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he is doomed. He only wanted revenge, but now he is trapped in a tight corner with absolutely no way out. Desperate to save his reputation, Chun-soo quickly starts acting out his role. He points dramatically at the monster and shouts, "Stop, Boblinlin, release that innocent woman right now." Below, a man stares with his mouth wide open. Did that guy seriously just command the beast to let her go? Someone wearing only starter gear actually dares to stand up to a monster that easily slaughtered the entire elite Evaton Guild. The Boblin freezes, growling in protest, while the blonde archer continues to weep, completely paralyzed by sheer raw terror. Chun-soo grits his teeth, drenched in sweat, and commands the beast once more with absolute authority, "Stop." Seeing his summon actually obey and release the girl, he sighs in relief, closing his eyes to squeeze out some dramatic crocodile tears. It is all over now. The crowd below immediately takes this as a heroic victory. One guy screams in excitement. He said, "It is all over. He has defeated the Boblinlin." The onlookers erupt in cheers, shouting up to him, "Hey, we do not know who you are, but good luck out there. Smash that thing, we are all rooting for you." Standing up there on the roof, Chun-soo blinks in utter confusion, completely and utterly baffled. Why on earth are they actually cheering for him? They should be mocking him instead. Then a sudden realization hits and his eyes start twitching. Wait, could it be that they have no clue he is the one who summoned this monster? He clicks his tongue, reasoning that it actually does make perfect sense. Remembering what he said earlier, Chun-soo starts piecing the chain of events together. He imagines himself surrounded by a saintly glow, playing the ultimate savior. "Let me handle this monster because I cannot let the Evaton Guild suffer any more casualties." He envisions himself boldly shielding the damsel, shouting out with real heroic passion to release her. He imagines Jihyun gazing at him, lovingly whispering his name in awe. Lost in this delusional fantasy, he thinks he sounded absolutely badass when he declared it was all over. He chuckles, proud of his own imaginary dramatic dialogue. To the crowd, Chun-soo stands in the spotlight like a holy savior, totally high on his own supply. He is the legendary hero risking his life to save a beautiful damsel. But snapping right back to reality, Kim Chun-soo lowers his head wearing the terrifying grin of a demon cornering its prey. Did she think she was saved? Not quite. Ji Hyun shrinks back, letting out a terrified gasp as he steps closer, whispering a chilling threat. She certainly does not want to die agonizingly like the rest of her guild. He promises mercy if she keeps quiet about him and his summon. Tears streaming down her face, Ji Hyun nods frantically, promising not to say a word. With his threat successful, Kim Chun-soo smirks, with absolute malice. Excellent. Instantly pivoting back to his hero act, he reaches out toward his pet and bellows dramatically, "How dare a lowly beast like you invade this town and bring such terrible suffering to its innocent citizens?" He projects his voice as loudly as possible, ensuring every single person in the crowd below hears his heroic speech. He commands the system to activate his walking the goblin summoner skill, causing a bright shiny golden collar and chain to materialize, snapping directly around the confused monster's neck. With a hard yank, Kim Chun-soo pulls the chain. In the back, he keeps up his award-winning acting, showing no mercy to the monster. The goblin gets dragged along, squeaking in confusion. The green monster is yanked backward, completely clueless about his master's bizarre antics. Suddenly, Kim Chun-soo uses every ounce of his strength to violently yank the chain, slamming the goblin onto the roof. It lets out a painful shriek. The young miner tightly grips the glowing chain, pretending to struggle as he tames the wild beast. He grunts loudly. Below, the crowd witnesses this intense struggle and stands in absolute awe. A skill that binds monsters with chains of light. No one expected someone in this starter town to wield such an advanced spell. Meanwhile, the goblin keeps thrashing and squealing, which only makes the crowd believe the show even more readily. The beast looks completely helpless as it gets dragged around. In reality, Kim Chun-soo is sweating bullets, thinking this is literally just a basic skill that lets him take his pet for a walk. The goblin happily squeals just as a system notification pops up on his screen. The goblin's mood has improved from the walk. To finish his performance, Kim Chun-soo quickly shouts a warning to the crowd below. "Stand back, it is too dangerous," he yells. "I can barely hold it." On the roof edge, the female archer watches everything unfold, with eyes filled with pure admiration. She finally understands why the Evaton Guild was so helpless against the beast. His estimated level must be well over 50. The rumor spreads like wildfire through the crowd below, leaving everyone in absolute shock and terror at that number. So the Evaton Guild was not weak, there was just no way anyone else stood a chance. Seizing the moment to build on his success, Kim Chun-soo strikes a heroic pose. His hand glows with brilliant magic as he speaks dramatically that he might not win, but he can surely drive this beast away. Right then, the system screen flashes to activate his summoner feeding skill. A plump and delicious sausage suddenly materializes, resting perfectly in the palm of his hand to prepare for the throw. Summoning all his strength, Kim Chun-soo winds up and hurls the treat far into the distance, shouting with epic energy that this is the end. Seeing the delicious food, the goblin immediately scrambles and runs like the wind, chasing the flying treat all the way toward the city gates. Seeing his minion take the bait, Kim Chun-soo turns to the crowd with an urgent command to close the town gates right now. The short monster happily dashes out of town and into the forest through the giant gates and makes his escape. Amid startled cries, the heavy iron gates slam shut, locking tight and completely sealing off the threat outside. A heavy silence blankets the area as a young man in the crowd asks in a daze if it is finally over. Kim Chun-soo bows his head, wearily wiping the sweat from his forehead like a hero who just survived a life-or-death battle. Gasping for breath, he slumps. Instantly, the entire town erupts in absolute joy, turning their eyes to their new savior. People shout in admiration, asking if he is okay, cheering that he actually did it and drove the goblin away. Amidst the deafening cheers, Kim Chun-soo closes his eyes with a peaceful smile, finally letting go of a massive burden. He feels a cold shiver, thinking that one wrong move would have branded him a lunatic who slaughtered an entire guild. Suddenly, Ji Hyun calmly approaches from behind to explain the situation to Kim Chun-soo. The other members of her guild are all dead, resurrected back at the temple in the holy land of Pascal. She reveals that she is the only person who knows about his connection to that goblin. Kim Chun-soo freezes slightly, suddenly realizing she is the archer from earlier. She firmly assures him that she will keep her promise. Hearing this, a dark, opportunistic idea flashes in his mind. He stands silently on the street, secretly plotting to make excellent use of her to secure his own future. Ji Hyun continues, explaining that inside the holy city of Pascal, players have infinite health, keeping them absolutely safe from both monsters and other players. That is why the region is called the Holy Land. Suddenly, Kim Chun-soo leans in close with a creepy, menacing smile. He sticks his tongue out to threaten her, asking if she is absolutely sure she will keep her promise. If she breaks it, he warns that he will hunt her down, camp her spawn point, and murder her repeatedly for eternity. He claims he can inflict damage that bypasses her infinite health. Terrified, the poor girl bursts into tears and starts shaking. She sobs, screaming out in terror. Her desperate wails echo through the sunset sky of the Holy Land, completely shattering the peace. Later that night, Kim Chun-soo relaxes on a plush bed, hands behind his head, quietly reflecting on his actions. He spreads his arms and legs across the giant, comfortable mattress, letting out a satisfied, victorious laugh. It feels incredible to get such a luxurious room as a reward for his good deeds. He feels incredibly proud of himself, but the smile slowly fades from his face and his eyes grow heavy with a deep melancholic sadness. The memory of the white-haired girl crushed by the monster, Giger, flashes back. He sighs, wishing he had the strength to save her. Besides, she was incredibly attractive. While he sits there wallowing in his deep regrets, Kim Chun-soo suddenly jumps up in absolute shock. He realizes he almost completely forgot about the rare goblin points he had received from defeating the mighty Boblinlin Lord. Damn it. Staring at the system screen showing a single goblin point, the boy grumbles in frustration. He only got this class because he felt a connection with goblins, and now he gets a point just for being called cunning. If things keep going like this, those goblins might actually start calling him their blood brother once he collects all the points. He opens up the goblin skill shop to take a look. Stroking his chin, he mutters that all the high-level skills are locked, meaning he only has one real option left. Kim Chun-soo curiously reaches out and taps a glowing skill icon, wondering what on earth this gathering skill is even supposed to do. Right away, a system alert pops up confirming he has activated the Boblinlin gathering skill, and then a tiny creature appears. A short goblin leaps straight out of thin air with a piercing shriek. That hideous green face slams right up close, right in front of Kim Chun-soo's nose, making him jump back and scream in absolute terror. This is completely insane. While the monster bounces wildly on the bed, Kim Chun-soo is clutching his head in pure panic, wondering what is happening. It is his skill to recall a summon, but why this guy? If anyone finds him here, they are both totally dead. Suddenly, a loud banging rattles the door, followed by a voice asking if the adventurer is alright inside. Kim Chun-soo breaks into a sweat. Realizing it is the innkeeper, he quickly yells out that he is fine, telling the man to just head back downstairs. Turning back to the chaos in his room, Kim Chun-soo grimaces as he struggles to control the goblin who is swinging his club around. He quickly tries to calm the creature down, begging it to lower the weapon and apologizing for his earlier reaction. As night falls outside, Kim Chun-soo calms down and gently comforts the goblin. After all, the poor creature did nothing wrong. And yet, it is still mocked and attacked for no reason. He carefully pulls up the blanket, sharing the bed with the monster. Feeling a deep sense of sympathy, he whispers that they are exactly alike. The goblin obediently snuggles into the blankets with a soft grunt. Staring up at the ceiling, Kim Chun-soo sighs as he realizes a bitter truth. This world is truly filled with too many jerks. The scene shifts to a noisy, bustling tavern on a snowy night where a warm greeting echoes out to welcome the guests. Inside Pawn, the Annihilator glares with bloodthirsty eyes, growling that the punk who saved the guild member yesterday is finally standing right there. Standing right in the middle of the enemy's den, Kim Chun-soo freezes in place, swallowing hard as the tension rises. He nervously replies with a simple yes, while secretly panicking inside about being surrounded without his goblin by his side. The assassin Un-hyuk squats on a chair, his sharp, piercing gaze cutting right through Kim Chun-soo as he speaks to the boy. He notes there was absolutely no reason for Kim Chun-soo to help them, especially after they had clearly established themselves as enemies. Kim Chun-soo screams internally, desperately wishing the guy would stop thanking him with such a murderous glare. Then Un-hyuk speaks up again. He tells Ji-hyun, the bringer of death, to lower her guard as it is obvious the boy has no intention of fighting. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun stares at Kim Chun-soo, thinking that of course he won't fight because his overpowered goblin isn't around to back him up. She realizes they are all being completely fooled. Kim Chun-soo, sweating bullets but pretending to be totally calm and confident, speaks up. He explains that despite their attempt on his life, he helped them because he needs a favor from their group. Yoon-hyuk nods, muttering that it is exactly as he thought. He declares that regardless of the reason, they owe him a debt. The Avaton Guild never ignores a favor, and they will gladly help him with whatever he needs within their power. Kim Chun-soo gets straight to the point, explaining that no matter how much he grinds in this starting zone, the rewards are tiny. Since he has already passed level 30, he wants to move to the next area as soon as possible, asking if they know the way. Yoon-hyuk turns his head and calmly asks if he is talking about the Florindal region, adding that they do know someone who can get him there. Suddenly, an old face with a bushy white mustache pops up close, proudly announcing that he is the man for the job. The sly old man known as Seung-ryul steps forward boastfully, claiming he knows exactly how to make the journey. Kim Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat as he looks at him, remembering the deadly blow from earlier and cursing the old man in his head. But the old man quickly turns and bows deeply to the giant pawn, offering a sincere apology. He clears his throat to analyze the situation. Clearing his throat, he notes that considering the boy faced that terrifying goblin all by himself, he must be incredibly powerful. Then the old man adds a provoking comment suggesting that the kid might actually be stronger than all of them combined. Hearing this, Pon's face turns red with embarrassment as he scratches his head in frustration. Kim Chun-soo maintains a cool, emotionless expression, but inside he is shivering with fear knowing that if that giant had attacked him yesterday, he would have been dead in a single strike, exactly as Pon had threatened to do. After that tense exchange, the old man Sung Rail begins to slowly explain the details. He states that the beginner area known as LEP actually consists of 5 standard dungeons, starting with the grassy plains. This is where slime monsters usually spawn. He goes on to list the rest, including the mine, dungeon, and the dark forest. The old man explains that Kim Chun-soo can enter these dungeons whenever he wants, calling them open-world dungeons. Standing right in front of Kim Chun-soo, the elder delivers the hard truth. To leave rep, they must clear a raid dungeon. Kim Chun-soo is completely bewildered and asks if a raid dungeon means fighting a boss. Just then, the system displays a visual. A glowing red portal appears to illustrate the old man's words. Unlike open dungeons, raid dungeons have strict entry rules. These gates only open and close at very specific times, limiting both his time inside and the number of attempts allowed. Since it serves as the final gateway of the entire region, clearing it is absolutely mandatory once he levels up enough. The assassin Un-hyuk then steps up to explain further. He reveals that the local raid dungeon only opens once a month. That is exactly why they gathered here in the first place, to clear it. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo's face turns pale. Stuttering, he tries to piece the facts together. He asks if this means they were already here yesterday. Yoon-hyuk nods coldly. Yes, yesterday was indeed the day the raid opened. However, that damn goblin of his went ahead and ruined everything. Kim Chun-soo's eyes widen in sheer panic as the assassin delivers another crushing blow. Until the next raid opens up, they are stuck. They are completely trapped in rep and nightmare scenario for any ambitious player. He screams internally, realizing his fate. Flashbacks of his massive $200,000 profit rush in. He grits his teeth in pure agony, cursing his luck. That level 80 monster dropped insane loot. With his goblin, he could easily clear even stronger dungeons, yet here he is. The thought of wasting an entire month stranded in this dead-end town, unable to make any money, drives him absolutely insane. Fueled by rage and the painful loss of potential profit, Kim Chun-soo lunges forward, grabbing the collar of the assassin's cloak. He roars out, demanding to know if this is a joke. There has to be another way besides wasting precious time. Yoon-hyuk looks down at him, entirely unbothered by the sudden confrontation, his expression remaining as cold and calm as ever. He bluntly responds that everyone here is just as furious about losing their precious time. With a sharp flick of his hand, Yoon-hyuk brushes Kim Chun-soo's hands off and cold-bloodedly declares that their debt is now fully settled. He turns around to leave. He orders his team to pack up and head back, leaving Kim Chun-soo standing there in silent, helpless defeat as they walk away. Before leaving the archer, Ji-hyun casts a lingering, slightly hesitant glance back at him, but she quickly turns to follow her squad. She runs to catch up, leaving the young miner standing all alone in the quiet, empty tavern. The Eviton Guild members step out. They push open the door and walk out into the freezing night, blending into the crowd under a gentle flurry of snow. Meanwhile, out in a dark corner, the sneaky goblin hides behind a wooden crate, snickering to itself with a mischievous grin. Suddenly, its sly expression completely vanishes. Its eyes widen instantly, on high alert, as if sensing something incredibly unusual nearby. The tiny monster snaps its head up, staring intensely into the empty sky, while letting out a confused, panicked screech. Overhead, the night sky is deceptively calm, with stars sparkling through thin, drifting clouds above the peaceful but dangerous forest. This peaceful facade is about to shatter. Out of nowhere, a bright system alert flashes, accompanied by a roaring red portal. The system announces that the boss raid has officially opened. The old elder and Pawn stare in utter disbelief. This is impossible. There should be at least 30 days left before the next raid cycle begins. Un-hyuk looks up grimly. Even the stoic assassin looks intensely serious now. Is this really the raid? Another system alert flashes right before Kim Chun-soo's eyes. He stares in complete shock. But get this, Pawn actually smirks with pure excitement. It is finally open. Standing before the blazing portal, Pawn laughs in amazement that the raid unlocked in just one day. Yoon-hyuk turns to ask Soo Mil-yoon how many people are inside. The elder replies that there is absolutely nobody in there. Anyone who was strong enough cleared it yesterday and already moved to the next zone. Un-hyuk frowns and whispers to himself. This means they are completely on their own. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo's face darkens as a cold, bitter smirk creeps up. He knew it. Walking right up to the assassin, he accuses them of lying, realizing he should have seen through their trick. They told him to wait a month, just to betray him and take all the glory. His burning rage reaches a boiling point. Kim Chun-soo snaps like a madman, yelling that he was a complete fool to trust anyone after everything he had been through. Terrified, Ji-hyun waves her hands frantically, trying to explain that he has it all wrong and they never meant to deceive him. But Yoon-hyo calmly cuts her off, turning to Kim Chun-soo and simply asking if he is coming with them or not. Gritting his teeth, Kim Chun-soo snaps back that he is absolutely coming. He refuses to stand by while they take all the loot. Yoon-hyo frowns slightly but keeps his cool, telling him to listen closely to a quick briefing before they cross the threshold. Pointing at the glowing gate, the assassin reveals that based on their intel, there is only one direct path inside. This is a boss raid in Area R, meaning you face the beast immediately upon entering, so stay alert. Standing on the other side, Old Man Sung Rail strokes his beard in agreement. He does not think it is too dangerous since its level is lower, but caution is key. Pawn confidently draws his massive sword, laughing loudly. Their guild master might be absent, but the entire Eviton guild is right here. A boss like this is nothing to them. With a thunderous roar, the entire group charges toward the dimensional portal. They yell that it will only take 10 seconds to slay the monster. The assassin Un-hyuk watches his fierce comrades rush ahead. He grins with absolute confidence, slowly walking into the portal after his teammates signaling for Eviton to move out. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo hides behind a large tree, giving some final instructions to his short green little monster. He tells the goblin to wait there until he calls, since it would be troublesome if the others noticed them together. The goblin squeaks in response. Suddenly, painful memories of being trampled and abused in the past rush back to Kim Chun-soo. He reminds himself that anyone can betray him. Holding a glowing green stone, he swears he will never let that happen again. He mutters confidently about his high-grade healing stone. But a sudden wave of panic hits him as he tries to remember something. He realizes he might have already used it up. Shaking off the risk, he leaps straight into the glowing portal. Damn it, whatever happens. Landing safely inside the dungeon, Kim Chun-soo looks around, his eyes widening in complete shock as he realizes this is indeed a boss raid. Before him stands a terrifying level 40 steel giant, a massive robotic monster, roaring and charging at the screaming, fleeing crowd. Kim Chun-soo screams in disbelief, demanding to know what is going on since this was supposed to be a hidden dungeon. The assassin Un-hyuk completely loses his cool, running for his life and shouting at the old man for plotting this trap. Old Man Seong Rail, pale as a ghost, screams back that he has absolutely no idea what is happening either. Just then, the archer Ji-hyun dashes past and screams at Kim Chun-soo to stop standing around and run for the exit. But Kim Chun-soo just flashes a manic grin. Are they kidding him? He spreads his arms wide to the runners. Who would run away from a hidden dungeon? They clearly have no idea how incredible the hidden rewards can be. One of the panicked party members screams back, desperately reminding him of the danger and their low levels. Getting hit by that mechanical monster means instant death, and the penalty will go far beyond a simple defeat. Kim Chun-soo remains completely calm, analyzing the situation. It is only a 10-level gap, so they will not be forced to retire. His eyes burn with greed. At worst, they will just spit up some blood and pass out, but the rewards are worth it. Great treasure never comes easily, and these people clearly have no idea how legendary hidden dungeon loot can be. While the others flee like cowards, he stands his ground, squaring up against the massive boss with a confident smirk. He tells them to run while he claims all the loot for himself, preparing to unleash his summoning skill. He clenches his fist and roars with massive energy, calling out for his goblin. But fate has a funny twist. Out in the quiet forest, the lazy goblin is just lying back, sticking its tongue out and laughing happily to itself. It blinks in confusion as a sudden breeze passes. Meanwhile, the towering steel giant is barreling straight toward Kim Chun-soo. The force of the beast's charge blasts wind right into his face, distorting his expression as he screams in panic. He desperately yells for his summon to appear, but the giant's brutal strike lands, heavily triggering a system alert. Kim Chun-soo is instantly wiped out by over 4,000 damage, prompting Pawn to look back and shake his head. Pawn mutters in annoyance, wondering if that idiot really defeated a goblin alone yesterday. Un-hyuk breaks out in a cold sweat. He snaps back that nobody cares about the dead guy, pointing out a much bigger problem to the horrified group. He stares at the sealed exit and yells that the gate has closed, which makes absolutely no sense. Only raid dungeons lock down like this, whereas a hidden dungeon should have remained open. Soon Real trembles with fear. Sweating profusely, the old man realizes they made a huge mistake and completely underestimated this mutated space. Just as normal zones have a rare chance to mutate, a raid dungeon can occasionally spawn a hidden zone inside of it. Looking up at the level 40 monstrosity, he realizes they have been dragged straight into a hidden boss fight. They have no choice but to fight their way out. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Kim Chun-soo is fuming. Pulling off his virtual reality headset, he lets out a frustrated scream, utterly furious at being instantly taken down. Even with his level over 30, he got wiped out in a single blow, making the defeat feel incredibly humiliating. He clutches his head as he stares at his character sheet, realizing his level 31 summoner had 26 unspent stat points. He curses loudly for forgetting to allocate his stats while his digital body lies completely flat under the massive boss. Regret weighed heavily in his mind. The portal had closed, meaning summoning the Boblinlin was no longer an option. The treasure was right in front of him, yet that useless Boblinlin had ruined everything. Was he really going to walk away empty-handed? Back in the fierce battle, the assassin Eun-hyuk's eyes flashed with a bright crimson glow as he barked an order. Evaton, let the hunt begin. Down in a pool of blood, Kim Chun-soo's face-down corpse suddenly stirred, muttering in disbelief, "What?" Archer Ji-hyun initiated the assault with Tailwind Arrow, doubling the entire team's movement speed to clear a path. This allowed Shadow Eun-hyuk and the swift Min-sung to advance. An old veteran watched calmly, wondering who that corpse on the ground was muttering to. He quickly ordered the two to strike first and expose the giant's weakness using their newly acquired speed buff. With Ji-hyun's massive speed boost active, the enemy wouldn't even have time to react. Instantly, two dark shadows dashed forward. They danced erratically around the boss's massive frame. Thoroughly annoyed by the constant harassment, the steel giant opened its fanged maw. It let out a deafening metallic roar. Seizing the window, Eun-hyuk leapt into the air, unleashing a devastating 16-hit combo. Wind whipped around his blade. Watching from the sidelines, the old veteran Sung Ryol analyzed the beast. Every monster has a weakness. Their combined rapid slashes meant 32 deep cuts carving into its body, allowing them to pinpoint the weakest spot. They just had to see which wound ran the deepest. But as the dust settled, the giant stood completely unscathed. This forced a frustrated Eun-hyuk to ask if they found anything. Pan replied with a bitter sigh, "No, the damage is 0. I know this was just a probe to find weaknesses, but I usually manage to deal at least some damage." Sweating profusely, Eun-hyuk agreed with his teammate. "I agree with you, which means there are only two possibilities. Either its defense is unbelievably high or..." But before he could even finish the thought, the steel giant reared back. It brought its massive metallic fist down in a crushing strike right where the assassin stood, forcing him to dodge mid-sentence. Eun-hyuk managed to vault high into the air just in time. Landing gracefully, the assassin prepared to activate his signature skill. He unleashed his peerless swordplay, carving a bright violet line that dealt 1800 damage, but his eyes widened in shock. His theory was correct. Minor chipped attacks had absolutely no effect on this massive beast. The boss's health pool stood at 28,200. The assassin yelled out a warning to the entire team. It has a passive skill called Hatred of the Weak. It nullifies all attacks dealing under 5% of its max health. Hearing this, Destroyer Pan shouted, "Hey Shadow Eun-hyuk, you are the only one who can hit that hard against a level 40 monster." But the old veteran Seung Ryol immediately cut him off. "No, he is not the one holding our strongest ultimate attack here. There is still someone who can do much better, although it requires meeting very specific battle conditions. That person was their female archer Ji-hyun, and wait until you see her deadly ultimate skill, Arrow of Death." This skill forced her to sacrifice her own health just to draw the bowstring. She muttered, "They will make me guild leader if they see this." Pan roared in excitement, "Ji-hyun, I do not know what that is, but if you need time to charge it, I will buy you as much as you need." The heavy warrior raised his greatsword, tensing up to activate his shout. His thunderous battle cry echoed across the sky. With pure recklessness, he successfully drew the boss's undivided attention. The steel giant roared in absolute fury, raising its colossal arms and lunging straight at him instead of the others. Watching from the dirt, Kim Chun-soo screamed in frustration, "That absolute idiot, why would he draw its aggro when he should be running for his life?" But the steel giant showed no mercy, bringing its crushing fist down. The earth-shattering blow created a massive dust explosion. Standing firm behind his greatsword, Pan blocked the impact head-on. He took over 1,000 points of damage, but simply smirked, "Is that all? I expected way more from you." But Sung Ryol quickly warned from behind, "Do not let your guard down, Pan. We need this plan to succeed." As he swung his hammer, a system notification popped up. "Pain share a skill that splits damage taken. The target with higher health would bear more of the burden." The old veteran yelled out, "We cannot afford to make a single mistake." From his face-down view, Kim Chun-soo silently judged them, realizing their levels were incredibly low. They did not even have hidden classes. Meanwhile, Eun-hyuk smirked quickly, formulating a strategy as his passive activated. His passive weakness elimination was displayed, reducing the enemy's defense by 2% with every hit. It had a tiny trigger chance but could stack 5 times while their frontrunners kept the boss distracted. The assassin squad would systematically break down its defense. Watching them coordinate so flawlessly, Kim Chun-soo broke into a cold sweat. He could only wonder, how are these guys so strong? This is the true terrifying power of an elite guild. He freezes. Terrified of losing his share, he squeezes the stone in his hand, muttering that those guys are going to take down the boss. After all, players cannot earn experience points or rewards while dead. But the moment he finishes, things take a wild turn. The massive steel giant suddenly freezes in its tracks, halting its attack on Pan. sweating bullets, the big warrior stands there completely dazed. He gasps out in confusion. At that exact moment, a system alert flashes announcing that the boss has switched targets to another player. Pawn rages, screaming at the giant to look at him since he is the target. But the monster completely ignores his desperate taunts. The boss slams its heavy armored fist down, fracturing the stone floor. That is when Kim Chun-soo proudly stands up, bathed in a glowing light. Bathed in a brilliant aura, he arrogantly declares that he can no longer watch these losers fail, so he will step in to help. Kim Chun-soo boasts that he is the highest level player among them. Wearing the bright smug grin of a totally delusional hero, he gloats. He believes the main character always arrives at the final second. But watch closely because his smugness is about to backfire. Instantly, disaster strikes. The giant turns around and unleashes a devastating attack, causing the system alerts to flash wildly across the screen. The boss unleashes a massive area of effect skill called Crushing Surface. Immediately, a cascade of notifications announces that red-eyed Minsu is dead. Hot-headed Suji is dead, bloodthirsty Huidu is dead, and Speedmaster Min Sung is dead too. The few survivors scream out in absolute rage. They yell at Kim Chun-soo, demanding to know why he did not resurrect sooner. Even the famous assassin Un Hyuk is blown away by the shockwave. He flies through the air with a painful scream. The rest of the Vanguard squad lie scattered across the broken floor like broken dolls. Broken dolls. Pan is left standing completely alone amidst the ruined, tragic battlefield, his face twisting in absolute fiery rage. Screaming at the beast, he demands to know how it dares harm his comrades. Terrified, the old man, Seung Ryol, yells at him to stop. He tells Pan not to let his guard down right now. But ignoring the warning, Pan channels all his energy and charges straight ahead. Activating his special warrior skill, he leaps into the air cloaked in blazing fire to strike the boss. But reality is incredibly harsh. With a single swift sweep, the steel giant knocks him back, dealing a massive critical hit of nearly 4,000 damage points. Too late. Cruelly, a notification pops up for the pain distribution skill, which shares any incoming damage with a designated ally. Since the ally with higher health points takes the brunt of the hit, poor old Seung Ryol ends up taking massive damage. Coughing up blood, he collapses in despair. Right after the system ruthlessly announces that Pan the Destroyer has been completely wiped out. Next, Seung Ryol is also declared dead, leaving a pale and terrified Kim Chun-soo to wonder what on earth he just did. He immediately yells out to defend himself, screaming that this is not his fault since he only wanted to resurrect himself. Somewhere else, Un Hyuk finally lands, struggling to stand as he plants his sword firmly into the cracked stone floor. Frowning, the clever assassin quickly analyzes the situation. He knows monsters always prioritize healers and ranged damage dealers over bulky frontline tanks. Recalling the recent chaos, he mutters that they only survived earlier because of a highly effective tanking skill. The taunting skill, Battle Howl, had kept the giant locked onto their vanguard tank Pawn instead of targeting anyone else. No hope. Then he breaks into a cold sweat as a terrifying realization hits him. That player resurrected and ruined everything. It completely reset the monster's aggro mechanics. Because of that, the assassin squad did not even have time to react. They were wiped out instantly. Even their sturdy vanguard squad was pushed straight to the absolute brink of total annihilation. Cornered, the archer Ji-hyun pulls back her glowing green bowstring, activating a powerful skill on her system interface. The soul-reaping arrow skill drains her own health points. The more health she sacrifices, the greater the damage output becomes. Sweating and trembling, she asks Un Hyuk if she should fire. But as she risks her life, her health bar plummets. Danger zone. Her system panel shows her health down to 46%. Panicked, Un Hyuk yells at her to keep calm. He warns Deathbringer Ji-hyun that firing now will ruin their entire plan. Meanwhile, the towering steel giant lets out a roar. As the monster roars, the system displays his passive skill. It has a 1% chance to reduce defense by 2% per hit. This debuff stacks up to 5 times, but the giant only has 3. Un Hyuk grits his teeth, reminding her of the risk. They do not have enough stacks for his passive skill, yet so a shot right now will not finish off the boss. No time. With their lives on the line, the assassin rushes forward like an arrow to draw the giant's aggro. Yoon Hyuk warns her that no matter what happens, she must not cancel her skill. As he glides forward, he raises his voice. He yells that if her ultimate attack fails, they will have absolutely no chance of defeating this massive boss. Meanwhile, she struggles. Jae-hyun grits her teeth through the intense pain of channeling her skill, letting out a soft gasp. Watching her struggle, Kim Chun-soo steps closer. He approaches the archer and quietly asks if there is anything he can do. But she is already incredibly tense. Absolutely nothing. Glaring at him in frustration, she asks what he can do without his Boblinlin telling him to stay away. She makes no effort to hide her disgust, muttering that he is just a useless liability holding them back. Hearing those harsh words, Chun-soo backs away in shock, wondering why she is glaring at him like that just because he does not have a Boblinlin companion. Besides, it is completely their fault. He could not bring his Boblinlin along in the first place. They are the ones to blame. His selfish nature takes over, and Chun-soo cracks a twisted, sinister smile. They might be weak, but how dare she treat him like this? He sneers, realizing they have no way out without him anyway. Fine, let them rot. He will just watch them struggle until they die here. Right then, the massive mechanical giant comes rumbling forward. The system coldly announces that the steel giant has targeted Ji-hyun, the bringer of death. On the other side of the battlefield, Un-hyuk looks down, analyzing the situation. It is just as he thought. The monster prioritizes the archer, their main range damage dealer. He immediately charges forward, slashing his dual blades at the boss and shouting, "Hey, where are you looking? I am your opponent." Activating his twin blade skill, the assassin unleashes a lightning-fast diagonal strike, cutting deep into the mechanical beast. He deals 1,920 damage, knowing this is a risky move. The steel giant roars in agonizing pain. The giant swings back, but Un-hyuk gracefully flips through the air to dodge, declaring that it is not over yet. He rushes back in like a whirlwind to draw its attention. The system interface flashes rapidly as he executes his next moves. Utilizing his twin blades, Un-hyuk lands a flurry of purple critical slashes, dealing 1,908 damage. He easily slices through the thick armor plate. The assassin slides across the shattered stone, gearing up for his next strike. His eyes burn with the cold focus of a professional hunter as he lunges. Once again, his skill activates. His twin blades flash, dealing 1,912 damage. He smugly notes that damage is the best way to draw aggro. Landing safely, Un-hyuk lets out a cocky smirk. It took 3 of his strongest attacks just to make this thing look at him. The giant roars in sheer fury and turns its full attention toward him. It seems his little provocation worked perfectly. The system alerts that the steel giant has targeted the shadow assassin Un-hyuk. Staring at the monster's stats, he breathes a sigh of relief. It is level 40 with over 22,000 health left. His passive skill only has 3 stacks, but that strike should have more than made up for any raw damage deficit. Now that the bait is set, he confidently backs away with a smug grin. All he has to do now is buy time. Is the big machine getting angry? Just as he prepares to trigger his evasion skill, something goes horribly wrong. He plans to dodge all physical attacks for 3 seconds, proudly declaring that the beast cannot touch him now. But fate has a twisted sense of humor. A bright red error message suddenly flashes right before his eyes. Insufficient mana. His face completely freezes, his eyes wide with shock. The giant does not give him time to process it. A massive iron fist crashes down, crushing him instantly. He lets out one final agonizing scream as he gets flattened. Chun-soo stands there, frozen cold, sweat pouring down his face as he witnesses the absolute brutal destruction of their leader. Under the rubble lies the flat, lifeless body of the cool assassin, accompanied by a grim system notification of his death. Before blacking out, the assassin could only curse his teammate. Chun-soo immediately starts throwing a massive hysterical tantrum. He screams at them for being completely incompetent after acting so confident, wishing he had just stayed dead. He claims he would rather have skipped reviving entirely. Ji-hyun, straining to pull her bowstring, snaps back in absolute rage. She asks if he is actually serious, shouting that she is stuck charging this powerful arrow while they fall apart. With tears of frustration in her eyes, she screams that his selfish revival ruined everything. They get right in each other's faces. A massive shouting match erupts right in the middle of a war zone. Chun-soo sneers, asking if they actually believe they could win. Ji-hyun screams back that yes, they could have if he had just given her 10 more seconds to finish charging. Chun-soo refuses to back down, yelling that he would rather they all wipe than watch them take the rewards without him. As their screaming match hits a boiling point, the towering steel giant suddenly looms directly behind them with its jaws wide. The immense pressure of the beast's roar completely freezes them. Their faces distort in sheer, unadulterated terror. As the giant raises its massive fist to crush them, the system sounds another ominous warning. The steel giant has targeted the bringer of death, Ji-hyun. With absolutely no way left to run, she aims her glowing bow. She screams that they need to stop pointing fingers. Even though her arrow is not fully charged, this is her last shot. Suddenly, Chun-soo bursts into a manic laugh, leaving Ji-hyun completely bewildered. She glares at him, asking what he is doing. She turns to demand what is wrong with him, only to see him flash an incredibly creepy, unhinged grin. Chun-soo reveals his incredibly wicked side, asking if she really cannot move while charging up her powerful skill. Ji-hyun turns completely pale, her eyes widening in pure panic as she realizes his terrible plan and asks what he is doing. Her heart stops as tears stream down, screaming for him to stay away. But Chun-soo completely ignores her desperate cries. He ruthlessly grabs her arm and starts dragging her along like a rag doll, leaving behind some incredibly cold-blooded words. Reminding her that she only needs 10 more seconds, he runs. Right then, the massive steel giant swings a devastating punch. But Chun-soo has already slung her over his shoulder, sprinting away from the attack with a wildly joyful grin on his face. Bouncing wildly on his shoulder, the sweating archer cannot believe her eyes. There is no way his speed is this insanely fast. How can he match Onwoo, the legendary shadow assassin? Meanwhile, his status screen displays level 31 summoner with strength 31, stamina 2, agility 26, intelligence 1, and luck 0. Kim Chun-soo proudly brags that he dumped every single point into his agility. Even a dedicated assassin wouldn't go all in on speed. He might not be an assassin, but his movement speed is definitely elite. He can easily outrun almost anyone on the field. Right on cue, the system window pops up with one new Boblinlin point. Smugly analyzing the screen, he realizes their little argument rewarded him with a point. But wait, is he really that terrible? Wondering if the Boblinlin Lord only rewards him for acting like a total monster, he suddenly screams out in pure frustration. Asking if the system is seriously blaming him, he grumbles. Right then, Ji Hyun begins to glow with a brilliant, blinding light. She screams that her skill is fully charged. Kim Chun-soo urges her to fire, but she immediately snaps back at him. Telling him to stop rushing her, she points out that aiming at this ridiculous speed is absolutely not easy. Sweat pours down her tense face in this make-or-break moment. If they miss this shot, everything is completely over. Begging her not to say such scary things, Kim Chun-soo grins wickedly and continues running for his life, shouting with absolute greed. Kim Chun-soo vows to make the giant pay 100 times over for his lost health and that precious high-grade healing stone. Gathering a storm of terrifying howling winds, the steel giant lets out a deafening roar and prepares to strike down. Shockwaves tear the earth apart, throwing massive debris everywhere. Suddenly, the system screen flashes with her archer skill. Charging her one-shot death strike, Ji Hyun hangs on while Kim Chun-soo dashes forward. But her health has hit rock bottom. Exactly 1% of her health remains on her status screen. Kim Chun-soo goes wild, screaming at her to end it now. Reacting to the threat, the boss raises its massive arms and roars, preparing its ultimate area of effect skill. Let's see how they survive this next move. World Destroyer is activated by the steel giant. Instantly, an overwhelming shower of massive boulders begins raining down on them. Giant rocks rain down like a terrifying meteor shower. Kim Chun-soo looks up at the falling disaster, completely frozen in shock. Gasping at the hidden skill, he frantically assesses the battlefield. It is an unavoidable attack covering every single direction. Left with only 1% health, Ji Hyun is doomed. Since Kim Chun-soo already resurrected once, he only has 100 health left. Standing on the brink of death, they will both be wiped out by a single hit. Ji Hyun desperately draws her bow. Blinding debris fills the air, throwing her into total panic because she cannot lock onto the target through this heavy storm. Right at this life-or-death moment, Kim Chun-soo mutters that his brain is showing him something. Ji Hyun hopefully asks if it is a solution. Instead, Kim Chun-soo just closes his eyes, admitting that it is actually just random childhood memories playing in his head. Wake up, Ji Hyun screams, reminding him that his entire life is literally flashing right before his eyes at this moment. Suddenly, a sharp-clawed green hand tears through the dungeon's very space, accompanied by continuous crackling bolts of lightning. Bursting through the tier, a massive Boblinlin appears with an insane 99 million damage counter floating right above its head. Creepy, sticking out its tongue, it laughs, leaving Kim Chun-soo completely stunned. But he immediately starts screaming at his sluggish summon. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he demands to know what took so long, feeling like a week passed since summoning. Frozen in absolute shock, Ji Hyun stares at this bizarre, terrifying creature that just ripped through dimensions with immense, overwhelming power. Watching the stone shatter against the dimensional rift, she is utterly speechless. What on earth did she just witness? Damaging the dungeon's actual space just to enter seems completely impossible. Is this some kind of secret legendary skill? Ruthlessly grabbing the opportunity, Kim Chun-soo pounces on his short little Boblinlin summon and holds it directly over his head. 0 damage numbers pop up on the Boblinlin's back. Grinning, Kim Chun-soo screams out, calling it his ultimate meat shield. Gathering its remaining strength, the steel giant glows with a blinding golden light, roaring furiously for a final clash. Smirking confidently behind his sturdy shield, Kim Chun-soo mocks the boss, telling it those are some pretty noisy last words. Charging her final arrow with a brilliant blazing energy, Ji Hyun prepares. Kim Chun-soo bellows that the time has finally come. The climax is here. A wind-splitting arrow explodes forward, tearing right through the giant monster as the system displays the legendary bow skill. One-shot kill is fully charged, popping a massive damage stat of 22,524 right onto the screen. The boss's thick armor shatters completely, releasing dark, shadowy energy that signals the end of the line. At last, the hulking monstrosity collapses entirely, turning into a heap of useless scrap metal. The system generously displays a glorious message: you cleared the hidden dungeon. The steel giant's chamber. Ji Hyun lets out a deep breath of relief, cheering that they actually won and cleared the hidden dungeon. Just then, the system alerts that Ji-hyun the Deathbringer leaped from level 27 to level 31. Right as that happens, Kim Chun-soo lands on the ground in an incredibly bizarre posture. Meanwhile, the glowing system announces Boblinlin summoner Kim Chun-soo has also jumped from level 31 to 34. He lunges forward, his eyes wide with pure greed as he screams maniacally, "Give me the rewards, hand them over right now." The system screen then flashes a notice that all fallen party members are resurrected after completing the raid. Yoon Hyuk steps up, asking gently if everyone is alright and safe. Over on the other side, Pon spits and wipes his mouth, muttering that he still tastes blood, but luckily that is the worst of it. If that boss had been even a few levels higher, they would have been in real trouble. Suddenly, a panicked shout rings out. Wait, that sneaky old man Seung Rail is not breathing. But the system pops up with a sarcastic tip, suggesting that giving him a solid punch will wake him right up. Once they all regroup, Eun-hyuk turns to them with a serious look. Yoon-hyuk demands to know if anyone wants to explain what just happened. In response, Kim Chun-soo is cowering like a guilty dog. He clutches his precious spoils close, backing away defensively and screeching at them to stay back. Watching this absolute mess, Ji-hyun sighs in pure disbelief, asking why on earth the guy is acting so crazy, while the others try to find the words. Well, about that, it actually started the moment Kim Chun-soo landed to celebrate his massive jump to level 34. Right after that, a cold flashing green notification appeared, telling him he still did not meet the requirements for the hidden class. Ji-hyun remembers that exact moment. She was shocked and deeply disappointed, whispering to herself that she still had not met the requirements. She stared bitterly at the glowing interface, wondering if even clearing a hidden dungeon was not enough to get what she wanted. Frowning, Kim Chun-soo started analyzing the situation. It seems just like when they had to gain the Boblinlin Lord's favor to advance. They cannot progress any further unless they complete specific hidden conditions that are locked deep inside the dungeon itself. Recalling the way the Boblinlin was thrown, he realized that as long as they meet the criteria, they can advance. They do not even need to defeat the boss first. Fighting the big bad after getting the hidden class is way more logical. He is highly curious about what that secret class actually is, but wondering about it now will not do any good. Right now, his eyes burn with pure greed as he spots the loot, completely losing control as he grabs it. He screams that the reward belongs to him and him alone. Cut back to the present, and Ji-hyun tries to intervene. Jae-hyun tells him to wait. Sure, they landed the final blow, but everyone fought hard together in this raid. They need to discuss things and split the loot fairly. But Kim Chun-soo is not listening to a single word. He clutches the bow tightly to his chest, growling like a rabid animal protecting its fresh kill from intruders. Ji-hyun sighs helplessly, telling Eun-hyuk that he has been acting like a psycho ever since leaving the leader completely speechless. He wonders if this guy is actually Gollum, muttering about his precious treasure. Stepping in to defuse the tension, Eun-hyuk calmly states that the dungeon raid is officially complete. He acknowledges they received help from Kim Chun-soo's side twice already. Their goal is achieved, and they have no intention of getting greedy over any extra loot that dropped. Kim Chun-soo freezes in shock, asking if they are actually serious. Suddenly, old man Seung Rail leaps back to his feet. The system announces he has activated his sneaky skill. The old man grumbles that he told him they should not have started this. He curses Eun-hyuk under his breath. Realizing he was just played like a fool, Kim Chun-soo loses his mind completely. The summoner screams in rage, yelling that he knew they would betray him, and not just once but twice. Yoon-hyuk and his crew release a suffocating wave of killing intent. He coldly warns him that putting him down is easy. If they wanted to use force, they would have done it already. He truly does not care if Kim Chun-soo takes all the loot. The loot screen shows 3 broken steel shards, 1 high-purity steel ingot, and a unique item, the Steel Giant's Great Bow. Yoon-hyuk casually points out that the bow is actually a unique tier item, which makes it incredibly rare and valuable. Kim Chun-soo is left completely speechless, but he still clutches the massive weapon tightly, stubbornly asking what of it. Yoon-hyuk mockingly fires back, pointing out that since Kim Chun-soo is not even an archer, he will probably just burn it for firewood. Wait, what? Kim Chun-soo broke into a cold sweat, staring at the status screen displaying the untradeable status restricted only to archers. He yelled in sheer frustration. He knew he could not sell a unique item or use it without the proper class, but he still stubbornly clutched the bow, whining that he wanted it while everyone else already had theirs. His teammate snapped, warning him to stop being greedy and just give it to Ji-hyun. Suddenly, Kim Chun-soo's eyes darkened. A sly smile crept onto his face as he laid out his terms. Fine, he would give her this weapon, but in exchange he wanted something else. Eun-hyuk muttered in complete confusion what. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo slowly stood straight up with the weapon in hand. He explained that since it was untradeable, that actually made it priceless. He gripped the bow tightly, throwing his head back to laugh wickedly like a true villain. If he kept this item, who would be the one suffering? In the end, they would have to buy this item back from him. The old man Sung Rail broke into a cold sweat, gasping in shock. Don't tell me he endured everything until this moment, just to sell that item. Watching Kim Chun-soo and the goblin laugh hysterically, the old man shuddered in pure disgust, thinking how despicable he was, recalling that monster from back then. In reality, the poor little goblin was hiding behind a rock, squealing in fear because the system rules forced them to team up. Meanwhile, Ji Hyun carefully slung the giant bow onto her shoulder. The level 31 archer let out a heavy sigh, complaining about how heavy it felt. Carrying the unique steel giant great bow she now possessed, the untradeable weapon used by the hidden boss before it, became corrupted. Once the trade finished, Kim Chun-soo thanked On Hyuk, who immediately replied on behalf of Evaton, stating that he had a real natural talent for getting on people's nerves. After that, the assassin curiously asked where he would go once they finally got out of here. Kim Chun-soo smirked, asking if that was not completely obvious. He grinned wickedly, adding that he was heading somewhere far away from all of them. Yoon Hyuk scoffed, calling him completely twisted, though the assassin actually ended up nodding along, admitting that sounded like a pretty good idea. Urging the group to set off, they all began walking, and Ji Han turned back smiling warmly to say goodbye before heading out with her fellow guild members. Left behind, Kim Chun-soo happily high-fived his summoned beast to celebrate. The system screen officially recorded that Kim Chun-soo had successfully cleared the entire hidden boss raid. He rubbed his chin, plotting. It was a shame to lose that unique bow, but he could not use it anyway. In exchange, he obtained something far more useful. The system then displayed the Thief Glove, a consumable item capable of stealing anything for a one-time use. He then raised a glowing stone in his hand, laughing slyly because the real profit was this high-purity steel. After all, until quite recently, he was still just a regular mining player. Those fools were way too focused on the unique weapon to realize the true value of this material. He stared down, laughing heartily at the broken fragments and high-purity steel in his hands. Forget that unique weapon. This was all he ever really needed. Besides, they were the ones who betrayed him first, so this was totally fair. Not long after Kim Chun-soo arrived at the bustling Phoenix Elbasa market in the magnificent city of Fiorendal, gasping in awe as he looked around. There were so many high-level players wearing gear he had never even seen before, making him wonder how much money they made from grinding. Kim Chun-soo took a deep breath of the air, his face twisting with greed as he yelled that he could smell the money, yet he suddenly became serious, gritting his teeth. Paying off his debt was important, but he absolutely had to upgrade his equipment first. Even if it was a hidden boss, getting taken out by a single strike from a monster 9 levels lower than him was a massive shock. Looking at his current gear, he tried to defend himself, noting he had been wearing this same armor since level 3. He froze in complete disbelief, wondering why this tattered old armor only added a defense of -1. Suddenly, the goblin tugged at his pants, squealing loudly and making him snap in frustration. What now? Kim Chun-soo turned around with a terrifying threat, warning the creature that if it caused any trouble in this town. But then, he froze, staring at a giant white-furred beast with razor-sharp fangs, making him scream in terror, wondering if it was a monster. He hid behind his tiny goblin, trembling and shouting, "Damn it, why is there a boss-level monster in this place?" begging his little goblin for protection. Just then, a sweet voice chimed in, expressing surprise at seeing someone with a goblin as a summon. Sitting gracefully atop the giant beast was the beautiful level 76 summoner Irene, who smiled and asked if that was his summoned beast. Kim Chun-soo stands there completely dazed, muttering to himself, "Is someone riding that giant beast? Is it actually a summoned monster?" The beautiful elf notices and gently reassures him, "Relax. There's no need to be on guard around me and Sen." But Kim Chun-soo still shrieks in terror. Look at it, the giant creature is literally drooling all over the place. Cold sweat pours down his face. Her pressure is insane. He does not even need to fight her to know that. He quickly runs the numbers in his head. Even compared to elite groups like the Everton Guild, most stand 0 chance. While he panics, Irene leans down from her mount with a gentle smile. She asks if she can know his name. Flattered, Kim Chun-soo immediately puffs out his chest. He proudly points a thumb at himself to introduce his epic name. But Irene quickly corrects him. No, she was actually asking about the screaming little goblin standing right next to him. She heard him call the little guy Boblinlin earlier. The elf blinks, her voice shifting to a soft, concerned tone. Has he really not named the poor baby yet? Kim Chun-soo quickly steps back, turning away to scoff at the ridiculous question. Who actually wastes time naming a summoned monster? And besides, how could anyone honestly call this ugly green thing cute? Irene giggles gently, patting her massive beast. She warns him that one-sided relationships never last, urging him to look down. The tiny summon has his arms spread wide, fiercely shielding Kim Chun-soo from any danger. What a loyal little guy. He instantly took an aggressive battle stance to protect his master, even though Kim Chun-soo never bothered to name him. Irene rides past him, offering a knowing, mysterious smile. She hopes he will not be so boring when they next meet. She calls out to her giant beast to move. Watching her massive mount disappear into the distance, Kim Chun-soo can only fume. He yells after her, saying he does not need her advice anyway. He and his goblin are doing just fine. A little while later at the blacksmith shop, the burly smith is sweating profusely, staring in absolute shock at Kim Chun-soo. He points at Kim Chun-soo's trash gear. The blunt blacksmith Humphrey crosses his arms and does not hold back. He says wearing actual garbage would be an upgrade. Kim Chun-soo scratches his head, feeling totally embarrassed by the roast. He tries to explain that is exactly why he came to buy better gear. Humphrey just snorts, grabbing an item. He tells Kim Chun-soo that good gear is too advanced for trash but offers a sturdy steel chestplate on the screen. It costs a ridiculous 350 gold. Kim Chun-soo quickly converts that to about $40 in real cash. Even with a maxed out summon, it is game over if the summoner gets taken down first. He needs defense. Survival is key, meaning he absolutely needs basic protection. Without wasting any more time, Kim Chun-soo decides to buy it. He decisively slams his finger on the glowing blue buy button. Humphrey crosses his arms, letting out a grunt. He admits Kim Chun-soo has a decent eye for gear, claiming he used only the finest steel for idiots like him. Kim Chun-soo can only roll his eyes. Damn old man. He is definitely living up to his reputation as a jerk. A moment later, Kim Chun-soo proudly equips his brand new polished chestplate. He admires his reflection, feeling like a boss. But the excitement vanishes instantly. His body locks up completely. Kim Chun-soo screams that this junk is actual trash. He cannot move an inch. Humphrey just snaps back, saying weaklings like him are better off staying completely still. A system notification pops up. The heavy armor requires a strength stat of 24, but Kim Chun-soo's strength is only 4. The massive weight keeps him pinned to the floor. In total despair, he grits his teeth, realizing his mistake. He poured all his stats into agility to face the steel giant. He has no choice but to resell it. Humphrey gets a smug look on his face as a sell button appears above his head. He laughs contemptuously. He offers to buy back the premium armor for a measly 30 gold. Kim Chun-soo is completely shell-shocked by the offer. Seriously, can you believe this guy is actually getting scammed by a virtual shop NPC? Talk about terrible luck. While he is fuming, a giant glowing yellow exclamation mark suddenly materializes in the air. Kim Chun-soo points at it. He asks the blacksmith about the weird glowing mark above his head. But the old man just blinks in confusion. Humphrey starts bending down frantically, searching the floor. Kim Chun-soo just watches him utterly speechless. What is he doing? The blacksmith holds up some tiny tools, sweating as he panics. His smithing hammer is lost, ruining everything. Kim Chun-soo looks at the massive row of perfectly fine hammers sitting right on the workbench and points them out. But the stubborn NPC yells that those are not the same. He specifically needs his favorite hammer back right now. He claims the tool is definitely hidden deep inside the underground waterway dungeon located right at the village entrance. He demands that Kim Chun-soo go fetch it. A new quest window immediately pops up, tasking him with finding the lost hammer. The reward allows him to process materials to craft armor, making Kim Chun-soo suddenly sit up. So this quest unlocks material processing, turning raw materials into actual armor. His eyes widen in realization. Wait, is that why hidden boss drops are so expensive? Looking at the broken steel and high-purity metal sitting in his inventory, the gears in his head start spinning. He flashes a calculating grin. Those raw ingredients cost a fortune, but processing them into gear himself will make him rich. Wearing a devious smirk, he hits the accept button on Humphrey's troublesome quest and reviews the details once more. The underground aqueduct, right? Standing at the village entrance with his goblin, he folds his arms and starts plotting his move. Now watch, here is where his plan takes shape. Other players would only drag him down and slow his progress. With a confident laugh, he boasts that clearing an easy dungeon like this will take him less than 30 minutes. Before he can even finish his sentence, an angry shout barks from behind, calling him an idiot for just standing there. Kim Chun-soo whips his head around, utterly baffled, just as a system alert pops up with some very specific quest conditions. The trash-talking level 13 NPC Humphrey appears, dual-wielding hammers and screaming at him to go get his hammer right this second. A glaring warning states the quest fails instantly if Humphrey dies, making Kim Chun-soo lose his mind and demand to know why the old man is following him. He looks helplessly at the loud blacksmith and groans. If this guy dies, it is game over. Total disaster. Now he has to babysit a level 13 deadweight. Talk about a massive unexpected headache. Naturally, Humphrey keeps nagging. He tells Kim Chun-soo to stop staring and start moving. Kim Chun-soo can only grimace, trying to figure out a quick workaround. He realizes he does not need to play by the old man's rules. His high agility stats mean he can move incredibly fast. He can just ignore the trash mobs and rush straight to the boss. Without wasting another second, he charges ahead. Dashing off, he smugly tells the old man to keep up. He knows exactly how these annoying NPC escort quests work. They usually follow you everywhere, but if you outrun them by a wide margin, they will eventually just freeze in place. He plans to exploit this trick and leave the blacksmith safely at the entrance. But then a red warning flash ruins everything. Humphrey is under attack. Kim Chun-soo whips his head back in absolute horror. Turns out the level 13 old man is trading blows. He is fighting level 30 disease rats and level 31 mutant slimes, yelling at them for daring to face the great Humphrey. Kim Chun-soo panics, sprinting back while screaming at the lunatic to back off and stop fighting. He has no choice. He halts and quickly summons his trusty goblin helper. In a flash, the small green summon springs into action. It dashes forward, swinging its wooden club with absolute force, unleashing a relentless barrage of massive damage numbers. 99,000 damage pops up, wiping out everything, all while the old blacksmith is still yelling uselessly in the back. The goblin smugly sticks out its tongue, standing over piles of loot like mutant slime jelly and disease rat claws. Seeing the drops, Humphrey beats his chest and boasts that those monsters were absolutely no match for him. Kim Chun-soo stands right behind him, glaring daggers, telling him to drop the act and just stay put. Then a sudden shift. Humphrey freezes, his eyes widening in sudden panic as he senses a powerful presence charging forward headfirst once again. From behind, Kim Chun-soo lets out a heavy sigh, wondering if he should just let the monsters finish the old geezer. Talk about an absolute liability. The guy keeps charging in like he is immortal. Maybe he should leave the goblin to protect him. But if he recalls the goblin later and the NPC gets killed, the quest is instantly ruined. There is no other way. Kim Chun-soo shouts to his summoned companion, announcing a sudden change of plans for the rest of their dungeon run. They are going to clear every single monster on their path to keep this loudmouth alive. Up ahead, Humphrey stands cornered. Facing a horde of giant black rats, the old blacksmith brandishes his twin hammers and curses them out. They took over the forge and even stole his hammer. With a roar, he swings his weapon and charges right in. He screams that he will wipe them all out, but the tiny goblin actually does all the heavy lifting. Massive damage numbers fill the screen as the goblin goes on a wild rampage. He yells for them to take his secret technique, but the goblin is clearly doing all the real damage. The old man spins through the air like a top, boasting about finally being able to unleash his full power. But every bit of damage is coming from the goblin below. Watching this bizarre display, Kim Chun-soo just stands there. He grins, realizing that although this slow escort method takes longer, it is definitely the safest route. At least the troublesome old man will stay alive. Suddenly, Humphrey turns around with burning rage, growling at the enemy. He demands to know why they are looking down on him, leaving a completely baffled Kim Chun-soo to point out nobody is doing that. The old man keeps rambling. Before becoming a blacksmith, he strains his neck and bellows an earth-shattering cry, claiming he was once a proud warrior. Instantly, the system alerts him that his war cry skill is active, drawing massive aggression from nearby monsters. Kim Chun-soo panics and screams that this has to be a joke. Sure enough, a colossal skeleton slowly emerges from the thick fog. Wearing a glowing crown, the giant beast lets out a deafening roar, while its hollow eyes burn with a deadly red light. Level 35 King Skoten and his skeletal minions have arrived. Yet, Humphrey casually wonders if his mighty voice just woke up the dead. He claims things are finally getting interesting, leaving a completely speechless Kim Chun-soo to quietly curse him in his head. Did that stupid skill just aggro monsters that were completely ignoring them? Kim Chun-soo is absolutely losing his mind here. He screams in the old man's face, asking if he made this quest harder on purpose. Kim Chun-soo is seriously pissed off now. He warns the old man that this better be the last troll. Just then, the goblin's pale green hand tosses a stone into the air. It catches the rock with absolute grip strength, winds up and hurls it forward at a terrifying velocity. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo hisses a threat. Stay out of my way or else. Suddenly, the flying rock obliterates the skeleton army. Absolute annihilation, a massive 9 million damage number pops up. Kim Chun-soo growls to finish his sentence, swearing he will wipe out absolutely everyone in sight and abandon this stupid quest. 3 hours later, a completely exhausted Kim Chun-soo trudges forward, cursing that damn old blacksmith for never ending his endless trolling. Escorting him is basically running a deadly hidden dungeon solo. Yet the system suddenly alerts him of a massive level up. He shoots up to level 37, while Humphrey continues boasting about his own greatness. Suddenly, Kim Chun-soo touches a stone wall and pauses. He detects a strange noise and hesitates, but the old blacksmith suddenly gasps in pure panic and screams for him to dodge. He warns him about a trap. Right then, a strange gleam flashes from the dark corridor where a sewer cap trigger lies. Sharp golden arrows cut through the air, launching right at them. Kim Chun-soo shrieks in terror and immediately grabs the poor goblin. He holds the creature out as a meat shield to block the oncoming barrage, landing a lucky save. He blinks in shock. Gasping for breath, he wonders why the trap suddenly triggered since he did not touch a single thing on the floor. But looking down, the camera reveals the old blacksmith standing proudly on a giant skull-shaped floor switch. Humphrey is caught red-handed with an arrow impaled deep into his chest, blood dripping as he starts yelling at them instead. He calls them cowards, while his health bar plummets to absolute zero, screaming that they only care about their own skins. Hearing those words, Kim Chun-soo turns around with a completely twisted expression, staring back with a dark, terrifying grin. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. The annoying blacksmith has been poisoned. No way he actually dies here, right? Tragic damage numbers flash rapidly on screen down to 2010, and finally, a prompt confirms Humphrey is dead. Kim Chun-soo breaks down completely and starts sprinting in absolute panic, screaming his lungs out that he wants to murder him. Even though the old man is already dead, Kim Chun-soo swears he will find a way to kill him all over again. He keeps shouting in frustration. Meanwhile, high up on a rooftop, a man in a suit narrows his eyes, watching closely. The suited man coldly whispers that he has finally found his target, slowly spelling out the name Kim Chun-soo. Back in the dungeon, Kim Chun-soo slides right in front of Humphrey, screeching to a halt while yelling the old man's name. The old man stares at his equipment and breaks into a sly grin, ready to toss another round of insults. He asks why his gear looks like trash, provoking Kim Chun-soo to snap back and ask if those are his last words. But instead of arguing, the blacksmith softly thanks him for bringing back his lost crafting hammer. Kim Chun-soo is caught off guard, his angry face dropping into complete confusion as he asks if that is really it. After an awkward silence, he screams in shock when a sudden system window pops up right in front of him. It announces the successful completion of the quest to recover Humphrey's hammer, officially unlocking the item crafting feature. Kim Chun-soo stands jaw-dropped, asking where the hammer even came from. Humphrey yells that it dropped from the very first boss monster. He calls him an idiot, prompting a furious Kim Chun-soo to grab his collar and demand why he did not say so earlier. The old man shrugs, stating the only thing worth telling him is that he is still hot garbage. Turning around, he begins hammering away, preaching that gear quality is directly proportional to a blacksmith's sweat. Golden sparks fly everywhere from the high-purity metal as the old man proudly tells him to watch and learn. Standing amidst roaring flames, the blacksmith puffs out his chest and declares that when legendary materials meet a master hand, the item will be reborn. But just as he crosses his arms to celebrate his perfect creation, things go sideways. A true masterpiece of gear is born. Talk about casting pearls before swine, it leaves Kim Chun-soo completely speechless as he tries to argue. The blacksmith claims quality depends on how much sweat you pour, yet he did not sweat a drop, prompting the old man to immediately snap back. He says that is exactly why this is considered low-grade junk. But the moment Kim Chun-soo touches the new armor, cold sweat starts dripping down. Shaking all over, he stammers out that this was crafted from a super rare drop, something only obtainable from an exclusive raid. We are talking a hidden boss raid, which is even scarcer than a hidden dungeon. He slips on the rare blue steel light armor glowing bright. He stands out in the crowd, shouting with joy. It is his very first rare armor, even if the stats are a gamble with a 1% chance. That tiny chance triggers a world-shattering crush move whenever he gets hit. Right then, old Humphrey cocks his chin, proudly declaring this one is on the house. He tells him not to get all mushy and thank him, which immediately ruffles Kim Chun-soo's feathers, making him snap back that he was not going to anyway. Yeah, he had zero plans to thank the old man anyway. Suddenly, a cold system notification flashes bright red, warning that player killing mode is active. Right on cue, a dark, murderous shadow creeps up behind Kim Chun-soo. A mysterious stranger in a sharp suit lunges forward, throwing a massive punch. The fist rips through the air, sending Kim Chun-soo into a screaming panic as he barely dodges. Dripping sweat, he mutters, "What the hell is this? A player killer." The guy literally attacked him out of thin air. The suited assassin draws a thin blade, calmly assessing the situation. He says he is surprised Kim Chun-soo dodged his sneak attack, admitting he must be strong enough to have nearly killed his lady. Kim Chun-soo scratches his head, playing it cool by claiming he put points into agility before suddenly snapping out of it and getting defensive. No, wait. What does he think he is doing? Who even is this lady? The suited assassin furrows his brows, completely unconvinced. He asks if Kim Chun-soo is playing dumb, pressing his sword tip forward with a piercing cold glare from behind his glasses as he speaks. He notes that the last person she partied with was Kim Chun-soo, yet he still tries to deny it. Suddenly, he swings his blade. The slash forces Kim Chun-soo to duck and cover his head, screaming in sheer terror. But the assassin keeps pressing him, demanding answers. He asks if Kim Chun-soo is seriously claiming he does not know the name Catherine Lai. Suddenly, Kim Chun-soo freezes as the name registers. Wait, Catherine Lai memories immediately come rushing back to him, showing a beautiful white-haired female mage who used to cling tightly to his arm. Kim Chun-soo remembers her as that mage girl from the mine dungeon. He frantically waves his hands to explain, begging him to hold on. This has to be a joke. He does not know what she said, but he was the real victim who got backstabbed and betrayed first. The suited assassin pauses, turning back to stare in absolute disbelief. He asks if Kim Chun-soo seriously just called himself the victim. His face falls into shadow as fury erupts from his eyes. Kim Chun-soo is standing there completely fine and healthy, yet she is suffering. She is in a vegetative state, lying in a coma with absolutely zero response, and yet he has the nerve to play the victim. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes rolling back in sheer shock as he mutters if she really is comatose. He recalls her getting completely smashed into the dirt by that boss, realizing the raw damage from Geiger must have been devastating. But now she is in a coma, and he is getting blamed for it. No way. There is no way he is taking the fall. Kim Chun-soo screams at the top of his lungs, desperately trying to clear his name. That boss Geiger is the one to blame here. He did absolutely nothing wrong. The assassin coldly aims his sword tip forward. His patience has run completely thin. Guilt is not for Kim Chun-soo to decide after what happened to her. With that, the assassin lunges forward, thrusting his blade straight at his chest. He screams in fury, shouting that the succession of the great Samyang group's heir has been thrown into complete chaos. But right after landing that massive blow, the assassin breaks into his sweat, backing off while cursing this total idiot. He is shocked to find his attack did zero damage. None. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo is crouching right behind a goblin meat shield. His face twists into an incredibly sinister mad grin. He asks if the daughter of the Samyang group's chairman is currently unwell. The goblin squeals in total confusion. Suddenly, Kim Chun-soo's mind is flooded with images of high-end luxury cars and smart tech. Floating gadgets represent the massive Samyang group. Gazing at the imaginary golden coins raining down, Kim Chun-soo starts putting the pieces together. Cell phones, semiconductors, they are an absolute global powerhouse. Working for them basically means you have won at the game of life. They are a massive global player. Getting hired by them is so prestigious that people would say you have won at life. Back in reality, a butler stands with folded arms watching Catherine lie as she rests in a hospital bed hooked up to a ventilator. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo's brain is working overtime. The daughter of the chairman of a giant conglomerate is currently in a hospital bed, all because she played a game and teamed up with him. The suited man glares solemnly at Kim Chun-soo sitting right across from him. He demands to know if she was really attacked by a level 80 monster inside a hidden dungeon, keeping his eyes locked on him. Cold sweat dripping, Kim Chun-soo frantically waves his hands to explain that it was likely some kind of mental shock or whatever they call it. The butler narrows his eyes with deep suspicion, leaning in to press him on how exactly he managed to escape unharmed. How did you survive? Didn't you say you were only level 3? Looking back at the dying girl on the bed, he presses on. She is nearly level 40 and suffered this. How did you possibly walk away without a single scratch? Cornered, Kim Chun-soo chuckles nervously to buy some time. Well, my class suddenly changed to a hidden one. That hidden class is how I escaped. I met Mai, who was actually supposed to get that class instead of me. But you know how it is. Kim Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat, thinking it is a sick joke. All those doctors couldn't save her. If it were me, I would have died instantly. Hearing this, the butler adjusts his glasses, eyes full of suspicion. A level 3 escaping unharmed just because of a hidden class. I know for a fact that hidden classes are not everything. Kim Chun-soo scratches his head with an awkward laugh. Right, of course. But anyway, are her chances of waking up really that low? The suited butler snaps back, instantly telling him to watch his tongue because she is still alive, merely unconscious. Recalling the hopeless diagnoses, the butler sighs. The best doctors in the world treated her, yet their answers were all the same. He does not understand why she will not wake up when they have clearly done everything they can. Seeing his despair, Kim Chun-soo cautiously asks if they can only wait for her to wake up. The butler leans in, his voice dropping low. But before he can finish, Kim Chun-soo interrupts casually, suggesting since she was hurt in a game, why not try treating her inside it? Hearing this suggestion, the butler pushes his glasses up, his expression turning stone cold as he orders Kim Chun-soo to keep talking. Under that intense gaze, Kim Chun-soo starts nervously spinning a lie. Well, I remember reading an article about a similar case. It happened over in America. Some retired player fell into a comatose state just like this after a bad run. Suddenly, Kim Chun-soo taps his chin, acting like he just remembered a key detail. Right, their family had completely given up hope. But then that person miraculously woke up while they were practically at death's door. It was something crazy like that. Internally, he is sweating bullets, knowing he is pulling this story completely out of thin air. The actual success rate of this? It is incredibly low, probably 9.9 million to 1. He knows he is totally scamming this powerful man. Talk about playing with fire, he actually grabs the butler's hand and asks if trying something is better than nothing. Besides, your lady lied to me first, didn't she? Hearing this bold remark, the butler's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. He is stunned by this kid's pure audacity. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo maintains a deadpan, serious face to sell his desperate lie. Back inside the game, Catherine Lai stands perfectly still, her eyes completely lifeless and unresponsive to her surroundings. Standing next to his goblin, summoned Kim Chun-soo stares at her with his jaw dropped. They actually allowed a comatose person to log in. They must be incredibly desperate to try this. But looking at her, he strokes his chin with a sudden wave of anxiety. If they ever find out he made all of this up, they will definitely have him killed. Kim Chun-soo paces around Catherine Lai's empty shell. He scoffs under his breath. Cure her consciousness with a video game? What a complete load of absolute garbage. He has never heard of anything so ridiculous. Suddenly, his face twists into a wildly devious grin. But there is a bright side. At least that massive corporation will see him as the hero who tried his best to save her. He pumps his fist in pure excitement. His goblin summon squeaks along with him in approval. Kim Chun-soo smugly schemes, would they really ignore the guy who did everything to save her? If she actually wakes up, he will be set for life. And if she doesn't, well, who cares anyway? Kim Chun-soo approaches Catherine Lai, lifting her chin with a sly, devious smirk. He will put on the performance of a lifetime for them. He will pretend to try his hardest. Then after enough time passes, he will go back and deliver the tragic news. Shifting his face into a mask of fake grief, he will whisper that they might want to sit down for this. Kim Chun-soo clutches his stomach and laughs hysterically at his own brilliant plan. He really is an absolute genius. Turning back to the stunning but lifeless mage, he rests his chin on his hand. He needs a way to move her around. How can he escort her when she cannot even walk? Suddenly, Kim Chun-soo claps his hands together as an idea hits him. He barks out his master plan, prompting his little goblin to squeak in excitement. Within moments, Catherine Lai's high heels begin to move. She drags her feet forward like a mindless puppet. Kim Chun-soo nods in satisfaction, noting she will follow him if forced. But as he literally ties her to a leash and drags her through a crowded town square, he starts sweating nervously. Is this actually fine? He shudders as the surrounding players begin whispering and glaring at him with utter disgust. Look at this sick freak using a goblin to drag a helpless female player around. He is absolute trash. I hope he gets banned or worse. Kim Chun-soo screams internally as the heavy insults pile on. This is not going well. Suddenly, an angry mob of players blocks his path. Kim Chun-soo panics, waving his hands to explain that they have it all wrong. Kim Chun-soo claims he is close with the girl, but a muscular thug growls back, questioning if that is how anyone actually treats a close friend. How about we become best friends so I can beat you to a pulp? Kim Chun-soo stands there utterly dazed, his face completely twisted in pure panic. Damn it, they are totally misunderstanding, he screams inside. This is exactly like what happened in the last town. Right in the middle of this mess, a loud voice suddenly booms out from an old man to break up the tension. He yells to follow him, making Kim Chun-soo flinch in surprise. Who are you? Kim Chun-soo demands, but the bald old man just waves his hands, shouting that there is absolutely no time to explain. Explain yourself right now, if you want to keep living, Kim Chun-soo growls. Slipping into a quiet alley, the old man strokes his beard thoughtfully. I never expected to cross paths with you again, the elder mutters. Kim Chun-soo crosses his arms, glaring back at Seemgun, that cunning accomplice. The old man looks down and mutters, so you are the one who summoned that goblin. Kim Chun-soo narrows his eyes in absolute caution. Just because I got out of trouble does not mean I trust any of you, he coldly demands. What is the Everton Guild plotting here? The old man snorts, telling him not to misunderstand. They only gathered back then for a raid, and their guild rarely travels together. Kim Chun-soo just clicks his tongue. Whatever he says. Meanwhile, while the smug goblin wiggles beside him, he keeps pushing. You are the information broker for the Everton Guild, right? Why not give me some useful intel since I know nothing about this area? The old man quickly raises a warning finger to his lips. Sheesh, we must go somewhere else if you want to learn about Furendel. He turns, clasping his hands behind his back. He gestures to follow him deeper. Suddenly, a bright system window pops up. Player kill mode has been successfully activated. Without a word, Kim Chun-soo throws a heavy punch, leaving a massive swelling lump on the old man's head. The elder winces. I do not know much about Furendel, but the boss raid here is rare, much like the one back in Lep. Players have to meet very specific conditions first. The old man glances over, asking why he is so obsessed with dungeons anyway. Come to think of it, he always gets incredibly furious whenever anything delays his progress regarding these high-level dungeon raids. Breaking into a nervous sweat, Kim Chun-soo quickly tries to cover it up. It is all about the money, he stammers. I need stronger dungeons to make serious cash, he says while secretly cursing inside that he cannot let this guy know his secret. If anyone finds out he is abusing a system bug for cash, he is completely done. The old man sighs and offers some advice. Even if you want stronger dungeons, you have to take it step by step. After all, you only just arrived here. Coincidentally, there is an area in Phoenix El Bassa where you can finally unlock the main quests of this entire game. Many high-level players have not even, but before the elder can finish, Kim Chun-soo screams out, his face twisted in absolute excitement. Yes, that is it, the main quest. If I clear those, I will easily unlock those sweet high-tier areas, right? Why did I not think of this sooner? He grins from ear to ear like he just hit the ultimate jackpot. This is perfect, let's move Boblinlin. He bolts instantly, leaving the poor old man tumbling backward onto the hard ground. But the goblin just stands there completely dazed, holding an empty rope with absolutely nobody tied to the other end. Kim Chun-soo spins around, absolutely losing his mind. Where on earth did that girl go? Meanwhile, in a dark street corner, two sketchy guys are cornering and hitting on Catherine's soulless body, wondering why a pretty girl like her is with those losers. We can show you a much better time, sweetheart. Look at the gear she is wearing, it is insanely expensive. Look at her incredibly expensive gear, one thug says, licking his lips greedily. He wonders if she wears this premium stuff everywhere. She is not showing any resistance at all, so she is technically the one at fault here. They smirk, closing in. They reach their creepy hands toward the soulless mage, whispering that they should find some guards to protect her. That would make her feel much safer. They laugh while on the other side of town, Kim Chun-soo is running for his life. He screams at the top of his lungs. Damn it, she is completely unconscious, so even a scratch could end her. If she dies, he is going to take all the blame for this. Just as things reach a boiling point, a system call from the butler suddenly pops up on his screen, asking if the girl is doing all right. Kim Chun-soo pants heavily, trying to assure him, but the butler coldly orders him to show her right now. Frantic, he claims he is busy taking care of her, but the butler frowns, asking why he is breathing so hard. Drenched in sweat, Kim Chun-soo furiously swipes his hand to shut down the screen, yelling that he is too busy right now. He hangs up right as the butler roars in anger. Left staring at the disconnected screen, the butler grinds his teeth. Standing in a field of flowers, he curses that absolute idiot. But right behind him, a warm elderly voice speaks up. Tell him to just let the boy go, asking what is the absolute worst that could possibly happen out there. The butler bows, respectfully apologizing to the chairman for the interruption. Right then, a system window pops up with details. It displays the profile of the silver-haired Master Knight Han Ki-mun, a level 76 knight and chairman of the Exium group. He calmly speaks up. He knows Catherine Lai is the successor, so what could a mere commoner possibly do to her? The butler hesitantly asks why he would entrust her to such a guy when they could just cure her in the game themselves. But the old man just scoffs, asking what cure they are talking about when he knows full well it is impossible. The butler stares in absolute shock. Meanwhile, the chairman coldly states that even if something does happen to Catherine Lai, would it change anything? As a child of the Myung family, she grew up always doing exactly what she was told without question. Looking out at the quiet horizon, the old chairman mutters that the gate of heaven was the only choice she ever made. To her, this virtual world must be a peaceful sanctuary, a place where she can finally be free. He lets out a deep sigh, noting that passing away here is much more peaceful than staring at a cold hospital ceiling. Back in the game, Kim Chun-soo is sprinting down the street, completely out of breath. Meanwhile, his goblin companion struggles to keep up. Carrying its heavy club, the goblin runs right behind him. Kim Chun-soo angrily curses this stupid game for actually adding a stamina mechanic. At this rate, he will never find her because this town is just too massive. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks, breaking into a sweat. He realizes something and pauses. He did nothing wrong during their argument, and besides, he previously earned a goblin point. Grinning, Kim Chun-soo pulls up the goblin skill shop. It turns out he has unlocked a couple of new skills already. He checks out the life share skill, which allows him to use his own health to heal the goblin. Kim Chun-soo frowns, wondering why on earth an invincible summon like his goblin would ever need a healing skill. Then he spots another skill called Goblin Throw, which lets him hurl the creature to any target location. His eyes light up. Throwing his goblin around actually sounds pretty useful. Without wasting a second, he activates his summoning skill to call the creature over. The little monster pops up, completely startled. Before it can react, Kim Chun-soo roughly grabs its head and squeezes its face. He winds up his arm, focuses his strength, and triggers the throwing skill to launch his summon into the sky. Kim Chun-soo releases it with all his might, sending the poor goblin flying high into the deep blue sky. Hurtling through the air at bullet speed, the goblin screams in sheer terror while using its radar to scan the area below. It spots the target and points down toward a dark alley. Kim Chun-soo smirks, throwing up a quick peace sign. So that is where Catherine Lai is hiding. Without wasting a single second, he spins around and sprints straight toward that alleyway. As he runs, a creepy smile spreads across his face as he licks his lips. Hang tight because your savior is coming. Meanwhile, Catherine Lai is standing lifelessly in the dark alleyway, cornered against the cold wall by two strange thugs. They are a level 44 fighter and a level 46 fighter. Hearing footsteps, they turn around to see Kim Chun-soo approaching. One of them sneers, mocking him as that ugly bastard who still has not given up on her. They claim they are the ones who will make her happy, not him. Furious at their words, Kim Chun-soo snaps. He screams back that he did not come here for that, demanding to know who these punks even are. The bearded guy arrogantly styles his hair, claiming they are handsome heroes who love saving damsels in distress. Kim Chun-soo furiously yells at them to stop joking, since they are clearly the ones putting her in danger here. The thug tells him he talks too much before leaping forward to launch a brutal kick straight at his head. He screams for the ugly bastard to die, but Kim Chun-soo simply smirks and effortlessly steps back to dodge the attack. Within seconds, the dust clears to reveal both thugs knocked out cold on the ground. Meanwhile, his goblin companion celebrates. Kim Chun-soo bursts into a wild maniacal laugh, mocking them for losing to someone so incredibly ugly. But as he gloats, an NPC guard armed with a spear hears the commotion from around the corner. The guard frowns, wondering what all the noise is about. Instantly, Kim Chun-soo's maniacal grin completely freezes on his face. Still holding a leash tied around Catherine Lai with his sweaty hands, he realizes he is in deep, deep trouble. The guard charges forward with a furious glare, shouting that he has assaulted 2 people and even kidnapped a woman. He demands to know how Kim Chun-soo expects to get away with committing such heinous, unforgivable crimes. Caught red-handed, Kim Chun-soo panics and stammers that it was all a misunderstanding because the thugs attacked him first. But deep down, he knows that excuse sounds completely ridiculous, and there is no way the guard will buy it. Getting arrested by an NPC means prison, and he cannot afford to waste time. He slowly reaches for his weapon. There was only one guard left. Kim Chun-soo resolved to take him out before reinforcements could arrive, while his goblin companion growled, preparing for battle. Just as tension peaked, old Seong Reol suddenly popped out of nowhere and grabbed his shoulders, asking if he had been here this whole time. The old man claimed to have searched everywhere for him, making Kim Chun-soo yell in shock, demanding to know what that liar was doing there. Leaning in, the old man whispered a warning that killing an NPC guard would escalate things beyond any hope of recovery. He urged Kim Chun-soo to cooperate if he wanted to avoid becoming a wanted man, promising to handle the rest before stepping forward casually. Approaching the guard, the old man loudly praised his hard work, but the suspicious guard merely pointed his spear right at him. The guard demanded to know if they were accomplices and what was hidden behind the old man's back, as Song Ryol secretly ready to bribe. He slipped a massive pouch of gold into the guard's hand, prompting a system notification about gifting NPCs to raise relationship points. Smiling warmly, the old man suggested they keep quiet in exchange for the gift, causing the guard to break into a cold sweat. Stunned by the massive amount of gold, the guard hesitated, but in a sudden twist, he furiously grabbed the old man by his collar instead. He dragged the old man away, yelling, "How dare he try to bribe an honest guard," as the system screen flashed an ominous red. The warning declared that relationship points had plummeted because of a crime, leaving Kim Chun-soo staring in utter disbelief as the old man was dragged off. Speechless, he wondered if the old man had just taken the fall for him, questioning if his companion was actually decent after all. Next, Kim Chun-soo dragged Catherine right up to a massive palace gate, furiously demanding to know why he was being blocked from entering. The guard coldly raised his spear to block them, ignoring Kim Chun-soo's complaints about the main quest line supposedly starting inside this very palace. As he kept arguing, a voice suddenly echoed from behind, telling him not to waste his breath since those doors wouldn't budge anytime soon. Kim Chun-soo spun around and demanded to know who he was, only to find a smug blonde man wearing a flashy yellow cloak. Introducing himself as Sean, the blonde man suddenly gained a massive glowing yellow exclamation mark right above his head. Kim Chun-soo stared in absolute shock, wondering if this flamboyant idiot was actually trying to hand him some sort of quest. Resting his chin on his hand, Sean studied Kim Chun-soo with deep curiosity, having watched him make an absolute scene at the gates earlier. He guessed that Kim Chun-soo was new to the city, adding that he quite liked those sharp adventurer-like eyes. Gesturing toward the distance, the NPC asked if he would help investigate a set of forgotten ruins nearby. Annoyed by the long-winded speech, Kim Chun-soo frantically tried to hit the skip button, but the chatty NPC kept rambling anyway. Sean demanded he prove his worth first to gain castle entry, leaving Kim Chun-soo gritting his teeth and cursing the annoying NPC. With a sharp chime, the main quest window finally materialized, instructing him to bring back a golem core from those forgotten ruins. This task would prove his skills to Sean for a reward of 250 gold, which seemed incredibly cheap. Crossing his arms, Kim Chun-soo scoffed that he should have been told sooner if the dungeon was going to be this pathetic. But standing at the actual entrance, he broke into a cold sweat, staring at spinning blades and a literal sea of roaring flames. He seriously questioned the dungeon's name, wondering if it should be called Forgotten Lives instead, before glancing back at the mindless Catherine. Relying on his max agility stats, he knew he could slip through easily, but keeping her completely safe was another story entirely. Escorting Catherine meant ensuring she took 0 damage through the hazards, forcing him to devise a quick plan with his goblin. He warned the creature holding her leash that while they disliked each other, he really did not want to deal with a dead companion. Kim Chun-soo ordered the goblin to hold the leash tight while he ran ahead, promising to summon them both using his rally skill. Getting into a runner's starting stance, Kim Chun-soo took one deep breath and launched himself forward like an absolute bullet. He flew past spinning blades and roaring fire, screaming at the top of his lungs before finally sliding safely onto the far ledge. Wheezing on the safe ground, he wasted no time and immediately activated his summoning skill to bring the goblin over. The spatial summon triggered, instantly pulling the green creature through the air with a hilariously panicked expression on its face. Landing with a solid thud right in front of Kim Chun-soo, the creature held its club in one hand and the leash in the other. Holding up the rope casually, the goblin grunted, making Kim Chun-soo grin smugly at how incredibly useful his summoning skill turned out to be. But as the goblin blankly stared at the frayed broken rope in its hands, Kim Chun-soo froze in sheer sudden horror. Cold sweat poured down his face as he spotted the collar still wrapped around Catherine's neck, stranded way back on the starting platform. The skill only teleported the goblin, not the leash, and the sudden yank completely threw the mindless girl off balance. Still trapped in her zombie-like trance, she slowly stumbled forward, heading straight toward the boiling pool of glowing red lava. His bloodshot eyes widened in sheer panic as Catherine tipped over the edge, sending him screaming at the top of his lungs. Desperate and completely panicking, he shrieked at his summon to do something, anything to save her from the fiery death. She screams in pure panic as the goblin suddenly yanks the rope back, sending the young heiress flying high into the sky. Kim Chun-soo panics and curses, asking what the hell it is doing. He covers his face in absolute despair, shielding his eyes. He cannot bear to watch the heir of the mighty Seimin group get crushed into paste or roasted alive. Suddenly, thud. Catherine Lai's body gets yanked hard across the sea of fire, crashing face first onto the cold stone floor. Kim Chun-soo gasps in shock. He rushes over and shakes her unconscious shoulders, begging her to wake up, saying she cannot just die in a place like this. Otherwise, his own life is completely over. But Catherine Lai remains completely still, her lifeless red eyes staring blankly at the dark ceiling. Kim Chun-soo desperately begs her to please open her eyes. Meanwhile, deep within the frozen dark depths of the girl's subconsciousness, a dark memory suddenly floods back. Catherine Lai, the icy familiar voice of Chairman Han Ki-mun, echoes through the dark. He asks if she is late from hanging out with friends, reminding her that friends at her age are absolutely worthless. They are just passing, nobody's bound to be forgotten. He sneers at her short skirt and the thick makeup on her face. He asks if she has decided to live like low-class scum, looking like a cheap girl, while she can only tremble. Catherine Lai kneels on the hard floor, weeping and desperately begging her father, promising that she will never do it again. But the cruel father holding his cane shows absolutely no mercy, demanding, "How could I have a daughter like this? Today, I will teach you a lesson." The whip cracks down and Catherine Lai screams and cries out in pure despair. She begs her mother to save her, sobbing that she is so sorry. But then she sees a shadow, her mother passing by the door crack. Clinging to her last ray of hope, she begs her mom to stop her dad from killing her. But her mother cold-heartedly turns away. Her shadow fades behind the closing door, completely ignoring her own daughter's desperate, agonizing screams. "Please do something, Mom." The heavy wooden door slams shut. Catherine Lai stands frozen, her tear-filled eyes staring into the dark in sheer panic. She whispers for her mother. But from the darkness, only a cold glare and the cruel words of her own creator echo back. "You are my only mistake," she said. Deep inside Catherine Lai's freezing consciousness, that chilling voice still echoes, calling out her name. Back in the dark dungeon, Catherine Lai opens her eyes. Nearby, Kim Chun-soo is breaking into a cold sweat, panicking over their situation. He frantically wonders what to do. Suddenly, the little goblin happily sticks out its tongue, making him jump in utter disbelief. "Did you just say a loser like me will never get to touch a hot girl, so I should perform CPR right now?" The thought of doing mouth-to-mouth makes Kim Chun-soo freeze. He breaks out in a sweat, completely losing his mind over the idea. "CPR," he yells in shock. But wait, this is just a game. Even if touch is real, blowing air physically makes absolutely no sense. Yet staring down at Catherine Lai's beautiful sleeping face, he clicks his tongue and starts making excuses. "Exactly," he reasons. "She is going to die anyway, regardless of what I do. So I might as well give it a shot." Making up his mind, Kim Chun-soo slowly leans in close to her face, desperately trying to justify his sketchy actions. "There's that good Samaritan law, right? Who knows, maybe the shock from my rescue attempt will actually wake her up. This is absolutely not about satisfying my own personal desires. I am just a hero doing the right thing here, okay?" Puckering his lips into a hilarious, incredibly ugly shape, Kim Chun-soo prepares himself to go in for the rescue. He closes his eyes and slowly leans down, screaming in his head that this is strictly a medical emergency. Suddenly, a massive video screen pops up right in front of his face. The butler's voice rings out, utterly disgusted. He demands to know what this creep is doing to the lady. Kim Chun-soo completely panics, sweating as he screams back. The butler lowers his head, speaking with pure fury. "Is this really what you wanted to show me? Kill him." Kim Chun-soo panics instantly, waving his hands to cover it up, swearing she is completely safe and still very much alive, so please, him. Back in the real world, the butler stands inside a high-end hospital room, calmly replying that he knows she is perfectly fine. He explains that although he is currently logged into the game for business, the medical team continues sending him real-time updates regarding her vitals. He is kept informed of her survival stats, noting her equipment is the absolute best. Just then, a system window displays her rare white spider magic dress. This ultra-rare piece of gear boasts defense stats on par with steel. The butler continues to explain that she will not take any critical damage, unless they somehow end up in some hidden dungeon. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo gasps in utter shock, his eyes widening. He asks in shock if she is really still alive. The butler growls a warning, saying he only wants to ensure not a single strand of her hair is touched by his filthy hands while she is unconscious. He demands to see how she is doing, but before he can even finish his sentence, Kim Chun-soo casually swipes his screen to hang up. Once again, a call disconnected notification pops up right in the middle of the quiet grassy field, leaving the butler completely speechless. Back inside the private hospital suite, we see the busy silhouettes of the medical staff. Pure bloodlust radiates from his back. He coldly asks the goblin next to him if it heard that while Kim Chun-soo's eyes flash with a sharp red light. That sinister red glow is pure mischief. He grins like a madman, declaring that they are about to sprint straight to the boss room. The goblin tags along with an equally demonic grin, cackling wildly. Their brutal journey officially begins just as a warning prompt pops up. It tells him to dodge the rolling boulder as a giant stone rumbles forward, crushing everything. Kim Chun-soo slides underneath it with absolute skill. Meanwhile, Catherine Lai ends up being used as a human surfboard under his feet, scraped mercilessly along the rocky ground. The goblin just casually hitches a ride on his back. Next up is crossing a broken bridge, and the little monster swings a rope to fling Catherine Lai across. She flies across the abyss with ease, but thanks to that high-speed travel, Catherine Lai faceplants straight onto the freezing stone floor. She lies there completely knocked out while Kim Chun-soo and his goblin stand in the background, striking a totally ridiculous victory pose. They finally make it to the boss room. The quest to slay the golem appears alongside a massive stone titan, and Catherine Lai is tossed right under it. While Kim Chun-soo stays safely in the back, the massive golem swings its heavy stone fist, aiming straight for poor Catherine Lai. The impact sends her flying. Kim Chun-soo turns completely pale, his eyes practically popping out of his head as he screams in panic. Oh no, he got too excited and literally threw her like a bullet. Suddenly, the system pops up with a mocking notification. He just earned 1 goblin point. Amid the rising dust, Kim Chun-soo points at the wall. Catherine Lai hit and screams in sheer anger. How dare that monster attack his multi-purpose trap disarmor? He orders the goblin to finish the boss off, and the little summon obediently leaps forward. But all that rough dragging and scraping along the ground must have given her a perfect physical shock, because Catherine Lai's finger starts to twitch. Meanwhile, the giant golem does not care at all, throwing a massive wind-splitting punch straight at its target. A massive fiery explosion engulfs the entire dungeon room. Suddenly, the goblin bursts out of the flames, flying through the air. It swings its club with wild energy, delivering a devastating critical hit right to the golem's chest, making the stone beast roar in agony. Insane damage numbers of 99 pop up, and the massive stone titan crumbles into 100 pieces as the goblin lands. It strikes a super cool pose amidst the rising dust. Kim Chun-soo stands nearby with his arms crossed, closing his eyes quite confidently. He smirks, acting incredibly calm, as if he has everything completely under control, thinking he just needs to grab the golem's core. But as soon as he opens his eyes, those shattered stone blocks suddenly glow with a bright purple light, and magical lightning crackles. The sparks pull the fragments back together, and the golem reconstructs its massive body right before Kim Chun-soo's eyes. Emerging from the purple light, the golem enters phase 2 at level 45, making Kim Chun-soo yell in absolute panic. What on earth is this? Why is it so much bigger? And how did it even level up? He turns to his goblin. He screams helplessly for the goblin to go destroy it anyway, and the tiny creature shrieks in agreement. Hearing its master's call, the goblin doesn't hesitate for a second, launching itself high into the air toward the glowing monster. With an earth-shattering overhead smash, the little beast strikes with all its might to take down the stone titan. Huge critical damage numbers of 99 flash rapidly across the golem's body once again. Kim Chun-soo's lips curve into a victorious smirk, though cold sweat still drips down his face as he mutters. He murmurs that they finally did it, but his relief is cut short as the shattered fragments begin to move. A purple gravitational pull drags the stones back into the air, connecting them yet again. The golem is officially evolving. It hits phase 3, spiking to level 50. Kim Chun-soo loses his mind and screams, telling the stupid boss to stop cheating. The system notification flashes, activating the summons assembly skill, as the goblin gets right back into a battle-ready stance. It flies into the air, but Kim Chun-soo yells for it to stop, begging it not to completely smash the golem this time. He warns it to just block the attack, since destroying it only makes it stronger, but the goblin has already charged right into the monster. The little creature slams straight into the Titan, but the damage pop-up shows a big fat 0, making Kim Chun-soo turn completely pale. He screams that he wanted it to block the blow, not face tank the entire hit. Suddenly, a destructive shockwave erupts. Kim Chun-soo screams in absolute panic and turns to run as a sea of raging flames threatens to consume everything. The giant golem gathers all its strength to deliver a thunderous strike, triggering a massive earth-shaking blast. Rocks and dust fly everywhere as Kim Chun-soo frantically dodges. He bitterly curses, realizing it will just keep reviving unless he smashes the core. He remembers a crucial piece of advice an elder once shared with him about dealing with stone monsters. The golem's core is indeed its ultimate weak point, just as the system displays a detailed blueprint of its body structure. But Kim Chun-soo grits his teeth in frustration as finding the weakness is not going to be easy without help. He sprints for his life to dodge falling boulders, completely unable to pinpoint the core like the famous Evaton Guild did. Kim Chun-soo hesitates, weighing his options. Maybe he should just destroy it piece by piece. But what if this golem has already reached level 300 or more? Cold sweat drips down Kim Chun-soo's face as he imagines the absolute worst-case scenario. What if this monster ends up even stronger than the Boblinlin king? In this tense moment, Catherine Lai just sits dazed on the ground, her blank eyes staring out without a single clue. Suddenly, the monster's colossal stone fist crashes down, completely blocking out the young girl's tiny frame from view. Catherine Lai slowly looks up, facing a devastating attack that is hurtling straight down toward her head. Her eyes widen and her pupils shrink in pure terror as she realizes death is right on top of her. Absolute panic explodes within her. Catherine Lai opens her mouth and unleashes an ear-piercing shriek. Suddenly, a massive earth-shaking explosion roars through the air. The golem's giant fist completely crushes the ground where she was just sitting, leaving a deep crater engulfed in blazing red fire. Witnessing the destruction, Kim Chun-soo panics completely. He bites down on his hand, his bloodshot eyes nearly popping out as he screams in desperation. He cries out Catherine Lai's name as thick smoke and fire billow around the beast. Kim Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat, desperately trying to calm down. It will be fine, that kind of damage shouldn't be fatal for her. The golem slowly pulls its brutal stone arm out of the blazing wreckage. Kim Chun-soo just stands there with his mouth wide open, practically stuffing his entire fist inside from sheer shock. The goblin beside him is gaping too. Both of them freeze up, praying for a miracle, and trust me, they need one. Suddenly, a glowing orange barrier materializes through the thick dust. Catherine Lai stands safely behind it, tightly holding her magic staff. She looks around, totally bewildered, asking what on earth is happening. Kim Chun-soo stares over in absolute disbelief, his voice stuttering. This is insane. Is she really awake? Meanwhile, Catherine Lai keeps mumbling in the distance, wondering why she is here and who they are. Gripping her magic staff as her emergency escape skill notification flashes active, Catherine Lai's confusion quickly turns into pure frustration. She snaps angrily, demanding to know what is going on and why a gorgeous mage like her barely got an escape skill. Forget that, she yells. Someone better explain this mess right now, because she almost just died, you complete idiots. Kim Chun-soo's face goes pale as shady memories flash back. He never actually expected her to wake up this soon. He prays she doesn't remember all the sketchy things he did. But wait, pulling himself together, he quickly changes his strategy. He reasons that no matter what happened, she is perfectly fine now. She should be thanking him instead of screaming at him. An incredibly fake, mischievous grin spreads across Kim Chun-soo's face as he starts dreaming of the massive payout he's about to receive. After all, he just saved the wealthy heiress of the Zemi group, meaning a legendary cash prize is basically guaranteed. Meanwhile, Catherine Lai is still raging behind him, yelling if he wants to die and demanding that he explain everything right now. Kim Chun-soo spins around, striking an incredibly elegant pose with a sweet, totally fake smile as he begins his explanation. He says when she passed out from the dungeon monster's attack, he received special permission from the chairman himself. He was told to care for her with his entire heart and soul. But before he can even finish, Catherine Lai's silver hair whips through the air. She swings her magic staff at terrifying speed, summoning a violent tornado that sends Kim Chun-soo flying into the air. He spins helplessly before face-planting onto the ground, kickstarting a massive cloud of dust and leaving a deep crater on the dungeon floor. Kim Chun-soo crawls out from the rubble, rubbing his bruised face and screaming why she didn't warn him before attacking. But the only reply he gets is the sight of Catherine Lai, already sprinting away at full speed in the distance. Kim Chun-soo is completely speechless, muttering that she is pure trash for just abandoning him to save her own skin. In reality, Catherine Lai is crying her eyes out, her face completely pale with absolute terror as she runs. Clutching her staff tightly, she constantly sobs to herself that she is absolutely terrified and has to escape. If her terrifying father finds out she used the Heaven's Gate skill, her mind will completely break under the pressure. She sprints for her life, crying in total despair that her father might actually kill her this time. She keeps repeating how terrified she is. Meanwhile, back in the real world, inside a luxury hospital room, Catherine Lai lies on the bed wearing a virtual reality headset, screaming in absolute panic as her body shakes. Her doctors and the family butler quickly crowd around, anxiously staring at the monitor, tracking her critical vital signs. The butler urgently asks if she is awake. The panicked doctor reports that she is conscious, but something is terribly wrong. It seems something happened inside the game, leaving her completely terrified. Hearing this, the butler angrily grashes his teeth. Veins pop on his forehead as his eyes fill with bloodshot rage. He growls Kim Chun-soo's name, cursing the bastard. Remembering the disgusting puckered face of Kim Chun-soo on the monitor from earlier, a cold shiver runs down the butler's spine. Clenching his fists, he growls, wondering what on earth that absolute degenerate did to their precious young lady. Standing around her bed, frantically discussing solutions. One of them nervously asks if they can just log her out right now, maybe by cutting the power. But the chief doctor quickly dismisses the idea, arguing she has only just regained consciousness, so they cannot waste this chance. To explain further, a medical assistant points nervously at the active connection line. Adjusting his glasses, he explains that because pain is synchronized with reality, suddenly cutting her connection is extremely dangerous. Furthermore, logging out is disabled during dungeon runs. This means if she, or rather if Kim Chun-soo is currently in a dungeon, they cannot escape. Hearing this, the butler cuts in his eyes, flashing with a cold, relentless determination as he speaks. He declares that he will go in there himself to verify. Meanwhile, back in the game dungeon, the battle continues to rage furiously. A bright red system alert flashes on the screen. The ruined golem has unleashed its stone missile skill. Down the dark corridor, Catherine Lai runs for her absolute life, sprinting as fast as her legs can carry her. Right behind her, two giant fiery stone fists are hurtling forward at breakneck speed. The poor young lady looks back, her face completely pale, drained of all color. She screams in silent terror, completely paralyzed by fear, but at the very last second, a tiny green goblin sweeps in like a savior, striking with a critical hit from its wooden club. Damage numbers totaling 999,999 explode across the screen, blasting away the flying boulders that were about to crush Catherine Lai. On the other side of the rubble, Kim Chun-soo shields his face from the flying debris while shouting in sheer frustration. He asks what on earth she is doing, pointing out she cannot outrun those things with her slow speed. Ignoring his complaints, Catherine Lai collapses onto the cold ground, clutching her magic staff tightly to her chest with blank, lifeless eyes. Seeing her state, Kim Chun-soo softens his voice and approaches, asking if she is okay. However, the young girl seems to have completely lost her mind. Tears stream down her face as she endlessly mutters like a broken machine that she is so scared. Kim Chun-soo stares down at her, his face twisting in irritation and absolute speechlessness. He wonders what is wrong with her. Noting this situation is getting out of hand, before things become even more complicated, he makes up his mind and gestures to his reliable assistant. Hearing his command, the goblin gleefully bares its fangs with a sinister, wicked grin. The small creature swiftly raises its wooden club high over Catherine Lai's head, ready to strike, while Kim Chun-soo coldly calculates that knocking her out is the best move since she is currently nothing but a heavy burden. However, things suddenly take an unexpected turn. Kim Chun-soo's eyes widen in sheer shock, and he lets out a dazed gasp of confusion as Catherine Lai suddenly looks up at him, her eyes completely drenched in tears. Her sobbing, desperate voice begs him to save her and help her get out of this. She admits she has no idea what his connection to her father's company is, but promises she will pay him even more money. She swears she will pay more than her father ever could, pleading for his help. A confident, greedy smile instantly returns to Kim Chun-soo's face. Sweating slightly, he smugly assures her that of course he will help, promising they will both escape this place safely, so she shouldn't worry. But Catherine Lai's eyes bulge as she screams at the top of her lungs, desperately yelling that he completely misunderstood her meaning. Her panic reaches a fever pitch as she tears at her hair, crying hysterically like someone who has completely lost her mind. She screams that she doesn't care, how she just wants out, begging him to kill everyone around her to get her away from Semi Group. She wants to escape the toxic employees, her overbearing parents, and her entire family, pleading with him to hide her. Kim Chun-soo stands there, completely frozen in place, his face turning dark as cold sweat pours down, realizing he just heard a massive secret he shouldn't have. He stammers in absolute shock. Ignoring the grinning goblin, still preparing to bash her head in, Catherine Lai clutches her face, sobbing miserably, crying out that she does not want to be beaten anymore. Right when the situation reaches peak chaos, a blue video call notification flashes right in front of Kim Chun-soo's eyes, displaying the butler's furious, murderous face as he growls in anger. Every single word dripped with anger. Kim Chun-soo, you bastard, I have had enough of this. If you do not show me how Lady Catherine is doing right now, I will hunt you down myself and make sure you cannot hide anymore. Kim Chun-soo quickly cuts him off and barks out an order. Boblinlin, stop right there. Drop everything and go buy me 1 minute against that damn golem. Hearing that, the little monster freezes before immediately turning back to charge. He rushes off. With that settled, Kim Chun-soo glares back at the screen, clicking his tongue and complaining about the butler. Seriously, how are you this persistent? Do you actually think I am going to eat her alive? How am I supposed to get any work done when you keep doubting me like this? Saying that, he reaches behind Catherine, grabbing both of her cheeks with his hands and pulling them upward into a completely blank, twisted smile. His own face presses right next to hers, wearing an incredibly sinister grin. See, she is smiling for you, look. Does this make you feel better? Doing business requires some mutual trust, you know. Besides, I did not kidnap her. I am just helping her recover, understand? Back in the real-world hospital room, the butler stares at his phone screen. The bizarre feed plays on the display while Kim Chun-soo's overly sweet fake voice rings out, telling him she is perfectly fine, so just relax. He is completely frozen in place, wondering what the hell is actually going on here as he stares straight into the lifeless blank eyes of Catherine on the screen, the butler muttering with deep suspicion. To him, she does not even look like she is conscious right now, so her reaction earlier was just a sudden muscle spasm. On the other side of the screen, the butler adjusts his glasses with a frown, wondering if that is even physically possible. It seems there's a huge misunderstanding here. She is clearly not doing well at all. So if you are currently inside that dungeon, get out of there immediately. Before Kim Chun-soo can even reply, the butler drops a bombshell right through the screen, declaring they are terminating the agreement and he is bringing her back. Kim Chun-soo instantly panics and starts screaming. What? You can't just end this. It is the crucial moment, but the screen suddenly cuts out. Left staring at a black screen, Kim Chun-soo glares into the empty room, grumbling that he cannot let them unilaterally cancel this deal. Letting out a sigh of relief, Kim Chun-soo turns to Catherine, admitting she almost scared him to death. He tells her she better keep her word about the money. Hearing this, Catherine grabs her head in pure frustration. She bursts into bitter tears, sobbing and screaming at him that he is a dirty, lying bastard. But Kim Chun-soo has zero remorse. He coldly crouches down, staring her right in the face with a pure blackmailer tone, telling her she has got it all wrong. He needs serious cash, and if she does not pay up, he will just tell everyone she is awake and claim the Exung Group reward. Backed into a corner, Catherine cries hysterically and begs him, promising she will find a way, even if she has to sell everything. She pleads with him to keep this secret, offering the high-end luxury gear she is wearing right now as collateral. She tells him he can just take it all. Kim Chun-soo frowns with deep suspicion, asking if she is joking, because how much could that even be worth? She quickly fires back with 100 million. Kim Chun-soo completely freezes. 100 million, it is massive. He immediately flips his attitude, his eyes lighting up with greed as he clasps his hands together and screams in pure excitement. It is time to get to work, Goblin. But his happiness is short-lived as the system screen flashes a total nightmare. Warning of a level 170 ruined golem at stage 5. This massive stone monster towers over them, leaving their little goblin trembling in a cold sweat. Kim Chun-soo freezes, his eyes almost popping out of his skull as he yells at his helper. He screams that the thing has 4 arms and the goblin was supposed to buy time while he was talking. But the terrified goblin only squeaks, earning a glare and a curse. Suddenly, the golem swings its massive stone fist, slamming it into the ground and creating a terrifying shockwave. Kim Chun-soo and the goblin run for their lives, screaming in despair. 170. He is dead if that hits. Suddenly, the system screen flashes a skill, announcing a mage skill called Ice Explosion. Freezing lightning erupts from the darkness, completely wrapping around the giant monster, and freezing it instantly into a massive block of ice. Kim Chun-soo turns back, jaw dropping, as he asks if it really stopped moving and if they actually got it. It turns out Catherine unleashed a disabling spell, though a warning pops up stating that duration is reduced on high-level enemies. Leaning on her staff, she asks why he is still standing there, and if he really wants to fight a level 170 monster. With that, Catherine turns and runs, shouting, warning him that it will break free soon. Sure enough, the massive ice block cracks and shatters, and the golem roars as it breaks the seal. All 3 of them run like absolute madmen down the crumbling dungeon hallway. Spotting a large wooden door just ahead, Kim Chun-soo points and shouts excitedly that the exit is right over there. But as they rush forward, the rope tied around Catherine's neck accidentally gets caught on a sharp rock among the rubble and suddenly snaps taut. The violent yank pulls the young lady's neck back in a sudden shock, sending her crashing onto the rocky ground. She gasps in sheer terror as she is dragged backward. He hears her scream and completely freezes in his tracks, slowly turning his head around to look back. Her heartbreaking plea echoes as shadows envelop Catherine. The level 170 golem stands over her, raising its fist, ready to strike. Reaching out a trembling hand, she begs for help as Kim Chun-soo stands there completely frozen. Cold sweat drips down his face as he watches this life or death situation. In this split second, his mind flashes back to a deep, heroic thought. This time is different because last time he only ran away because he was weak. Gritting his teeth with the intense determination of a true hero, he tells himself that now he must save her. But thinking one thing and doing another, you have got to be kidding me. Chun-soo instantly spins around and bolts. He defends his cowardly retreat with some terrible logic reasoning that since she fainted from a level 80 monster earlier, she will definitely die from a level 170 boss. She has doctors to save her, but he certainly does not. Amidst the dark shadows of death, her tearful, lifeless eyes watch the cowardly man's retreating figure. She thinks in utter despair. No matter how loud she screams, he will never turn back, carving a deep, painful wound into her very soul. The image of a cold door slamming shut right in her face flashes in her mind. Catherine bitterly gives up. In the end, he is just like all the others. In the deep darkness of despair, Catherine finally surrenders to her fate. Closing her eyes, she whispers that no one has ever saved her. But right at the fragile boundary of life and death, a massive earth-shattering explosion crashes down from above, instantly obliterating the ground. Waves of brilliant golden magic rip through the air. A cross-shaped light tears the giant boulder apart in an instant. From the blinding glow, a figure emerges. A cloaked blond man swings his sharp sword, diving down with incredible force. Like a descending god, he lands. He strikes an insanely cool pose, a blinding aura radiating from his body. Chun-soo stands, frozen sweat pouring down his face. He stares in utter shock at the newly arrived character, stammering. The newcomer is a blonde NPC, smirking confidently. He literally glows as he tells Chun-soo he did well holding out and that he will handle the rest. Meanwhile, Chun-soo screams in panic internally. Why on earth is this guy here? Then the painful truth finally hits him. A cold sweat breaks out on him as he realizes this was a forced defeat quest from the very beginning. Some quests are designed so that no matter who challenges them, defeat is absolute. The golem core probably never existed. If you keep recklessly attacking, it will only grow infinitely stronger. Chun-soo watches the sturdy back of the NPC. Facing off against a level 170 golem, he silently analyzes the game mechanics. If a player fights blindly and loses, the story is supposed to transition into a cutscene where the NPC steps in and easily overpowers the monster. Honestly, there's no better way to show off an NPC's overwhelming power. Recalling the earlier clash, Chun-soo grimaces. He sweatingly reassures himself that even though he got hit by that level 50 monster, there was no real pain. It seems like a built-in safety system to prevent any actual harm. Up ahead, the blonde NPC raises his sword. He points it straight at the stone monster and loudly demands how it dares touch his subordinate. The NPC acts like he's doing him a favor, making Chun-soo curse in his head about who's a subordinate. The NPC charges forward to unleash a massive strike, shouting for the monster to prepare itself. Watching from behind, Chun-soo starts hoping. He instantly places all his hopes on the guy cheering him on. The tension peaks as Chun-soo watches closely. He holds his breath, waiting for this system hero to unleash absolute devastation, but then his face completely twists. His eyes widen in utter disbelief. What on earth? The powerful NPC gets swatted away by the golem like a fly. Yet the guy keeps talking trash, claiming that it wasn't even a proper warm-up. Chun-soo clutches his head in panic. Why on earth is this guy acting like he has already won? The giant golem charges up a devastating counterpunch. As the NPC keeps rambling on about his warm-up, a brutal bone-shattering blow lands straight on the babbling idiot. He lets out a painful grunt as the golem squeezes him. Drenched in sweat, he desperately tries to repeat his script. Watching this, Chun-soo's eyes nearly pop out of his head. He screams in absolute panic, asking if the guy is only level 70. The brutal reality of the game's difficulty hits hard. Chun-soo grits his teeth in pure despair. Normal players take this quest around level 30 or 40. The ruined golem starts at level 40, so even if a regular player somehow wins, they will just lose to a level 45 version. Even if they get lucky, the beast will respawn at level 50. That is when they are guaranteed to lose, triggering the high-level NPC's grand entrance to dramatically save the day. The NPC is supposed to finish the beast off, but right now the little goblin nearby is just lounging around laughing. Chun-soo breaks out in a cold sweat. Normally, absolutely no player would ever manage to level the golem up, all the way to level 170. This should be impossible. Chun-soo watches in sheer disbelief as the NPC gets absolutely pulverized while still muttering his broken dialogue. It is a pathetic loop. Chun-soo realizes with a sigh, the cutscene is totally glitched because the NPC cannot win. But in this hopeless mess, a sudden realization hits him. A sharp light gleams in Chun-soo's eyes as he quickly pieces the puzzle together. Wait, if he is an NPC, who is essential to finish the quest, then as long as the golem lives, he literally cannot die. Suddenly, the giant stone wall cracks open, revealing a throbbing crimson core. Chun-soo grins. When the NPC arrived, the core finally manifested. Just then, the blonde NPC surges forward again, his body wrapped in brilliant golden magical energy. Readying his final ultimate attack, the NPC recklessly charges. But down below, Chun-soo completely ignores the stubborn idiot. He analyzes the scene with intense focus. If he is not mistaken, the NPC's face is completely distorted from a brutal slap, yet his mouth keeps moving. He is still stubbornly babbling. Even massive damage numbers like 99, 99, 99, 99 burst all over the NPC's body. While the guy gasps his boast about not even warming up, Kim Chun-soo immediately points his finger and shouts. Receiving the signal, the system notifies them. The Goblin has activated Pebble Throw. Clutching a small fist-sized stone, the little monster winds up to throw it with all its might. It throws the stone directly at the NPC's target. The critical pebble hits straight in the core, instantly shattering the level 170 golem. The massive beast collapses into a harmless pile of rubble. The NPC lands and brushes off the dust, striking an incredibly dramatic pose. He boasts that it was barely a warm-up and that everyone would be dead without him. Kim Chun-soo breaks into a sweat, wondering if it is over. Since everyone is safe, he figures that is all that matters. But then he suddenly senses that something is completely wrong. Kim Chun-soo looks back with deep suspicion. As the dust settles, a pale hand is revealed, desperately clutching the gravel-covered ground. Catherine is trembling on the rocky ground, slumped in the rubble with her clothes disheveled, completely traumatized by being abandoned. With a haunted stare, she weakly asks if they are really safe. Just like that, the scene shifts back outside. The NPC completely ignores the awkwardness, turning to walk away slowly and dramatically. Kim Chun-soo stands there in utter agony. Sweating bullets, Kim Chun-soo bites his nails and screams internally that he is dying of embarrassment. The NPC casually keeps reciting his default dialogue. He delivers his default line saying surviving that dungeon is proof of just how much power Kim Chun-soo truly possesses. He adds they can now speak seriously. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo's face darkens, feeling worse than the girl who betrayed him. The NPC continues reciting his script, mentioning that the vice captain of the Royal Knights Anfor is a personal acquaintance. But he warns them not to ask anything because of personal circumstances. Kim Chun-soo sweats heavily, letting out a quiet sigh. He never expected this chatty NPC to say anything useful. In a way, he is just glad the chatter is breaking the tension. Suddenly, the blonde NPC turns around and points his finger toward the sky, showing off with a ridiculous amount of pride. He bids them farewell, telling them not to get cocky about working together since he is far above the clouds himself. With that, the fake hero casually strides away toward the town gates, leaving behind a ruined battlefield and an awkward atmosphere. He walks straight toward the town gates, leaving behind a ruined battlefield and a highly awkward atmosphere. Looking at the departing back of the bizarre NPC, Kim Chun-soo sighs in disbelief, murmuring that the guy is completely out of his mind. Kim Chun-soo glances at Catherine, who is hanging her head in shame, sweat pouring down her face from pure, agonizing embarrassment. Summoning his courage, Kim Chun-soo grits his teeth, clenching his fists so hard, his veins bulge as he prepares to speak. Squeezing his eyes shut, he suddenly shouts to shatter the awkward silence, admitting that what happened earlier was his fault. Suddenly, an imposing voice cuts in, asking if she is finally awake after all this time. That voice belongs to a majestic, white-haired man clad in full knight armor who suddenly appears, calling out her name. Kim Chun-soo stands, frozen eyes nearly popping out of his skull as he wonders who this man is. Quickly assessing him, Kim Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the overwhelming difference in power. This man is on a different level. Wearing gear Kim Chun-soo has never seen before, he has an oppressive aura that makes him an opponent. Kim Chun-soo absolutely cannot fight. Catherine stares in absolute terror, her voice trembling as she whispers the word father, overwhelmed by his kingly presence. His cold crimson gaze locks onto her as he growls, saying he knew she was awake the moment she had that seizure. Catherine's face darkens in absolute terror as his bitter, disappointed voice continues to ring out, lecturing her for playing these childish games. He claims he worried day and night hoping she would grow up, yet she continues to play these childish games. Turning to Kim Chun-soo, the man flashes an incredibly fake, gentle smile, thanking him for looking after his dear Catherine. He notes that their hope for her awakening has finally come true, promising to have his staff reward him handsomely. He adds that they will be in touch soon and turns away and commands his daughter to follow him. Kim Chun-soo hangs his head in silence, slowly walking right past the two of them as intense guilt washes over him. He brutally berates himself as a piece of trash, wishing she would at least scream at him instead of looking so dying. He tells himself to stop looking like he is about to die, begging internally for another chance to save her. He admits it was his fault for fleeing. He knows he is unreliable, but wonders if this time could be different. Pushing past his overwhelming terror, Kim Chun-soo suddenly screams out in desperation, shouting that he can actually save her. The two of them freeze. Summoning every ounce of his courage, Kim Chun-soo prepares to expose the truth right there. He looks them dead in the eye, ready to lay everything on the line to make things right. Even someone like him knows who that is. Chairman Han Ki-mun of Semium Group is known for his charity, polite and admirable. Chun-soo glares sharply, pointing his weapon directly at Catherine Lai. but she only stares back blankly. She helplessly wonders if this terrifying man is truly her father. Can he really be her father? Chun-soo angrily demands why she looks so terrified. He grabs her sleeve. He refuses to let her leave like this, but Catherine Lai screams out in exhaustion. Yet her pale arm gently slips from his grasp, fading into empty space. His hand clutches empty air. Chun-soo freezes in self-mockery. How can he save her? With what right? As her terrifying father leads her away, intense insecurity completely consumes him. He is a coward, a pathetic soul who does not even deserve to be saved. Why try to be a hero? Standing beside his small goblin, Chun-soo bitterly accepts that he will always belong with monsters. Meanwhile, in a crowded street, a player gasps, asking if anyone knows the Great Night King, one of the legendary trio who conquered the vault. Instantly, an excited crowd gathers. Is that really the Night King Han Ki-mun, the legendary chairman himself? Everyone scrambles for a look. People beg for screenshots. Some ask about the stunning girl beside him. The chairman gives a warm smile, replying that she is just a party member he happened to meet. But his fake smile quickly fades. He whispers a chilling threat into Catherine Lai's ear. He tells her to engrave the difference between how they worship him and how they look down on her. Catherine Lai walks forward like a lifeless doll, enduring his cruel warning of public backlash. Imagine the outrage if they knew she was his daughter. The crowd continues to cheer. They loudly chant his name. The man angrily snaps at him to move, threatening him for blocking the way. Shoved to the sidelines, Chun-soo stands in the dark, bitterly mocking himself. But then he pauses. No matter how bad her life is, it cannot be worse than his. Convincing himself, his eyes flash as he decides to throw away any guilt. Why feel bad anyway? He already got paid and their deal is officially done. But his thoughts are cut short. Down in the sewer, Chun-soo runs into a strange warrior named Song Rail. Chun-soo breaks into a sweat, anxiously asking the warrior what he is doing down here. No matter what the reason, trapping someone in a sewer is completely wrong. But the old man calmly corrects him. This is literally a sewer. The shirtless warrior explains that he escaped from the guards and loves hiding down here. You see secrets down here. Hearing that, Chun-soo immediately scolds him for peeping, calling him a creepy criminal. But the old man just frowns. Sung Rail starts putting the pieces together, noting that the girl with the chairman looked terribly injured. Standing above him, Chun-soo scoffs, suggesting she probably just got hurt fighting wild monsters. He tells him not to be so nosy. Yet the game's logic suddenly hits him hard. His brain quickly processes the truth. Pain in Heaven's Door is only transmitted through brain signals. The body only feels pain, meaning it should never show actual physical bruises or swelling. The old warrior's words echo in his mind again. Seeing things you cannot see from above. Chun-soo remembers Catherine Lai's battered bare feet. A cold shiver runs down his spine. Physical marks of abuse. Without hesitating, Chun-soo charges forward like a bullet, tearing through the crowd and shouting. He demands that they stop, immediately throwing his arms wide to block the path. He tells the complete trash of a chairman to freeze, pointing directly at his face. Hey, old man, how dare you kidnap someone in broad daylight? Do you have no shame doing this in public? Han Ki-mun narrows his eyes with a fake smile, replying in a condescending tone that he has no idea what he means. He asks him to stop making such claims to avoid any misunderstandings. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo grimaces and mocks him. Kim Chun-soo mimics the old man's words in a highly sarcastic tone, mocking his warning. Hey, old man, are you serious? Aren't you supposed to be the president of a massive corporation? Do people like you get to ignore the law? To deliver a final fatal blow, he proudly announces to the shocked crowd that the young woman is actually his girlfriend. Hearing this, Catherine Lai blushes red, her eyes widening in sheer panic as Kim Chun-soo drops another absolute bombshell. He casually adds that they have already done it and even slept together. Catherine Lai grips her head, screaming internally. What on earth is happening, she thinks. The crowd immediately erupts into wild gossip, wondering if it could actually be true. If so, it is a massive scandal, though some defend him, pointing out there is zero proof against the big corporation. Kim Chun-soo glances at the old man's calm expression, noting how his face shows absolutely no sign of panic. Han Ki-mun keeps smiling warmly, telling Kim Chun-soo that he must have mistaken her for someone else. He claims he is in a hurry, but Kim Chun-soo refuses to back down, pointing a mocking finger at him. If she is not my girlfriend, then what is she to you? Why are you traveling with such a scantily clad girl? You perverted old creep. Instantly, the crowd shifts, whispering with growing suspicion about the old man. Seriously, it looks highly suspicious for a young woman to be hanging around with an old guy like that. It looks like a shady affair. Everyone thought he was a good person, knowing he shouldn't argue further. Han Ki-mun sneers, deciding this childish accusation does not deserve a response as he orders his group to leave. But just then, rapid, heavy footsteps echo across the stone pavement along with the sound of desperate panting. A man in a suit pushes through the crowd, bending over to catch his breath. Ah, you two are together. It is none other than old Seung Ryo from the sewer, now wearing a sharply tailored butler suit. Placing his hand over his chest, he loudly introduces himself as Seong Rail, elite butler of the Seong group. Upon hearing that Lady Catherine Lai, the heir to the group, had finally woken up, he rushed over immediately. The butler slides forward, dropping to one knee to take Catherine Lai's hand with deep respect and absolute loyalty. He holds her hand and declares her the future of their entire organization right here and now. Catherine Lai stands frozen, her eyes shaking in utter confusion. Her brain completely stalls as she tries to process this. What on earth is happening, and what should she even do? The crowd starts muttering in shock. Did you hear that Catherine Lai is President Han Ki-mun's daughter? That is an absolute bombshell of a story. But looking at her, how could they entrust an entire corporation to someone like that? What are you saying? Didn't President Han just say she was a temporary party member? Either way, things look extremely bad for him. Looking at Han Ki-mun's stiff back, someone whispers that he is done for. Watch this. Kim Chun-soo steps forward with a smug smirk. Come on, President, let's be honest. Han Ki-mun is furious, silently cursing the young man. Kim Chun-soo continues, wouldn't it be much better if you just admit she is your daughter right now? Han Ki-mun grimaces, his arrogant nature taking over as he roars, how can a stray dog's words carry any weight? Without hesitating, he stomps his foot heavily onto the ground to showcase his terrifying, overwhelming power. He raises his voice, roaring to the crowd with an ear-splitting yell, do not let his words sway you. Don't believe a single word he says. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo covers his aching ears, grimacing in sheer shock. What kind of crazy skill is this? What is up with the old man's insanely loud voice? The immense pressure targets everyone. He snarls, pointing at the one claiming to be the butler. He points at the trembling woman, desperately holding her head on the ground, calling her a complete stranger. Tears stream down Catherine Lai's face as he falsely accuses them, claiming they are all colluding to blackmail him. Standing tall, his face hardening with absolute unwavering cruelty, he declares that he will never back down. I am the Sung group, he roars. Backed into a corner, he draws a glowing sword. The system immediately flashes a player kill activation warning. Right here, right now, I will execute you all. I will prove none of you have any connection to me. He moves forward at terrifying speed. Meanwhile, an old knight swings his razor-sharp sword straight at the Boblinlin, roaring out a battle cry as massive destructive energy rains down. The impact shatters the ground into a massive dusty crater. Yet, amidst the smoke, Kim Chun-soo is clutching his cheeks, sweating but grinning like a maniac. Perfect timing, he thinks that was a job well done, Boblinlin. Right away, the helmet-wearing little creature runs for its absolute life. It screams at the top of its lungs while fleeing. Do not you dare run over here. Kim Chun-soo stands behind, watching the monster panic. He curses the panicked beast. If anyone finds out we are on the same side, we are both dead meat. And then the system strikes again. A notification pops up for the Boblinlin's summon skill, letting him throw the creature. The tossed Boblinlin spins like a top before flying away. Kim Chun-soo screams in fury from below, telling it to get the hell away. Right after the throw, he looks up at the sky, breathing a sigh of relief. That was a close call, he thinks. Who even was that guy? He just charged straight at me for no reason. Is he completely insane? Down below, the bewildered crowd stares up at the figure soaring through the air. What on earth is happening? Was the Night King really defeated in just one single strike and sent flying? Standing in the crowd, Kim Chun-soo mutters under his breath. Yeah, I was the one who threw him, buddy. The camera shifts as Kim Chun-soo suddenly looms directly behind Catherine. She is kneeling as he calls her name, roughly pulling her up and telling her to snap out of it. But she only struggles weakly, begging him to let go. Suddenly, Catherine snaps, clawing at her own hair and screaming out in agony. Let go. Who do you think you are doing this to me? She shrieks in despair, shouting that he has no real intention of saving her anyway. She says she might as well just die right here. Kim Chun-soo merely responds with a dark, mocking smirk, oozing absolute malice. Leaning in face to face, his cold eyes bore into hers as he delivers a chilling warning. Do not tell me what to do. Whether I care about you or throw you away is entirely up to me. I do not know if you are expecting some shining knight in armor, but wake up, because only a piece of trash like me is waiting for you here. He roughly grabs her chin and forces it up. Open your eyes and look closely, he growls. Her tear-filled eyes widen as she listens to his chilling words in complete daze. He continues, saying he has no idea what kind of evil, messed-up things her father has been doing. Meanwhile, a broken Han Kim is revealed. His armor is shattered as he kneels helplessly on the rocky ground. Kim Chun-soo gloats, noting that the old man was just punished for his crimes. This means she has a chance now. His true villainous nature awakens, standing in the dark, surrounded by glowing red souls. He whispers that the hyenas are circling. They can smell the blood, and she is really good at stabbing people in the back right. So stop acting like a coward and go stab your father right in the back. Kim Chun-soo's face suddenly twists into a terrifying wild grin. His face stretches into a savage grin from ear to ear. His crazy eyes widen as he mutters, just like a goblin. But in the very next second, he suddenly jumps backward. Kim Chun-soo waves his hands frantically, completely dodging any responsibility. Wait, oh no, looking closely, she is definitely not my girlfriend. Catherine Lai, who was incredibly tense a second ago, just stares in shock. Sweating profusely at this absurd display, she cannot believe how fast this guy can flip the script. Meanwhile, his cheerful voice keeps blaring. Man, this is so embarrassing. Ha ha, oh wait, I think I left the stove on at home. Ha ha, I have got to run. Before anyone can even react, the shameless guy bolts, kicking up a massive cloud of dust as he makes his escape. While the girl stands there in a complete daze, the butler Seong Ryol steps forward with a highly refined posture. My lady, if you wish to speak up, now is the time. The old butler gently takes her trembling hand. Catherine slowly stands up. Facing her now is the murmuring crowd, every curious eye locked onto the young heiress. Casting aside her weakness, she closes her tear-filled eyes, gathering every single ounce of courage she has left. As her lashes part, a determined reddish-pink light flashes in her eyes. I will, she speaks out clearly. The coup begins. Instantly, the public explodes and front-page headlines flash everywhere. The two faces of Han Ki-mun, the chairman of Zemmium Group. He is a refined gentleman in public but a domestic abuser at home, leaving his family covered in bruises. Catherine Lai reveals her dark childhood secrets. The news spreads like wildfire, shocking the entire world as Kim Chun-soo watches. He stands with his arms crossed, silently watching. Catherine Lai just went public, revealing herself as the daughter of the monster. Han Ki-mun exposing the horrific abuse she endured since childhood. Of course, some skeptics initially doubted her story, suspecting she was lying about her identity, but the moment she dumps all the evidence online, those doubts instantly turn into pure public fury, spreading like wildfire. Naturally, the reputation and stock price of CM Group take a massive nosedive, crashing hard. In response, Chairman Han Ki-mun plays the classic pathetic card usually used by corrupt billionaires. He rolls out in a wheelchair before the press, claiming a sudden severe illness, but everyone knows he is just faking it. Kim Chun-soo shuts off the TV with a satisfied smile, thinking this is a happy ending. But hold on, the drama is not over yet. Shattering that cool confidence, Kim Chun-soo slams his hand on the table. He screams in panic. Right. Damn it, he groans. He cannot sleep out of pure terror that the old man will send assassins to slit his throat. The suit-wearing old man calmly sips his tea. Lowering your voice in a restaurant would be highly appreciated, he peacefully advises. Kim Chun-soo snaps, instantly telling him to drop the ridiculous act and talk normally. Adjusting his glasses, the old man slyly points out that the footage of Kim Chun-soo fighting Han Ki-mun is already viral online. With the public outrage against the powerful Zeyoung Group boiling over right now, if anything suspicious happens to him, who does he think everyone will blame first? Nervously, Kim Chun-soo guesses himself, but Seung Ryol shakes his head and clarifies, no, they will immediately suspect Han Ki-mun. Kim Chun-soo buries his face in his hands, weeping messy tears as he laments that he really should not have crossed a massive conglomerate. Not a penny. He has not made a single cent, meaning he should have minded his own business. Seung Ryol acts all wise again, slowly advising him to trust his words because he has achieved something far more valuable than some pocket change. Kim Chun-soo sneers internally, thinking he would rather trust a piece of booger than believe anything this old man says. Brushing that aside, Kim Chun-soo decides to change the subject, asking how the old man actually managed to get his hands on the exact butler uniform he had requested, wondering where it came from. Honestly, he is just glad the old man actually secured the outfit, but he still really wants to know its origin. Where on earth did you find this, he asks, still completely baffled by how the old man secured the butler suit he asked for without a single hitch. Seung Ryol calmly slurps his tea, giving a shockingly blunt answer. I stole it. Right then. A guard suddenly rushes in, dragging him away. Completely hopeless, Kim Chun-soo watches in total silence, utterly speechless. A bright blue hologram suddenly flashes right in front of him. Kim Chun-soo jumps in shock. Who on earth is that? The caller is none other than Han Ki-mun's bespectacled manager, prompting Kim Chun-soo to gasp out the Zeyoung Group's henchman. Pushing up his glasses, the manager calmly asks him not to use such names before getting straight to the point. He wants to express his deepest gratitude for helping the young lady regain consciousness, his fist clenching in quiet rage as his voice drops. Truly, he had absolutely no idea she was suffering so much despite having served her faithfully for several years. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo quickly changes his tone, playfully patting his cheeks as he mockingly asks if there is any actual cash reward. Seriously, after he did such an amazing deed, it seems the chairman is incredibly stingy, making it outright crazy that he got nothing. Left with nothing over a simple misunderstanding, the former manager now explains the situation. Apologizing, he explains he is no longer with the Zeyoung Group because he could not remain at such an unethical company. Kim Chun-soo pouts and mockingly points out that the guy is basically unemployed now before starting to complain about his own situation. Grumbling about barely getting any sleep lately, he adds that Catherine Lai probably does not feel safe at all right now either. What is she supposed to do with him? Gone. The former manager clenches his fist again, his voice filled with determination. Agreeing with him, he states that Catherine Lai and everyone who cares about her are deeply terrified for her safety, fearing she might face serious danger. Everyone is afraid the poor girl who humiliated her father will face serious danger, so he decided to take her away. Talk about a massive plot twist, he points behind him, revealing her brand new career as an online streamer. Catherine Lai waves sweetly. Thanks for subscribing. Watching this, Chun-soo's brain immediately short-circuits in total shock. His eyes go completely blank with confusion, while the former manager proudly brags about using all his savings to set this up. Building her a professional streaming studio leaves Chun-soo entirely speechless as he mutters what on earth is going on here. The glasses-wearing manager lays out his brilliant logic, explaining that since the whole world is watching her, this popularity is their shield. It is the absolute best way to protect her from danger. On screen, 360,547 viewers watch her perform. She acts cute, promising to dance for her fans, while the manager gloats that enemies will never dare touch her during streams. If she ever fails to go live, it will immediately serve as a warning signal that something terrible has happened to her. Watching Catherine Lai pose like an absolute professional in a spicy police outfit, the former manager makes a rather blind comment. Claiming she is not overly enthusiastic but is trying, the former manager leaves Chun-soo to stare at the screen in complete disbelief. Chun-soo screams internally, not enthusiastic, my foot. Seriously, why on earth did she wait until now to pursue this career? The manager's eyes soften with genuine affection as he admits it is late, but he wants to help her live freely now. Wanting her to experience a life she was always denied, he smiles warmly and thanks Chun-soo for making it all possible. Blushing deeply from the sudden praise, Chun-soo flusters and tells him to stop acting weird, adding that if he is actually grateful, the reward should just be cash. Laughing, the man hangs up, letting him know the reward is already in his mailbox. So I am not sending cash, but you might like this. The young lady prepared herself. See you later. Chun-soo is in a total panic, reaching his hand toward the screen. No, damn it, I want actual money. Ignoring his screams, the man brutally hangs up. To hang up first, you know. The screen goes completely black. Now only the steady chime of incoming donation alerts echoes. Thank you for the 3,000 balloons. Catherine Lai's boyfriend sent 10,000 more, declaring his love. Meanwhile, on the other side, the former manager breaks into a cold sweat, staring over at the young lady. Is there any dance that you want me to do? Flustered, he quickly tries to stop her yelling wait, but on the live stream, Catherine Lai has already eagerly hopped right on the trend. She shakes her hips with extreme enthusiasm, asking the chat if she is doing this crazy bicycle dance correctly. The butler standing nearby sweats buckets, questioning his entire life. Perhaps the young lady was never actually meant to inherit their massive conglomerate. She just dances with more and more energy, showing off her stunning figure with a beaming, radiant smile. This leads him to a heartfelt conclusion. All this time, her true calling in life was actually to become a top streamer. Back to the reality of our unemployed protagonist, Chun-soo confidently strides right into the system post office, where the cute female mail clerk Rachel greets him with a beaming smile, asking how she can help today. Chun-soo smirks, tilting his head up. I am here for my mail, he says. In his head, he is already dreaming up a grand fantasy, imagining some ultra-rare expensive equipment like solid gold armor, warning her to handle it with care. The cheerful mail clerk, Rachel, cheerfully strikes a pose and winks. Of course I kept your mail safe and sound, Chun-soo. She then scrambles up a towering ladder, stretching her body to reach a box on the top shelf. Here's your item, hold on. But the moment she brings the package down, a flashing red system screen pops up with a warning. This cursed item will drive a person nearly insane upon touching it. Despite the warning, the curse immediately possesses the clerk, making her snap aggressively. Who do you think you are ordering around? What do you think you have any right to my mail? Chun-soo immediately bellows back. Of course I have a right to it. Blinking as he tries to regain his composure, Chun-soo opens the package. The system screen clearly displays a cursed rare equipment called the Bloodworm Whip. It is a summoner weapon crafted from actual bloodworm skin. He gasps in shock, wondering if this is really rare. But the sketchy text below is the real issue. The system notes that using the weapon without breaking the curse will apply a random status effect to the user, while the summoned beast enters a state of absolute frenzy. Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat reading this shocking description, wondering what this crazy curse means and if using it will make him act completely insane like that postal clerk. He grinds his teeth and curses bitterly. Damn it, Catherine Lai, you backstabbed me until the very end. Speaking of NPCs, a bitter flashback of that arrogant blonde hero with the greasy hair and narcissistic smile instantly rushes back. Pointing a self-righteous finger, the fake hero orders him. Your next quest is to wipe out a goblin village. Suddenly, Chun-soo's system screen lights up with bold text showing Boblinlin assemble. He shoves his furious face right up to the blonde NPC, growling with pure murderous intent. Look at this and say that again. What did you just say? The smug NPC simply flips his hair and repeats his order to wipe out a goblin village. An image of a village burning down in raging flames appears with evil goblins holding knives and dancing around. The NPC casually adds that it is just a very simple quest to eliminate the nasty goblins harassing the local citizens. They are easy monsters, so you definitely won't need my help. Finish it up quickly, we have other things to do. Back in the present, Chun-soo just stares down at his tiny green goblin, letting out a heavy and disappointed sigh. Inevitable. No matter what, you just cannot escape fighting annoying goblins in basically any fantasy game you play. He pats the goblin's head to comfort it, asking if it can do this, but the little goblin immediately turns its face away, ignoring him. Chun-soo freezes in disbelief, realizing the creature just snorted at him in absolute contempt. On the way to the quest location, the scene shifts to a wooden wagon. Actually, it is a carriage pulled by a giant white bird. The merchant NPC Matthias drives the carriage while muttering curses, wondering where his horse disappeared. Inside the wagon, Chun-soo grabs the goblin's small green arm, pulling it close with a furious dark glare. "Let's talk, Boblin," he says. The goblin just looks up and lets out a blank squeak. Annoyed, Chun-soo sits cross-legged. The goblin snaps back with a blunt squeak, turning its head and sticking out its tongue to mock its master. Pushed to his limit, Chun-soo completely loses his temper and yells at it. "What is with that annoying attitude? I had no choice but to throw you away. What did you want me to do? Let the entire world find out." The little monster snaps back at him, refusing to back down. Absolutely furious, Chun-soo glares and starts yelling at his stubborn summon. He screams at it for never listening and always causing trouble, shouting that he hates it too. But then a sudden, mocking memory flashes in his mind. Catherine Lai leaning in close, hugging him from behind, her voice teasing him about his fragile relationships. She had warned him that one-sided relationships are incredibly fragile. Remembering his own weakness, Chun-soo gets completely flustered. His face turns bright red as he looks away, clicking his tongue defensively, saying whatever. Meanwhile, his summoned goblin rolls on the floor, laughing hysterically at its master. Getting mocked by his own minion makes Chun-soo boil with rage. He lunges to grab the creature, yelling that he has had enough. But at that exact moment, his expression completely freezes. A cold sweat rolls down his face. His eyes widen in absolute panic as he stares toward the carriage window. Suddenly, the curtain is ripped open as a wild goblin crashes inside, letting out a piercing, savage laugh. Chun-soo jumps back in terror, screaming out, "What the hell is this?" Seeing the threat, his own goblin quickly grabs a bundle to defend them, while Chun-soo points at the enemy in a panic, screaming, "Kill it, do something." The frantic struggle makes the carriage shake violently, blinding everyone with dust and causing the giant stork pulling them to run wild. The driver, old Matthias, looks back in panic, wondering what on earth is causing all that noise inside the carriage. The wild monster throws Chun-soo's goblin aside, hanging on the door's edge. Sweating bullets, Chun-soo screams in total desperation, begging his minion to do something since the wild monster is still standing. But the beast does not care about the minion. It lunges forward, crashing directly into Chun-soo's chest and forcing a painful scream out of him. Before he can even recover, the wild goblin clings to his face, biting and scratching. Damage numbers constantly pop up, draining his health points as it repeatedly bashes his head. Chun-soo writhes in agonizing pain, screaming in despair for his own goblin to do something. As he struggles for his life against the green monster, he desperately tries to push its ugly face away from him. He screams to get off, but it keeps growling and biting. Then the wild monster raises a huge rock, laughing savagely. It is ready to crush him with all its might. Chun-soo's eyes roll back in sheer terror as he screams for mercy. Just as he is about to meet his end, a brilliant flash of light suddenly bursts through the dark carriage. The carriage driver suddenly appears, looking surprisingly cool as he aims a shotgun directly into the carriage, asking what is happening. Covered in blood, Chun-soo stares blankly, realizing it is just the driver NPC. Blood continues to pour down his face. He points desperately at the monster clinging to his head, screaming that a beast has sneaked into the carriage. The driver frowns, muttering that it must be a goblin, likely because they are currently traveling near a goblin village. He calmly aims his weapon, telling him to stay still so he can end the beast with a single shot. Relieved, Chun-soo closes his eyes, pointing eagerly and telling the driver to shoot the monster right in front of him. The driver loudly confirms, but with a terribly aimed sniper shot, the bullet blasts straight into Chun-soo's head instead. A critical damage number of 580 pops up. He screams in absolute rage, "Not me, you idiot." The blast throws both goblins aside, leaving Chun-soo collapse on the floor. After taking a bullet for no reason, Chun-soo furiously grabs his hair, screaming at the creatures to ask why they are even targeting him in the first place. But when he finally looks up, the scene in front of him makes absolutely no sense, leaving him utterly confused. The wild goblin that was just beating him half to death is now hugging and protecting his own pet goblin. It weeps bitterly, begging for mercy, explaining it only thought a fellow goblin had been captured and needed saving. Kim Chun-soo's jaw dropped in utter shock, sweat pouring down his face like rain. This crazy goblin actually knew how to talk. The carriage rolled right along, continuing its journey through the dense forest. Sitting in a daze, Kim Chun-soo held his head in deep thought. He pondered a harsh, brutal reality. Was it only because he was a Boblinlin summoner that they could actually communicate with each other? At this rate, was he basically just a damn goblin himself? Behind the carriage, a wild goblin was tied up and dragged. It wept and begged for mercy, screaming out, "Please spare me. I only wanted to save my own kind. I never had any intention of hurting anyone." Kim Chun-soo turned around and glared fiercely at the creature, asking if it wanted to die. "Why did you bite my head? Then I had no grudge against you guys, but this works out just fine." The dragged monster shrieked in despair, as Kim Chun-soo coldly declared he would head straight to its village and wipe out every last goblin. He promised to leave none of them alive. Finally, the carriage stopped and the coachman opened the curtain to announce their arrival. Kim Chun-soo looked around from the back and whispered, "This place." They stood before a dark cave lit by a faint, eerie glow. The NPC points ahead and says that is the road to the Boblinlin village. Kim Chun-soo lightly hops down onto the dry, cracked earth and clicks his tongue. Great, so he has to walk from here. The driver on the carriage bluntly replies that he could go further, but it would just be a massive pain. With that, the driver whips his mount and speeds off like a rocket. He disappears into a massive cloud of dust, leaving the area in a flash. Kim Chun-soo is left standing there, jaw dropped in complete disbelief. Accepting his fate, he tightly grips the rope tied to his wild goblin hostage. He starts analyzing the situation. Since this path leads straight to a monster village, it is bound to be filled with traps. Good thing he has a shield. Keeping this goblin alive was a stroke of genius. Dragged along the dirt, the tearful creature realizes the horrible truth behind why he was spared. Sobbingly, he begs for a noble sacrifice. If someone has to die, let it be him, because the other goblins did absolutely nothing wrong. It was his fault for attacking first. He pleads with Kim Chun-soo, asking if he would not hesitate to save one of his own kind. But there is zero mercy here. Kim Chun-soo suddenly reaches out and grabs the goblin by his long ears, lifting him off the ground. The poor creature squeals in pain. Suddenly, Kim Chun-soo's face contorts into a terrifying, twisted grin that looks straight out of a horror movie. He delivers a brutally honest answer. No way, he would absolutely never do that. The terrified goblin screams at the pure evil before him. Clasping his hands, the crying monster begs for mercy, explaining that they do not hate humans and are actually a very peaceful tribe. Why do humans keep coming to their village anyway? Is it just to torture them? It seems humans are the real troublemakers here. Those emotional words actually make Kim Chun-soo pause. He strokes his chin in deep thought, reflecting on the harsh truth of the situation. He realizes he is only hunting them down because it is a system quest. He has no personal grudge against these creatures at all. Plus, he has never actually seen them do anything evil. He keeps overthinking, trying to unpack his own biased worldview about monsters. He just assumed they were evil because they are goblins, making their slaughter feel normal. But hey, who would honestly cry over a dead monster? But right at that moment, a small trembling voice calls out from the nearby bushes, calling him darling. It is a female goblin and her little child. Kim Chun-soo jumps in surprise, turning around to see this unexpected family reunion. He stammers the word darling in confusion. Realizing his family is in danger, the wild goblin screams at Tina to grab their kid and run. Channeling his inner villain, Kim Chun-soo points ahead and commands his summoned goblin minion to throw a rock at them, silencing the noise. The wild goblin screams in pure despair. Grinning wickedly, the loyal summon picks up a massive stone and prepares to execute the order. He channels all his strength into his arm and hurls the rock. It slices through the air like a bullet, aiming straight for the mother and child. They stand there trembling in fear. The father's desperate scream tears through the air as the projectile flies right toward his wife's face. Her eyes go wide as death approaches. Driven by pure love and desperation, the captive goblin clenches his teeth and breaks free from his fear. Looking at Kim Chun-soo like he is a total monster, the wild goblin leaps forward, leaving all his terror behind in a split-second dash. He throws his body in front of his family, taking the devastating impact of the rock right to the face to protect them. The stone shatters on impact, sending bright fragments flying everywhere as he collapses to the ground, leaving everyone present completely stunned. Seeing this tragic display of familial love, Kim Chun-soo holds his head and sighs deeply, feeling like the ultimate villain of the story. He reflects on how some humans would gladly sacrifice their own children just to save themselves, yet this monster did the exact opposite. He admits he cannot call the goblin evil when it risked its own life to shield its family. That is just not possible. Meanwhile, the goblin family is hugging and crying together, leaving Kim Chun-soo standing there, sweating bullets at the awkwardness of it all. He wonders if this is some kind of sick joke, realizing these so-called monsters are actually way more humane than he is. Soon after, they enter a massive cave where a friendly goblin stands with open arms welcoming them to the village. But as soon as the guards spot Kim Chun-soo, they immediately tense up, casting extremely suspicious looks in his direction. Kim Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat, assuming they are about to attack him out of deep-seated hatred for humans. However, reality completely slaps him in the face when a crowd of goblins gathers around to playfully tease him instead. They ask which hole he crawled out of, calling him hideous and laughing. Being roasted by a bunch of goblins makes him furious. He screams internally that he is not a goblin, but his guide just laughs it off and tells him to relax. The guide admits that before boarding the carriage, he also doubted whether anyone would ever mistake Kim Chun-soo's scary face for a human's. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo desperately wants to punch him, regretting not ending him earlier. Showing his annoyance, he demands to leave. He asks if he can go because he is getting worried, but the goblin just tells him to stop stressing out. Kim Chun-soo brutally replies that his only real worry is ending up slaughtering every single one of them. The goblin sighs in annoyance. He complains that Kim Chun-soo cannot just leave. Since he caused the adventurer some trouble, he feels obligated to show some hospitality. If he does not treat him to a meal, he will lose face. Before he can protest, Kim Chun-soo is dragged into a stone cave. The dim lights flicker, signaling the start of a feast straight from hell. Kim Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat, staring down at a bowl of nauseating purple broth. It is overflowing with squirming tentacles and eyeballs. Suddenly, his system screen reveals the dish is Boblinlin poison soup, making him scream in terror internally. The word poison is literally in the name. Meanwhile, the goblin father turns to scold his kids, telling them to stop running wild in front of guests. But the goblin kid talks back, refusing to listen. Holding a spoon with trembling hands, Kim Chun-soo tries to calm himself down. He finds comfort knowing there is no sense of taste in the game. But still, what on earth is he doing sitting here and sharing a meal with literal monsters? Right then, the goblin kid slams hard into his back, knocking the spoon of poison soup straight into his mouth. A massive damage number of 169 pops up over his head. His face turns bright red, with veins bulging from the agonizing pain. He screams out in pure agony, cursing his bad luck. Seeing his misery, his summoned goblin disciple bursts into laughter, slapping the table repeatedly. This pushes Kim Chun-soo over the edge. He furiously grabs the summon, yelling at him to stop laughing while repeatedly slamming the little goblin's head onto the table. "Shut up," he growls, slamming him down again. Meanwhile, the wild goblin looks on curiously, asking why a human and a goblin are traveling together so peacefully. The host admits he has never seen their kinds getting along. Kim Chun-soo wipes his face with a towel and snaps back, denying any friendship. He explains that the creature is merely his summon, a lowly servant, nothing more. Hearing this, the wild goblin is filled with sudden admiration. A summoned creature, the goblin whispers, deeply intrigued. He confesses that traveling the world with an adventurer sounds like the ultimate dream. He admits he would be the most successful goblin in history if he could ever do that. Looking away sadly, he shares his harsh reality. "My family and all the goblins in this village are doomed to stay here forever," he sighs. His wife then speaks up with painful resignation. She points out that in everyone's eyes they are just trash, destined to remain trapped in low-level dungeons with no hope of ever escaping. Sensing the heavy mood, the husband quickly scratches his head and laughs it off. He tells his wife to stop being so gloomy. He announces he is going to grab some snacks, inviting them to wait. Kim Chun-soo watches him leave, feeling a sudden wave of sympathy. He asks why the goblin looks so sad, adding that despite being a monster, he has an incredibly wonderful wife. Kim Chun-soo looks down at his hands, mocking himself. He is a human, yet he has no wife, no friends, and zero courage. He admits he is just a pathetic guy who constantly suspects his own kind, unlike the brave goblin who risks everything for his family. With sincere praise, Kim Chun-soo tells him that a goblin like him is far better than most humans and can achieve great things. The goblin looks up, completely stunned by those words. Kim Chun-soo offers a warm, encouraging smile, giving him a big thumbs up. "Hang in there, buddy," he says, "we are not so different after all." But out of nowhere, a massive pickaxe comes swinging down. The goblin wife slams the giant weapon right toward Kim Chun-soo's head with terrifying speed, her voice turning completely ice cold. She coldly thanks him for the kind words, but thanks to his high agility of 32, Kim Chun-soo effortlessly dodges the blow. A giant mist text appears in the air. Even while dodging, his hand is still frozen in that supportive thumbs-up pose. He blinks in utter confusion, looking back to ask what is going on. Before him, the level 18 goblin wife is sweating and trembling. Right beside her, the goblin husband is shaking in absolute terror. In the tense silence, Kim Chun-soo suddenly leaps backward to find cover. He grabs a wooden plank, screaming in panic about a giant cockroach and asking if she did all this to save him. The two goblins yell out in shock, astounded that he survived. They marvel at how he is still alive after that near-fatal strike. But it turns out the real target of her strike was not a cockroach at all. It was an unlucky assassin goblin. The poor creature now lies completely crushed on the floor, sending a shiver of terror through the other hidden enemies nearby. Without wasting a second, a level 8 goblin assassin with a crazed grin tightens his grip on a dagger and lunges forward. Right at that moment, an annoyed Chun-soo slams his fist heavily onto the table, accidentally crushing the lunging assassin's head. A massive damage number of 459 explodes in the air. Chun-soo grumbles about the scary bug scaring the enemy away. He stares blankly at his hand and then at the escaping cockroach, wondering if he actually just swatted something else instead. Putting aside the mess of dead goblin assassins scattered across the floor, Chun-soo stands up and lets out a soft sigh. He explains that you must head back now. He wishes to stay longer, but the current situation is far too urgent. Having witnessed his terrifying strength, the goblin wife breaks into a cold sweat and stammers to her companions, wondering what to do. Leaving the absolute mess of defeated goblin assassins lying around on the floor, Chun-soo stands up preparing to depart. He says he must head back, wishing he could stay longer if not for the urgent situation. Meanwhile, the goblin wife trembles in fear. Sweating profusely after seeing his strength, she nervously asks what they should do next while her clueless husband just tilts his head. Stepping out of the cave with his disciple, Chun-soo looks back with tears welling in his eyes, feeling deeply touched. It turns out goblins are actually good monsters after all. He sniffles, waving goodbye and yelling out for them to take care. Tell the kids I am sorry for not saying goodbye. Forcing a cold, calm expression back onto his face, Chun-soo mutters decisively, well, I am off. But right then a heavy boot stomps down on a dead goblin lying on the ground, followed by a mocking voice ringing out. Aha, I knew you would be here. An orange-haired player carrying a massive heavy sword on his shoulder grins widely, mockingly pointing out that Chun-soo has found yet another goblin. Suddenly, Chun-soo's eyes turn pitch black, filled with absolute burning rage. Staring down at the bloody, battered corpse of the wild goblin, he painfully remembers how this kind creature always cooked meals for him. The orange-haired player pauses, looking slightly taken aback, lowering his sword as he asks, "Can you talk? What kind of player are you? What on earth are you doing here?" Glancing at the trembling goblins huddled behind Chun-soo, the guy sneers, "Ah, you must be here to level these things up. Man, they are crawling all over the place." He roughly shoves Chun-soo aside, making a highly provocative proposal. Need a hand? Immediately, a flashing red system alert announces that PK mode is enabled. Chun-soo's eyes burn with a deadly purple light. Gritting his teeth, he roars, "How dare you touch my grandma?" Exploding with absolute fury, Chun-soo points a finger directly at his enemy, commanding his summon with epic energy. "Go get him, Boblinlin." The goblin summoned behind him flinches, crying out in utter confusion, "Wait, what? You actually want me to fight?" Left with no choice, the poor goblin squeezes its eyes shut and leaps at the orange-haired player, but reality is brutally harsh. The player kicks out effortlessly, sending the summon flying back to crash onto the ground, whimpering in pain. "Those human bastards," a voice suddenly snarls in pure frustration. "Hey, you absolute idiot." Behind him, Chun-soo is turning to scream in his own summon. "You complete moron, I told you to attack, not get hit. Did you do that on purpose?" Meanwhile, the goblin just sits there, clutching its stomach, laughing hysterically. Watching this ridiculous comedy show play out, the orange-haired player frowns in annoyance. "Hey, what kind of stunt are you pulling?" Resting his sword on his shoulder, he complains. "Not only do you call goblins your friends, but you randomly initiate a PK out of nowhere. Do you even know who I am? Do we have some kind of grudge?" Chun-soo stands up, clenching his fists as veins bulge across his armored gloves. Coldly firing back, "You are the one who hurt my friend first." He instantly lunges forward, throwing a massive punch straight into the player's face. 78 damage pops up as he roars, "Of course I hold a grudge against you, bastard." The player staggers back, bloodshot eyes filled with hatred as he growls, "What the hell?" Suddenly, a blinding explosion erupts deep within the cave, violently shaking the earth and blasting dust everywhere, shattering the silence. Over in another area, a level 35 red-haired warrior named Zeros glances toward the blast. Grabbing a goblin, he complains, "Looks like Han Min-chun is going all out, and he was just whining earlier." His orange-clad female companion quickly replies, "Does he think he is the only one who does not want to do this?" Behind them, a level 36 fighter named H groans, "Are there no stronger goblins? They all die in one hit. This quest is so boring." Before she can finish, a figure suddenly plummets from above, face planting onto the stone floor, making her gasp in shock. "Wait, a person." Meanwhile, the fallen player silently groans, "I just want to finish this and go home." Looking down from a cliff, the orange-haired player scowls, pointing down. "That guy started babbling about goblins being his friends and attacked me, kill him." Hearing this, H looks up in disbelief. "What, he treats goblins like friends? Is that why you killed him?" But The orange-haired guy quickly denies it. Hey, I did not start the fight. He brought this on himself. Coldly turning away. He leaves them with a final word. I did not even finish him, but his gear looks pretty good. He fell off the cliff, running away. Deal with him for me. I am off to wipe out the rest. Meanwhile, battered in the pit, Chun-soo weakly looks up, muttering, damn it, no wonder he befriended goblins. Up above, H shrugs and turns to Zeros. I would not be surprised if we have to kill him to finish this quest. Zeros nods, responding, let us just get rid of him before he causes more trouble, then we can clean up the remaining goblins. Back inside the cave, the orange-haired player strolls along. Bored out of his mind, he complains about wasting time on this dull goblin hunt. With a swift swing, he cleaves an unlucky goblin in half, making it shriek in agony. But instead of fleeing, another goblin nearby stands, laughing maniacally, pointing ahead with creepy excitement. Staring at this bizarre sight, the orange-haired player stands over the bloody corpse, glaring at the laughing monster. Sure, this might just be a game, but he narrows his eyes, utterly disgusted. I cannot believe how sick you are laughing as your own kind dies. Glancing down at the lifeless bodies of little baby goblins on the ground, he continues to scold. You do not even blink, seeing your children die, is dead. That is the true nature of you goblins. Nothing but filthy scum, only caring about your own survival. Carrying his blood-stained sword, he slowly approaches the goblin cowering in the corner, ruthlessly declaring, do you know what? That is exactly why quests are created specifically to wipe out trash like you. So now, die. Right at that moment, the wild goblin looks up, baring its fangs in a sinister grin as another massive explosion tears through the area, shattering the stone cave entrance with a violent shockwave. Witnessing this from outside, he asks, what the hell was that? Meanwhile, Zeros beside her yells in anger, telling Han Min-chun to stop messing around. But from under the rubble, Chun-soo covers his face and bursts into laughter like a maniac, mockingly asking if they thought this was easy. Hearing that, he angrily snaps at her teammate, telling him to try fighting that goblin himself. Meanwhile, the warrior Zeros also joins in and shouts, telling him to go ahead, because it is all his. Instantly, the wild goblin rushes out crazily, using its hand to grab the hair of the motionless, orange-haired Han Min-chun, shrieking with pure excitement. Meanwhile, down below, Chun-soo is wildly screaming at them to go ahead and face the strongest goblin boss in town. Without hesitation, the martial artist he spins around, unleashing a powerful aerial kick straight at her target. However, the wild goblin easily uses its own teeth to bite down on her leg, raising its wooden club to block while preparing to strike its face, grinning widely. Seeing his teammate in trouble, the warrior Zeros snaps, rushing forward with his axe while roaring. He activates his warrior skill, unleashing an explosive smash that slams a fiery burst of energy into the ground. This forces the martial artist away from the goblin, sending her flying. Just as, landing safely, her face turns pale as she gasps, asking if anyone else saw that goblin catch her kick with its teeth. The warrior turns back to mock her, asking if she was not just complaining about wanting a stronger goblin and if she is scared now. This makes her stammer defensively, insisting she is definitely not. She stares at the goblin, who is still standing proudly holding its wooden club, and mutters that she is only surprised it is quite strong for a goblin. Why would she be scared when there is no way she could ever lose? Meanwhile, Chun-soo bursts into another fit of joyful laughter. He sits with his arm wrapped around the shoulder of Han Min-chun, who is completely knocked out, and smugly says that they actually think they will win. He tells him to wake up and tell them if he got beaten up on purpose. He mocks that Han Min-chun will definitely become a laughingstock once everyone finds out he lost to a goblin. Why are goblins always assumed to be losers anyway? Feeling insulted by this, the martial artist, he turns back in a rage, yelling at Chun-soo to shut his mouth. Instantly, Chun-soo fires back with an incredibly dark philosophical rant, claiming that while humans are treacherous, scum goblins would never betray her. You slaughtered them for no reason other than a simple quest. I bet you even hung their heads on walls, gloating over your own cruelty, making her scream in frustration that she has never done that. Seeing this, the warrior Zeros steps in, warning her not to waste her breath on him and to focus on the goblin instead. Zeros then gathers his energy, his weapon glowing with a fiery red light full of murderous intent. Meanwhile, Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat, silently realizing that those fools do not know the goblin isn't listening to him. They won't die because of it unless they offend it. Sensing the extreme danger, Chun-soo opens his mouth and screams a command, telling the goblin to just kill them. But ironically, the wild goblin only grins, mockingly with absolute indifference. Then it lies flat on the ground, rubbing its belly and cleaning its ears while making a mocking sound, ignoring Chun-soo's desperate cries as he begs it to stop messing around and listen to him. Chun-soo's eyes grow dark with utter helplessness. Squinting, he mutters to himself, wondering if it might listen if he asks politely. As soon as those words leave his mouth, Chun-soo bolts past the other two players, sprinting ahead at full speed. He slides across the ground on his knees, executing a flawless textbook begging pose in hopes of salvaging the desperate situation. Without any hesitation, Chun-soo kneels on the dirt and clasps his hands, pleading desperately for the great supreme emperor of goblins to save him just this once, warning that he will die if the creature does not fight now. In response to this dramatic begging, the wild goblin merely covers its mouth and snickers mockingly. Meanwhile, Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat, clutching his forehead as his inner voice screams in despair. He laments how humiliating it is to kneel before a goblin, but without its cooperation he will be completely helpless from here on out. Besides, what has pride ever done for him anyway? Seeing the goblin lazily wave its hand and grunt in boredom, Chun-soo grits his teeth in fury, silently cursing that he cannot take this anymore. Ultimately, swallowing his pride, he presses his forehead to the dirt, closes his eyes tightly, and begs, sincerely apologizing for daring to command the great goblin, promising to never throw or order it around again and to prepare the finest meals for it to enjoy while he goes hungry. Witnessing this incredibly bizarre scene, the martial artist, he turns around in complete bewilderment. One warrior mocks Kim Chun-soo, pointing out how he was just rambling about goblins being his friends and now he is kneeling to them. This Zero Squad fighter barks at Kim Chun-soo to get out of the way before he slices both of them together despite the pleas. He swings a heavy axe straight down, but instead a massive counter damage number of 9,999 pops up. The damage explodes over the attacker's head, leaving the female martial artist he completely frozen in utter disbelief. From the shadows, Kim Chun-soo keeps praying with clasped hands, but a sinister grin creeps onto his face as the system window appears. It says the Boblinlin Lord is highly pleased with his total lack of self-respect, rewarding him with 1 goblin point. He smirked, realizing his dramatic prayer actually worked while the massive goblin spreads its arms wide with absolute authority. Kim Chun-soo keeps kneeling and chanting like a devout follower, uttering Goblin, which sends he backing away in absolute panic. She sweats, bullets, and screams, pleading with Min-chun to stop joking, because this is not funny at all. Her screams intensify as she looks over at the muscular warrior lying defeated against a shattered stone wall. Her eyes widen and her pupils shake with sheer terror, wondering how on earth Min-chun could have fallen. He was killed by a single strike from a mere goblin, while near them the bruised and bloody Min-chun mumbles in despair. He groans that it makes no sense to face such a monstrous beast in a basic goblin subjugation quest. Blood drips from his mouth as the warrior whispers his defeat, realizing there is absolutely no way they can win. Seeing this disaster, he immediately turns around and bolts, thinking it is better to regroup once they respawn in town. But Kim Chun-soo just gives her a cold, wicked smirk, mentally mocking her for thinking she can just walk away. Did she really think she could escape after trying to murder them? Instantly, the goblin lunges and grabs her leg. She lets out a panicked shriek as she is violently dragged backward, crashing face first onto the hard ground. With her knocked out, Kim Chun-soo slowly stands up and spreads his arms like a cult leader giving a sermon. He declares that his comrades will no longer face oppression and no more dirty quests will force humans to hunt them. Stepping right over the unconscious fighter, he continues his grand speech to the gathering crowd of green monsters. He proclaims to his goblin followers that they will never have to hide in cramped, filthy caves ever again. He tells them not to fear because their savior has arrived, sending the pack into a wild, roaring frenzy. They howl with sheer excitement as Kim Chun-soo dramatically places a hand over his chest, pretending to be shocked as he speaks. He gasps out that he can hear their god speaking, claiming that all humans are nothing but backstabbing traitors. His expression instantly turns cold and dark as he bloodthirstily barks a ruthless command to kill them all. Glancing down at the unconscious woman, he quietly orders the horde to take all the goblins toward the town. Kim Chun-soo sits cross-legged like a king, with a massive angry army of green monsters rearing up behind him. He declares that their rebellion has officially begun, and the scene shifts to a massive, majestic white castle. Beneath a darkening sky, 2 guards stand atop the towering walls of Phoenix Elbasa, lazily passing the time. One asks what the other thinks about goblins, and his partner just responds with a crude mocking joke. The guard curses back at the dumb joke, but suddenly spots something strange in the distance and squints. Out on the far horizon, an enormous cloud of dust is rapidly rolling toward them at a truly terrifying speed. It is a clear sign of an impending doomsday nightmare, with a wild pack of savage goblins charging ahead. They crawl ferociously along the dirt road, prompting the armored guard looking down from the walls to sweat. His face turns pale with fright as he beholds an entire army of crazed green monsters charging forward. They swarm like angry bees, roaring loudly, while Kim Chun-soo stands proudly at the forefront of the massive horde. He spreads his arms like a savior, calling out to his grand comrades as his face twists wickedly. He madly declares that they will tear down the human city, flashing back to 3 hours prior. Back then, Kim Chun-soo was still glaring with cold, murderous intent, ordering his monsters to slaughter them all. He looked down coldly at the defeated woman, commanding the horde to march on toward the human town. As beasts surrounded her, he emphasized that the hour for their grand uprising had finally arrived. The bloodthirsty goblins behind him shrieked in absolute excitement, howling to put everyone to the sword. But just as they prepared to tear her apart, Kim Chun-soo stepped forward to suddenly stop them. He ordered them to spare her cunningly, noting that death would only let players respawn back at the temple. Back in town, he refuses to let the murderer who slaughtered their kind escape so easily. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo stands menacingly behind the female martial artist, kneeling flat on the ground. Her teammates are dead and their real-life players have actually fainted. Now they can't even hit the respawn button. Terrified, the female martial artist breaks into a cold sweat. With tears in her eyes, her trembling hands pressed to the dirt as she whimpers. Kim Chun-soo coldly threatens her, asking if she wants to suffer the same agony they did. Suddenly, he wipes his lip and flashes a twisted, dark smirk. He creepily tells her that she has an incredibly delicious body. Standing over her like a malevolent god, he delivers a chilling verdict, saying he wants to ride her. Her pupils dilate in absolute horror. Fast forward to the present, where Kim Chun-soo laughs maniacally while clinging to her back. The martial artist is forced onto all fours, running for her life like a mount. He bellows out to slaughter all humans, leaving her completely dazed. As they ride, Kim Chun-soo smugly reminds his unwilling steed not to even think about logging out, since all her gold and gears are currently in his hands. Crawling forward, he tearfully begs him to just return them once this is all over. But Kim Chun-soo simply replies that he will keep her as his pet once the Goblin era begins, making her scream in sheer despair. Total panic. Back in town, a terrified man kicks a door open, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Boblinlins are invading, gather the adventurers." His frantic entrance instantly shatters the lively, bustling atmosphere inside the massive Adventurer Guild Hall. A towering, muscular warrior clad in black and red armor annoyingly puts his hands on his hips. "Is this a joke, goblins?" Meanwhile, his companion asks with smug disbelief, arguing they are just low-level trash mobs. Sweating bullets, the panicked townsperson fires back that it is absolutely real. He begs them to believe him, claiming hordes of goblins are invading. Hearing this, a light blue-haired elf adventurer crosses her arms and asks indifferently why the town guards can't just handle them. Boblinlins. Over in another corner, a guy in a blue suit and blonde hair smirks, wondering if this is some special event. His red-haired female companion warns him, with crossed arms, telling him not to even think about it. Getting involved might mess up their plans for the next dungeon. Too cold. The blonde guy turns around with a confident smile, telling her to relax. He suggests it is just a matter of basic self-defense. Confused, she asks what he actually means. Right behind them, a wooden display cabinet stands quietly against the silent wall. Suddenly, the glass window shatters to pieces as a wild goblin, armed with a heavy hammer, crashes right through from outside. Unfazed, the blonde guy lightning swiftly draws his pistol and shoots the monster square in the face. He snaps his fingers with a smirk, saying they really have goblins. His red-haired companion breaks into a cold sweat, wondering if he has eyes in the back of his head. Seeing this, another adventurer with slick-back hair rests his weapon on his shoulder and grins in excitement, thinking it was a joke. Just as the glass shatters, completely wild, aggressive goblins rush in and immediately attack a warrior, shocking everyone. They panic. Are the monsters actually attacking? The armored warrior, clad in bright red gear, steps back and unleashes a blazing fire attack that incinerates the screaming beasts. He swings a massive, flaming greatsword with power, slashing through the air to sweep away everything in his path. This red knight is Asbas, a level 58 fire knight. As the leader of the Hiofi Guild, he laughs smugly, calling it too easy since he had high hopes for this special event, claiming even 100 of these weak mobs cannot make things interesting at all. However, his vice leader, the level 52 scholar Jaimini, stands nearby, sweating bullets. Turning absolutely pale, he realizes the count is not just 100. Activating his Sei skill, his thermal vision sweeps the battlefield and he gasps that there are tens of thousands. Before his eyes lies a massive roaring sea of green goblins charging madly. He screams in absolute despair, shouting that there are way too many. The poor guy is immediately crushed by the horde, crying out what is wrong with this pack. Chaos erupts everywhere. Weak players can only cry in fear as they flee at full speed, head over heels. Watching from a distance, the blonde gunslinger turns to his red-haired female teammate and notes that the town seems to be in deep trouble. This is Horace Phillip, the level 62 marksman and leader of the Armstrong Guild. Smirking, he asks if she really expects him to just sit back and watch. Beside him, Charlotte, the level 52 alchemist and vice leader of Armstrong, pushes up her glasses and coldly replies that is exactly what she wants him to do, leaving him utterly speechless as he curses. Change of scene. A muscular woman slams her hands onto the table with a serious expression. She notes that unlike the child from before, these goblins are not cute at all. Then she blows away some dust. He adjusts his armor and coldly tells his companion, Mian Sen, that it is time to move. Meanwhile, outside the Grand Town Hall, the sky suddenly turns a gloomy gray as cold rain pours down endlessly. High above, a massive white cat appears, letting out an ear-splitting roar that rattles the air. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo is still riding on the back of the female martial artist, eyes wide with madness as he yells in pure delight. He promises to give those humans a taste of their own medicine. Under his command, Boblin leads the chase, sending players scattering across the streets. Amidst the chaos and screams, a female mage trips and panics, begging the monsters to stay away. But to her shock, when a goblin lunges, she casually slaps it, sending the creature flying backward with a pathetic screech. Standing over the level 8 corpse, the level 34 mage Jufli blinks in complete confusion. She can't believe how incredibly weak they are. Just then, a hooded player rushes by, warning that there are too many of them. Jufli shrugs it off, calling the goblins total trash mobs. Seeing that the players have stopped running, Boblin suddenly freezes up and whimpers in fear. At the same time, a voice filled with utter disgust asks how these low-class trash dare to stand against them. Suddenly, the mages channel raw energy into their hands, chanting their fireball skills over and over again. Massive explosions erupt, engulfing the goblins in flames and blasting them into the sky amidst agonizing screeches. A bald priest punches the goblins away, laughing like a maniac. He mocks them for being incredibly weak, claiming the strongest is barely level 20. He urges everyone to wipe them out. Seeing the tables turn, Kim Chun-soo panics, screaming about how humans dare to fight back. Terrified by the overwhelming strength of the players, Boblin backs away, crying out that the great goblin spirit is fading fast. But Kim Chun-soo is not giving up yet. Still clinging tightly to the female martial artist, he looks to the sky and desperately begs for a display of true power. Meanwhile, the exhausted martial artist beneath him silently decides she is ready to log out. Far away, the Boblinlin lord sits on his throne. Hearing the desperate plea to guide them, he lets out a cunning smile. With a slow movement, he tosses a massive chunk of meat to a wild goblin waiting below. Instantly, the beast devours the offering, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy as a brilliant aura explodes around it. Unaware players standing nearby just laugh, joking about how great it is to relieve stress. The bald priest, still drunk on his own power, smirks and mutters about how much fun it is to wipe out this trash. Suddenly, he freezes, eyes wide with confusion, not understanding what is happening. Before he can react, a thunderous strike from the mutated goblin slams directly into his face, blasting the surrounding players away like dry leaves. The mutated goblin lands, showcasing bulging muscles and glowing red eyes, dripping with murderous intent. It takes slow, heavy steps, growling with deadly promise. Within moments, a brutal massacre begins, leaving bloody corpses scattered everywhere. Every remaining face is frozen in pure, unadulterated terror. Standing before this gory scene, Kim Chun-soo laughs hysterically with absolute malice. He mocks the foolish humans for underestimating his horde. Meanwhile, Hazel is shaking like a leaf, silently questioning if that monstrous thing is even a goblin anymore. Seizing the moment, the rest of the pack charges forward, roaring with newfound morale. The dying bald priest lies on the ground covered in blood. His blank eyes stare into nothingness as he mutters weakly, mimicking the monster's laugh before drawing his last breath. Swept up in the bloodlust, Boblin spins in a circle, frantically smashing his wooden club into the remaining survivors. The air fills with savage howls and brutal impacts. Shocked by the sheer brutality, Kim Chun-soo desperately tries to restrain the first bloodthirsty beasts, shouting for them to stop because their target is already dead. He urges them to go find other humans, but the blood-drenched goblins ignore him, howling to the sky like actual demons. Kim Chun-soo feels a cold sweat break out at the absolute madness of his wild subordinates. He stammers, telling them that is enough, they need to stop, but they ignore him entirely, extending sharp claws to grab the terrified female mage as she screams for mercy. Kim Chun-soo panics, shouting to ask where they are taking her. Seeing his commands completely ignored, he quickly jumps off the female martial artist and lands hard on the ground, preparing to run and stop the frenzied beasts. Without hesitation, he throws a heavy punch at the back of the goblin, dragging the girl by her hair, telling the beast to let her go. Snapping back in rage, the goblin opens its mouth of razor-sharp fangs and sinks them into his arm. Growling with pure fury, Kim Chun-soo screams in agony, clutching his bleeding arm while breaking into a cold sweat. Pale and trembling, he realizes how absolutely insane these monsters are as they ruthlessly drag the screaming mage away. A cold shiver runs down his spine. They are completely out of control. Just then, heavy, steady footsteps echo against the blood-stained pavement. A swordsman dressed in striking yellow robes suddenly flashes forward at lightning speed, leaping into the air. He drops right into the thick of a savage goblin horde standing as a shield for the unconscious girl lying on the ground. With just one devastating slash, the dark shadows of the goblins are sliced clean in half, blood spraying instantly. Chun-soo stands there in complete shock, his eyes wide and sweat pouring as he recognizes that familiar figure. Is that Shin? Chun-soo gasps in disbelief. Meanwhile, the swordsman, named Shin, frowns and mutters, how strange, why would goblins go out of their way to come all the way out here? Shin turns to glare at Chun-soo, demanding to know if he knows anything about this. Chun-soo flinches desperately, denying everything and saying, in one breath, that he has absolutely no idea. Hearing this, Shin clicks his tongue, sweat dripping down his face with a troubled look. What a massive pain, he grumbles. Looking over the chaotic battlefield where the other adventurers are struggling to hold their ground, he assesses that while they are holding up well, the sheer goblin numbers are simply overwhelming. Even if they take minor damage, they cannot hold out forever. He grips his sword hilt, his gaze instantly turning sharp and decisive as he makes up his mind. The longer this battle drags on, the worse it gets for us. With that, Sin channels his energy, preparing to charge ahead. He vows to end this in a single strike, but Chun-soo quickly grabs his shoulder to stop him, pleading with him to wait. Standing behind him, Chun-soo grimaces, drenched in sweat, trying to speak up for the rampaging monsters. Maybe the goblins just cannot take it anymore. He starts preaching to the swordsmen, saying that they constantly give out quests to hunt goblins who did nothing wrong. The next mission is always to wipe out an entire village under the label of evil monsters. That is just how they are defined. Can you not understand their terror of being hunted down by complete strangers? He grits his teeth, his eyes burning with deep resentment. Must goblins die simply because they are branded as evil? It is unfair. That is only because you people have never actually tried talking to them before. Chun-soo's sudden outburst makes Sin raise his eyebrow, his shock mixed with pure contempt. Talk to goblins? What a complete joke. They have nothing but greed in their minds. Unable to control his anger, Chun-soo snaps and roars right in his face. What do you actually know? Boblinlins have families and raise their children. They live even more humanely than humans do. The cold swordsman remains entirely unmoved, delivering a harsh, blunt reality check. They are only faking all of that. With a serious look, he explains that goblins are monsters born from the abyss, meaning they have no real families. Every single action they take is nothing more than a carefully crafted lie designed to trick unsuspecting adventurers. Shin turns away and steps forward, leaving Chun-soo speechless. He adds that he does not want their entire species wiped out, as they also have a right to exist. But on screen, a dark tree with twisted goblin head branches looms ominously. Sin points out that if their numbers grow too large, they will become a threat to the rest of the world. They must be kept in check to maintain the balance of the world. Hearing this, Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat. He demands to know if Shin has ever actually spared a single thought for the creatures he has slain. Shin calmly explains that if Chun-soo had ever eaten a warm meal cooked by those goblins, his perspective would change. Hearing those brutal words, Chun-soo's eyes widen in sheer horror. Inside his mind, a chilling realization hits. The final conclusion echoes, realizing that the meal was definitely poisoned. He can only mutter in defeat that it is true. But recalling the foul stench of their signature goblin poison soup, he realizes that was not the only red flag. Looking back at the memory of those goblins handing him a disgusting cockroach, he had actually felt touched back then, crying out that they did so much for him despite the gross bug. But piecing it together now, he panics. He waves his hands frantically, telling himself to wait. He clearly remembers squashing that nasty bug in absolute frustration. Chun-soo finally wakes up to the truth, and it gets worse. His face twists, gritting his teeth in bitter frustration. Everything is highly suspicious. These are just spawn game monsters. They do not reproduce, and there is no reason for them to start families. They were just putting on an act. The memory of the goblins acting pitiful, clinging to each other to look pitiful, flashes in his mind, making him curse those bastards for playing him back in reality. Jin continues, explaining that if he finally understands, he should, but he cuts himself off as Chun-soo suddenly bolts. Sin yells, demanding to know where he is going. Nearby, Ha is sweating bullets, looking at the chaos and muttering that she is caught in a massive mess. She wonders if she should take this chance to run away. But before she can make a move, Chun-soo leaps onto her back, making her scream in shock as he decisively announces a change of plans. He raises his summon as the system screen pops up, displaying the Boblinlin summoner skill. Assemble, making the creature screech. Instantly, Chun-soo uses every ounce of his energy, throwing his head back and screaming reverberates through the area. Hear me, all you Boblinlins. It is an absolutely ridiculous sight as Chun-soo stands proudly, perched right on the female martial artist's shoulders, hoisting a goblin high into the air like some bizarre sacrificial offering. His expression is dead serious as he shouts like a true savior. The moment his voice rings out, the goblins below freeze in their tracks, weapons raised right next to a heavily bleeding man. Kim Chun-soo continues his dramatic speech. Enough, all of you goblins must stop this battle, immediately. But completely ignoring his holy command, one goblin swings its heavy wooden club without a second thought, landing a brutal blow right on the poor man's head, while Kim Chun-soo's voice still echoes foolishly in the background. Kim Chun-soo's face instantly drops. His eyes lose all life as he desperately mutters the end of his sentence. "Stop fighting, please." Right on cue, the goblins resume their bloodthirsty frenzy, spraying blood everywhere and leaving Kim Chun-soo drenched in cold sweat. What on earth is wrong with these monsters? Watching them tear flesh apart, sheer panic sets in. He cannot control them at all, nothing like before. Yet he stubbornly keeps holding that one goblin high, screaming, "Don't you hear the words of your savior?" But then an armored warrior steps forward, glaring fiercely at him, and demands to know what on earth he is doing with that goblin. Caught red-handed, Kim Chun-soo turns pale as a ghost, sweating bullets as he tries to play it cool. This is the worst timing. "You have it wrong, I was just trying to explain." But before he can make up a lie, the martial artist acting as his pedestal executes a perfect suplex, crashing them both headfirst into the stone. The warrior below praises her, calling it an outstanding suplex. He admits he almost suspected her of being the real mastermind. Even for a minor background character, his guess is dead on. Honestly, you can't even make this kind of stuff up. Kim Chun-soo scrambles to his feet quickly, pointing ahead to change the subject, shouting to go hunt some goblins while sighing in relief. That was close. Meanwhile, the slammed goblin staggers up, clutching its head in pain. Kim Chun-soo looks back curious. Suddenly, the goblin's muscles bulk up to an insane degree. It roars in pure rage, leaving Kim Chun-soo completely terrified. He realizes he is in deep trouble. Backing away in sheer panic, sweat pours down his face as he tries to explain. "Wait a minute, I did not suplex you, I just slipped and fell backward." But his excuses fall on deaf ears. The buffed-up monster bends down and lifts a massive boulder. Staring death in the face, Kim Chun-soo desperately struggles to escape, as the goblin charges with the giant rock. Throwing away his dignity, he makes a split-second decision and reaches out, grabbing the clueless female martial artist by her shoulders. Without hesitation, he drags her right in front of him to act as his shield. Yes, a total human shield. The temporary goblin assembly notification flashes on screen, completely ignoring her terrified screams. Blood sprays from her nose after the brutal impact. Kim Chun-soo cradles the unconscious girl with a tragic look, muttering softly, "I will never forget your sacrifice, Goblin number 2. He instantly tosses her aside, glaring fiercely at the rock thrower. How dare a mere low-level creep throw a massive rock directly at his face? Kim Chun-soo is absolutely furious now. Slowly, he draws his weapon, his eyes glowing with deadly intent. This is not going to end well for that monster. The goblin tilts its head, completely confused, while Kim Chun-soo coldly decides it needs to be taught a harsh lesson. Meanwhile, in the distance, a strange object slices through the wind, flying directly over the head of a female elf. She looks up with her deep blue eyes, wondering if that was actually a flying stone before narrowing her gaze. Something strange is happening down below. From her high vantage point, she spots Kim Chun-soo standing before the monster. With the girl lying unconscious on the ground, she wonders if that floppy-eared goblin is actually the child from before. What on earth is he doing? Suddenly, her face turns pale with absolute horror as she spots a red whip. That idiot. Below them, Kim Chun-soo is angrily pulling out a glowing red whip, radiating an incredibly dark evil aura. The system warns that this cursed item will drive its target mad unless purified, leaving the elf in sheer panic. He is actually trying to use that blood whip without purifying its curse, completely oblivious to his own foolishness. Kim Chun-soo swings the whip excitedly, laughing that Catherine gave him this weapon specifically to beat the monster up. It was born to give this monster a legendary thrashing. The glowing red whip lashes down with insane force. Striking the goblin, it unleashes a blinding flash of light while the elf leaps off the roof to intervene. A massive explosion detonates across the battlefield, sending thick smoke rolling. In another corner, a muscular swordsman stands. He stands triumphantly atop a pile of goblin corpses, laughing that wiping out weaklings is surprisingly fun when they bunch up. But the bespectacled companion next to him pushes up his glasses, grumbling that this is absolutely no time for games. He warns that his partner's recovery limit has already been reached, so they need to stay focused. The other adventurers and guild members have already been slaughtered by those things. Hearing that, the muscular man grins coldly. He glares back, completely cold-blooded. If they ended up dying to these monsters, then they got exactly what they deserved. Anyone weak enough to die to goblins gets kicked out of the guild anyway. Elsewhere, a blonde gunslinger shows off his flashy moves. Bullets light up the battlefield as poor goblins dance under his relentless fire before dropping dead one by one. He calmly blows smoke from his gun, turning his back on the spraying blood, while casually making his grand announcement. That is shot number 100, and he thinks he is done practicing with handguns. But Charlotte stands behind him, interrupting his brag. She adjusts her glasses and flips through her notebook to correct him. He fired 100 shots, sure, but he only killed 99 monsters. She warns him not to assume she is not keeping track just because they are weaklings. The blonde smirked, pointing a thumb over his shoulder to tease her. He does not doubt her skills, but is she sure about that count? Did she forget to count that last one? Charlotte turns around completely confused, asking what on earth he is talking about. Right then, a goblin leaps out with bared fangs and a deafening shriek. In that split second, a bullet descends. The shot he fired into the air earlier falls, piercing the monster's skull mid-air. Blood sprays as it falls like a waterfall. He strikes a dramatic pose, telling Charlotte this blood fountain is just for her. She is left utterly speechless. She realizes he must have timed that shot perfectly. Meanwhile, a spiky-haired adventurer watches the chaotic battlefield with a sigh. He complains about them taking out the goblins one by one. With a grand gesture, he draws his massive greatsword. Flames instantly engulf the blade. He roars, telling them he will show them how real grinding is done. He channels his energy, raising his blazing sword to prepare a devastating ultimate skill, his aura exploding with power. The goblins in front sweat as they face the incoming wave of fire, screaming in absolute terror. Just then, another fighter steps forward, radiating pure bloodlust as he walks through the flames. It is the glasses guy from before. He suddenly narrows his eyes, sensing something dangerously off. He realizes there is an anomaly hiding among the goblin horde. Through the smoke, a twisted, deformed goblin slowly limps out, forcing its own kind to back away in confusion. The monster face is contorted into a chilling, savage grin, its sharp eyes filled with pure evil. Sensing extreme danger, the guy with glasses screams to his leader that something is wrong. But it is too late. The ground splits open. A massive explosion erupts, destroying everything nearby. Ignoring the weird mutation, the spiky-haired warrior leaps high, activating his skill. As a flame knight, he unleashes his meteor rain strikes, screaming in rage as he vows to burn them all to ashes. A pillar of light shoots into the sky, illuminating the kingdom. The violent shockwave sweeps through, crushing everything into ash. Amidst the burning debris, the warrior lands heavily, surrounded by a desolate wasteland of fire and smoke. The flame knight stands in the blazing ruins, laughing like a maniac. Boblinlins or dragons, he will burn them all. But right out of the roaring flames, a pair of skinny bare feet calmly steps forward into the open. The knight's crazy laughter cuts short. He squints in utter disbelief. That deformed goblin from before is standing right there. It is completely unscathed. It growls threateningly, making the warrior smirk with newfound curiosity. Just look at this guy. The scene cuts to a female elf running frantically toward the battlefield, her face twisted in pure panic. Meanwhile, Chun-soo is aggressively cracking his glowing red whip. He lashes it directly at the floppy-eared goblin. He is completely oblivious to the elf and her giant beast charging up from behind. His whip strikes the target. It hits the goblin right in the face, wrapping around its horrifying, distorted grin. Instantly, a column of energy ignites. A blood-red explosion erupts, swallowing the creature. The female elf finally arrives, landing on the ground, but cursing her bad timing. She asks how he could be so reckless. Turning to the culprit, she prepares to give him a piece of her mind. She demands that he unsummon his minion immediately, since there is no time to waste. But she gets no response. Chun-soo is completely passed out, foaming at the mouth, with his status window confirming his unconscious state. She realizes he is knocked out. Meanwhile, the dark energy ahead continues to swell with destructive power. The goblin slowly lifts its head, its hollow eyes and twisted grin, letting out a skin-crawling laugh. She sweats quickly, analyzing the situation. Losing control of a summon triggers a frenzy state, massively boosting its stats. Thankfully, she thinks she can still handle a monster of this tier. But before she can even finish that thought, the goblin vanishes in a flash of speed, flickering right before her eyes. It is incredibly fast. Its jagged teeth snap wide open, ready to devour her whole, leaving her with no choice but to panic. She had to admit this minion was no weakling. Showing off her elite skills, the female elf slid backward, barely dodging a fatal strike. She slammed her hand down to balance. Gritting her teeth, she knew the worst was yet to come as cold sweat began to pour. In her mind, she pictured the ultimate nightmare. A berserk beast doesn't care about alliances, and it won't even recognize its own master. She screamed out as the crazed monster charged directly at Chun-soo with a manic laugh. Right at that exact life-or-death moment, a massive white snout clamped down, scooping up Chun-soo. The giant beast threw the unlucky guy far away to save his life, saving him from the rampaging monster's path. High above, a glowing system screen suddenly activated, showcasing her summoner-class skills. Summon Blue Bird, a majestic avian beast, swooped down to join the fray. Finding its target gone, the goblin went absolutely wild. It leapt into the air, spreading its arms and howling like a feral beast. Sensing her chance, the female elf spoke up. She confidently issued a direct command. Nothing stands in our way now. Sen hit him lightly, just enough to snap him out of it. Obeying, the titanic beast, named Mien Sen, charged, opening its massive maw and letting out an earth-shattering roar. But instead of a gentle tap, a devastating shockwave carrying 9,999,999 damage slammed right onto the little goblin's head with a brutal scream. Watching her pet's horrific display of force, the elf stood frozen. Her eyes went blank and she could only stammer out the word "me" in sheer terror. At the bottom of the massive crater, wait for it, that tiny red monster stood perfectly fine, stamping its feet in defiance. It was as if absolutely nothing had happened. Suddenly, the beast charged with blood-red, murderous eyes. The elf grit her teeth, watching the crimson shadow close in on her. The bloodthirsty creature lunged straight toward her defensive stance. Thinking fast, she brought up a glowing blue system screen in an instant. It announced her summoner skill, Summon Gigas. The entire ground began to shake violently, and a massive rock golem started to rise. The earth elemental Gigas erupted upward, tossing the goblin skyward. Left floating in midair, the crazed creature growled in pure frustration. From the depths, a massive glowing red stone fist surged upward, delivering a devastating high-impact uppercut to the airborne threat. The fiery collision shattered chunks of stone armor. Recalling the terrifying world-ending power from the blue bird's earlier strike, she felt sick. She broke into a cold sweat, certain she had not misread those insane numbers. If he does not unsummon that goblin soon, innocent bystanders are going to get hurt. Balance-wise, the elf stood on the leg of the giant bird carrying an unconscious Chun-soo. She urgently yelled out to her, "Summon, get us out of here, Romeo." Immediately, the massive bird spread its wings and soared away. The angry monster glared upward, watching its prey escape into the sky. Losing its momentum, the goblin plummeted back down to earth. Even in free fall, it roared to show off its raw power. It slammed violently onto the dirt, completely shattering the surrounding area. Debris exploded outward, but the crazed beast stood right back up. Its eyes glowed with a truly demonic, hateful light. It was not done yet. Its veiny hands gripped a massive piece of debris. Suddenly, several shattered boulders began to float around it. It was as if some dark force was telekinetically guiding them. With a sudden burst, they all shot straight up into the air. High above, the giant blue bird dodged the incoming debris, desperately beating its wings to escape the active war zone. Clinging tightly to its leg, the elf began to panic, screaming with a cracking voice as the danger intensified. "Please, Romeo, fly at maximum speed." Romeo pushed forward, cutting through the wind and soaring past the clouds at an insane pace. Massive boulders shot upward like machine gun fire, barely missing the avian's tail. Back on the ground, the creature was powering up. It hoisted an absolutely colossal boulder over its head, winding up for a throw. Posing like a professional Olympic shot-put athlete, it launched the giant stone straight into the sky. The man-made meteor ripped through the air, heading right for them. The gargantuan rock closed in on the poor bird's tail. There was nowhere left to run, and the pressure was suffocating. Here comes the crash. What had to happen happened. A blinding explosion of light erupted, accompanied by an absolute cheat code level of damage. A critical 9,999,999 damage blasted Romeo, sending both humans falling. The elf screamed in absolute despair. Free-falling through the air, Chun-soo finally woke up only to grimace and curse. Damn it. Tumbling through the sky, the elf stared into the unlucky guy's eyes and complained that he was being a hassle. She had told him she hoped he would be more interesting the next time they met. Fighting gravity, she reached out. An armored hand reached out, desperately grasping for her hand. In that intense life-or-death moment, they managed to lock fingers. Holding on for dear life, their bodies intertwined as they plummeted toward the ground in a strangely romantic yet dangerous scene. They finally hit the ground with an earth-shattering explosion, instantly leveling the surrounding forest into flat dirt. From the deep pit, the crimson monster growled menacingly. It calmly grabbed its massive stone mace and stood right back up. Its dark shadow dragged the heavy weapon across the dirt, radiating a terrifying wave of pure murderous intent. Seeing this, the spiky-haired guild leader widens his eyes in utter confusion, blurring out a dumbfounded "what?" But his arrogance quickly returns and he smirks. He mocks the blazing goblin walking toward them, scoffing at how pathetic the creature looks as it slowly approaches. Right then, the warrior activates his Flame Knight skill, unleashing brilliant fire that completely envelops his body. He channels every ounce of strength to summon his ultimate move, Eternal Flame, scorching the entire sky. Watching this terrifying display of power, the glass-wearing guy panics and yells out, "Leader, that monster took your meteor shower head-on and didn't even get a single scratch." The secretary breaks into a cold sweat, straining his voice to warn him, "This thing is completely different from our past. Enemies use my skill now." But the muscular leader only roars in absolute madness, shouting that accepting help from anyone else is the exact same thing as losing. "Just shut your mouth and watch like you always do." Those harsh words make the glasses-wearing guy grit his teeth in pure frustration, thinking to himself, "Like I always do. The only reason a genius with an IQ of 160 never did anything. All this time is because you always ordered me to stay back and out of the way." He mutters bitterly under his breath. as the leader swings his blazing flame sword downward to deliver a fatal strike to the monster. Beneath the devastating power of that massive flaming blade, the goblin takes a direct hit and explodes with horrific force, unleashing a blinding flash of light that completely obliterates the massive area right in front of the castle gates. Even worse, huge damage numbers showing 9999, 9999 scatter across the sky from that earth-shattering blast. Thick dust and a massive shockwave flatten everything around them. Watching from a safe distance, a pair of terrified adventurers break into a cold sweat and stammer out, "Did you see that?" At the exact same time, the dashing Horace Philip turns completely pale, quickly turning to ask Charlotte if she saw that crazy blast, which makes Charlotte nod her head in cold sweat. Yeah, she saw it too. As the smoke clears, Jaimini stands frozen, staring down and trembling as he mutters that is maximum damage. The maddened beast roars wildly while Jaimini desperately recalls the fundamental rules of the game. When players take damage that vastly exceeds their maximum health, they immediately log out, because their minds cannot handle those agonizing pain signals. Fearing his closest ally has just perished, Jaimini grimaces, tears streaming down his face as he screams out for his leader. Suddenly, a massive armored hand drops onto his head, accompanied by a very familiar voice telling him not to act like it is all over. Aspes, the Iron, stands tall, right behind him with his sword blazing coldly, telling the boy to stop crying. Hearing this, Jaimini spins around in disbelief, his face completely messy with tears and snot as he stammers out, "How on earth are you still alive?" Aspes smirks triumphantly, asking the genius what he was saying earlier about having some kind of special strategy. He swings his blade, pointing directly at the blazing goblin sitting in the distance, and calmly asks if there is any plan to defeat it, especially a monster that lands maximum damage with every single strike. Beside him, Jaimini quickly pushes up his glasses, regaining his usual calm demeanor before replying that normally the smartest strategy is just to run away. Winning is entirely impossible, 100% impossible, but perhaps they can land one solid hit. Hearing that, a dangerous gleam flashes in the warrior's eyes, and his lips curl into a devious grin. So victory is impossible, but he claims they can still land a hit. With that, the leader crouches low as a massive surge of magical fire erupts once again, completely enveloping his entire body. He roars that he will take the beast down with a single blow, then dashes forward like a brilliant blazing meteor, charging straight toward the mutated monster. Right behind him, the glasses-wearing genius chases after him, repeatedly throwing strange objects onto the ground and shouting for the leader to wait for his signal, warning that they absolutely cannot attack first, no matter what. As he scatters his devices, he sweats nervously while analyzing the situation. The leader's attacks are doing absolutely zero damage. On the other hand, every single hit from that monster deals maximum damage. He continues to throw magnetic discs across the battlefield, muttering in absolute terror. Just how incredibly glitched is that damn creature if they cannot even measure its actual level? While the fearless warrior continues his reckless charge forward, the genius silently places all his remaining hopes in the leader's ultimate buff skill, Eternal Flame, which is the only ability that can possibly give them a real fighting chance, because its effect bypasses the opponent's defense entirely to land a direct hit. But they will only get one shot. However, they only have one single opportunity to land their strike. Sensing his approach, the mutated goblin bares its jagged teeth in a wicked grin. Immediately, it stomps hard, roaring like a wild beast before, lunging forward in absolute fury. Watching his foolish leader's back, Jaimini smiles wryly, thinking how incredibly stupid this is. But that stubborn, arrogant leader will never give up until he has fully repaid every single blow he has taken. He quickly activates his professor's skill panel, tightly gripping his main control device, and screams out his critical final instructions. "Just promise me you'll back down. Retreat if your attack fails." The moment those words leave his mouth, the tiny magnetic disc on the ground flashes. It beeps. It pops up. In a flash, dozens of discs rise up. They transform into magnetic pillars. A massive cage is ready to trap the bloodthirsty beast. He quickly activates his device. A glowing system notification clearly reads Domain Expansion Professor's Laboratory. Jaimini boldly declares everything here is his. Instantly, a massive wave of vibrant green energy erupts, locking the floating monster tight. With a cold glare, he demands total obedience. This is the golden moment. Jaimini screams at the top of his lungs, telling his leader to strike. Down below, guild leader Aspes has finished gathering power. Fierce flames wrap around his massive greatsword. Staring down with a deadly cold glare, the guild leader admits he actually thought he would die. He admits the beast is incredibly strong, but suddenly, he smirks. His overpowered passive skill activates. It leaves him at 1 health point upon taking fatal damage while boosting his power. He confidently declares he is stronger. A devastating wave of pure fire tears through space. It strikes, dealing 347,000 damage. The massive boss takes the blow head-on. Its giant form roars as swirling flames completely swallow it. But watching from the side, Jaimini panics. He squeezes his controller, sweating. Is that monster still moving? It has barely been 2 seconds. The ground shakes violently as the beast shatters the green barrier. It charges like a bullet. Pure bloodlust. Without hesitation, Jaimini activates his teleportation skill. He warps the guild leader out of the death zone, pulling him back behind the magnetic pillars. Safe for now, Jaimini screams in pure panic. The level gap is just too massive to overcome. In the distance, other adventurers witness the terrifying scene. They tremble, gossiping among themselves. What idiot would risk their own life in a stupid game? Another player agrees completely. He points out that the monster is completely fine even after taking over 300,000 damage. Why risk getting logged out? A regular goblin fits a low-level event, not this absolute nightmare. With that, players all around begin turning into blue light. They choose to log out immediately. They shout their goodbyes. Maybe next time they log in, this mess will be resolved. And honestly, you can't blame them. Standing there, the smooth gunslinger Horace turns to Charlotte. He suggests they leave too. They stand zero chance. Charlotte just pushes up her glasses. She agrees, mocking him. Finally, you said something smart. She raises her hand to log out. She mutters condescendingly that she would never let him do anything stupid like fighting that thing anyway. Surprisingly, Horace remains completely silent. His sharp eyes lock onto the battlefield. No sign of leaving. Realizing she has been tricked as her avatar begins to fade, Charlotte screams in panic, asking what he is doing. Horace just smiles triumphantly, admitting that he lied. He completely ignores the system penalty warning pop-ups. The system warns that logged-out players cannot return for 10 minutes, but Charlotte is already halfway gone. She desperately yells for him to wait 10 minutes, but her voice cuts off as she turns into light. She shoots up into the sky, leaving the chaotic battlefield behind. Meanwhile, the muscular guild leader ignores the deserters. He smirks, resting his heavy greatsword on his shoulder before turning to glare at his anxious secretary Jaimini. He demands to know what Jaimini is talking about. We just shaved off half its health. He asks how they could possibly quit now. Sweat pouring, Jaimini argues back. Are you crazy? Holding the monster back was a one-time trick. His reset skill needs a full minute to cool down. Before Jaimini can even finish his warning, a massive boulder comes flying out of nowhere and crashes nearby. It smashes right next to the guild leader. The mutated goblin is already charging at them with its heavy mace. It chucks another rock as it runs. Watching the savage beast close in, Jaimini completely freezes up. He stammers that the monster is throwing rocks, but a blinding explosion of light suddenly cuts off the tension. Bright sparks shower the entire area. The powerful shockwave leaves the guild leader completely stunned as dust rises. A thick screen of smoke billows right behind him. The warrior breaks into a cold sweat, eyes wide in disbelief. He whispers to himself that he didn't even have time to react just as Horace suddenly makes his move. He strikes a pose with his gun, laughing heartily. Goo, oh, I really got lucky back there. It looks so dangerous that I just shot blindly, leaving a bystander completely shocked. Did you really just shoot that thing with a pistol? However, Jaimini turns to explain to the Fire Knight's leader, saying that if he thinks he intervened to steal the reward, he is completely wrong. Guildmaster Asbas immediately responds, explaining that one of their kids is just caught up in this, and this battle is no longer something to be proud of. The muscular leader glares back with his signature wicked smile, his voice dropping low as he speaks, next warning them to just stay out of their way, which gets an immediate submissive nod from the gunslinger, who quickly agrees. With the deal made, the gunslinger narrows his eyes, smirking with absolute confidence. Right then, 2 figures, one blue and one red, accelerate and tear across the battlefield like arrows heading straight for the monster. The gunslinger stomps his boot hard onto the cracked ground to build up momentum for a jump. His powerful kick shatters the earth, blasting rocks into the air and launching his body forward. From above, he unleashes a rapid torrent of bullets directly at the deformed goblin. Flipping upside down mid-air, he pouts and complains with a playful smirk, saying that this is totally unfair. That is because down below, the massive goblin is still standing and growling, steam rising from its body as a string of 0 damage indicators pops up, making him click his tongue. The beast takes absolutely 0 damage. Ignoring the relentless hail of bullets, the crazed monster swings its arms and lets out a savage roar. Seizing the perfect moment, the warrior slips behind the beast unnoticed, channeling his immense power to summon a blazing fire that lights up the entire sky into his great sword, ready to strike. He slams the heavy blade straight down, triggering an earth-shattering explosion that deals a massive critical damage of 412,808 points. The massive sneak attack blows the monster back as it shrieks in absolute agony. Not too far away, the bespectacled Rainy stands frozen, staring at the towering pillar of fire, stammering in shock. What on earth is happening? Sweat pours down his forehead as he thinks in despair that the chance of dying here is astronomically higher than survival. So why are these guys still refusing to back down? He screams internally, watching the leader's crazed, ecstatic grin right in the middle of the raging inferno. Alongside the gunslinger, Horace Phillip who points his gun with a cold, arrogant gaze that leaves the glasses-wearing guy trembling, wondering if they have any fear of death. On the battlefield, the fiery explosions rage on, incinerating everything in their path. From the center of the blast, the goblin's twisted face emerges, screaming at the top of its lungs. Meanwhile, in another development, the idiot Chun-soo suddenly wakes up, groaning in pain. He struggles to hold his head, looking totally dazed and confused, muttering about his aching head and wondering what on earth just happened. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as he feels something incredibly strange. Looking down at his hands, which are busy squeezing something, he curiously wonders what this squishy thing is. It turns out he is lying on top of the floppy-eared goblin, happily squeezing its cheeks with sheer joy, thinking how satisfying. The feeling is totally ignoring the murderous aura radiating from the elf girl standing right behind him. The elf stares down at him with pure disdain, remembering how Chun-soo was crying and complaining earlier about how much the fall hurt, which prompts her to make a cold, sarcastic remark telling Chun-soo that it seems he has unfortunately woken up. Startled, he looks up in confusion, realizing she is the one who was with that boss cat. She snaps at him, demanding he stop squeezing. The face immediately refusing to waste words on this fool. Standing among the ruins, she issues a sharp, stern command, asking where the goblin child who was with him went, telling him to unsummon it immediately. Chun-soo frowns with a puzzled, indignant expression and argues back, asking why he should do that. Her patience running thin, the elf snaps, asking if he even realizes what he has done, pointing out that he whipped the creature with a bloodworm whip without lifting the curse. The idiot stands speechless with imaginary dots hovering over his head as she sighs and delivers the grim truth. Since he was knocked out, he might not remember, but that child is currently on a rampage, destroying everything in sight. The elf girl furrows her brow, her face reflecting deep concern and blame, asking if he has ever considered how much pain that child is in, being forced to hurt others against its own will, urging him to unsummon the creature for its own sake and for everyone else, begging him to do so. The foolish Chun-soo shouts back with an utterly bewildered expression, claiming he has no idea how, making the irritated girl yell out, "What do you mean?" He glares back, raising his voice to argue that he genuinely does not know how, since there is no button to unsummon it, and it never actually existed. Hearing this, the puzzled elf tilts her head, questioning what he means, asking if he is not a summoner and why he cannot unsummon it if he managed to call it. Chun-soo cuts her off in frustration, declaring he wants to unsummon it more than anyone, so why would he pretend otherwise? His defensive words only anger her further, prompting her to snap back, warning him that his careless remarks could deeply hurt the child. With a dark smirk, Chun-soo hangs his head. Hurt, that is rich. After all, she was the one who told him to name it. Yet she keeps sticking her nose into his business. Chun-soo argues back with a crazed expression, asking, so what if it actually hurts someone? Isn't harming others by accident way better than doing it on purpose? Intentionally hurting people is far worse. They are all people who have hurt him. So what is the big deal if some of them get hurt in return? With bloodshot eyes, he screams that she should worry about herself. His summon will not take any damage at all. No physical or mental damage can touch it. But before Chun-soo can finish bragging, a blinding golden light tears through the night. The massive beam strikes right down on the goblin. Chun-soo flinches, cold sweat dripping as he turns to look at the explosion. Inside the raging flames, the deformed goblin throws its head back and screams, taking a direct hit from a massive attack. A massive red damage number of 780,790 pops up, making onlookers tremble in sheer disbelief. The leader Aspaz lands heavily on the ground after that powerful slash, dust blowing everywhere as he glances over. Tense and sweating, he mutters that they have been hiding such a beast, while on the other side of the smoke, the deformed goblin shrieks as it absorbs a massive blow of 780,790 damage. Its body tumbles through the air like a broken doll, yet the moment it hits the stone's surface, it digs its sharp claws deep into the ruined wall to regain balance. Shadows cast over the ruined church. Raging flames engulf the distance as the beast uses the wall to launch itself forward like a blood-red missile. Watching the terrifying beast charge, the warrior smirks. He asks if it still is not satisfied yet. He promises a finishing blow, ready to activate his eternal flame ultimate. Bracing himself, he swings his heavy sword. He aims to wipe out everything with an explosion, but a red system warning suddenly flashes before him. He is out of mana. The warrior freezes in absolute shock as sweat pours down, stammering in disbelief. In a flash, the mutated goblin closes the distance. Helpless against its insane speed, he cannot react. His greatsword slips from his grip, falling to the floor as the monster reaches out with clawed hands. It grabs the terrified leader by the face. But watch closely, a green light suddenly bursts from the floor. Jamie activates his reset skill to teleport his leader back. Having saved his friend in the nick of time, Jamie screams his lungs out, asking what the hell he is doing as he rushes over to him. He yells at the giant warrior, reminding him of his promise to win. Why drop the sword now? Tears streaming down, Jaemini rains weak punches on his leader's heavy armor, begging him to keep fighting. He demands they finish this. Sobbing, he keeps hitting his chest, saying he was supposed to win. He was supposed to win like always. Helpless against his giant frame, Jaemini bows his head and weeps. If they cannot win, he must at least survive. Sometimes it looks like he is just rushing to his death. Clinging to his leader's arm, he weeps like a child, begging him to just run away instead. Who would risk their actual life over a video game? But despite his friend's desperate pleas, Aspes just stares up at the gray sky, his face unusually calm. Then out of nowhere, he places a massive armored hand over his friend's mouth, calmly telling him to shut up, screaming like that only makes it look like they have lost. He turns and waves to the gunslinger. He tells the marksman they are pulling out, warning him that staying behind means certain death. Hearing this, Horace Philipper nods with a relieved smile, agreeing that it is time to wrap things up. He agrees to end it here. These monsters are starting to bring way more trouble than actual entertainment. Aspaz frowns at the choice of words. What does he mean by they? But before they can think, a massive dust cloud rises in the distance, blocking out the sky as the entire ground starts shaking. Out of the dust, Kim Chun-soo is running for his life, dragging an entire horde of goblins behind him. His face is distorted as he screams in terror. The scene shifts to explain this absolute madness. A shocked soldier stares at the sky, muttering about how the goblin just took massive damage. Over 700,000 damage is insane. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo is biting his thumbnail in complete panic. Sweating buckets, he realizes he is done for if his summon dies. His life will hit rock bottom again. Sensing the danger, he decisively mutters that he needs to recall his summon before things get worse. He says they have to use recall, leaving the elf completely baffled. Recall, once she realizes his crazy plan, she panics. She screams, "Do not summon it back here right now, or it will try to kill you too." But then she pauses, her gaze turning serious. She suggests knocking it out of its berserk state first. Kim Chun-soo glances back, wondering if unsummoning the creature is really the only option. Is there actually another way? The elf calmly explains that after the recent explosion, only the Heofi Guild Master has that kind of power. A system screen suddenly pops up, showing a dark fallen figure, alongside some detailed instructions explaining the rules of summon deaths. When a minion's health drops to 0, they are automatically unsummoned, which also cancels any active status effects like rage. Kim Chun-soo instantly whirls around, his eyes wide as he snaps at her, demanding to know what she expects him to do. He asks if he should just let it die by the Heofi Guild's hands, terrified that he might never get it back if it actually dies. She quickly reassures him that minions cannot truly die. Bowing her head slightly, she explains in a steady voice that they simply sleep. They eventually wake up having no real concept of death, but then her voice drops with a heavy sense of worry. She points out that while those are the standard rules, his Boblinlin is unique and cannot be normally unsummoned. She is not sure if ordinary logic applies to him. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo's face turns pale as terror grips him. He panics, asking if she really expects him to gamble his beloved companion's very life on a mere guess. Without a second thought, Kim Chun-soo clenches his fists, screaming from the bottom of his heart that the Boblinlin is his absolute lifeblood. He says he cannot imagine returning to a reality where it does not exist, claiming he would rather die than live without it. That dramatic declaration leaves the elf completely stunned, her large blue eyes stretching wide with pure disbelief at his sheer devotion. Suddenly, a distant memory flashes through her mind. She remembers walking through modern streets holding a small white cat close to her chest. She stares blankly at the guy in front of her, genuinely wondering how anyone could care so deeply about a simple monster. She watches him on his knees, crying his eyes out, amazed that someone would shed tears and risk everything for a summon. If a man like him had been your master, you might not have died like that. Deeply moved by his intense emotion, she steps forward. She gently grabs his heavy armored hands, her warm expression softening as she speaks to Kim Chun-soo with absolute sincerity and care. She apologizes, calling him Kim Chun-soo. Puffy-chested and confident, she promises that no matter what, she will not let his precious companion die. She urges him to do everything they can, while the idiot just stands there internally complaining about her, calling it a precious companion. Ignoring her heartwarming speech, Kim Chun-soo screams in a total panic, telling her to just get out of his way if she cannot help. He says he is completely out of time. The elf calmly looks at him and explains that after studying his Boblinlin, she found a solution. Treat it like a wild creature with only one life, she says. A helpful system screen pops up, showing a roaring wild wolf. She explains that a raging monster is actually quite similar to a domesticated pet that has been left out in the wild for too long. The system screen shifts to show the wolf calmly eating from a bowl, illustrating the easiest way to soothe their troubled hearts. Kim Chun-soo frowns in confusion, asking if she seriously wants him to just calm the beast down by feeding it some food. She nods, warning him that it will not be easy. Still, she smiles warmly, saying it should work if he pours his sincere feelings into it. Kim Chun-soo starts sweating bullets internally, wondering what on earth she is talking about. All he wanted was to beat the Boblinlin half to death. But then a sudden realization hits him like lightning. Kim Chun-soo remembers something very important from his early days with the creature. He recalls using a feeding skill to lure the Boblinlin into following him in the past, and it chased him like an absolute beast. Suddenly, his face loses all color, his pupils shrinking in absolute horror as a terrible realization hits him out of nowhere. He realized he had never actually fed the poor thing a single meal. Panicking, he immediately activates his Boblinlin feeding skill. A tiny piece of sausage materializes right in his palm. Staring at the microscopic snack, Kim Chun-soo breaks out in a cold sweat. He desperately hopes this is enough to snap his summon back to its senses. Without wasting another second, he dashes off at full speed. He sprints away like a madman, cursing loudly in sheer desperation. Left standing there, the elf reaches out to him in complete confusion. She yells after him, asking why he does not just summon it to him if he actually has food ready. While he runs for his life, the elf suddenly freezes as a small green blur streaks right past her face. She turns around with a bewildered look, trying to make sense of the sudden chaos unfolding right before her eyes. A massive cloud of dust kicks up as a pack of wild Boblinlins starts chasing after Kim Chun-soo. He is running for his life. Sweat pours down his face as the green beasts lock onto him. He looks back in sheer panic, seeing their crazed expressions. The lead monster is drooling heavily, its long tongue hanging out in pure hunger. That is when Kim Chun-soo finally realizes the critical issue. He looks down at his trembling hand holding the tiny snack. A cold system notification pops up to explain the source of the danger. This is the Boblinlin's special sausage. It is a legendary treat that can apparently even bring a Boblinlin's divorced wife back home. He can summon it once a day, which leaves him completely speechless. The terrifying appeal of this food instantly draws a massive sea of green goblins. The green pests chase after it in a total frenzy. It forces Kim Chun-soo to scream in despair, "Go away, you idiots." That is why Kim Chun-soo runs. He flees headfirst from the monster horde. Mong screams in pure rage, "Damn it!" Aspaz looks on in utter confusion. Aspaz watches the roaring crowd rush toward them. What the hell, why are they targeting us now? Beside him, the sniper Horace gives a sly smile. With a playful smirk, Horace notes they must have smelled something amazing. It will be real trouble if they do not escape right this second. Without wasting a single moment, the two strongest fighters abandon all pride. They sprint away, leaving long trails of dust in the wind. As they run, the brute suddenly grabs the glasses-wearing sniper by his arm. Horace panics and yells, "Wait, what?" Without an ounce of mercy, Aspaz hurls his teammate into the air like a rag doll. Horace lets out a blood-curdling scream as he flies. The sweating warrior smiles. He looks down at his health points, which have hit rock bottom at exactly 1 point, and says, "See you later, Vice Leader." In an instant, the hungry horde swallows him whole. It states that Aspaz is dead. His body shatters into digital pixels, dissolving under the feet of the frantic trampling monsters. Back with our main character, Kim Chun-soo. He runs for his life while screaming in pure frustration at his own mutant monster. "Are you trying to abandon me without my permission?" The red floppy-eared beast suddenly freezes dead in the middle of the battlefield. Its entire body pulses with a crimson aura of pure rage. Gathering all his courage, Kim Chun-soo holds the sausage right in front of its face. He tries hard to coax it. "Here is your favorite sausage. We do not have time, so just eat it quickly." Seeing the delicious bait, the beast's eyes turn bloodshot with wild hunger. Drool drips from its wide-open jaw as it growls menacingly. Kim Chun-soo breaks out in a sweat, taking a step back. Damn it, is this the power of its rage state? It is extremely vigilant. The young summoner panics, quickly correcting his tone to sound like a loving master. "My bad, I mean be a good boy." He pushes the sausage closer to its snout, sweet-talking it to eat up. The raging goblin sticks out its long, slimy tongue, eagerly licking the delicious treat. Kim Chun-soo sighs in relief, whispering that it is a very good boy. But just as the beast opens its fanged mouth wide, about to chomp down on the prize, a green shadow suddenly dashes by. A long, gangly arm reaches out from behind, snatching the bait and sending Kim Chun-soo flying back. The unlucky red mutant monster does not even get a single bite, before its green brethren crash lands right on top of it, flattening it completely. The legendary sausage flies high into the air, drawing the eyes of hundreds of green goblins who swarm around it like ants to sugar. Finally, the massive horde piles on top of one another to form a living mountain, completely burying Kim Chun-soo as he screams out in agony. "Damn." Buried under a sea of ugly goblins, Kim Chun-soo screams in absolute rage as a flurry of damage numbers dance all over his screen. He curses them out in sheer despair, calling them useless, absolute garbage, and get this, they are incredibly greedy, selfish, and swarm like a giant pile of trash. He is right, they are just way too many. In that exact moment, Kim Chun-soo's despair explodes into absolute madness. He screams like a demon, "Since there are so many of you, It does not matter if a few of you die. Meanwhile, a massive goblin mountain rises formed by thousands of green pests trampling over each other. At the very peak of this chaotic pile, one lucky goblin snatches the legendary sausage and raises his trophy high with a triumphant shriek. The entire sky is completely blocked by the massive shadow of this monster mountain, a truly terrifying sight. But then a colossal earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupts from below, blowing everything to pieces. Thousands of goblins are blasted straight into the sky like a chaotic rain of green trash. Suddenly, a blue system notification flashes before Kim Chun-soo's eyes. Rare blue steel light armor, 1% chance to trigger. Heaven and earth shatter when attacked. Falling through the rain of monsters, Kim Chun-soo stares at the screen in pure disbelief, sweat dripping down. Heaven and earth shatter. His armor actually has a skill like that. He free falls into the newly blasted abyss. While the system screen flashes another mocking message, you have defeated the Boblinlins who trusted you. At the exact same time, another notification appears as a furious goblin punches a massive boulder. The Boblinlin Lord is apparently extremely satisfied, earning him 1 goblin point. The boulder shatters completely under the powerful punch. Amidst the falling debris, a fast, blue shadow jumps agilely around like a dancer. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo keeps plummeting down into the seemingly bottomless abyss. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of light shoots straight up from the ground, piercing the sky. Right after, a green goblin appears, having successfully saved Kim Chun-soo from the deep pit, bracing for impact. Kim Chun-soo lies completely flat on the dirt, staring up with lifeless eyes as he weakly whispers, "You saved me." The goblin simply sticks out its tongue, squealing happily. Kim Chun-soo lets out a relieved sigh, throwing a playful curse at his pet. "You're back, you little bastard. If you were that hungry, you should have just told me." The little goblin tosses the sausage away, clearly over it by now, and lets out a happy squeal. Kim Chun-soo just collapses, his soul practically leaving his body from sheer exhaustion. The goblin immediately starts playfully gnawing on its master's head, leaving him with absolutely no choice but to accept his fate. Seriously, damn it all. Right then, a system notification pops up to announce the quest is finally completed. Objective met with over 18,000 goblins slain, earning him 350 gold. Suddenly, a slender white figure lands gracefully right beside him. The elf girl looks down at the now normal goblin, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. The rage state seems to have finally worn off, which is a massive relief. She turns to him and asks if he really killed all these goblins. Kim Chun-soo snaps upright, glaring at her with pure irritation. He asks if she just came back to scold him again like she is his mother or something. The elf gasps in disbelief, quickly explaining that she is not scolding him, just worried. She sighs, crossing her arms to speak seriously. She gets straight to the point, demanding to know if he was the one behind this massive goblin raid. Kim Chun-soo casually denies it, leaving her shaking her head in exasperation as she takes a quick sip of water to cool down. Standing tall, she begins analyzing the situation. No matter how many goblins attack, whether hundreds or thousands, they shouldn't pose a real threat to the players in this town. Even if their health drops to 0, they can still respawn without facing any real penalties. But she points directly at Kim Chun-soo's face, accusing him of still being in the wrong for putting innocent people in danger. She tells him to hand over compensation, prompting Kim Chun-soo to mumble a reluctant agreement since he was already planning to do just that. Elsewhere, a green-haired warrior carrying a massive greatsword on his shoulder mutters to himself, tracking down the sound of a nearby explosion. He stops dead at the edge of a massive crater, completely stunned. His entire party stares wide-eyed in absolute disbelief. They mutter in shock, asking what on earth they are looking at. Right inside that giant crater lies an unbelievable hoard, overflowing with gold, silver, and valuable items, complete with a sign offering free economic support vouchers. Meanwhile, in a dark room, mysterious cloaked figures are holding a secret meeting, discussing some successful results they have finally managed to achieve. A commanding voice demands to see the data on subject G67, while another impatient voice urges them to bring it up immediately. A calmer voice tells them to be patient, as subject G67 is officially confirmed to inflict an astronomical amount of damage, reaching 9,999, the absolute maximum damage limit. One of the figures gasps in absolute shock, noting that even the most notorious and brutal criminals in existence could never achieve a number like that. Another figure with glowing eyes explains that human compassion only makes their summoned minions weak and impossible to control. Since subject G67 completely lacks any sort of human consciousness, they wonder if this makes him the ultimate perfect vessel. The leader is about to agree when another voice cuts in, declaring that regardless of the details, this is a massive success. Musing in a low, deep voice, he notes that countless lives were sacrificed for this project. But after dozens of resets, they have finally managed to create their savior. Another member analyzes the situation from his seat, raising a crucial point. He asks if summoning such a creature means G67 is the most goblin-like summoner they have ever encountered. If a dangerous rogue like him holds this level of unmatched power, he is bound to destroy everything in existence. Clenching his fist, another leader responds coldly that they absolutely cannot allow that to happen, meaning they must control him at all costs. A bald man with a goatee finally steps out of the shadows, his sharp, piercing eyes narrowing as he delivers his final verdict. He declares that keeping the world balanced is the exact reason their organization Iscarios exists in the first place. Meanwhile, back in reality, rapid mouse clicks echo through a dimly lit internet cafe. On the screen, a breaking news headline pops up. It reports that Phoenix L3 was raided by goblins, but due to their low level, the damage was minor. Chun-soo lets out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the crisis has passed quietly and it seems nobody realizes he was the real culprit behind the chaos. He recalls the moment. He planted that free economic support sign to hide the evidence, proudly thinking he made the right call by listening to that cat girl. He could have kept all that treasure for himself, but this is definitely better than being hunted down by furious players all day long. While scrolling through the forums, he spots a video interview featuring a level 35 mage who looks incredibly angry. The guy rants that before getting the gold he wanted to murder the culprit, but now he just wants to beat him up. Chun-soo mutters, asking who on earth this guy even is. Holding his head in frustration, he realizes just how incredibly risky this entire situation was. He cannot believe he got dragged into this mess just because he trusted those stupid goblins. Covering his mouth, he tries to reflect on the situation. Did that crazy goblin seriously trigger a massive disaster just because he forgot to feed it? He really is its master now. But he knows next to nothing about the summoner class, and he has never even raised a basic pet in his entire life. Back in the real world, Chun-soo looks up. He dreamily recalls the beautiful elf girl riding away on her giant blue bird. Next time they meet, he promises to ask that high-level cat girl many more questions about her summons. She is definitely an expert. Suddenly, Chun-soo narrows his eyes as a wave of deep suspicion washes over him. Why would a top-tier player like her go out of her way to help him? The whole situation feels incredibly weird. Recalling her gentle face, he remembers her calling him cute. She asks for his name without even sharing hers. Chun-soo grins smugly in front of his computer. He imagines they might even end up going on a date someday. But right then his shiny bald head suddenly pops up from behind his monitor, giving him a massive scare. He curses out loud as the old man calmly introduces himself as Sung-rail, leaving Chun-soo highly irritated. Glaring in shock, he demands to know why this crazy old man is stalking him. The bald man calmly clasps his hands. He notes Chun-soo looks incredibly stressed and asks if he is being followed. The old man claims he made the right choice by coming here. Chun-soo leans back completely annoyed. He asks what this stranger could possibly know about his life, but the old man just smirks mysteriously. He whispers that it is because of the goblin. Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat and stutters. He asks how the old man knows that, but Sung-rail says the truth is already obvious. He warns that the summon will not stay this strong forever. Chun-soo demands to know what that means. He asks if his summon is weak because he forgot to feed it. The bald man only sighs. Resting his hands on his knees with a deadly serious face, the old man reveals a game-breaking bug. He points out that the developers are patching it very soon, meaning his summon's power is just a glitch. Hearing those words, Chun-soo freezes in horror. His pupils contract and all the color drains from his face. Completely losing his cool, Chun-soo slams the desk and yells at the old man, demanding if this is real. He asks how they could patch it and how the old man knows. Suddenly, a gamer nearby speaks up. He announces a new notification from Heaven SD just popped up. Chun-soo whirls around in absolute panic. The other gamer casually reads the alert, mentioning it is just a routine update and nothing big. The update is scheduled to hit in 1 week. Hearing this feels like a brutal death sentence to Chun-soo. They are going to patch several bugs. Back inside the game, Chun-soo sits on the grass like a lifeless shell. He stares blankly at the distant horizon with broken dreams. Feeling defeated, his hand picks up a small stone. He drops the pebble to the ground, feeling a dark future closing in. Suddenly, he hurls it away. Chun-soo looks up at the sky and screams in bitterness. Right then, his green goblin pokes its head forward. The creature sticks out its long tongue, completely clueless. Chun-soo grabs his head, pulling his hair in total despair. Why does this have to happen right now? Panic completely consumes him as he grips his head in sheer panic. His summon is currently incredibly overpowered. If the developers found a game-breaking bug with the class, there is no doubt. He glances over at the goblin dancing joyfully in the open field. He grits his teeth as the truth hits. That game-breaking bug is definitely his overpowered goblin. Chun-soo grimaces his jaw, clenching with intense frustration. He only has 1 week before the update goes live. He refuses to go back to his former miserable life. His eyes fill with bloodshot determination. He swears he must earn $2 million within this single week. Heading back to town, he runs into NPC Sin. The blonde warrior crosses his arms with a highly smug look. The NPC mockingly tells him not to get cocky over 30 goblins, calling it a truly pathetic achievement. But the quest window reveals an absurd count of 18,783 kills out of 30. Kim Chun-soo drags his goblin upside down by one leg, prompting the annoyed NPC to order him to drop it. Having lost all patience, Kim Chun-soo screams at the NPC to stop talking nonsense and hand over the next quest. He demands to know the next target, claiming he is out of time. The NPC remains completely still. He ignores the raging player in front of him. Suddenly, a cold system notification pops up before Kim Chun-soo. It states he must reach level 40 to accept the next quest. This instantly crushes his hope, bringing pure rage. He curses out loud. The screen shows him leveling up to level 38, but he only scowls in frustration. He curses under his breath, never expecting to hit a level cap restriction after slaying tens of thousands of goblins. Did he really only gain one level? To optimize his progress, he decides to visit the Adventurers Guild. Rather than blindly grinding, taking on official quests for extra completion experience is a much faster way to level up and save time. But the quest board is completely picked clean. He sighs in disappointment. All the good jobs must have been swiped. Suddenly, his eyes light up. A high-paying bounty notice. What kind of insane quest actually rewards this much? 10,000 gold coins. A quest for the demon mask. Among everything left on the board, this one easily has the highest level. Without a second thought, he reaches out to rip the paper down. He is locking in his choice. But right then another hand snatches the page. Kim Chun-soo spins around to confront his rival. It is a very familiar face. Hae Won-hee, the level 36 martial artist. The second she spots him, she leaps back and screams like she saw a monster. Calling him a crazy pervert, Kim Chun-soo panic steps forward, hissing through his teeth. She was the one riding him like a horse. What is she talking about? What if people hear her? But his warning comes too late. The surrounding adventurers are already whispering. They start calling him a creep. They point out how he was touching the papers and whispering about how to get his fix. He is definitely a certified weirdo, they whisper. Talk about his creepy face matching his dirty mind. The crowd joins in glaring at Kim Chun-soo with utter disgust. Some claim they knew he was a total madman from the start. No one has ever seen anyone this unhinged. But right in the middle of the chaos, a wrinkled hand suddenly snatches the paper away. Telling them to stop bickering, the newcomer is revealed to be a level 32 mage named OK Rai, who smiles warmly. She suggests they party up with an old lady like her. Kim Chun-soo, completely outraged, glares and barks back. Hey, old lady, whose quest are you trying to steal? He saw it first, but the elderly woman calmly raises the paper, smiling triumphantly. OK Rai asks if a strong young man like him is illiterate, since even an old woman like her can read the fine print. Her wrinkled finger points directly to a tiny line at the bottom. It contains the mandatory requirements for accepting the quest. A party of 3 is required. Kim Chun-soo freezes in sheer shock. He screams that he is more than enough on his own. Why should he drag 2 useless deadweights along? Without hesitation, he points his finger directly at Hae Won-hee. Hae Won-hee at least has a tiny bit of combat value. Then he swings his arm to point at the old woman. But this one is ancient mage OK Rai just keeps her calm smile, saying she understands if he looks down on her old bones. Can he actually pull this off alone, though? Kim Chun-soo snorts arrogantly, boasting that plenty of people want to team up with him. Instead of volunteering, the surrounding adventurers immediately back away, looking at him with absolute disgust. Who would ever want to party with a psycho? Everyone remembers him as the lunatic who bragged about doing terrible things to Han Kyun's daughter. No way they are joining. Cracking under the pressure, Kim Chun-soo starts sweating bullets. He grinds his teeth. He has absolutely no time to argue. He grabs the old lady's shoulder, pulling her forward. He yells that he will take her along this time. Then he whips around with a murderous glare. He locks his terrifying sights onto their final unwilling companion. Hae Won-hee is currently shivering on the floor. She is weeping and desperately begging to be left out of this. The cold system interface flashes. It officially registers the misfit party of level 36 martial artist Hae Won-hee, level 38 Boblinlin summoner Kim Chun-soo, and level 32 mage OK Rai. Getting straight to work, Hae Won-hee immediately throws a devastating punch right at a giant bear. Sweating and gritting her teeth, she struggles against the beast. She curses her luck for being stuck with this guy again. Right on cue, Kim Chun-soo stands behind her with crossed arms, criticizing her slow pace. At this rate, they will never finish. Will it take until next year to find the demon mask? Snapping completely, Hae Won-hee whips around and screams in frustration. Fighting any faster than this is totally impossible. She yells at him to open his eyes and actually look at the monster levels. A pack of furious bears ranging from level 33 to level 36 are charging straight at her. She asks if he thinks monsters just die from a light tap. Kim Chun-soo merely sighs in sheer annoyance. Honestly, making such a massive fuss over a few weak mobs. He grimaces and decides to just stop caring. Fine, if anyone wants to report him for using a bug summon, let them. Everything is about to end anyway. Gearing up, Kim Chun-soo drops into a battle stance. He points directly at the towering bear in front of them and yells, Boblinlin. Haewon flinches. She breaks out in a cold sweat as she stutters the creature's name in utter shock. A green blur flashes past at blinding speed. The tiny green goblin screeches wildly, leaping high into the air towards the bears. But before it can land a single hit, a massive fireball erupts. It blasts the summon 10 meters away. The poor goblin crashes down with a painful squeak. Turns out that explosive blast came straight from the old lady's spell. Okray, the old mage, waves her hands around, boasting that her old bones are more than enough to handle these tiny trash mobs. Her showboating makes Chun-soo rolls his eyes and yells for her to stop playing around with those useless antics. But mid-argument, a massive bear lets out a menacing roar and slowly looks down at its feet. Suddenly, a thin green hand shoots up from the dirt, punching skyward and dealing insane damage. 99,999,999 explodes across the screen. The entire bear pack instantly drops dead on the spot. In the middle of the carnage, the little goblin stands tall, sticking out its tongue in smug victory. Haeun clutches her face and screams as if she's just seen a ghost. She stumbles back, shaking like a leaf as she points a trembling finger. That's the goblin from before. She stammers out, "Why on earth is that monster here?" Chun-soo just gives her a deadpan look and shrugs. "Because it's my summon." He casually strolls past the frozen girl, leaving her with some great arrogance. "Summoner. No, I am the strongest summoner alive, the one who controls a glitched goblin that can literally one-shot anything." Flaunting his power, Chun-soo strikes a cool pose on a boulder in front of looming red shadows. "So listen up. Stay out of my way and go hide in a corner where it's safe." Behind him, the chubby goblin waddles along, its pot-belly jiggling with every step. The misfit party of Chun-soo, Haeun, the old woman, and the goblin push deeper into the dungeon, enveloped in an awkward, heavy silence. Hoping to break the ice, Haeun turns to the elderly lady with a warm question. "So, Grandma, how did you end up playing Heaven S anyway?" The old lady blinks, utterly confused. "What's that?" "Oh," she says, then explains that her husband was the one who dragged her into playing this computer game. Haeun gasps, completely charmed. "So you started playing just to spend time with your husband? That is so incredibly romantic." The grandma blushes, stammering in embarrassment. Romantic. What on earth does that mean?" Sensing a good story, Haeun's curiosity peaks as she presses for details. "Tell me more. What kind of person is he? What class does he play?" But unlike the eager young girl, the grandmother's wrinkled eyes soften with sadness. She hesitates, whispering that he suddenly, before she can finish, the goblin sniffs the air and lets out a hostile growl. Chun-soo tenses up, his sharp eyes locking onto what lies ahead. Is that the wanted monster, the devil mask? Hearing this, Haeun ducks behind the elderly woman, stammering in terror. "A mask? What is that thing?" Seeing the grandma absent-mindedly walk forward, Haeun grabs her arm in panic. "Grandma, don't go over there, it's dangerous." But the old woman doesn't seem to hear. Her vacant eyes stare ahead with a profound, unspoken sorrow. Memory fades back to a small room in the real world where she holds a plate of fruit, nagging her husband who is tucked inside a gaming capsule. "Is that game really that much fun? Didn't you complain about it taking up too much space?" She keeps lecturing him about those electromagnetic waves being bad for his health, asking why he keeps that VR helmet on all day. The old man inside the capsule defends himself. "Don't you think I feel cooped up? I'm sick and can't go outside, so at least let me have this." The old woman's voice softens as she sighs, holding up a piece of sliced apple. "Here, I cut some apples for you, open up." He opens his mouth wide and takes a bite. Smiling gently, she admits that it's actually nice of the government to give out these machines so elderly folks won't feel so lonely. Her husband just waves her off, grumbling for her to leave him in peace. Then the scene shifts inside the game. His character is a level 17 warrior with an old wrinkled face, sighing and complaining. Spotting his wife, he barks out, "Are you crazy? Why did you follow me all the way in here?" The level 1 mage Okray holds her staff, smiling warmly. She says she just wanted to try logging in from her sister's house to see how it works. It really is like magic, feeling just like the real world. Pointing at her, her husband immediately criticizes her name. "You don't even know how to spell your own name." He laughs, typical for a forgetful old lady. She looks at him, completely surprised. "Can you actually see my name?" He snorts and points up. "Of course, is literally floating right over your head." Hearing that, the grandmother's eyes soften as a warm, nostalgic smile creeps onto her face, filled with deep affection. She shyly covers her mouth and giggles, asking what his in-game name is, preparing herself for a good laugh. Returning to reality in the dungeon, a level 39 warrior with the incredibly cheesy name Park Our Love stands tall, holding a massive greatsword to shield the old woman from the level 36 devil mask boss. The demonic monster, with its slanted eyes and a sickening blood-red grin, glares down at them. Seeing this play out, Haeun panics and screams for the grandmother to get back. The boss steps forward on spindly legs, its massive shadow completely swallowing the frail old mage. Facing certain doom, she softly mutters, "I'm so sorry, dear, but let's just pretend." She begs him to save them old folks just this once. Suddenly, she thrusts her hands forward, unleashing a dark magic sphere. It erupts in brilliant purple energy. The skill window flashes Shadow Bomb Mage, a devastating dark purple blast of pure magical power. The sheer destructive force blows the boss away. Ignoring the blinding dust storm, Chun-woo continues to scream in absolute disbelief. What on earth was that? That was so cool. It turns out this old lady actually has some crazy tricks up her sleeve. While he is busy freaking out, a figure dashes past him like a bullet, leaving the massive explosion behind to escape the danger. Out of nowhere, a strange object flies straight through the air and slams directly onto the unlucky young man's face. He lets out a painful groan while the goblin simply glances over, sticking out its tongue with a smug, mocking grin. Suddenly, the goblin freezes with a dumbfounded expression, turning around with a confused squeak. The thick dust slowly begins to settle. As the haze clears, Hei-in stands there completely stunned, wondering if the old woman really just took down the monster by herself. In the middle of the clearing, two figures lean heavily against each other. A bewildered Hei-in gasps, asking who that person is. The status window clearly displays her name, Granny OK. She desperately clings to the old man, Park cry love, sobbing uncontrollably. Park OK Rai OK Ri Poka. Hei-in's eyes widen as she pieces together the heartbreaking truth. They knew each other all along. The old woman's desperate words echo in her mind. Once again, she begged her to consider this a way to save her old soul. She wonders in disbelief what that salvation truly meant. But before she can process her thoughts, the heavy silence is suddenly shattered. The little goblin begins frantically tugging at Hei-in's clothing, squeaking in pure panic. Irritated, she turns around to snap at the creature. She angrily asks what's wrong now, but before she can even finish the word goblin, her eyes shrink in absolute terror. The color completely drains from her face. Right behind her, that level 36 demon mask has possessed Chun-woo, transforming him completely. Now a grotesque mutant with a massive bloated belly and glowing crimson eyes, he growls as he advances. Hei-in clutches her face. She screams until her throat goes raw, crying out that she absolutely hates this stupid game. From deep within the dark caverns, suddenly heavy rapid footsteps echoed from inside the cave. Hee-won was running for her life, crying out in terror. Behind her, Chun-soo, wearing a creepy demon mask, chased her closely while swinging his arms around in a frenzy. She cried out in sheer frustration, yelling that she was totally done and absolutely hated this annoying game. Feeling a freezing cold finger poke her back, she flinched hard, pushed into a corner with nowhere left to run. She spun around and threw a massive spinning punch straight to his face, screaming at him to get lost. Taking the brutal hit right to the face, Chun-soo coughed up spit as the demon mask flew off. Meanwhile, Hei-won stood in her punching stance, panting heavily as she realized that the creepy mask had finally flown off. So dealing enough damage was the trick, and defeating it completely was not even necessary. Suddenly, the mask grinned bizarrely. It floated in midair with an eerie smile. Breaking a cold sweat, Hei-won quickly analyzed the terrifying situation. The mask's next target would be whoever stood closest to its previous host. It flew forward like a vengeful ghost. She had only one desperate thought left. Please notice this, Chun-soo. But no, Chun-soo was busy kneeling on the ground. He was gagging miserably, complaining about how dizzy he was and cursing that damn mask. Stumbling back to his feet, he looked up and yelled angrily, demanding to know why she had run away instead of saving him right away. He asked if he looked that pathetic to her. And oh boy, wait till you see who he was facing now. Hee-won stood there, her body bulging with massive, terrifying muscles, while that creepy demon mask was now firmly stuck on her face. Her giant muscular back completely blocked his view as she towered menacingly over him. Chun-soo turned pale with absolute terror. He took a slow step back, his body pressed against the cold wall. As she closed in, he submissively raised his hands, desperately begging her not to hurt him and reminding her they were friends. But she did not care. She delivered a devastating punch straight to his gut, making Chun-soo spit blood and scream in pain. He desperately cried out for help and quickly summoned his only hope, his loyal goblin. The summon system screen flashed, and the goblin instantly materialized, throwing its fragile body forward to block a barrage of brutal punches. As punches rained down, Chun-soo held his beaten minion with his face covered in blood, finally realizing what was actually going on. Damn it, this crazy mask was manipulating the player, which explained why he could not control his summon. He yelled a frantic order to his goblin, telling it to target that creepy mask she was wearing. The goblin shrieked in response as she wound up her giant fist, preparing to throw another devastating punch. With her eyes glowing red under the mask's control, she easily blocked the attack with a cold, murderous glare. Then she suddenly turns her head back just as the heavy wooden club closes in, staring in utter disbelief as the mask slips right off her face. What then? A sudden shockwave explodes and blasts her back, sending her flipping wildly through the air in a free fall as she screams. She screams in terror. Meanwhile, Chun-soo hides behind the goblin and panics, shouting for the monster to do something because that creep is back. He begs the beast to act. In front of him, the goblin pokes its dumb face out, stares down at the mask, and screeches in triumph. It turns out the monster is holding a broken piece of that shattered gray demon mask, proudly raising it up like some sort of trophy. Suddenly, the chipped demon mask starts chasing Chun-soo like crazy, forcing him to run for his absolute life as it closes in right behind him. He runs like there is no tomorrow, crying out in sheer misery, wondering why he is always the target, but then he suddenly freezes. Up ahead, he spots the white-haired old man carrying Okja on his back as they flee and yells for them to get out of his way. Chun-soo catches up and runs alongside them. Seeing this, the old lady snaps, screaming at him to stay away, calling him a total jerk. Chun-soo blinks in utter disbelief, muttering about how rude she is, but as he glances at the title floating above the old man's head, Level 39 Warrior Pokerof, he suddenly stops in his tracks to think. Wait a minute, that name sounds incredibly familiar. Memories flood back as the image of the giant demon-masked monster appears in his mind. The player who got ambushed earlier was indeed Pokerof. While the old lady carrying the old man runs beside him with her mouth wide open in tears, Chun-soo cannot help but wonder. He cries out Okja's name in confusion. But then he stops as everything clicks. Connecting all the clues together, he puts the pieces together. Chun-soo yells furiously at the old man running next to him. What the hell, are you two actually siblings? You said you were married. He looks over in complete shock as they run. Whether they are siblings or spouses, have these old folks been lying to him this entire time? Talk about a crazy twist. Did they really only join this quest to use him as bait for their own selfish goals? Just for that, watching the demon mask hurtling toward them at breakneck speed, he can only scream in helpless rage that they are dead if they leave. The old man carrying the old lady runs out of breath, drenched in sweat. He stops and pants heavily as the mask looms behind them. Reaching a safe spot, the old man sets her down on the ground, grimacing and grumbling right before a loud whoosh echoes through the air. He complains about being dizzy and asks if she is finally awake. But before he can finish, the demon mask flies in and slams directly onto her face. She freezes instantly, making him scream in horror. What are you doing? Shortly after, the old man is violently thrown onto the hard ground. He groans in pain, head spinning as he struggles to get up, complaining of dizziness. Meanwhile, Chun-soo halts his escape, sliding to a stop. He turns around in complete confusion. Wait, why is the demon mask attacking them? Is it not supposed to be targeting him instead? He looks back to see the old man collapse on the ground, his face pale, while the old lady stands tall right in front of him. Gathering a bit of his consciousness, the old man opens his eyes wide and stares at his wife, weakly calling out her name. Okja, he gasps. Then he yells out in anger, his face twisted in resentment at how unfair the world is to them. He complains that young punks like them might survive this, but old folks like them will just end up bedridden waiting for death. Chun-soo freezes, breaking into a cold sweat as he ponders this. Wait a second, the old man makes it sound like he should wear it. He immediately points at the old man, letting out a heartless mocking laugh. Honestly, you can't even make this stuff up. Who told him to play these dangerous games at his age anyway? He got possessed by a mask and is already making a huge scene. The terrifying image of the goblin monster flashes in Chun-soo's mind, and he adds that they have no idea what might pop up. If the old man gets a heart attack, who is he going to blame? And what does he mean by young people being fine? That is exactly why he said from the very start that older people should not be playing these highly dangerous, unpredictable games. Just as he is about to leave them and run, Haewon's furious scream echoes from the other side, making him look back in surprise. He wonders if those are his number 1 and number 2 lackeys. Seeing the female martial artist still alive after the goblin's hit, he mockingly comments. He asks how on earth she is still breathing after taking a direct, devastating punch from that giant goblin monster earlier. Haewon bends over, clutching her knees and panting heavily before snapping back at him. She calls him a complete idiot. Party members do not take damage unless PK mode is active. She then demands to know how his movement speed is so insanely high. Did he dump all his stat points into agility? Chun-soo simply nods, leaving her completely speechless. Then he points toward the old couple. He reveals the truth, telling her that the old lady tricked them all, planning to force the mask onto their heads instead of her husband. Chun-soo laughs mockingly, a hint of madness in his expression. He planned to escape first before planning his revenge, but guess what? That demon mask is now permanently stuck onto the old lady. Haewon can only watch in confusion, asking him a very strange question. She quietly asks if he has ever wished to turn into a goblin. The sudden question catches him completely off guard. He immediately snaps back in annoyance, demanding to know what on earth she's even talking about. Why would I turn into a goblin? Haewon strains her voice to explain that she does not mean some weak little goblin. She means his massive summon. It is insanely strong, so did he never want to be like it. Hearing this, Chun-soo looks at his armored hand frowning as he confesses that lately the thing refuses to listen to him at all. Plus, that brat always goes against his wishes. It is strong, sure, but there have been plenty of times where he wished he could just become the beast himself. But wait, why did she even bring this up? Haewon calmly responds with a question of her own, asking him how she looked earlier when she wore that mask. Chun-soo clicks his tongue, teasing that she looked like a crazy woman. She immediately snaps, kicking out and screaming that she meant her actual physical appearance. Chun-soo shrinks back, replying that she suddenly grew massive and terrifying with muscles bulging out. Haewon squeezes her own arm, confidently analyzing that when the mask takes over, the host transforms into what they desire most. She loves working out, but her body struggles to build muscle. She always wished for a bit more muscle, though not quite as extreme as that monster. Connecting the dots, she points into the distance. That old man is quite short, so if that was his insecurity, his giant transformation earlier makes complete sense. Chun-soo looks at the old woman, breaking into a cold sweat as he asks if she means her too. Haewon nods solemnly. Back on the battlefield, the old man shivers as he grips his massive greatsword, while keeping his eyes locked on his brainwashed wife. He grips his sword. "Wait for me," he whispers. He grits his teeth, roaring with determination that he will save her. Under a creepy purple glow, the old woman cradles her heavily pregnant belly, flashing a terrifying, devilish grin. Haewon sadly whispers that maybe her greatest desire was simply to have a child. Now get ready, because a painful memory flashes back to a cold hospital room. The doctor cold-heartedly delivers the bad news. She is not pregnant. The husband tightly holds his wife's trembling hands as the doctor heartlessly asks if they want to give up. Outside the clinic, bright yellow dandelions bloom in the sun, basking in the warm sunshine. The husband's steady hand gently plucks a fragile flower. After that, he sits close to his weeping wife on a bench, softly telling her to relax her tense face. Cupping her tear-streaked cheeks as she sobs, he gently teases her, asking why she is crying again, since some people just struggle to conceive. It is definitely not her fault, so she should stop crying. Seeing that she is still deeply saddened, he wraps an arm around her shoulder, pulling her close. He tells her that as long as they are happy together, having kids is not the most important thing. Later, in a vast field of flowers, she rests her head against him, dreaming of a peaceful future and whispering that one day he will play the role of her stubborn little boy, and on other days she will be his sweet little girl, so they do not need to worry. He smiles warmly, reaching out to tease her, asking if she cries so easily because she acts just like a little child. He tucks the flower he plucked into her hair gently, promising to always take care of her like his own child. Back in the harsh, cruel reality, the old man's eyes twitch and his jaw clenches in agonizing pain. His sword trembles violently. He faces the tragic reality unfolding before him through the thick smoke. A creature shaped like a pregnant woman wearing a black mask laughs maniacally while stroking her swollen belly. The old man's painful scream tears through the quiet air. Seeing this, Chun-soo quickly turns to leave, muttering that they should grab this chance to run away. That crazy mask moves too fast to kill anyway. Hearing this, Haewon calls out in shock, asking how they could possibly abandon those two and run away. She shudders, remembering her own horrifying ordeal from earlier. Back when that creepy mask was in complete control, she felt totally paralyzed and unable to speak a single word. And since this is a dungeon, logging out is completely out of the question. Squeezing her trembling arms, her voice drops as she describes the horrific feeling like sleep paralysis. She was totally frozen, unable to move, consumed by absolute terror because she had no idea when the nightmare would end. Yet that old man has been suffering like that this entire time. Looking up with fierce determination, she calls out to Kim Chun-soo to save them. But before she can look cool, her jaw drops as she sees him already casually walking away. "What are you doing?" she screams from behind him, asking Kim Chun-soo where on earth he is going. Chun-soo lazily cleans his ear as he strolls forward, casually replying that their only real choice is to destroy the mask. He scoffed at the idea. Why would he even bother? It was lightning fast, and catching it was way too hard when he could just hunt other monsters. Leveling up elsewhere made way more sense. Haewon snapped back in frustration, saying that wasn't her point at all. She wanted them to defeat that mask together. But Chun-soo just clicked his tongue and refused. Why on earth should he do that? It moved too fast to catch, so he would much rather go find other monsters to level up faster and enjoy the easy grind. Seeing her teammate act so cold, Haewon flashed a cunning smile. She decided to throw out some tempting bait. "Oh, really? Well, goodbye, then I guess I will just claim all the unique monster rewards for myself." Just hearing that absolute magic word, Chun-soo froze dead in his tracks. His eyes widened as the sheer greed started to take over. His face went pale as he muttered a unique monster. Haewon turned around confidently, pointing right at the possessed old woman. Did he really think a monster like that was hard to catch for no reason? She told him to open his eyes and look closely at the mask. A glowing golden title showed it was level 36. She kept teasing him, asking if he had ever seen a monster with such a flashy name. With a target that tough, the experience points and loot drops were bound to be on a completely different level than anything they had seen. Chun-soo whipped his head around sweating buckets while his eyes sparkled with pure greed. A reward on a completely different level. And that overwhelming greed immediately brought a storm of trouble down on his poor summon, sending the little goblin into a total panic. The poor creature shrieked in terror the moment its master called its name. Under the dim, eerie light, Chun-soo stood like a demon. He whipped out a thick leather lash, stretching it tight until it let out a sharp snap, aiming it right at the trembling goblin. His face twisted into a wild, maniacal grin, flashing his teeth like a complete lunatic. It was time for them to make a move. Hai-won watched this bizarre, creepy sight unfold from behind and immediately lost her mind, yelling at him to stop his madness. She shouted, "Hey Kim Chun-soo, that goblin looks absolutely terrified. Where on earth did you even get a creepy whip like that?" But Chun-soo was riding a high, snapping back with pure aggression. He told her to shut up and watch, as this was their only option. It was the only way to catch that cursed mask. Right then, a glowing red item description window popped up on his screen. It was the curse of the bloodthirsty whip, an exclusive weapon. Using it without breaking the curse would drive the summoner insane and trigger berserk mode. The summon would go into a violent frenzy. Chun-soo calmly mapped out his plan, knowing that frenzy maxes out the beast's raw power. Sure, the little guy might lose control and go wild for a second, but feeding him a simple hot dog would break the effect instantly. Though the random negative status effect was a slight concern, the odds of him passing out like last time were incredibly slim. With his logic sorted out, he cracked the whip loudly in the air, declaring that once he placed a bet, he was going all in. Watching her partner spiral into complete madness, Hai-won could only stare in absolute horror as a screeching system alert suddenly went off. The system interface flashed a severe debuff warning. Incoming damage was boosted for a set duration, which was not what he expected. But instead of panicking, Chun-soo just flashed a highly sinister smirk, whispering that they had hit the absolute jackpot. He pointed directly at the old woman, shouting orders to his goblin, who was now radiating a massive boiling red aura of rage. He commanded, "Go Boblinlin. See that mask on the old woman, smash it, and I will buy you a mountain of delicious hot dogs." But instead of lunging at the enemy, the crazed goblin turned around, bared its razor-sharp fangs, and lunged straight at its own master. Chun-soo screamed in absolute terror. "What is wrong with you, you little brat? Why are you suddenly biting me?" Desperate, Chun-soo grabbed the goblin by the head, lifted him high up, and gritted his teeth as he pointed toward the target. He screamed that the target was over there. The system chimed in, confirming the activation of the Boblinlin throw skill. Using every ounce of his strength, he hurled the screaming summon forward, yelling, "I told you to go that way, you idiot." The goblin spun rapidly through the air like a fleshy wrecking ball hurtling straight down. Nearby, the old man was still sweating bullets. He clutched his sword tight, trying his best to hold his ground against his possessed mask-wearing wife. But out of nowhere, the flying goblin slammed face first into the old woman with a thunderous impact, dealing a massive blow to the creepy mask. Seeing his wife get absolutely pulverized, the old man let out a horrified, throat-tearing scream as she crashed heavily to the ground. The old man tossed his sword aside and rushed to her aid, while a groggy, familiar voice muttered about being incredibly dizzy. A system alert immediately popped up, reminding everyone that party members couldn't actually deal friendly fire damage to each other. Despite taking a direct hit, the old woman grumpily waved her husband off, telling him she was perfectly fine and to stay back. She warned him that if he got too close, that cursed mask would just leap up and attack them all over again. The old man gasped, looking up to see the mask floating high in the air, sweat pouring down his face as he cursed. The cursed mask plunged downward, targeting him directly, but fortunately Hai-won moved like lightning and shoved him out of harm's way. She slid across the ground, bracing herself with one hand as she glared up at the threat, ready to strike, firmly yelling out to them to take her and get out of here right now, promising they would handle everything here. Seeing the young woman's heroic and powerful actions, the old man froze, his eyes trembling as if waking up from a long nightmare. The old woman, finally freed from the manipulation, collapsed onto the dusty ground and gasped for air. Without hesitating for a single second, the old man pulled his beloved wife up, urgently telling her to snap out of it. "Wake up, dear, we have to get out of here right now." As the couple retreated, Chun-soo spread his arms with a clenched fist, smirking arrogantly at the hovering mask. "You are pretty stubborn, aren't you? Devil Mask, you live up to your name as a unique monster, but you are my reward, and this time I absolutely won't let you escape." Meanwhile, the goblin growled, glaring with intense murderous intent at Hae-un, who was wearing the mask. It opened its massive mouth and charged forward like an arrow piercing the wind. But unexpectedly, Hae-un, whose muscles swelled under the mask's manipulation, simply tilted her head to dodge the beast. She easily dodged the beast's lunging attack. Not stopping there, she reached out her powerful arm in a flash to grab the summon's leg. She lifted it off the ground, slamming it down repeatedly without showing any mercy. The poor monster could only scream in pain even though the system displayed a flat 0 for damage dealt. Witnessing that absurd scene, Chun-soo's jaw dropped as he broke into a cold sweat, completely stunned by her counterattack. She not only dodged the goblin but even countered it. The monster struggled to stand up from the thick dust. It still stubbornly bared its teeth and growled, but looking up, its aggressive face instantly twisted in pure terror. The monster whimpered in fear because above it Haeun was already raising her leg high up into the air. She was preparing a finishing blow, delivering a lightning-fast axe kick that tore through the air, slamming down hard. The goblin took the hit, full force, flattened against the ground in agony, though the damage was still 0. Seeing this, Chun-soo stepped back in a sweat, breathing a sigh of relief that it did not take damage. He thought it was actually strong. But looking closely at Haeun's wind-like afterimages, he noticed something highly unusual. Something had definitely changed about her. Watching the furious goblin lash out and bite wildly, Chun-soo analyzed the tense situation. The goblin was in a berserk state but could not land a single hit on her as she dodged effortlessly. Her damage is terrible, he marveled to himself, but what is up with that insane movement speed? Suddenly, Haeun delivered a violent kick that sent the goblin flying high, getting stuck in the cave ceiling. Chun-soo's eyes widened, so wide they almost fell out. He realized the goblin was just tough, not that the girl was weak. The summoned beast, stuck on the cracked stone ceiling, groaned weakly as stone dust began falling past his face. Chun-soo looked up with a bad feeling, and a second later the entire cave ceiling began to collapse. He waved his arms, screaming in vain about how things suddenly turned out like this. Meanwhile, the elderly couple supported each other, running for their lives to escape. Hearing the terrifying noise behind them, the old man looked back, in panic at the collapsing cave. His rough hand quickly wrapped around his beloved wife's shoulder, pulling her down, and bending over to shield her from the flying debris, grumbling that those people were absolutely crazy. In this life and death moment, looking closely at his wife's tired face, his voice softened with deep emotion. He whispered that despite promising to take care of her like a child forever, he had grown old and forgotten. Regret filled his eyes as he asked if she would have followed him all the way here if she were alone. With tears in his eyes, he held his partner tightly, whispering a heartfelt apology. At the same time, the cave collapsed completely, thick dust burying everything. Under the massive pile of heavy boulders, Chun-soo barely managed to groan out a curse. Meanwhile, Haeun was frantically clawing through the rubble to find him, shouting in frustration, asking if he could hear her and blaming him for this mess. Her eyes suddenly caught an armored hand sticking out of the debris, and she quickly called out that she found him. Chun-soo's armored hand, which had been completely motionless, suddenly raised up with a goofy, playful gesture, annoying Haeun, who angrily asked what on earth he was doing before quickly pointing out the situation, that the devil mask was right under his hand. Since she was completely pinned down, she asked him if he could find some way to deal damage to it. Hearing this, Chun-soo's face, squeezed tightly between the rocks, suddenly broke into a sly grin, realizing he was not the only one pinned down and unable to move. Can he actually pull this off? Chun-soo puts every ounce of his strength into his fist, hovering right over the mask, growling a warning that its time is up 100%. Chun-soo swings a fiery punch, but a tiny 18 damage pops up on the screen. Such a pathetic hit, but he still roars with confidence, telling the punk to take his fist. Yet despite the weak blow, the mask starts glowing, brightly cracks, spreading wildly. It shatters into a million tiny pieces right under his hand. Then a massive surprise happens. A bright flash of leveling light erupts, shooting Hae-wooning straight from level 36 to 39. She stands there completely dumbfounded, wondering how such minor damage finished it. It seems this monster was built for hide-and-seek. One gentle tap, and it is game over. Meanwhile, Chun-soo jumps to level 41, but he is pulling a face, screaming for his reward and demanding to know if it is dead. Is it seriously dead? Where on earth is his massive loot? His hands scramble frantically through the dark until they brush against a glowing green mask. A system notification reveals it is the Fiend Mask, a unique, non-tradable summon item, but he keeps on cursing. Where is the rest of the good stuff? He grits his teeth in pure frustration, his cheeks squished tight against the dirt. Greedy thoughts fill his head as he mutters that he needs to grab the item before that girl or someone else steals it. But right as he tries to reach out in the tight space, he freezes. Wait, what is that weird sound echoing nearby? It sounds like something is creeping closer and closer. Out from the pitch-black darkness, the goblin's hideous face slowly emerges, bringing a bone-chilling, creepy growl that sends shivers down his spine. Chun-soo breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing his massive, fatal mistake. He completely forgot about this little monster, and its frenzy mode is still active. His skill menu flashes to feed the beast, and clutching a sausage, he stammers that he must shove it into its mouth. But reality hits him hard instead. He is completely pinned under the heavy rocks, and his arm is stuck. Suddenly, the creature's bony hands start clawing around blindly. Chun-soo holds his breath, wondering why the monster is not lunging to bite him. Maybe it is just too dark to see him. He stares blankly at the summon's vacant, cloudy eyes, finally noticing something is off. What is wrong with its eyes anyway? Please do not tell him this blindness is another side effect of its crazy frenzy mode. Suddenly, those sharp-clawed hands swipe inches away from his face, making Kim Chun-soo let out a tiny terrified whimper. Then, without mercy, a clawed finger jabs straight into his eyeball. Up above, a bizarre worm-like tentacle slowly extends from the goblin's mouth, aiming directly at the helpless victim pinned beneath the rocks. A split second later, a blood-curdling scream echoes through the entire cavern. Kim Chun-soo's agonizing cries do not stop as the summon looms over him, its face twisted in feral rage, the loud screams ringing. Hearing her teammates' frantic shouting, Hei Wuning panics, looking toward the hand reaching from the rubble near the green mask. She desperately asks Kim Chun-soo what is happening but is answered by a massive string of 9,999,199 damage flashing in bright red across the screen as Kim Chun-soo's body is violently dragged away. Hei Wuning watches in utter horror as the ground collapses and rocks swirl violently in front of her. Kim Chun-soo's figure is sucked deep into a dark yawning abyss at lightning speed. It leaves behind nothing but an eerie pitch-black silence, with a deep fissure swallowing every last trace. Fortunately, from a safe little gap inside the piles of debris, the elderly couple tremblingly pokes their heads out. Under a faint ray of light slicing through, the old man tightly embraces his wife, crying tears of joy that they survived. Meanwhile, Hei Wuning looks around the dark ruins in complete confusion, as strange, wet-chewing noises start echoing through the cavern. Cold sweat beads on her forehead as she tries to understand what is happening in the deep gloom. Spotting the goblin licking its chops right next to the glowing green fiend mask, she tells herself to grab the item and get out. Meanwhile, outside, Kim Chun-soo is pinned flat against a cliff face, while she awkwardly explains herself. She claims she just could not bear to leave the mask behind, so she grabbed it. Kim Chun-soo screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know if she seriously thinks he is that stupid. He tells her she is in big trouble and demands she get him down. Hei Wuning can only tremble in response, meekly asking how she is supposed to pull him down. Clutching the mask tightly, she desperately tries to explain that she did not know unique items were non-tradable. She swears she only wanted to return it to him. But Kim Chun-soo just glares, barking out another threat. He tells her to save the excuses because her life is officially forfeit. The second his goblin snaps out of its frenzy, he will summon it to tear her to pieces. Hei Wuning looks up as the old man approaches, holding out a small pouch of coins. He speaks in a quiet, solemn tone, offering them everything he and his wife have managed to save up in this world. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo freezes, blinking in confusion. The old man bows respectfully, apologizing for the trouble and offering his deepest gratitude for saving their lives. He turned to urge his hesitant wife. Get over here and apologize to them already, he barked, making the old woman panic. She bowed her head, stammering an apology. The second money was mentioned, Chun-soo went full-on greedy, plotting his next scheme. He roared, so you want to throw money at us to make up for backstabbing us? Fine, let's see how sincere you really are. Whether we settle depends entirely on the size of your wallet. Seeing his greedy display, the two specters yelled right in Chun-soo's face, asking if he was seriously shameless enough to take everything they had, especially since that was their entire life savings. But the old man just smiled, waving his hands to reassure the young girl. It is fine, kids, he said, because we have decided to quit playing this game anyway. The old man looked at his elderly wife with deep affection. Just like the kids said, they were quitting this dangerous, life-threatening game. They would throw away their gear to spend their remaining years together, so this money was no longer of any use. While the two specters hesitated over accepting the massive sum, Chun-soo, still stuck up on the cliff, cut them off. He shouted down, "Did you hear that? This is basically my rescue fee. Besides, they are retiring from the game anyway. What is the point of keeping in-game gold if they can't cash it out in the real world?" The old man gasped and whispered to the specters, asking if the gold could actually be exchanged for real cash. The girl nodded eagerly, saying the in-game bank handles all of it, making the old man instantly regret his generosity. He murmured it would be a waste to hand it all over. The specters quickly pushed them toward the logout button. Go log out immediately, they urged. When the old man hesitated, H cut him off, saying they had apologized already, so they should run while that lunatic was still stuck. Witnessing this absolute betrayal, Chun-soo screamed until his veins bulged, demanding to know what they were doing, but the specters just smirked back, completely unfazed by all his screaming. Along with the old couple, they all stuck their tongues out to tease Chun-soo, then dissolved into logout light. What else would they do but run? Before vanishing completely, the girl left him one final devastating parting gift. Oh, by the way, she laughed, that crazy berserk state on your little goblin wore off a long time ago. Afterward in town, an upgrade NPC named Shin in yellow robes crossed his arms, looking at Chun-soo with deep approval. Oh ho, well, look at that level, 40 already. It seems you have finally grown into a pretty decent adventurer after all. Stepping closer, he peered into the murderous eyes of Chun-soo, the newly minted level 41 Boblinlin summoner, and said, "I can tell you have gotten stronger just by looking at you, but you are still a complete amateur to me." He smirked, his tone suddenly turning incredibly serious. "Very well, it is time I reveal a mind-blowing secret to you. Let's talk as we walk," he added, turning around. This absolutely set Chun-soo off as he chased after him. "Walk my foot, you bastard! Hand over the quest right now," he screamed, chasing the NPC down in a rage. He furiously swung his goblin like a mace, cursing that the NPC refused to listen to a single word. But Shin ignored the threats and continued on. "For a long time, I have been searching for someone just like you. Someone with the same vision." He raised his hand, summoning a fiery vision of the great human-monster war. "You have surely heard of that legendary battle, right?" An epic painting of their triumphant victory flashed on screen. As we know, that massive war ended with a crushing victory for mankind, scattering the defeated monster legions. The beasts were driven deep into dark dungeons, ushering in a long, peaceful era for the human world. But tragically, peace never lasts. With no common threat, humans quickly turned on each other once again, betraying and slaughtering their own kind. With that, Shin led Chun-soo to a heavy iron gate deep underground. As it slowly creaked open, Chun-soo followed behind with crossed arms, responding in the most sarcastic tone possible. "Oh, how absolutely terrifying. But what does that boring lore have to do with my quest, you old geezer?" Shin raised a blazing torch to light up the dark room, his tone turning incredibly philosophical. "Humans always need someone to direct their hatred and anger toward." The light suddenly revealed a massive beast with razor-sharp teeth, trapped behind heavy iron bars. "So I concluded that the existence of monsters is absolutely essential for mankind." Chun-soo broke into a cold sweat, completely startled to find such a terrifying monster right here in town. That was close. Keeping a beast this size inside the village is insane. If it gets out, everyone dies. Shin stared thoughtfully at the massive monster and continued. "History proves humans only unite against a common enemy. To maintain human peace, monsters are absolutely indispensable." Just as he was about to explain further, he leaned in. His head is held high, eyes sharp and filled with absolute determination. "Before long, a brutal war between humans will erupt once again. To prevent that ultimate disaster, he must make a choice and justify his ideals, even if this grim decision forces countless innocent lives to be sacrificed as a necessary trade-off to save far more people in the end." Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo stands nearby, scoffing at how hard the old man is trying to look cool. The worst part is this tedious, unskippable dialogue that does not let him skip it. Suddenly, Sin drops his burning torch right onto the floor at Kim Chun-soo's feet, calling the boy out by his full name, Kim Chun-soo, to announce a shocking plan. He intends to recreate the human-demon war. He yells back that he does not care about any human-demon nonsense at all. He demands the quest already, and as the notification window finally pops up, Kim Chun-soo smirks with absolute confidence. So he has to agree to tag along for the quest to proceed, but his stubborn, rebellious side kicks in and he points his finger right at the decline button, wondering what would happen if he just said no. He cannot resist playing around with the system. Meanwhile, the NPC Shin keeps pleading desperately, saying he really needs his help, and urging him to reconsider, but Kim Chun-soo stubbornly spams the decline button while laughing at the system. The game basically forces him to accept, but he keeps mocking it. Now watch how this quietly backfires. The level 70 NPC's face suddenly darkens as he slowly places a hand on his hilt, completely done with the disrespect. Shin draws his blade, stepping into a powerful combat stance to deliver a chilling warning. He will use force if he must. Seeing the NPC actually losing his mind, Kim Chun-soo panics, instantly raising his hands in surrender while screaming in terror. He begs for mercy, yelling that he was only joking and will absolutely accept the quest now. But it is too late. Shin's sharp blade swings down in a devastating strike, hitting Kim Chun-soo dead on and leaving him screaming in pure agony. He closes his eyes to brace for the impact, groaning from the thunderous slash, but as the dust settles, he looks around. He inspects his body, thoroughly confused. There is absolutely no pain, even though a level 70 warrior just struck him. Why is that? After a moment, he suddenly remembers his previous force loss encounter against that massive level 170 golem. The level requirement here is only 40. Logically, a regular player could never beat a level 70 boss like Sin. This has to be another classic scripted lost battle, carefully designed by the game developers to push the storyline forward. Realizing the system's cheap trick, Kim Chun-soo instantly activates his signature smug confidence, grinning right back at his opponent. He knows losing only triggers the quest acceptance anyway, so he boasts that he can easily survive this scripted beating. But right as he gloats, his summoned goblin charges out with a wooden club, forcing Kim Chun-soo to panic. He yells at the summon to stop because the NPC is just acting out a script, but his warnings fall on deaf ears. A cold system notification pops up announcing that the goblin has just initiated its rock throw skill, unleashing a massive attack. A massive bright red damage number flashes over Sin's head and his health bar instantly plummets to absolute zero. Kim Chun-soo screams his lungs out furious at his summon before slowly approaching the motionless body of the level 70 warrior. He asks the dying NPC if he is alright while his clueless goblin just stands there scratching his head. The powerful level 70 warrior is now lying flat in a massive pool of blood with a giant hole in his chest. Wait, did that actually just happen? Kim Chun-soo can only stare in silent horror at his dead quest giver. Before turning into ashes, the poor NPC gasps out his final words, praising the boy for such an incredible strike. Right after that, Kim Chun-soo's own body begins to glow with blinding light, initiating an automatic teleportation sequence. He is completely doomed. With the quest giver dead, there is no way to progress the main storyline anymore. Dropped in a barren desert, he vents his frustration by ordering his goblin to hunt wild monsters in the area. He directs the summon to attack a massive lightning beetle, and the goblin charges in without a second thought. These electric beetles are common around the desert ruins, but just as they are about to secure the kill, a flashy blonde wizard with slick back hair leaps out of nowhere, steals their kill, and casually tells them that this farming spot is claimed. This makes Kim Chun-soo absolutely furious, since competition for even trash mobs is brutal. He has not managed to land a single kill. Watching the chaotic crowd of players fighting over spawns, he complains about everyone claiming ownership. In an open-map dungeon, there is no such thing as private property. Staring at the electric beetles crawling everywhere, he sighs in disappointment, knowing his options are running out fast. The main storyline is broken, and there is barely any time left before the next game maintenance patch drops. Kim Chun-soo's expression suddenly turns dark and sinister. The window of opportunity to exploit that broken glitch on his Boblinlin summon is quickly shrinking. Across the way, a blonde mage is carelessly waving his staff in the air, loudly chanting a high-tier spell without a single care. But before his lightning strike can even trigger, a massive shadow drops from the sky, crushing him with a devastating blow. It deals millions of points of damage. The wounded mage stands there with hands on hips, weakly shouting, "Who dared to sneak attack me?" Before he can recover, he screams in absolute fury, "I told you this farming spot is already taken," right on cue. Suddenly, a notification pops up confirming player killing mode is active. Kim Chun-soo stands towering behind him with a creepy ear-to-ear grin. "Your grave is right here. Hee hee." Thanks to that finish, the system bells go wild as he repeatedly levels up. He instantly jumps from level 41 to 44. Kim Chun-soo looks down at his defeated opponent with a smug smile. "You thought wrong, buddy." Kim Chun-soo checks his inventory, sighing at the measly 6,837 gold. He had cleared this entire zone for days, yet he still hasn't made even 1 million in real money conversion. Depressed, he buries his face in his hands, cursing his luck. Utterly worthless. Hunting these bottom-tier monsters only gets him a few copper coins at best. He desperately needs another massive jackpot like the time he defeated Giger. He recalls risking his life to enter that high-level dungeon. Securing that cheat, Boblinlin should have made him rich and famous instantly, but he is still stuck here. So why is he still stuck in this bottom-tier dump? Just then, old Seung-woo stands beside him, ready to deliver a lecture. Seung-woo warns that even if he wants to conquer powerful dungeons, everything in this life has a proper order to it. Kim Chun-soo grumbles in frustration. He owns a legendary summon capable of one-shotting anything, yet he is stuck grinding in this trash area. This feels like a massive waste of time, but the old man interrupts, his tone turning serious. Word is the developers just found a massive glitch involving the summoner class. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo immediately feels his heart drop. An emergency patch right now, he has barely made any real money, and now his ultimate cheat is about to be completely deleted. This is outright unfair. It feels as though the entire world is actively conspiring to push him into a dead end. Frustrated, he grabs his hair and screams at the sky in pure rage. Someone out there must be wishing for his downfall. It makes zero sense. Why is everything going downhill so fast? It is just unfair. Just then, a dark shadow holding a brick slowly creeps up behind him. Talk about awful timing. A sudden system alert chimes in his ear. He stares blankly at the screen, reading player versus player mode activated. Kim Chun-soo mutters in total confusion. Before he can even process the warning, a massive invisible blow strikes from behind. The impact sends him flying through the air before he crashes hard onto the dirt. The next thing he knows, he wakes up with a gasp right in the middle of the busy town square, screaming out in absolute terror. As he lies sprawled by the fountain, old Seung-woo looks down and sighs. "What on earth are you doing now? I am not your babysitter." Kim Chun-soo glares back, his face twisted in deep annoyance. "You again." The old man clicks his tongue. "Someone goes out of their way to save your life, and is this how you repay their kindness?" He looks closely, questioning what exactly went down back there. Fortunately, he happened to walk by. "Why on earth did you suddenly pass out like that? Did you pick a fight?" Kim Chun-soo freezes, totally shocked. Passed out. His mind immediately starts racing to piece together his memories. He recalls the final moments before he blacked out. Someone had definitely initiated player versus player combat against him. As the realization hits, he leaps to his feet, screaming at the top of his lungs. Some coward sneak attacked him. Who has the guts to mess with me? With pure fury in his eyes, he waves his hand to summon his partner. Let us go, Boblinlin. We are going to get payback. Seeing his student acting so incredibly reckless, the old man, Sungwoo, quickly throws cold water on his plans. How do you find him when you do not even know his name? Any enemies lately? Chun-soo blinks softly, muttering the word. The old man nods and explains. Otherwise, why would someone target you out of nowhere? The veteran player then takes a moment to explain the game mechanics. In this world, killing another player does not let you steal their gold or gear. There is absolutely no profit. Why would anyone bother unless they held a deep grudge against you? Chun-soo places his hand on his chin, deeply pondering. An enemy with a grudge. Could it be that guy Hanmin? But the old mentor immediately rejects the silly theory. Would a high-ranking player of his caliber really waste time ambushing you just for a laugh? There is no way. It is definitely not Chairman Hanmin. The wise old man continues to offer some useful advice to his reckless student. Without any solid proof, he should just forget about revenge. Sometimes random strangers just bump into you on the street. Or worse, you get hit by bird poop while walking. If you live long enough, any crazy thing can happen in this world. Hearing that useless advice, Chun-soo loses his mind and screams at the top of his lungs. Damn it, why does everyone always mess with him? The old man pats his shoulder to calm him down, telling him to just focus on what is right in front of him for now. This makes Chun-soo grumpily ask what that is. Honestly, who wouldn't be curious? As the old man nods, asking if there is still something important to do. Chun-soo blinks in confusion, prompting his teacher to remind him that the new bug-fixing game update is right around the corner. Looking at his Boblinlin happily swimming and playing with some fish in the water, Chun-soo cools down and starts to reflect. Muttering to himself that his Boblin's lifespan is almost over. Whoever did this to him, revenge will just have to wait. He grits his teeth, sweating profusely under the immense pressure. His ultimate goal is money, and to get it, doing quests is his top priority. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashes through his mind. He freezes for a few seconds, his eyes wide with horror. Then he turns to ask old man Sung Ryul in a stutter. Sweating bullets with a pale face, he confesses he accidentally slaughtered the quest NPC. The old man just smiles and shakes his head. Telling him not to worry, he asks if Chun-soo really thinks a dead NPC means no more quests. The guy will just respawn right back, automatically right back where he belongs. Hearing that, Chun-soo lets out a huge sigh of relief, but in the very next second, Chun-soo snaps in rage, screaming at the top of his lungs. Why did this crazy old man wait until now to tell him? Sweating nervously, the old man can only defend himself, telling him they literally just ran into each other a moment ago. Chun-soo hesitates for a moment before quietly asking Sung Ryul if it is possible, since he desperately needs 2 billion gold right now. Can he actually grind enough quests to make that much before the update? Old man Sung Ryul looks at him with a serious expression. He replies that Chun-soo's summon possesses a truly terrifying level of strength worthy of being called an unmatched powerhouse. As they watch the playful Boblinlin splashing around in the water, the old man continues, warning him that dungeons always contain completely unpredictable variables that simple, raw physical power alone can never ever resolve. Pointing his finger directly toward the painting of the dark, gloomy dungeon in the distance, he explains that even if he has an ironclad will to clear a dungeon in just one single day, spending 2, 3, or even a whole week is actually completely normal. So when it comes to reaching those high-level dungeons he wants, there is really no guarantee how long it will take. Hearing this, Chun-soo is devastated, hanging his head as he grits his teeth. Does he mean everything just ends here? He clenches his armored fist until it trembles, his heart filled with bitter resentment. It was so incredibly difficult to grab this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Is it really going to end in such a pathetic way? With his heavy pent-up frustration reaching its peak, Chun-soo suddenly bursts into tears, like a child crying his eyes out as he screams. Damn it, he actually knew it all along. The moment the system announced the update schedule, he knew his life was completely ruined. After that, Chun-soo looks up at the sky and screams in despair. He did not care if it was a bug, he just wanted to rush straight into those high-level dungeons and exploit it to gather resources before they patched it. Since he already had this completely glitched summon, he only wanted to cash in before they patched the bug. Crying his eyes out, he beats his chest in self-pity. He has not even seen a high-level dungeon yet, and his run has already died right here. He is completely done for. Without his Boblinlin, he is just a useless loser, and now he is seriously doomed. And watch this, because the old man finally loses his patience, activates player killing mode, and delivers a brutal lightning-fast slap that completely deforms Chun-soo's face, dealing 132 damage. Clutching his swollen cheek with tears streaming down, he screams in pure anger, asking if the old man is crazy and what the hell he is doing. Immediately, the old man glares at him and barks out, telling him to snap out of it. Seeing Kim Chun-soo freeze up, the old man keeps scolding him. If he breaks down this easily, what will become of the Evitan Guild? With that, the old man points his finger toward the moonlit battlefield where their guild members are fighting with everything they have, adding that at this very moment the members of the Evitan Guild are still giving their absolute all to avoid defeat. This is all to deny the harsh reality that their previous victory in the hidden dungeon was entirely thanks to Kim Chun-soo. The old man keeps fueling his fire, explaining that they are desperately fighting for glory just to prove they do not need him. Looking at the guild gathered together to fight against those terrifying demons, the old man remarks that he is an obstacle they must constantly watch out for and strive to overcome just to make sure they are not left behind. We call that a fated rival. The old man leans in close, staring down Kim Chun-soo with a dead serious look. It is not the Boblinlin but Kim Chun-soo himself who is the Evitan Guild's most formidable opponent. Then the old man stands up straight and speaks with pride, asking if he still thinks he is useless without that Boblinlin. But before Kim Chun-soo can even feel touched, the old man lands a blistering slap right on his other cheek, leaving the poor guy crying tears of resentment and screaming to stop slapping him. Having taken 2 back-to-back strikes, Kim Chun-soo collapses to the dirt, clutching his face and groaning in pain, cursing Sung Ryan from the ground. He weakly mutters the old man's name, Sung Ryan. Hearing this, the old master stands there, smugly arms crossed. He is shocked to hear his last disciple finally use his actual name instead of calling him a scammer. He asks with a tremble if Kim Chun-soo really just called him Sung Ryan, while Kim Chun-soo blushes and mumbles a quiet thanks. Seeing his student finally grow up, Sung Ryan pauses, a warm and proud smile spreading across his face. He reaches down to pull Kim Chun-soo up with a knowing grin, saying he hopes Kim Chun-soo won't regret those words. That teasing makes Kim Chun-soo snap in embarrassment, yelling at him to shut up. Meanwhile, deep in the desert, a beautiful white-haired streamer named Catherine Lai is cheerfully streaming in front of her camera. Catherine Lai is in Heaven's Gate today to attempt a challenge of taking 0 damage from monsters. While her chat feed floods with welcoming comments, the second she turns away from the lens, her expression turns dark and murderous, grumbling about how impossible it is to dodge every single hit. Forcing a mage class to do an assassin-type challenge would shock any fan who just heard their idol curse. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Catherine Lai flips her attitude instantly, putting on a sweet smile to explain herself. She sweetly asks what they mean, claiming that cute little Catherine Lai would never say such bad words. Striking a professional pose with her staff, she enthusiastically calls on everyone to watch her absolute evasion challenge. She is targeting the famous fast lightning beetle with a huge bed of 10,000 balloons on the line. But then a dry desert breeze sweeps by, leaving only complete awkward silence over the entire area. Catherine Lai looks around the empty dunes in confusion, forcing a laugh as she tries to play it off. She jokes about the world being peaceful, while secretly crying inside over her lost 10,000 balloons. Just then, a blonde mage sitting on a rock behind her pipes up, tossing out a mocking remark. He tells her she is looking in the wrong place, staring gloomily out at the desolate landscape. This level 41 mage explains that this is a dead zone where no players or monsters ever wander. He sighs, looking back on the glory days when this spot was actually a peaceful, highly popular hunting ground. Players used to get along, share space, and team up to hunt monsters together during those happy days. Then one day, that bastard showed up. Hearing that, Catherine Lai's curiosity is sparked and she asks what bastard he means. The bitter mage continues explaining how that guy suddenly appeared and relentlessly slaughtered every single monster in the area. Right as he finishes, a massive blue light suddenly flashes next to Catherine Lai, signaling a monster respawn. She flinches, staring up in pure terror at the giant creature that just materialized in front of her. Of course, monsters respawn eventually, but this giant beast is way bigger than she ever could have imagined. Before she can even let out a scream, an anonymous high-damage, long-range attack slams directly into the creature. It explodes instantly, leaving her shrieking in pure terror. As the dust settles, a challenge success screen pops up. As her screen shows the challenge succeeded, the mage shrugs, pointing out that any respawn instantly becomes that guy's prey. He points into the distance, coldly advising her to go talk to the guy if she has a problem. After all, he is the kind of hunter who never bothers to hide or run away from anyone. Suddenly, Catherine Lai spins around in alarm as a strange rustling sound echoes from the desert sands. Looking through the dust, her eyes go wide at the very familiar silhouette standing proudly in the distance. It is Kim Chun-soo. But before she can process it, Sung Ryan rushes out from behind him. He swings a heavy brick and lands a brutal strike right to Kim Chun-soo's head, making Catherine Lai scream. Hiding behind a rock, Catherine Lai panics, wondering why on earth that old man just ambushed Kim Chun-soo from behind. Following that devastating surprise attack, Kim Chun-soo collapses face first into the sand, completely motionless. Meanwhile, old man Si Young-min stood silently, gazing over the battlefield. Catherine narrowed her eyes. She examined his bald head. Suddenly, she realized something. Wait, he looked incredibly familiar. Had she crossed paths with him somewhere before? Resting her chin on her hand, she searched her memories. Trying to connect the dots, she had definitely met him somewhere. An old man who was also bald. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with excitement. A lost memory finally resurfaced in her mind. She remembered a shady deal from the past. A map scroll leading to a secret dungeon was hastily exchanged in secret. It was the moment she and a blonde mage received that hidden map, all from a mysterious hooded figure in the dark. Catherine instantly realized the old man's true identity. He was the dealer who sold them that secret dungeon information. But why on earth did he attack Kim Chun-soo? Wait, looking closely at how the old man Seon-min hoisted Kim Chun-soo onto his shoulder and sprinted across the sand, she was totally baffled. Why were those two running together? Catherine rushed after them, but they quickly vanished over the horizon. Left behind, she cried out in deep frustration. Kim Chun-soo is gone. They're too far to catch. Right on cue, a video call from her manager popped up on her screen. He was screaming in a sheer panic, asking what happened. Why did the stream suddenly go offline like this? He wanted to call the police and special forces right away, but a tired Catherine simply cut him off. Hey, you stop overreacting. Seeing him sweating bullets with anxiety, she quickly added that actually this was perfect timing. Because she needed a favor, she ordered him to find an expert tracker, someone highly skilled at tailing people, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Tailing, Catherine crossed her arms like a noble lady. She commanded him firmly that money was no object as long as they were fast and reliable. Meanwhile, in a completely different corner of the dusty desert town, old man Seon-min casually clasped his hands behind his back. He advised Kim Chun-soo to focus on raising some cash first. At the mention of money, Kim Chun-soo exploded in anger. Do you honestly think I don't want to gather money, but how the hell am I supposed to scrape up 2 billion gold, you old geezer, especially with the update dropping in 3 days? Hearing his student's stubbornness, old man Seon-min smirked. He slowly raised his hand, preparing to deliver another educational slap. But this time, Kim Chun-soo was a step ahead, and trust me, he wasn't about to take another hit. He swung his hand and slapped the old man right back, sending him crashing down. You old bastard, Kim Chun-soo yelled. Seon-min struggled to sit up with both cheeks swollen like bright red balloons. He complained that Kim Chun-soo should at least let him finish his sentence. Kim Chun-soo fired back that he was the one trying to slap first, but the old man calmly continued. Obviously, raising 2 billion gold in such a short window is impossible. In fact, even scraping up 2 million is going to be an uphill battle. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo's eyes popped out in absolute outrage. Are you kidding me right now? What is a measly 2 million gold going to solve? Are we going to boil it and make soup? The old man painfully got back up. He turned his back to Kim Chun-soo and explained that this minor sum was actually their seed money, just like buying a lottery ticket. You have to buy a ticket first to have a shot at the jackpot. Right time was ticking and the target was massive. A devious grin crept across Seon-min's face as he gave a sharp snap of his fingers. This is the moment to test our luck. Shortly after, right in the middle of the bustling central square, a crude homemade sign was hoisted high by heavy ironclad hands, advertising dungeon clears for a mere 1,000 gold. It claimed a top-tier pro was on standby, promising to save players valuable time. This highly unusual advertising stunt in Phoenix Elbasa Square instantly drew a crowd of gossiping players. What on earth is that guy doing? Apparently he is an elite high-level player. Just then a purple-haired priestess, known by her nickname Priestess Bat, stepped closer to challenge him, asking where this so-called top-tier expert was because she wanted to see his skills firsthand. Kim Chun-soo proudly declared that he was the guy, making her sneer with contempt. I need a real carry, not some useless bragging fraud. Kim Chun-soo quickly lowered his sign and tried to smoothly persuade her. Have you been scammed that much to be this cynical? Just trust me this once and see for yourself. If we fail, I will issue a full refund. The purple-haired priestess was highly entertained by his insane overconfidence. Oh, quite bold, aren't we? Well, the level 31 cleric folded her arms with a mysterious smirk, gesturing to her teammates standing right behind her. A level 31 mage and a level 33 ranger, as she challenged him to clear the Duke's Grand Library. That left Kim Chun-soo standing there completely dazed. The Duke's Grand Library. Even though he had absolutely no clue what that was, he quickly flashed a highly confident smirk and boldly declared that he accepted the challenge without hesitation. The purple-haired priest and her teammates burst into hysterical laughter at his words. Seriously, what on earth is this? Are you serious? Have you watched too much Jujutsu Kaisen? She pointed mockingly right at Zhou Yu's sign. Mocking him, she asked if he even knew what kind of dangerous dungeon the Duke's Great Library actually was. A trashy level 44 wouldn't even get close to the entrance. She laughed, telling him to stop acting tough. His face darkened. He snapped back, telling her to beat it if she was too scared. Seeing his resolve, she suddenly smirked with pure amusement. How interesting, she said. Fine, she had a dungeon to run and wanted to see him carry. But if they failed, he had to give a full refund. Hearing this, Zhou Yu immediately pulled up the trade menu, and he rushed her. Just hurry up, he snapped. He did not have all day. Then the trade confirmation chimed. The level 31 priest going by Priest B smiled and explained that the dungeon they wanted to clear had a recommended level of 46. It was slightly over her limit, but she wanted to level up fast. Turning away, she giggled craftily to herself. How could a level 44 kid possibly solo a level 46 dungeon on his own? Talk about a devious plan, right? They would just watch from a distance while he fought, soaking up the experience. Once he inevitably failed, they would simply demand their money back. She grinned thoroughly, pleased with her perfect little scheme. This was her ultimate secret to leveling up incredibly fast without ever breaking a sweat. But the moment they turned back, all three girls froze in sheer disbelief. Zhou Yu had completely vanished. Only fading teleportation sparks remained in his place. She cursed loudly. Where did that brat run off to? Meanwhile, in a hidden alleyway, Zhou Yu was clutching a heavy bag of gold, laughing maniacally. These absolute fools actually handed over their money to a complete stranger, and they did it just because he promised to carry. Plus a level 31 trying to enter a high-level dungeon. If things were really that easy, he would have done it ages ago. What total idiots. Staring at the gold, Zhou Yu could not help but admire the old man's brilliant trick. To think someone could devise such a perfect scam. Indeed, old Sung Rion was a cunning devil. Looking at his inventory balance, which had jumped to 34,320 gold, he smirked. In just 2 days, he had made nearly 4 million won in real money. Who said making 2 million was hard? Seung Ryan was clearly just a big talker. Suddenly, a system alert chimed, bringing with it a very strange notification. It announced that the Boblinlin king admired his scamming skills and awarded him 1 Boblinlin point, leaving Zhou Yu completely dumbfounded. Seriously, what kind of ridiculous reward is that? He then remembered that, indeed, the system actually still had this weird feature. Was that damn Boblinlin king playing with him? His own goblin pet was practically on its deathbed, about to be buried. Why did he need this garbage point? Frustrated, Zhou Yu swiped the system screen away, telling it to beat it. But in the very next second, the giant goblin materialized right before his eyes, drooling heavily with its tongue sticking out. Zhou Yu gasped in utter shock, staring blankly at the beast that had suddenly invaded his room. As his annoyance flared back up, the young man kicked the goblin squarely in the face and told it to get lost. The poor creature cried out in pain. Night fell over the quiet town, blanketed by a beautiful starry sky. Soon after, a weary male knight stumbled out of a tavern, cursing his terrible luck today. But as he entered a dark alleyway, he crashed hard right into Zhou Yu, who was walking in the opposite direction. Infuriated, the knight whirled around and barked, demanding that a short punk like him watch where he was going. However, Zhou Yu completely ignored him, cheerfully whistling a tune as he walked away. The stunned knight could only stare, muttering to himself about what kind of freak that kid was. Shaking his head, he watched Zhou Yu disappear into the night. Meanwhile, back in a dimly lit room, Zhou Yu wore a sinister ear-to-ear grin while staring at his gold. If it is gambling, he might as well go all in. Eager to test his luck, he headed out to a lottery shop owned by an NPC named Beniro. Sporting slicked-back pink hair, Beniro greeted him with a warm smile. Welcome, he said, noting that he was a fresh face. Each spin at his shop cost exactly 100 gold. He then offered to introduce this week's rewards, pointing directly to a display of the spectacular prizes. First was the grand prize, a weapon belonging to Vega, the god of war. It was famously wielded during the Great Human Demon War, crafted to honor a lion's raw ferocity. They were the legendary Leon gauntlets. Next, the merchant highlighted the second prize, a pair of legendary boots named ST, which possessed highly unique abilities. This ultimate reward upgrades a basic dash skill into instant short-range teleportation, a move truly worthy of a blazing meteor. But wait, there is more. The third prize is the legendary Guardian Ring, an artifact that grants its wearer near unbreakable defense. It turns the user's body into an absolute fortress. Hearing this, Chun-soo slams his hands on the table with a devious grin. He laughs, fully loaded with 34,000 gold coins, ready to blow every single cent on this gamble. Hearing that absurd amount of cash, a hulking knight drinking nearby whips his head around in total shock. Did he hear that right? How much gold did he say? The rowdy crowd of muscular men in the tavern instantly gather around Chun-soo, smelling drama. They cheer excitedly, asking if this kid is really wagering his entire life savings. 34,000 gold is a serious fortune. Annoyed by the massive knight's casual tone, Chun-soo shoots him a sharp, cold glare. Why are you talking down to me? The giant immediately scratches his head and politely corrects himself, apologizing for his rude tone, while the pink-haired NPC Beniro steps up. Benro slams a heavy sack of coins onto the bar with a sly smirk, declaring he has received the first 1,000 gold. Then, with dramatic flair, he slowly pulls out a gold-plated card from behind his neck, spinning it flawlessly on his fingertip. With a swift, decisive motion, Benro slides the card across the wooden table, leaving a sparkling trail of magical light in its wake. A brilliant glow suddenly erupts from the card, leaving Kim Chun-soo completely speechless with his eyes wide and mouth open. Meanwhile, Benro strikes his classic narcissistic pose with his hands behind his head as the system screen signals the 10-draw roll has begun. Standing before the 10 glowing face-down cards on the table, Kim Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat and hesitantly reaches out. He silently prays to the heavens, desperately hoping that the grand jackpot is hidden among these 10 choices. But just as his finger is about to touch a card, a massive hand suddenly grips his wrist, stopping him cold. Wait. Kim Chun-soo spins around in irritation, snapping at the giant knight. What the hell is your problem? Get off me. It is my money. But the knight calmly tells him to relax, looking at him with a dead serious expression. Everyone is watching, he says. You are not going to ruin the hype by just flipping cards without any suspense, right? As the crowd cheers in agreement, the giant leans in close to Kim Chun-soo's ear, whispering a mysterious secret. He tells him to look closely at Benro. Kim Chun-soo glances over and sees the pink-haired man still posing dramatically. His hands are still behind his neck, chin tilted arrogantly toward the ceiling as the knight continues his analysis. He points out that rookies might not know this, but Benro uses that dramatic stance to hide his facial expressions. The proof is simple. Every time Kim Chun-soo moves his hand over the cards, the dealer flinches. He knows exactly what is on the face of every card and predicts the outcome before you even flip it. Taking a sip of his beer, the knight explains that the better the prize, the more violently the dealer reacts. In fact, this is only the second time in his life that he has seen Benro twitch so violently. Slapping Kim Chun-soo on the shoulder, the knight declares that the card the kid is holding right now feels incredibly lucky. It seems everyone in the tavern agrees. With the whole crowd rooting for him, Kim Chun-soo's excitement shoots through the roof. His teeth clench in pure raw anticipation as his excitement and nervousness quickly reach their absolute peak. Pouring all his hope into one final movement, he flips the card. But instead of a jackpot, he gets a broken branch. It is just a piece of dry firewood, a completely useless trash item. Kim Chun-soo's face instantly goes pitch black. He whips around, grabs the knight by his collar, and screams, demanding to know what happened to that special reaction. The giant can only offer a weak laugh, muttering that people should believe in urban legends every once in a while. However, the crowd of muscular guys around them continues to shout, egging him on, since this is just the beginning. Out of his massive 34,000 gold budget, he has only spent a mere 1,000 so far. Kim Chun-soo regains his composure, telling himself that his wallet is still loaded and he needs to keep pushing. He flips cards at a dizzying speed, but the screen only reveals garbage items like fertilizer, scrap metal, and berries. Furious at the endless pile of trash, Kim Chun-soo slams down another massive bag of gold coins onto the counter. Another round of cards is drawn, but the results are still the same useless junk, leaving him clutching his head. Completely desperate to win back his losses, the hot-headed gambler immediately throws down yet another big bag of gold. 10 more pulls. The gambling addiction takes hold as he hammers down another heavy pouch, refusing to believe he will lose forever. He hurls his final bag of gold onto the table and demands one more. But he ends up completely broke and empty-handed. Enraged by the scam, Kim Chun-soo snaps, lunging across the counter to choke Benro and repeatedly slam his head against the wood. Damn it. Late at night, Chun-soo sat slumped on his bed, staring at his pathetic balance and crying. Now he only has 10,000 gold left. Do those legendary rewards even exist, or was this whole thing a scam from the start? He felt utter despair. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. It gave him a gentle, comforting pat. He turned around. The muscular knight stood there with a grin, asking if he remembered their previous talk. Sometimes you just have to believe in luck. He reached out, offering to flip the card for Chun-soo. No luck of your own borrowing someone else's works too. But Chun-soo just gave him a cold stare. He slapped the hand away. Get lost. Still, after the knight left, Chun-soo rested his chin, deeply thinking. Maybe the guy was actually right. What if his card-drawing luck was truly cursed beyond any saving? He had to break this trash streak. He definitely needed a change of pace to reset his vibe. The next morning, absolute chaos broke out. The tavern crowd gasped in utter shock, screaming at the table. What kind of garbage reward is this? Putting this absolute trash in the pool is just way too much. Chun-soo was holding a wailing goblin by its collar, shoving the tiny monster face first right into the cards. Pick the brightest card. Do it. The goblin heard the order and immediately lunged forward with claws out. It shredded everything. The cards were torn to complete pieces. Chun-soo stood frozen in absolute stunning disbelief. He held the crazy monster, staring at the ruined cards. Pure despair. Why did he trust this useless thing? It was a massive, stupid mistake. Suddenly, the muscular knight widened his eyes, staring intently at the table. He started sweating, muttering nervously about that specific card. In shock, he stared directly at the bar counter. What kind of secret could make Beniro look this panicked? Chun-soo stood there holding his breath too. Sweat dripped down his forehead. The tension was absolutely real. This was the ultimate deciding moment. He stared at the last remaining card. A mysterious, thick aura radiated from it. His heart hammered wildly. It felt ready to burst. Still holding the struggling goblin, he put all his hope on this draw. Did he actually hit the jackpot? The non-player character, Beniro, was shaking face pale, trying hard to look calm. He whistled to act natural, but everyone saw right through it and started whispering about his panic. Just look at him sweat. The muscular knight slapped Chun-soo on the back, cheering him on with major excitement. Lady Luck is finally on your side, he bragged happily, continuing to boast about his legendary past experiences. This is only the third time he had seen Beniro look this terrified. The stressed-out Chun-soo snapped. Shut up right now. He turned back, swallowed his nerves, and focused all his energy on the card. In his mind, a glorious future was waiting. If the analysis of old Seung Ryan was correct, getting the legendary Lion King gloves would wipe out his entire debt. He would be so incredibly rich. The tension was totally unreal. His armored legs shook violently, nearly making him collapse onto the tavern floor. Watching this historic rookie moment, every single burly patron in the tavern held their breath in suspense. Cold sweat poured down their faces. Chun-soo slowly covered the front of the card, bracing for the reveal. Second and third place meant absolutely nothing now. There was only one outcome he truly cared about. With a sudden dramatic swipe, he raised the card high into the air and roared out loud, "Give me the grand prize." The tavern immediately erupted. Did he actually draw the legendary Lion King gloves? The epic name echoed in his mind, but his triumphant smile vanished, replaced by a dazed, completely stupid expression. What on earth is this? The card showed a goofy old lion head wrapped in flames, a cosmetic item. Chun-soo completely snapped, screaming at the top of his lungs about what this grandpa lion trash was. But while he was losing his mind, the crowd around him let out a massive gasp. He actually drew the grandpa lion gloves. Is that legendary piece really even rarer than the grand prize? Some claimed it was their first time ever seeing it. Hearing them, the furious Chun-soo whipped around. What are you all acting so shocked for? Are you trolling me? It is just a useless cosmetic piece. The bald knight standing next to him crossed his arms, looking at him with deep, wise eyes. How can you call it useless cosmetic item? You are truly the kind of person who only looks at the surface. He then held up an illustration of a fancy pink purse to explain the true value of cosmetics. In some other games, a tiny cosmetic handbag that offers absolutely zero stat boosts can still be traded for hundreds of millions of gold simply because it looks cute. Hearing that unbelievable number, Kim Chun-soo's jaw drops, in complete disbelief, screaming that it makes absolutely no sense. Hundreds of millions of gold for a piece of trash item with zero stats. What kind of absolute lunatic would even buy that? Meanwhile, the bald knight calmly pulls out an illustration of a white suit with a bizarre long nose and continues his lecture. Humans are always ready to throw massive amounts of money at fashion and vanity. Even incredibly expensive plastic surgery to look better has long been normalized. The knight and his muscular buddies instantly start flexing in ridiculous bodybuilding poses to prove their point of vanity. Looking good is at the very core of human nature. People gladly spend fortunes just to show off their looks, their style. This grand philosophy leaves Kim Chun-soo completely speechless, muttering in disgust as he watches their ridiculous muscle show, their absurd flexing. Yet those highly convincing words actually spark a tiny flame of hope back in Kim Chun-soo's desperate chest. He hesitates, asking, wait, does this mean he hit the jackpot? Is this cosmetic item actually worth that much money? Then he spins around to grab the bar counter, yelling at the pink-haired bartender to say something. Beniro, the pink-haired NPC, wipes away a bead of sweat, offering a forced, awkward laugh. Well, he admits that. It is unbelievable that Kim Chun-soo pulled his special prize with a drop rate as low as the first prize. Kim Chun-soo gulps, sweating and red-faced with excitement, rapidly questioning him. So this item is really but right? Then Beniro suddenly leans in close with a dark, cruel smile. It is an untradeable item, he says. Kim Chun-soo's face instantly contorts, in absolute despair, while Beniro casually delivers the ultimate killing blow. It is a super rare cosmetic item that even a mountain of gold cannot buy. In fact, some rich players have wasted hundreds of thousands of gold and left empty-handed, so he should feel proud. Furious, Kim Chun-soo grabs his bag of gold, his neck veins bulging as he screams, red-faced, "You absolute bastard, return my remaining 9,000 gold right now." But after blowing through every single coin, down to his last penny, he sits slumped in a dark corner, whimpering in pain. Damn it, he mutters, his eyes wide open, staring blankly into space in sheer panic. This cannot be happening. There is no way. His luck is this trash. How could he not win even once? He should have gotten at least third place right. Right? Kim Chun-soo clutches his head, drowning in deep regret. He misses his money terribly. If only he had spent those 4 million won on fried chicken instead. For someone who once hesitated over a few extra thousand won for boneless chicken and settled for bone-in. What kind of stupidity did he just pull? Yet the gambler's blood quickly clouds his mind. He starts delusional self-talk. No, that is not it. That 34,000 gold was just a sacrifice. Think logically. He drew 340 cards without a single win, so the jackpot is definitely due now. Just 1,000 gold. Just 1,000 gold more, and he is guaranteed to hit it big for sure. Kim Chun-soo quickly opens his inventory, but the only thing left is a rare silver light armor, making his hands tremble with terror. Seeing him look completely unhinged, the muscular knight nearby breaks into a cold sweat and warns him, "Hey buddy, you already pulled the special prize, no need to go this crazy." But ignoring the warning, Kim Chun-soo rips off his shirt and holds up his armor, screaming to sell it in the tavern, selling rare blue light steel armor, quick sale. Any buyers here? Seeing this high-tier item, two knights in tank tops sitting nearby whisper to each other, "Is that rare armor? Must be expensive, right? Since he says it is a quick sale, it will be cheap, let us go ask." One of them walks up to Kim Chun-soo, asking, "That looks like a pretty expensive armor, but you want to liquidate it fast. How much are you selling it for then?" Kim Chun-soo, veins bulging on his face, growls, "Name your price." The knight silently curses him for making the buyer set the price on a quick sale. Just as tension peaks, a handsome blonde mage named Gentleman Kim Ju-ho steps up in a long cloak and calmly offers 1 million gold. That staggering number instantly leaves the entire tavern in shocked whispers, crying out, 1 million gold. Who is that guy? Where did this rich dude come from? Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo freezes for a few seconds, eyes wide in disbelief at what he just heard, repeating the words, 1 million gold. He stares blankly at his armor, a sly calculation forming in his mind. Damn, is this armor really that valuable? A guy buying on a quick sale dared to offer 1 million gold, meaning the actual value must be way higher, right? The blonde mage glides through the crowd, oozing absolute confidence. Cloak fluttering, he fixes his hair. A smug smirk creeps onto his face. What is wrong, he mocks. Just lock the price at 1 million gold. In reality, that trash is not even worth 1 million. Seeing Kim Chun-soo hesitate, the man quickly spins a web of sweet words. Just sell it, he urges. You are in a rush anyway. I want a quick deal, which is why I offered such a generous price. Kim Chun-soo nods like an idiot, completely dazed. Oh, is that so? He stammers. All right, let us do it. Immediately, they initiate the trade. Secure trade window open. But the moment the screen pops up, Kim Chun-soo glares in absolute shock. Anger flares in his eyes. No gold. Instead, the guy drops a weird red heart-shaped item onto the grid. What on earth is this? Kim Chun-soo snaps. This is not money. He points and yells, "Are you playing with me? I do not have time for games." The blonde mage clicks his tongue with pure contempt. He gently tosses the item. You really have no eye for value, do you? This is a pulsating dragon heart, an incredibly rare crafting material. Hearing those words, the surrounding crowd gasps in disbelief. A dragon heart, the legendary ultra-rare drop from the fearsome red dragon Laumus. How did this guy even get his hands on that? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo stands half-naked in the center of the tavern, clueless, listening to the frantic whispers all around him. Red dragon drop. Extremely rare. Judging by the crowd's wild reactions, this thing seems to be an absolute fortune. The blonde mage smirks. He has the upper hand now. Instantly, he puts on a friendly face to seal the deal. Honestly, trading this for your armor means a massive loss for me. But I am willing to do it. Time is gold after all. Let us trade now to save me the hassle of selling this rare item myself. Kim Chun-soo is hooked. His face distorts with greedy excitement. What else can I do, he thinks. Let us do this. Lock the trade. Hurry up and press accept. But just as Kim Chun-soo is about to click, the window suddenly cancels. Cancelled. He stares blankly at the screen. The blonde mage just offers a polite, deceptive smile and waves a finger. Ah, my bad. My hand slipped. Let us try that again. The trade screen pops back up and the game resumes. Kim Chun-soo holds his breath, eyes glued to the monitor. He pleads silently. Put it up already. Come on, hurry up. Gotcha. His mind is entirely consumed by his gambling addiction. Just sell this heart for 1 million and he is back in. He can already taste the adrenaline. The second an item appears on the screen, Kim Chun-soo immediately slams the accept button. Blind. Completely blind to the fact that the sneaky mage just swapped the rare dragon heart for a worthless strawberry. The scammer giggles, thanking him for the trade. Before Kim Chun-soo can even process it, the man vanishes in a flash. Gone. Teleported away with the legendary armor in a burst of blue light. A final insulting message floats in the air. No, I should thank you, the voice echoes. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo stands bare-chested, holding a squash, worthless strawberry. Completely stunned, he stares blankly at the empty space where the mage was just standing, grumbling under his breath. Why would anyone log off the exact instant the deal is done? He clicks his tongue, looking down at his hand. Whatever, forget about him. Focus on the jackpot. He nervously lifts the tiny plastic-wrapped item in his palm, already dreaming of a massive mountain of gold coins. But as he glances through the clear wrap, his heart drops. Terror. His face turns completely pale. What in the world is this? Staring back at him is a bright red strawberry. Absolute mockery. The tavern explodes into hysterical laughter. A strawberry. Look at that, he got completely scammed. The patrons gather, pointing and whispering. This tavern is infamous for hosting desperate players who have lost all sanity. Losers who have gambled away everything are easy targets. For scammers, this place is a literal open gold mine. The taunts keep flying. That is why you check the trade screen carefully before hitting, except someone yells out. Besides that, armor was never worth 1 million. You should have suspected something the moment he offered that crazy price. Idiotic. A heavily built knight walks over and slaps Kim Chun-soo on the shoulder, offering a harsh reality check. Think about it. Out of all the people egging you on to pull cards earlier, how many actually won anything? 0. Seeing Kim Chun-soo completely broken, the knight turns his back to leave, offering one final bitter truth. Not a single soul. They just love egging people on, desperate to drag everyone else down into the dirt. Miserable company. Walking away, he grumbles that when the hype was building earlier, everyone was secretly praying for failure. When the room fell silent and it looked like you might actually hit the jackpot, they all had one thought. A dark crowd with glowing red eyes, silently praying for your downfall, begging the universe for you to fail. The knight delivers the cold truth. Only when they realize you pulled a useless, untradeable item did they relax. A sigh of relief. That is just how this world works. From the start, nobody actually wanted you to win. There was no one left to congratulate him. Looking around, the room was completely empty. Kim Chun-soo stood entirely on his own. In the quiet space, the heavy footsteps of the knight slowly faded behind the door. This was going to be a brutal lesson, and, from now on, he knew better than to ever return to this dump. Suddenly, a goblin crawled over and clung tightly to his leg, screeching loudly. Kim Chun-soo was so angry his face went dark, veins popping on his forehead as he roared out to let go. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a heavy ironclad hand grabbed Kim Chun-soo by the face in his real-world room right while he was still lying inside his gaming capsule. Dragged violently out of the virtual world, Kim Chun-soo stared in panic at the aggressive debt collectors, pinning him to the bed. He cursed them with pure hatred under his breath, swearing he would destroy every last one of them. The massive thugs just laughed in his face, mocking his threats. They joked that he was acting tough for a broke loser. They mocked him, saying that going to jail wouldn't help him earn the cash to pay off what he owed them. Kim Chun-soo scrambled upright in a total panic, desperately trying to explain that there must be a mistake and he had paid it all. But the blonde debt collector violently grabbed Kim Chun-soo by his hair, yanking him back and roaring that he hadn't paid a dime. He snarled that paying 2 billion one last time didn't mean he could just run away from the rest of his massive debt. As the pain made him scream, a cold sweat broke out. Kim Chun-soo whimpered, pleading that he would pay back every single cent. He begged to discuss this outside, especially since the gathering crowd inside was beginning to watch the scene with growing panic. So the thugs dragged him out to a pitch-black alley behind the building and immediately started beating him half to death. They kicked him mercilessly, asking if he wanted to meet the Grim Reaper. Kim Chun-soo could only scream out in absolute helplessness. Curling up on the dirty ground, he held his hands over his head and begged them to stop this brutal beating. He kept crying out that he would pay the debt, but the blonde thug only paused to look down at him with disgust. The guy scoffed, laughing at how pathetic he was before winding up and throwing a massive punch right into Kim Chun-soo's stomach. The powerful blow made him spit out blood. The thug sneered, saying that paying his debt was a basic obligation, not an option. If he was just going to babble empty promises, he could have called instead of making them drag themselves out here. Leaving Kim Chun-soo writhing and groaning in the dirt, the blonde leaned in close to mock the young man even further. He sneered that the unpaid balance was worth exactly one good beating, so begging them to stop was completely out of the question. Slowly raising his heavy boot, the thug prepared to crush Kim Chun-soo's leg as a brutal warning to pay up. He ordered him to stay perfectly still if he wanted to keep his bones intact. Kim Chun-soo squeezed his eyes shut, bracing. His face covered in blood and tears, he screamed out for help, gritting his teeth as he waited for the final blow. But suddenly, old man Sung Ryan threw himself into the path, taking the heavy stomp straight to his own back, shocking Kim Chun-soo. Kim Chun-soo gasped as the blonde thug stumbled back, scowling and cursing loudly at his lookout for letting someone get close. The massive tattooed partner broke into a nervous sweat, stammering that he didn't realize he had to stop some random old man. The blonde blew his top, shouting that any brainless thug should have known to secure the alley without being told. Meanwhile, Sung Ryan slowly dusted off his white suit, stepping out from the shadows with an incredibly calm, commanding presence. Glaring at the thugs, he asked if he should collect payback with interest for anyone who dared to harm his friend. But the blonde wasn't having any of it immediately, driving a lightning-fast kick straight into the old man's chest. He yelled for the old man to shut up as the brutal strike sent Sung Ryan flying backward, coughing up blood. He crashed hard against the wall. Kim Chun-soo screamed his name in panic just as the blonde spotted something on the ground. The thug bent down and picked up a thick, wrapped package that had slipped out, assuming it was a brick. But as soon as he held it, his smug expression completely vanished, his eyes widening in total shock. He stammered, realizing the package was full of real cash. The old man actually came to pay off the debt. Sitting helplessly on the ground, Sung Ryan groaned, complaining that they really should have let him finish his sentence first. He rubbed his aching back while Kim Chun-soo stared at him through a daze, completely lost for words. He stammered, asking why the old man would do this, especially since 1,000 bills of 1,001 was barely anything. But Sung Ryan simply stood tall, turning to face the thugs with an air of absolute unbothered dignity to negotiate. He pointed out they likely weren't expecting the entire principal today. If they just wanted the interest, they could take it. The blonde thug tossed the heavy stack of bills over to his subordinate, telling him to count it up right away. The lackey immediately got to work. Meanwhile, the blonde leader turned back to Sung Ryan, a greedy smirk spreading across his face. He smirks, wondering who this old man is. A friend. The thug has been keeping tabs on the kid for a long time. The kid has no friends at all. Ignoring the thug's mocking insults, old man Sung Ryan slowly straightens his coat even though his old legs in his trousers are shaking violently. He tells them they got their cash and that should be more than enough. Then the old man glares at the thugs standing firm. He tells them he has no obligation to explain his relationship with the kid. The blonde leader shrugs, putting his hands up, agreeing that they only need to get the full amount. Whether you are his friend or his girlfriend, we do not care. The tattooed lackey begins counting the crumpled cash with shaking hands. 99, 100. Exactly 100 bills, boss. The blonde leader smacks his dumb subordinate hard on the head. 100 bills of 1,001. How much is still missing, you idiot? That is only 100,001. How can a debt collector be this brainless? The flustered underling keeps counting. Oh right. 101, 102. Meanwhile, the blonde thug sighs and turns to leave, calling back in annoyance. Are you going to count all day, you idiot? Let us go. After a few steps, the blonde thug suddenly stops, turning to look at Kim Chun-soo with a sly smirk. Hey, Kim Chun-soo. Seeing the guy looking completely miserable, he leaves, behind a sarcastic warning to treat his friends well. Later that night, old man Sung Ryan is out drinking beer, with Kim Chun-soo at a street stall asking if the debt of 100 million won from 10 years ago has shot up to 2,300,000,000 won. Kim Chun-soo holds his head in exhaustion, confirming it as the old man continues about the relentless 33% compound interest, which is absolutely brutal. If his story is true, what about the debt he claimed was left by the parents he had never met? Kim Chun-soo flinches in shock, wondering how the old man knows that since he never mentioned it. Did I tell you that before? Kim Chun-soo scratches his head in confusion, admitting that since it is him, he will confess it was a lie. If he told people he got into debt from loan sharks like this, everyone would just look down on him with utter contempt. Old man Sung Ryan sighs, asking if he has ever tried reaching out to his parents for help. Kim Chun-soo slams his hand on the table, shouting that there are no damn parents to help him. He slumps forward, bitterly venting about his miserable fate, explaining that he is actually an orphan who endured endless bullying and humiliation just for not having parents. Yet the massive debt left behind by those so-called birth parents is also a harsh, completely undeniable reality. As Kim Chun-soo stares down at his beer can, old man Sung Ryan looks at him with deep concern, trying to make sense of it. He says he understands Kim Chun-soo's struggle, but borrowing such a ridiculous amount of money just to make ends meet makes no sense. What did he actually spend that 100 million won on? Why on earth did he need such a massive sum? Kim Chun-soo stays completely silent, remembering those dark days, leaving the old man to click his tongue and make a guess. Did he gamble? After all, the only collateral he could have possibly offered back then was his own body. The old man Sung Ryan sighs, nodding. Now he finally understands why Kim Chun-soo is risking his life in high-difficulty dungeons. Moreover, the glitchy goblin power that could vanish at any second only makes him more frantic and desperate. The old man looks straight into his eyes with absolute seriousness. What is his plan now? The constant pressure of money is going to hunt him forever. Kim Chun-soo gulps down his beer, completely giving in to his harsh fate. How else could he plan? He will probably just go back to manual labor, hauling stuff as a common worker. His life has always been about just scraping by day, spending his entire life wandering through low-level dungeons. That is just his miserable fate. But Seung Ryan immediately cuts in, mocking the idea of being just a simple Boblinlin summoner. It is the funniest joke in the world. After all, the lowly creature that resembles a goblin is actually himself. Seeing his student about to throw in the towel, old man Seung Ryan immediately encourages him. It is far too early to give up, because he actually possesses a truly formidable power. Kim Chun-soo slams his beer can down, completely choked up with emotion. He thanks the old man. His face flushed red from the alcohol, he looks up sheepishly and admits that without him earlier, those thugs would have beaten him half to death. No matter what it takes, he promises to repay this massive favor. The old man lets out a warm, gentle smile, telling him not to overcomplicate things with all that talk of repayment. He happily raises his beer can to propose a toast, telling his young friend to drink up and celebrate. Kim Chun-soo mutters shyly, complaining that he already finished his, so the old man should buy him another round. Late night wraps the peaceful city under glistening stars, leading up to the scheduled day of the game update. Lying in his VR gaming capsule, Kim Chun-soo reminds himself that Seung Ryan was right. His level has already reached 44. Things are completely different now compared to the days when he was just a lonely miner. So even if he loses his, the broken goblin glitch might be gone, but it is far too early to give up on fate. The second he logs in, the goblin is already waiting. Standing right there, it pumps him up with pure motivation. After all, he is finally strong enough to stand on his own now. Meanwhile, the goblin grins and screeches. Looking down at his tiny summoned beast, Chun-soo watches with suspicion and lets out a sigh. From the outside, its appearance seems completely normal and solid. What are you grinning at? Anyway, you have been patched back into a basic level 1 trash monster, yet you still have the nerve to grin like that. But just as he logs in, Chun-soo suddenly gets startled by the sound of nearby players pointing and laughing. Look at that guy, oh man, that is so gross. What on earth is he doing? Must be some kind of lunatic, lol. Chun-soo looks down and realizes he is wearing nothing but a pair of blue boxers in the middle of a crowded plaza. He curses bitterly under his breath. Okay, they definitely have a good reason to laugh. Damn it. Grumpily, he takes heavy, frustrated steps, barefoot across the hard stone floor. Fortunately, he still has his ragged beginner starter gear tucked away in his inventory. Thank goodness. He did not sell this trash set earlier, or he would be completely doomed. Meanwhile, his goblin scurries along behind him, squealing. Looking down at his leather-gloved hands, Chun-soo pumps himself up. From now on, he will no longer carry the dead weight of relying on a glitchy goblin. This is going to be his own true battle. He has to push himself to the absolute limit to unlock his full physical power. But to do that, he first needs to check something. Raising his finger into the air, he decisively calls out for his status screen. Instantly, a glowing blue status window pops up. At that exact moment, a sneaky blonde guy creeps up from behind him. While Chun-soo is busy planning how to allocate his stat points, he suddenly senses someone behind him and turns around, making the creep flee. At full speed. Turning his attention back to his level 44 account stats, Chun-soo is absolutely shocked by what he sees. He only has a measly 4 strength, 2 stamina, 1 intelligence, and 0 luck, while his agility stat is sitting at 26. Before, his goblin carried all the attacks and tanked all the damage, so he never cared about stats. But things are totally different now. He has to personally calculate how much damage he takes and deals, but wait, only 2 stamina, staring at it over and over. It turns out he relied so heavily on his summon that he never made any backup plan to protect himself. How could a level 44 character be this pathetic? Chun-soo quickly drags his finger to allocate his attribute points. First, he has to dump a lot into stamina to keep himself alive. Plus, to prepare for up-close combat, he should also put a few extra points into strength. After distributing his 13 remaining stat points, he nods in satisfaction at his brand new stats. This balance actually looks pretty good. He basically has the build of a real assassin now with a highly boosted agility stat. He tells himself that all he needs now is to buy a proper weapon that matches these stats, but a split second later, he freezes, staring at his inventory balance, which is a measly 20 gold. Cold sweat breaks out across Chun-soo's face, stroking his chin with a twisted look of pure regret. Poor me, he thinks he accidentally blew his entire fortune on that stupid gacha wheel of doom. Damn it, with this pocket change he cannot even afford a dry stick of wood. But suddenly, a wild idea flashes through Chun-soo's mind. Wait, what about the gacha draw? He immediately runs like a madman toward the grand building of the Adventurers Guild, catching the voice of a slick-haired pink adventurer inside, laughing and chatting. She talks about how playing Heavensoar for so long has finally shown her some crazy things. This pink-haired adventurer is named Roy, a level 48 player who is happily chatting with a half-naked guy in black shorts whose head is a bizarre black ball. This weird character goes by the name Reverend Level 47. She gushes about what a huge honor it is to party up with a celebrity like him. Roy continues to shower him with praise. Just like the rumors say, you really are a man of few words, an outstanding man. who managed to grind his way all the way to level 47 using nothing but basic attacks. She is really looking forward to this hunt today. Then Roy the mage smiles and explains that since she received a special commission request from someone, she's going to invite one more member to join them. Right at that very moment, Chun-soo suddenly appears right behind Roy, intentionally holding up his bright orange furry gloves to grab their attention before speaking in a highly arrogant tone. Hello everyone, he asks if they are looking for a party member. Maybe he can be of some help on their hunt today, especially since he holds these legendary Lion King gloves in his hands, which should make things a whole lot easier. Roy spins around in surprise, staring at the glowing gloves with pure awe. If they are the Lion King, could they be Vega's divine weapon? This makes Chun-soo smirk triumphantly. So they already know about this precious treasure. Huh, well, he has no intention of showing off. Roy excitedly makes an offer right away. That saves them the trouble of looking for someone. The chance to see Vega's divine weapon in action does not happen every day. Let us go together. Oh, and let her introduce their party leader, Reverend. Chun-soo stares at the half-naked round-headed guy, grumbling under his breath with extreme annoyance. Looking at this, Roy just casually waved, laughing and greeting them warmly. Right after that chaotic mess, the entire party set off. They arrive at a barren, rocky valley known as Red Canyon. Noticing how warily Kim Chun-soo kept looking around, Roy gave a reassuring smile, telling him there was no need to be so incredibly on guard out here. Pointing toward the lizard-headed monsters patrolling nearby, Roy explained that those level 32 and 33 lizardmen on this path were way below their own levels. If they did not attack first, the monsters would never dare start a fight. Hearing those words, Kim Chun-soo could only break a cold sweat, crying silently on the inside over his secret. How could he not be worried? His trash weapon was actually just a useless cosmetic item that gave 0 stat boosts. Looking at his weak little goblin tagging along right behind him, Kim Chun-soo sighed, feeling incredibly regretful about his choices. After all, he had only for the first time since the old mine, Chun-soo is on his own. No Boblinlin tanking. Worse yet, he is wearing ragged level 3 armor. One slip up and he is toast. Right then, Roy turns and curiously asks Chun-soo a question. Come to think of it, has Chun-soo ever advanced his class? Chun-soo points to his head, completely confused. Are you saying I never advanced? He asks. Look. Can you not see the class name right above my head? Roy waves his hands in surprise. No way, he says. Above your head, I only see your level 44. Chun-soo looks at Roy and Revenant walking ahead. He is stunned. Hidden classes must look like this to others. To other players, you just look like an unadvanced class. Talk about the ultimate stealth feature. It is literally anonymous. He shivers, staring at the naked back of the bald-headed guy walking in front of him. Setting his own case aside, what about Revenant? Did he really reach level 47 using only basic attacks? No class advancement, crazy. Afraid his own secret might get exposed, Chun-soo quickly laughs and tries to explain. Well, it is not that I did not want to advance, he stammers. But before he can finish, his spear suddenly shoots down. It pierces the ground right in front of Chun-soo's toes, leaving him frozen in absolute panic. Sweating bullets, he turns pale. He stares at the weapon and stutters. What on earth is this? You literally told me that if we did not initiate the attack, they would never strike first. But the real culprit is his annoying Boblinlin. Standing on a distant ledge, the brat is throwing rocks at the lizardmen. Chun-soo completely loses his mind. What on earth are you doing up there, you little idiot? Meanwhile, the system coldly notifies him. Summoned beasts will always auto-attack unless they are set to wait. Chun-soo quickly uses his summon skill. He teleports the mischievous goblin back to his side and smacks its head. Can you not stay still for once, he scolds. You just got nerfed in the update, so do not rush in. Do not go running around, got it? Seeing this chaotic mess, Roy points a finger and asks. So what is that goblin all about? Chun-soo laughs awkwardly. Well, I was actually just about to explain that to you. While Revenant quietly feeds a sandwich to the hungry Boblinlin, Chun-soo continues. He says the little guy is his summon. But after he advanced to a hidden class, he could only summon this one specific goblin. Watching the creature eat, Chun-soo sighs. But on the bright side, the goblin is incredibly strong. Honestly, it must be a system bug. A basic goblin has no right being this ridiculously overpowered. Shrugging, Chun-soo sighs. But he heard the system is pushing an update today to fix the priest class. His golden days of easy grinding are officially over. Hearing this, Roy giggles behind his hand and asks, Where exactly did you hear about that update? Roy asks with a curious smile. Just then, as the furious lizardmen surround them, Chun-soo casually replies, A highly reliable friend told me. Why, you ask? Suddenly, countless spears rain down from the cliffs. It is a storm. Roy lets out a sigh to clarify. If that is the case, your friend is mistaken, he says. The lizard men launch their spears directly at the goblin sitting on the ground while Roy continues talking. Because in today's actual patch notes, A barrage of spears hits the goblin, dealing 0 damage. Roy drops the ultimate truth. There is absolutely no mention of the priest class. Before he can celebrate his goblin's survival, Chun-soo gets struck in the forehead by a stray spear. Blood drips down as he curses his terrible luck. Next, the scene cuts to a bald old man kneeling on the ground, crying in absolute despair. "Please, I am so sorry, I was completely wrong." Kim Chun-soo angrily waves his hand and tells him to stop the fake apologies. Seung-lin is actually hanging upside down over a sheer cliff with the Boblinlin holding onto his ankle as he shakes with fear. He screams out that he is truly sorry, while Kim Chun-soo just stands there watching coldly since the old man is about to fall. Dangling over the deep abyss, Seung-lin struggles and begs in absolute desperation, claiming he must have misread the patch notes. Surely the Boblinlin is completely normal, so he begs the young man to please save his life. Kim Chun-soo lies down watching his summon hold the old man in midair, completely unmoved by the dramatic pleas. He mockingly asks how this is normal when the thick-skinned old man almost got him killed just a moment ago. Glaring down at Seung-lin with pure rage, he fumes over all the precious time wasted because of this blunder. Throwing him off 100 times wouldn't even begin to satisfy his anger, but right then the Boblinlin suddenly lets go. Luckily, the cliff is not nearly as deep as he feared, and the old man simply lands with a thud below. Groaning about his aching back, he clutches his waist on the rock ledge, while Kim Chun-soo watches him in silence. Kim Chun-soo quietly steps forward, bending down to offer a warm helping hand to the struggling old man. He says he knows Seung-lin meant no harm, showing a surprisingly generous side despite still grumbling under his breath. Putting on a broad smile, he figures since the old man apologized so sincerely, he has no choice but to forgive him. Seung-lin looks up from the dirt, genuinely touched and deeply moved by the young man's sudden kindness and unexpected, but that warmth quickly vanishes as the old man snaps back to his stubborn, cold self and turns away. He huffs that he only tags along temporarily before suddenly grabbing Kim Chun-soo's hand and pulling him close. Pulling him close, Seung-lin loudly complains that he simply cannot stand watching such a clueless rookie make mistakes. Kim Chun-soo snaps, ordering the Boblinlin to grab the old man by the neck and hang him back over the cliff. Seung-lin panics, instantly waving his hands and begging for mercy, while the Boblinlin squeals with pure excitement, ready to drop him again. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the real world, where a very sharp-looking Seung-lin is dressed in an elegant black suit. He sips hot coffee inside a quiet cafe, gazing thoughtfully out the glass window as he mutters a familiar name. Down below, Kim Chun-soo is walking along the sidewalk, completely unaware that he is being watched from the high window. Seung-lin smiles with deep calculation, noting that the young man now fully trusts him, meaning it is time to act. His eyes flash with a cold, sharp light as he tracks Kim Chun-soo's steps, planning to exploit the power of the boy's Boblinlin. With that summon, he can finally access the gates of heaven soar, but fate has a very different plan in store. Out of nowhere, a runaway truck swerves wildly and slams directly into Kim Chun-soo right in the middle of the street. Pure horror. The old man drops his coffee cup in shock, screaming out in absolute panic at the sight. The scene cuts to the massive sub-university hospital standing tall under a bright sky where the boy has been rushed. Inside the emergency room, Seung-lin questions the doctor as Kim Chun-soo lies completely motionless on the hospital bed. With the boy's head wrapped in bandages, Seung-lin begs to know if his companion is going to survive this. The doctor looks at him with some concern, asking if he is a family member before sharing any medical updates. Seung-lin bows his head in deep worry, quickly claiming that he is indeed the boy's official guardian. The doctor offers a reassuring sigh, explaining that the boy was incredibly lucky to survive such a massive collision. He only has superficial scratches, and while his head took a light blow, the scans show no serious damage. Seeing Kim Chun-soo resting peacefully, the doctor smiles and notes that they can check out as soon as he wakes. Relieved but exhausted, the old man slumps into a chair beside the bed, looking down at the quiet boy. He sighs heavily and blames himself, realizing he forgot that even the strongest in-game player is fragile in reality. Outside of the virtual world, a human body is still just blood and bone, easily broken by a speeding truck. A twitch. Kim Chun-soo's fingers move and a soft groan escapes his lips as his body begins to stir. He slowly opens his eyes, staring blankly up at the sterile white hospital ceiling and whispering to ask where he is. Seung-lin jumps up instantly, leaning over the bedside and frantically asking if the boy is finally awake. Kim Chun-soo stares back at the wrinkled, worried face, his expression completely blank and devoid of recognition. Asking who the old man is, the simple question leaves Seung-lin absolutely stunned and completely frozen in place. The scene suddenly cuts back to the shimmering bright blue skies of the virtual game world of Heaven Soar. He flashes an incredibly warm, gentle smile. Wait, so according to you, we used to be close friends? The young man sheepishly scratches his head while tightly hugging his struggling Boblinlin. And this cute thing is my summon. I am truly sorry about this. For some weird reason, I just cannot remember a single thing that happened before. Kim Chun-soo happily waves. Beside him, the old man's face completely darkens with dread. This is bad. This is really bad. A simple memory loss would be manageable. A bit annoying, sure, but fixable. But look at this new Kim Chun-soo. He gently pats his beast, asking if it loves being held. The sight makes the old man scream internally. His entire personality has completely flipped into a totally different person. The poor Boblinlin wide-eyes him in terror. It screams in agony from the excessive petting, making the old man tremble. One look at that disgust says everything. The old man's face grows incredibly dark as the reality sinks in. This is not just some simple personality change. This is the new Kim Chun-soo. Walking a few paces forward, he accidentally bumps straight into a massive armored warrior. The giant warrior whips around in pure rage, shouting right in his face, "Watch where you are going, trash." But instead of his past aggression, Kim Chun-soo immediately bows down with a saintly smile. He is incredibly polite now. He keeps apologizing warmly, asking if the man is hurt. The sudden kindness catches the giant completely off guard. The giant stammers out to just be careful next time. The old man watches silently, realizing his ally is soft. Sometime later in the hot desert, the group suddenly runs into a massive level 34 scorpion. The old man urges him to order his Boblinlin to attack, but Kim Chun-soo just trembles in sheer terror. He wonders how they could possibly beat a monster that huge. The old man pats his shoulder to calm him. Do not worry. Even without your memories, your Boblinlin has easily destroyed countless enemies just like this one. Kim Chun-soo asks if that is really true. Gaining a little confidence, he closes his eyes tight and yells out, "Go get him, Boblinlin, attack." Meanwhile, the sluggish summon slowly, lazily drags its heavy feet forward to fight. The weak little creature taps its wooden stick against the giant scorpion's leg, dealing a mere 99 damage. It squeaks in exhaustion. Seeing that pathetic weak hit, the old man collapses onto the hot sand in despair. This cannot be happening. It makes no sense. He stares blankly at the back of the once perfect summoner. He was an absolute beast back then. Now the angry scorpion raises its razor-sharp claw, aiming for the Boblinlin. The old man cries inside. Is Kim Chun-soo the only hero who could carry their Iscario's guild really gone? A massive scorpion claw tears through the air at a terrifying speed, ready to crush the tiny summon. But in a split second, Kim Chun-soo dives straight in. He uses his own back to shield the creature. He takes the full impact, absorbing over 700 points of massive damage. He looks down, asking if it hurts. The Boblinlin stares up at its savior in absolute shock. Kim Chun-soo collapses onto the ground, bleeding from his mouth. He still tries to smile, gently patting the creature's head. "Do not worry," he whispers, "we are friends." Suddenly, the Boblinlin throws up a literal rainbow, making Kim Chun-soo panic. "Oh no, you are really hurt, are not you?" He apologizes profusely for forcing it to fight. Seeing the absolute mess, the old man sighs and draws his sword. Seung Ryan decides to step in, determined to bail them out. He quickly draws his blade to launch an attack. He unleashes a devastating power swing directly at the giant scorpion. The massive beast crashes heavily onto the ground. Kim Chun-soo turns around, his eyes wide with pure admiration. "Did you really just defeat that monster in one hit?" Seung Ryan smirks, telling him not to make such a big deal out of it. He explains the monster's trait. This thunder scorpion has extreme attack power and speed, but its actual defense is incredibly weak. Because of that, any player who knows the trick can easily take it down. It is basically free experience. That is exactly why this region is so famous for being a perfect leveling spot for many players. Kim Chun-soo carries the struggling Boblinlin, letting out a soft sigh. There really is too much fighting here, is not there. He wishes everyone could just hunt together in peace. Seung Ryan glares at him with utter silent disgust. The old man can barely believe that a once notorious player is now spouting nonsense about world peace. Suddenly, a man with a sinister grin sneaks up from behind them. Well, look who we have here. It is the guy who used to monopolize every single monster around here." The spiky-haired warrior tilts his chin. He challenges Kim Chun-soo to look him in the eye and say that peace garbage again. The Boblinlin trembles with fear. He leaps right out of Chun-woo's arms. Chun-woo turns around in absolute confusion, staring closely at his face and muttering, "Who are you?" Floating right above the guy's head is his majestic title, Supreme Mage, level 41. Meanwhile, Chun-woo clutches his head, trying to think. He is lost in thought. "I have definitely seen you somewhere before." But the harder he tries to remember, the more his head pounds with a splitting pain. The poor guy collapses onto the sands, screaming in agony. "Ah, somewhere I am absolutely sure I have seen it," still holding his head. He stammers as fragmented memories piece together a thick beard, the nickname Supreme. Suddenly, he points a finger and yells as if finding the truth. The answer is Supreme. This random guess drives the spiky-haired mage completely insane, and he screams out, "Who on earth is that?" "My head clearly says Supreme Mage, you complete lunatic." Standing right behind them, Seung Ryan strokes his chin quietly, recalling some old memories. He remembers Chun-woo's former teammates. Wait, Supreme, back then that idiot was definitely one of the traitors who left Chun-Woo behind in the dungeon. A cunning glint flashes in the old man's eyes as he watches the youth. Even if his memories are currently a complete mess, he clearly still remembers a thing or two right. Maybe restoring his lost memories will actually be much easier than he thought. Meanwhile, Chun-Woo and the loud mage continue their heated bickering. Chun-Woo boldly points his finger and shouts at the guy. Is the correct answer not Supreme Mage? Then it has to be Supreme Black Bean Paste. He refuses to back down. While the two carry on, Seung Ryon secretly hatches a dark plan. If he recreates the tragic incident of throwing Kim Chun-Woo into that hidden dungeon that almost took his life, he will definitely remember everything, even if he does not want to. There is no way he could ever forget such a horrifying event. Do not hate me, kid. This is ultimately for your own good. Suddenly, the old man lets out a loud, forced cough to break the noisy atmosphere. He quickly decides it is time to make his exit. Turning around, he bids a hasty farewell, saying he suddenly has a very urgent matter to handle right this second. Let's meet back in town tonight. Chun-Woo stammers in confusion, shouting back an urgent matter. What kind of urgent matter is it, old man? Seung Ryon continues walking away coldly, not even glancing back, though he throws a quick reply over his shoulder. See you later. Suddenly, Chun-Woo stops in his tracks, determined to tag along. He quickly bolts after the elder and grabs his hand tightly. He yells out with absolute determination, I am coming with you. Seung Ryon turns around, looking extremely annoyed. What on earth are you talking about? I said. It is an urgent matter that has absolutely nothing to do with you. But Chun-Woo replies with a warm, sunny smile. How does it not concern me, old man? Your face has been completely wrinkled with worry this whole time. You must be facing some incredibly tough trouble, right? Energetic as always, the persistent young man continues to pull his arm. You saved my life once, so this time it is my turn to step up and help you. Let us go. Seung Ryon breaks into a cold sweat, his face twisting in helpless frustration. Trying to calm down, the old man explodes. Hey, stop messing with me. What help could a completely useless kid like you possibly offer? You not even know what I am doing. He gathers all his strength and frantically tries to yank his hand away, screaming, let go of me, you brat. Are you going to release me or what? But Chun-Woo just grins widely, keeping his tight grip on the old man. I am absolutely not letting go. Even if I do not remember who I was, I know I would have acted just as heroically back then. Old man Seung Ryon continues to struggle and scream for him to let go, but the stubborn youth refuses to budge. He firmly replies, I will never let go, so just give up and take me along. This leaves the Supreme Mage standing nearby, watching them wrestle in awkward silence, timidly trying to speak. Meanwhile, Seung Ryon is internally panicking with sheer frustration. Damn it, he needs to contact the Iscario's guild members right away to gather crucial information on that hidden dungeon. The old man feels a wave of dread, recalling how Chun-Woo almost died there. Only then can he restore his memory. But this insanely clingy kid does not understand a thing, acting like an absolute leech and ruining his plans. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the mage timidly tries to step in, whispering, excuse me, you two, please stop. Suddenly, a cold and powerful voice completely cuts him off. That is enough, a loud commanding shout echoes from behind. Startled, the old man turns around in shock. Emerging from the shadows is a heavily muscled dark hunter. It is Shadow Un-hyuk, level 56, who stands with his arms crossed, roaring, you brat, why did you ignore my calls? Do you want to die? Recognizing his acquaintance, old man Seung Ryon quickly shoves Chun-Woo backward with a cheerful grin. Shadow Un-hyuk, what a rare sight to see a big shot like you personally make the trip all the way out here. Glancing down at the three players standing together, Un-hyuk gives a cold, sideways look and sneers mockingly. What on earth have you been doing to let your level drop to 37? You do not exactly look like a busy man. This leaves Seung Ryon chuckling sheepishly as he responds, did you forget? I am the type of player who relies on. He is definitely a master of schemes rather than physical combat. Looking at his opponent's class display, the old man narrows his eyes. He grins knowingly. A shadow hunter. Since when did he advance his class? Looks like that painful lesson is still carved in his bones. Un-hyuk sighs and looks away in embarrassment. Seriously, the old man has absolutely no tact, always rubbing salt in people's wounds. But unfortunately, I have no time to stand around reminiscing. Suddenly, the shadow hunter's eyes become incredibly sharp and cold. Right now, Patton the Destroyer and Ji-hyun the Executioner are in extreme danger. Chun-soo, lying on the ground, hears these names and mutters, Patton the Destroyer, Ji-hyun the Executioner. They sound familiar, but who are they? He steals a glance at the high-rank hunter. He looks incredibly powerful. No way a weakling like me could ever face him. Would a high-level guy like him even notice my existence? Meanwhile, Seung-won turns serious. Patton and Ji-hyun. Aren't those two powerful players supposed to be on par with him? Unless they foolishly entered a hidden dungeon on their own, how could their lives be threatened so easily? Hearing that, Un-hyuk shakes his head grimly, his expression darkening with serious concern. I do not know the exact details, Right after they sent over 3 urgent messages, our connection went completely dead. It was cut off. He recalls the emergency guild meeting that followed. First, Ji-hyun demanded that they gather all members of Eviton. The entire guild has to assemble, including the guild leader. Although their leader probably cannot make it, the rest are already here. Second, they warn that a terrifying level 100 monster lurks inside. We must be extremely careful when entering. The old man gasps. Level 100 Sung-won clenches his fists behind his back, his heart racing with a mixture of intense worry and anger. Why on earth did those fools decide to step into such a ridiculously dangerous place? Trying to stay calm, the old man asks. What about the last condition? Did they leave some kind of final message or a dying wish? Eun-hye calmly points his thumb back. Chun-soo is still sitting on the ground looking completely dazed. The third rule is that we must bring that idiot along with us. Ji-hyun even emphasized that prioritizing this is absolutely crucial, even more important than the first condition. Seung-won can only stare at the amnesiac young man in sheer disbelief. What use could a weak, useless, nobody like him possibly be in a brutal, level 100 battle? But wait, this makes sense. Ji-hyun must have made a logical decision based on her calculations. After all, she had witnessed his terrifying power with her own eyes. Seung-won looks back at Yoon-hyuk, studying his expression. No matter how tough he acts, deep down he is placing huge expectations on Kim Chun-soo. After all, the sole reason they pushed themselves to the absolute limit to get this strong was because of Kim Chun-soo. Yet the current Chun-soo is a completely different story. Meanwhile, the boy points at his own face, looking absolutely confused. He asks if they mean him. Seeing this, Seung-won can only clutch his head and scream internally in complete frustration. This kid is currently a total write-off, completely and utterly useless. Meanwhile, deep in the darkest, most oppressive corner of the dungeon, heavy metallic footsteps begin to echo through the silence. Hidden behind a massive stone pillar, level 51 Ji-hyun and level 49 Patton press themselves against the cold rock, trembling as the sound of death draws closer. A giant, empty set of living armor, level 100 strides past, radiating a suffocating aura of pure malice like a true god. Once the heavy clanking finally fades into the distance, Ji-hyun collapses onto the ground, letting out a shaky breath of relief. Beside her, Patton is completely unraveling. His face is drenched in cold sweat as he desperately grips the hilt of his sword. We have been trapped in this miserable hole for 2 days straight. Do you honestly think we are getting out of here alive? He looks out toward the cavern floor, which is littered with the lifeless bodies of other players who failed before them. How can you still be so optimistic after looking at that slaughterhouse? His fear is rapidly turning into pure blind rage. He grits his teeth, redirecting his panic toward her. I never should have let you call for help, he snarls. Because you panicked and broadcasted that there is a level 100 monster here, nobody is brave enough to rescue us. Ji-hyun immediately snaps her head around, her eyes piercing through the dark with absolute coldness as she glares at him. If we lied, they would have charged in here blindly and died in vain. Is that what you wanted? Besides, you know Eun-hyuk would never just abandon us to die. But Patton has completely lost his mind at this point. That is not true, he screams, completely cutting her off. But before he can say more, Ji-hyun suddenly tenses up. She senses it. The monster is heading back. Patton has completely lost his mind, screaming wildly to cut her off. No, that is wrong, he yells. Ji-hyun raises a finger to her lips in panic, quiet, or it will hear us. But Patton keeps on going. He clutches his head, groaning in pure despair. This time, things are completely different. At least before, they had never faced a real threat of death like this. Even if Yoon-hyuk himself shows up, there is absolutely no way he can save them this time. Gritting his teeth, his shaking hand draws his massive greatsword, gearing up for a desperate, reckless move. He stands up, his face twisted in sheer terror, yet his eyes burn with suicidal resolve. Instead of waiting around to starve to death, they might as well charge out and fight to the bitter end. Maybe one of them will get lucky, shake it off to escape. But Ji-hyun's gaze instantly turns cold and incredibly sharp. She flat out refuses his plan. But that means the other person will definitely die here, right? Unless they both make it out of this place alive. She would rather die right here. She looks up into the pitch-black darkness, holding on to one final shred of hope. It is not time to give up just yet. If they wait patiently, he will definitely show up. Once he arrives to help, everything will be fine. Meanwhile, back on the desolate beach, Chun-soo is blankly pointing a finger at his own chest. Eun-hyuk raises an eyebrow, completely thrown off by the sudden formal tone. Standing right behind him, Sung-ryong panics. This is bad. The old man quickly leans in and whispers urgently in Chun-soo's ear. Hey, you two used to be close friends. If you start acting all polite out of nowhere, he is going to get suspicious. That sends Chun-soo into a quiet freakout. Close friends me with a guy who looks that terrifying, but Seung-ryong keeps whispering, trying to salvage the situation. Look, it has been a while since you saw him. Just go over there and say hello naturally like old buddies do. Chun-soo hesitates. A natural friendly greeting. Taking the advice, the young man takes a step forward to face Un-heok. He raises his chin, glares, and drops a brutally blunt greeting. Long time no see you, little punk. That makes Seung-ryong's jaw drop as he screams internally. You went way too far, you absolute maniac. Yet against all expectations, Yoon-heok simply closes his eyes and chuckles in satisfaction. Yeah, now that sounds like the usual arrogant tone. Seung-ryong is breaking out in a cold sweat questioning reality. How on earth did he actually fall for that? Suddenly, Yoon-heok senses something off. His cold gaze slowly drifts down toward the trembling tiny goblin trying to hide right behind them. The Dark Hunter's face instantly clouds over in absolute shock. Seeing this sudden reaction, the old man shivers. Seung-ryong breaks out in another cold sweat. Is that pathetic little monster still lingering around? This is incredibly dangerous. They absolutely cannot let Un-heok find out about Chun-soo's summoner bond with it. Without a word, Un-heok slowly draws, his short blade pointing it straight at the goblin. He narrows his eyes and asks Seung-ryong if this thing is the monster they fought so desperately against before. Seung-ryong immediately waves his hands in frantic denial. What are you even saying? Compared to that nightmare, back then this little brat looks weak, crippled, and so pale she looks half dead already. Are you saying our high-ranking hunter squad actually got thrashed by a scrawny, pathetic goblin like this? There is a limit to jokes, you know. Seeing his point, Yoon-heok stares intensely at the shivering creature for a long moment. He lets out a soft sigh. Was it just his imagination? The scene then shifts to a dense, sprawling forest. Yoon-heok stands before a large, newly gathered group of hunters and speaks. Thank you all for coming out today. A spiky-haired hunter wearing a mask named Min Song, a level 49 speedster, crosses his arms and speaks up. What about the guild master? Is he absent at the last minute again? He really should be here in times like this. Yoon-heok replies coldly. I sent him a message, but do not expect much. We are handling this on our own. The veteran hunter continues to explain the disaster in a low, grim voice. The deadly Ji-hyun and the destructive Payton completed their dungeon run, but on their way back out, they hit a sudden trap and plunged deep underground. It is highly likely that Pen's usual carelessness triggered the whole thing. Still, with their high-level abilities, escaping a simple trap should have been a walk in the park. The real issue is the level 100 monster. Reports say this beast is guarding their only way out. Behind the crowd, Chun-soo and the old man listen in total silence. Even the blonde mage standing nearby looks dead serious as Un-heok delivers his warning. This is no ordinary rescue mission. The operation is extremely dangerous and some of us might not make it back alive. Despite knowing the risks, you all showed up to help. I appreciate that. But let me make one thing crystal clear to everyone. Suddenly, the Dark Hunter narrows his sharp eyes, scanning the crowd. Up until now, we have treated things like a game. But this is the real deal. If anyone wants to back out, now is your chance to leave. You are free to leave, I won't force you. Hearing this, a cloaked figure nearby lowers his head in deep thought, calling out the names of his two endangered companions, Ji-hyun-bi. The level 48 heavy-strength assassin Suji decisively raises his head in agreement. He decides to go rescue his friends. Two level 47 assassins standing next to him grin widely, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Besides, I owe that guy Patton a favor. And honestly, Un-heok, without us tagging along, you would just be a half-baked vice leader anyway. Seung-won crosses his arms, looks over at Yoon-heok, and firmly chimes in to show his agreement. That is very true. No matter how strong you are, this opponent is level 100. Basically, this fight offers absolutely zero chance of winning. The old man strokes his beard, thoroughly analyzing the combat plan. He advises them not to forget their sole objective. Do not forget that our only goal is rescue, not actual combat. We just need to distract that terrifying monster. The larger our numbers, the higher our chances of success. Thinking of this, the old man narrows his eyes, smiling. He laughs darkly to himself. But on second thought, maybe this is for the best. Being chased by a level 100 monster might actually trigger Chun-woo's lost memories to return instantly through pure terror. But in the very next second, Chun-woo suddenly raises his hand, shouting in mock outrage and instantly shattering the serious atmosphere. Why on earth do I have to go? Clinging tightly to his Boblinlin companion, he whines as the old man stares in utter confusion. Why do I have to risk my neck? Why should a gentle, kind-hearted person like me be suddenly pushed down such a dangerous, crime-filled path? This dramatic outburst leaves Seung-won sweating profusely, wondering if the boy's arrogant memories are finally returning. Meanwhile, Un-heok gives Chun-woo a freezing stare, casually repeating the boy's dramatic complaint. There is absolutely no reason for him to risk his life for their guild business. Is there someone waiting in that dungeon for me to save? If you think I would just rush into a death trap for that, you are dead wrong. On the other hand, Seung-won stands next to Chun-woo, sweating but absolutely thrilled inside. Yes, almost there. The awakening of the arrogant demon king Kim Chun-woo is close, but suddenly Chun-woo completely flips his expression, pointing straight ahead with a heroic beaming smile. Talk about a complete turnaround. That is why I am completely prepared, so let us set off right away. The excited faces of old Seung-won and the little Boblinlin instantly drop, filled with disappointment at his bizarre personality shift. Yoon-hyuk gently closes his eyes, letting out a warm, soft smile. He silently thanks these fools for not giving up on him. Thank you guys for not giving up and choosing to walk this path with me. Behind him, the assassin squad draws their weapons. They stand fully prepared for battle as Eun-hyuk gives the final rallying cry. All right, Ivan and Guild, let's move, the Dark Hunter waves his hand, leading the group deep into the dense forest. Meanwhile, in the real world, an elegant man in a black suit holds a phone to his ear, listening to a report. Is that really true? All right, I understand. The cold, sharp-eyed man, wearing glasses, firmly orders the person on the other end to keep a very close eye on the target. Turning to look out his high-rise office window, he mutters to himself with deep suspicion. Has Kim Chun-woo really been acting strange lately? Actually, the manager in the black suit is just picking his nose while staring at his phone, completely indifferent. So you mean he's just behaving completely normal like always? Fine, you don't need to report this to me anymore. He clicks off the call, shaking his head in annoyance. Our young lady is just worrying way too much and overreacting lately. But then the scene suddenly cuts back to the dark dungeon, where a lethal strike cuts deep into a monster. Yoon-hyuk's razor-sharp slash tears through the pitch-black darkness, spraying crimson blood everywhere and completely painting the damp cavern walls. The Dark Hunter calmly sheathes his weapon, standing proud and victorious among the piles of dead beasts scattered at his feet. He grumbles that these weaklings keep rushing him endlessly. Watching from behind, Chun-woo can't help but be completely amazed. This is insane. It is not just Eun-hyuk who is ridiculously strong, he thinks, observing the squad's incredible synergy. The way the assassins coordinate their movements so flawlessly makes him analyze their tactics with deep, silent admiration. Their wild attacks make them look wide open, but the beasts actually cannot find a single opening to land a strike. Is it because they trust each other completely to watch their backs? It is this powerful, invisible bond that allows them to throw away all defense and focus entirely on raw offense. Chun-woo sighs, his eyes turning slightly sad. He wonders if he ever had a dependable comrade he could trust with his life like that in his past. Suddenly, a massive decaying zombie leaps out from the pitch-black shadows, roaring viciously as it lunges right behind him. Feeling the icy breath of death on his neck, Chun-woo spins around and lets out a terrified scream. Just as death is about to claim him, old Seung-won rushes in, holding a massive stone hammer, swinging it with sheer force. The wind-splitting blow creates a mighty arc, slamming the heavy stone hammer directly into the zombie's head with crushing power. It shatters into 100 pieces right before Kim Chun-soo's horrified eyes. Dusting off his hands, Seung-ryan smugly lifts his chin. He clicks his tongue, arrogantly muttering that it went down way too easily. Their numbers are huge, but their defense is a complete joke. Unable to control his overwhelming emotions, Kim Chun-soo rushes over, hugging Seung-ryan tightly as he bursts into dramatic tears. The goblin screeches while the old man desperately struggles, yelling at the crying brat to let him go right now. What kind of nonsense are they even doing? Kim Chun-soo sobbed hysterically, holding them both tight as he wailed in pure joy. He cries out that he never expected to have two people care so much, sure that he must have lived a good past life. He asks them if it's true, begging to know if his constant efforts in life are finally paying off. Drenched in cold sweat, Seung-ryan grits his teeth and awkwardly agrees, though his mind is already cooking up a dark scheme. He needs to quickly lead this crybaby brat to a high-level monster and throw him in as bait. No sooner said than done. The old man turns and calls out, urging the shadow hunter walking ahead of them. Yoon-hyuk stops and turns back to ask what is wrong, while a visibly exhausted Seung-ryan leans over and pants heavily. He suggests splitting up to search from here on. Wiping away the sweat on his face, his explanation sounds incredibly convincing. He points out that the monsters here are so weak they are practically trash, so there's no need to stick together. Staying in a tight formation is just a waste of time. Instead, they should explore different paths to find their lost allies. Finding out which trap they fell into is the priority. Hearing this, Eun-hyuk crosses his arms and ponders the idea. He nods in agreement, realizing he might have been overly cautious due to his constant fear of high-level monsters nearby. The shadow hunter immediately barks out orders, telling the team they will split into 3 groups to search the area. If anyone finds anything suspicious or resembling a trap, they are to report back immediately rather than rushing in alone. They must wait until the entire team is gathered. Meanwhile, standing in a quiet corner of the dungeon, the blonde mage smirks. He boasts to himself, thinking their teamwork is pretty decent, meaning he won't even have to lift a finger. But out of nowhere, a massive zombie lets out a roar, charging straight toward him from the pitch-black shadows. Standing with his arms crossed, the mage smugly charges his magic, thinking his overwhelming power will make them surrender instantly. He believes that once he unleashes his true strength, the sheer gap in power will instantly crush their will to fight. With a wave of his hand, he fires a brilliant yellow lightning bolt, instantly blasting a clean hole through the zombie's chest. But the bolt does not stop there, surging forward to strike a massive magic crystal embedded in the stone wall behind it. Absorbing the electrical energy, the crystal violently vibrates before erupting in a blinding flash of brilliant blue light. Feeling the intense tremor shake the dungeon, Eun-hae-wook and the assassin beside him spin around in sheer panic. They yell out in absolute confusion as countless glowing blue magic lines snake out from the crystal, rapidly connecting with each other. They form a massive diamond-shaped magic barrier, trapping the entire group of players inside with no way out. Out of nowhere, the stone floor right beneath Seong-ryeon's feet cracks open rapidly, spreading into dangerous spiderweb-like fissures. His face turns pale as a sheet at the sight. Trembling in absolute horror, he realizes what this means. Is this the exact trap their friends fell into? Drenched in sweat, Chun-soo holds the goblin close as he stares in shock. The cracks expand rapidly right beneath their feet. Before they can even react, the entire stone floor completely gives way. Chun-soo and the goblin scream at the top of their lungs, plummeting straight down into the pitch-black abyss below. Left standing on the edge, the self-proclaimed Grand Mage can only gape in horror, shouting down into the empty darkness. Sweating profusely, his face is twisted in sheer panic, realizing they are utterly doomed. But then a drunken figure stumbles over. The slurring, heavily intoxicated girl wobbles into view, hiccuping and casually wondering aloud if she showed up a bit too late. The mage turns in shock as she mumbles about how poor Eun-hae-wook is going to have to carry this team again. Plopping down onto the cold stone floor, she crosses her legs comfortably and hangs her head, muttering to herself. She wonders if the rumors are actually true about that level 100 monster lurking directly beneath their feet. Looking up with a flushed face and teary eyes, she cries hysterically in her drunken state, asking what they should do. They are all going to get wiped out. Behind her, the system display reveals her identity as the guild master. This is Rami, a level 83 scammer class from the Evaton Guild. Meanwhile, deep below lies the Duke's Library. It is known as the final dungeon of Heaven SD, boasting an ultimate difficulty that even top-tier players avoid. In the past, only 3 legends dared to enter, including Night King, Jim Zorian, Empress Rami, and the Mad Berserker. Crazy Dog was once honored as part of the first trio to successfully conquer the legendary Duke's Library, but the grim truth is that every other member of their party on that ill-fated expedition tragically and brutally lost their lives. This tragedy was kept hidden from the world. But back in the present, deep under the abyss, things are desperate. Eun-hae-wook is currently kneeling on the ground, gasping in pure agony, wondering why on earth this trap suddenly triggered now. Suddenly, feeling a chilling dread creep up his spine, the Dark Hunter looks up with wide, terrified eyes. Before him, a massive level 100 cursed living armor looms, swinging its glowing red greatsword to split the air. Eun-hae-wook quickly crosses his twin daggers, tensing his entire body to block the crushing blow of that massive sword. He groans through gritted teeth. A level 100 monster, is this really the terrifying boss they were talking about? Seeing the heavy blade pressing down on his head, he breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this battle is completely unwinnable. He needs to gather everyone and escape immediately. But as Eun-hae-wook turns around to check on the team, he turns around and completely freezes in absolute horror. In the distance, lying in a pool of fresh blood, on the cold stone floor, is the lifeless body of his ally. Eun-hae-wook's face contorts with unbearable grief. He screams Min-soo's name in agony. Meanwhile, the cold steel monster raises its giant blade high in the air, preparing to strike Eun-hae-wook down. But suddenly, the powerful Suji bravely charges forward with a fierce battle cry, using his immense physical strength to block the heavy blow of that massive sword with both hands. Saving Eun-hae-wook, just in the nick of time, the warrior's face bulges with veins as he holds it back. He screams at his comrade to run and save the others, begging him to protect their remaining friends. Suji cries out as his trembling arms begin to fail, shouting that he cannot hold on much longer. But Eun-hae-wook, still kneeling, grips his glowing daggers and refuses to leave, yelling for him to hold on. Before he can finish speaking, old man Sung-ryul suddenly rushes and grabs Eun-hae-wook's wrist and drags him away. Eun-hae-wook looks back in sheer panic, screaming Sung-ryul's name as the old man forcefully pulls him away. He struggles wildly, yelling to be let go, knowing that Suji will surely be killed if they run. The old man yells back in absolute fury, reminding him that Suji has already sacrificed his life for them. Eun-hae-wook looks back and freezes, watching in absolute horror as Suji is sliced clean in half by the giant sword. Sung-ryul keeps dragging him as they flee for their lives, asking if he honestly thinks they can fight that thing. This is no battle. What they are witnessing now is just a completely one-sided, blood-soaked massacre. Glancing back at the lifeless bodies of Min-soo and Hyun-soo lying in pools of blood, the old man grits his teeth. They were taken out before they could even move, and fleeing is their absolute only chance of survival right now. Suddenly, the giant metal monster stomps its foot down, sending a terrifying tremor echoing throughout the dark dungeon. It raises its massive blazing greatsword, channeling a horrific red energy that threatens to consume every living thing. As they flee, Seung Ryo trembles silently, blaming himself because everything has gone completely off the rails. If they had only detected the monster first, they could have easily come up with a proper strategy in time. His mind spins as he thinks about his careful plans, including sneaking past its sight without having to fight. He had even prepared a safe escape plan for Ji Hyun and Patton, and even if those plans fell apart, they knew that, as long as Kim Chun-soo regained his lost memories, everything would have been resolved instantly. The old man grits his teeth in bitter frustration, seeing the red glow closing in. Why were they so terribly unlucky to fall right on top of its head like this? Seung Ryo's face is filled with absolute shock at this massive power gap. He knew the monster was strong, but this is insane. An entire team of high-level hunters wiped out in seconds, less than 20 seconds. That is all it took to wipe them out. But suddenly, a skill board appears. It is the Boblinlin summoner skill. A tiny goblin suddenly charges forward, holding a sizzling magic bomb high in its hands. He aims directly at the giant armor to save the party, tossing the bomb and creating a bright ring of light. The blast freezes the monster in its tracks as the magical bomb detonates, erupting into a massive wall of fire. The deafening explosion shakes the entire dungeon. Yoon-hyo quickly leaps back to avoid the searing shockwave, growling in pain. Standing nearby, Seung Ryo is also completely blinded by the flash, narrowing his eyes as he shouts in surprise. He squints, shouting if that was a goblin just now, while Kim Chun-soo urgently waves them over through the smoke. "We have to go. Right now, old man, let us run before the monster spots us." Seeing him completely in one piece, Seung Ryo froze in pure shock, sweat dripping down his face. Wait, is Kim Chun-soo really still alive? Is he really alive? Seung Ryo snaps out of it. This is their only chance. He screams at the night hunter, "Unhyuk, move your legs. We have no time." Though furious, Unhyuk has to agree. Gritting his teeth, he flees. Damn it, the agile hunter swings his blades and dashes into the thick smoke. He vanishes into the thick haze of the explosion. But right behind them, a massive armored puppet suddenly swings its glowing weapon. Its glowing red blade tears through the dust. The hollow armor towers over the ruined stones. Metal grates on metal with a hair-raising sound. The beast realizes they escaped. The level 100 beast roars in absolute fury, shaking the entire dungeon to its core. As they flee, Kim Chun-soo breathes a sigh of relief. Fleeing Kim Chun-soo taps his glowing blue system panel. Lucky break. He still has some unused points. With those leftover points, he rushed to purchase a new skill from the shop, hoping it would save them. And boy, did it pay off. He unlocked the suicide Boblinlin. It carries explosives for a massive blast. If he was even a second slower, they would all be dead. Looking at the tiny goblin slowly recovering from the blast, he sighs. Kim Chun-soo feels a deep pang of guilt. Forcing the creature to blow itself up and vanish in pain is something he absolutely despises doing. He hates relying on such brutal tactics, but then he looks over at Un-hyuk's slumped back and the exhausted old man ahead. Seeing his exhausted team, he shakes off his guilt. He must stay strong. Sacrificing a summon is a million times better than watching another ally die a brutal death in this godforsaken place. Meanwhile, Seung Ryo glances back at the night hunter. The poor guy is slumped against a stone pillar, completely broken inside. The old man's heart aches for him. Un-hyuk keeps his head down, his shoulders shaking as intense grief washes over his entire body. It is over, he weeps. Ji Hyun, Patton, and the rest are gone. He blames himself for being so blind, foolishly dragging his remaining allies straight into a deadly trap. Seung Ryo watches in silence as Un-hyuk blames himself. Worry gnaws deep at the old man's heart. Their current situation is looking incredibly bleak, and he knows things are going south fast. He quietly analyzes the situation. Even though Un-hyuk usually acts cold, those assassins from the Evidenton Guild were his absolute family. They were closer than brothers, and together they built their guild from the ground up. This loss cuts deeper than anything. But seeing his closest companions slaughtered right before his eyes has completely shattered his spirit. How can they survive like this? Can Seung Ryo really guide someone this broken out of this nightmare safely? Reality starts to weigh heavily on him. Seung Ryo feels years older just staring at the grim truth. Honestly, will the three of them even make it out alive? Will they make it out alive? Pushing his worry aside, the old man slowly moves forward. He approaches the weeping hunter slumped on the cold stone floor. Clasping his hands behind his back, he speaks in a low, firm voice. He warns the hunter, no time to cry. That level 100 monster could track them down at any moment. They must keep moving if they want to survive. Un-hyuk slowly raises his hollow, pale face. He rasps out a question, asking if Seung Ryo knows why their guild master lost her mind. Why did she go mad? He remembers the past. She returned one day out of nowhere, crying that everyone who entered the dungeon with her was brutally slaughtered. Only 3 of them made it out alive. The painful memory of witnessing Raimi sobbing hysterically flashes vivid in his mind. He did not believe her back then. It sounded like pure madness. He genuinely believed the rumor about permanent death in this world was nothing but a sick, fabricated hoax. How could anyone actually die in the real world just from playing some virtual reality game? It sounded completely ridiculous. He recalls their old fights. Did he ever look scared back then? He had no fear because he treated it as just a game. Any physical pain he felt was just a thrilling new sensation. Nothing more, nothing less. An image of the hunter standing in the void wearing his VR headset flashes on the screen. He used to love the advanced technology of Heaven's Sword. It was highly immersive, exciting, and wildly realistic. That was his entire view of Heaven's Sword back then. Suddenly, Eun-hyuk's eyes fill with absolute horror. His voice trembles violently as he delivers his grim final realization. Fighting the rank boss last time, Eun-hyuk tasted the terrifying reality of true death for the very first time in his entire life. Eun-hyuk shudders as he remembers that boss's devastating near-fatal blow. Suffering through that kind of blinding agony just for some casual game is insane. It pushed past any human threshold of pain a long time ago. He can still picture the horrific sight of his fellow hunter lying there, motionless in a pool of blood, a stark death notification flashing in his dark memories. He realized that if they ever faced an overpowered monster, with a massive insurmountable gap in strength, players could actually end up dying for real out in the physical world, losing their actual lives. He remembers swinging his dual blades in a desperate frenzy hunting monsters under the full moon just to survive. Ever since that terrifying moment, he threw himself into a desperate grind, desperately leveling up to close the gap with those beasts. No matter what nightmare he encountered, he just wanted to avoid the fatal blow that would mean his permanent end. A permanent death. The sheer dread on his face is obvious as he stands before a swarm of glowing red-eyed shadows. But the higher he climbs up this twisted game, the more he feels himself sinking into an inescapable pit of danger. Trapped in endless hazards, a sudden vision of his friends, Ji-hyun and Patton, smiling and waving flashes in his mind. Honestly, he had planned to convince both of them to quit this cursed game the second he got them out alive. He figured the only way to protect his stubborn friends was not by growing stronger, but by walking away from this madness completely. Back in reality, Eun-hyuk clutches his head, sobbing. His built-up strength completely crumbles away in pure raw vulnerability. He always tried to put on a cold, fearless act, but deep down he was absolutely paralyzed with terror. He was terrified of facing this hellish place all by himself. He screams out in a mixture of intense pain and deep regret. It was pure selfishness that made him drag them along, knowing they could easily die, yet keeping his mouth shut out of fear. He did not say a word to stop them from marching straight to their deaths. Panicked, Song Ryol tries to comfort the weeping hunter. "No, you could not have seen this coming," he says. "We had backup plans and this strategy should have worked. This is not your fault." But Eun-hyuk just clutches his head in a desperate frenzy, screaming through his tears. He cries out that he killed them all. Watching the hunter spiral into this agonizing self-blame. The old man, Sung Ryol, loses his temper and raises his hand, intending to slap some sense back into him. But before he can even throw a punch, Chun-soo suddenly charges in and delivers a devastating kick that sends the old man flying backward. Chun-soo roars out, calling him an absolute idiot, while the sudden brutal impact sends Eun-hyuk crashing hard into the wall. Seong Ryol stands there completely dumbfounded, hands raised in the air, his face utterly blank as Eun-hyuk struggles to sit up. He glares up from the floor, his angry eyes landing on Kim Chun-soo as the young man stands there, head lowered, muttering. Chun-soo calls him a fool under his breath before suddenly snapping, looking up to scream right into the dark hunter's face. Why is he constantly whining about who died and spitting out such incredibly cursed pessimistic garbage? Who exactly died, huh? Who said they are dead? Did he see it happen? Is he a licensed surgeon now declaring people dead on a whim? Standing right behind them, Song Ryol's face lights up with absolute joy, wondering if Chun-soo's lost memories have finally returned. But shattering those hopeful expectations, Chun-soo lets out a harsh, mocking scoff, yelling that having such a pathetic friend is embarrassing. He claims he actually regrets ever knowing him, leaving Eun-hyuk totally stunned by the sudden, aggressive outburst. Eun-hyuk wonders if they are actually friends. Behind him, the old man freezes up his face, turning pale with sheer confusion. Since when did the arrogant Kim Chun-soo ever call Eun-hyuk a friend? A quick flashback of the cold hunter asking him pops up. He had asked Chun-soo where he would go after escaping, only for Chun-soo to snap back, asking why he was bothering him. Chun-soo's smug face mockingly replied that he was going to a place where he would never have to see their ugly faces again. Sung Ryol cries on the inside. To put it nicely, it was a miracle they did not consider each other sworn mortal enemies. Back in the present, Chun-soo is aggressively grabbing Eun-hyuk by his collar, dragging him right up to his face. He screams that this is just a game. How could anyone actually die in the real world? Has he ever seen it? Seen anyone actually die a permanent real death? He yells that all of it could just be a big fat lie. He urges Eun-hyuk not to believe anything except what he sees with his own eyes, desperately trying to snap him out of it. If you want to cry and suffer, wait until we get out, check the facts, and then you can weep all you want. He yells that there are still people inside who are desperately waiting for him to come and save them right now. Chun-soo glares with absolute determination, telling him that saving those people is the only thing he is allowed to focus on. He demands that everything else can wait until they safely escape this miserable place, commanding Eun-hyuk to finally get a grip. Releasing his collar, he steps back. Meanwhile, Eun-hyuk is completely speechless after his outburst, kneeling helplessly on the stone floor. Later, Eun-hyuk slowly raises his head and calls out to the old man Sungon. The hunter asks with resentment in his eyes, "What do you think about this? Do you also believe that permanent death status is just a lie like he claimed?" Sungon silently turns away into the shadows with a bitter sigh, thinking to himself that there is no way. Unfortunately, that permanent death label is absolutely real. Those who were just wiped out will certainly never be okay again. Right at this very second, someone out there is losing their life for real, dying forever in this brutal world. But to you right now, I am just like you were, before only hearing about it through rumors passed around. I have never personally witnessed it, nor has anyone explained it in detail. The old man then looks back at him. He gently explains to the assassin that even though they are extremely careful to avoid that permanent death, nobody really knows the truth behind it. Just like Chun-soo said, it is still far too early to judge. At this point, Eun-hyuk finally lets out a soft sigh, feeling some of that heavy mental burden lift from his shoulders. So that is how it is. He gazes up at Chun-soo's retreating figure, letting out a bitter, self-deprecating smile. Kim Chun-soo. He never expected to show such a pathetic, shameful side of himself to an oddball like him. Through the swirling dust, Judo looks back in confusion, only to find the dark hunter Eun-hyuk suddenly standing right behind him. Talk about a close call. Judo is still completely shaken up after escaping death by a mere hair. The assassin's voice echoes through the silence, admitting that he owes him yet another favor this time. From beneath his dark hood, Eun-hyuk casts a cold yet steady glance, speaking with absolute determination. He promises to survive this ordeal just to settle this debt. Watching them, the old man Sungon is completely stunned. Standing behind them, Sungon cannot believe Chun-soo actually helped Eun-hyuk up. Has his memory returned? Has his memory returned? Or not, Eun-hyuk coldly draws his dual daggers, which glow with a sharp blue light. Pressing forward, they must continue with their rescue mission immediately to get their friends back. Meanwhile, in another corner of the dungeon, a spiky-haired blonde guy is clutching his head, screaming in absolute panic. He asks if she is seriously suggesting they abandon the rescue. In stark contrast, a pink-haired girl lies lazily nearby. Resting on the stone floor, she casually wonders why their guild leader even bothered to come all this way. She claims she only came along to watch Eun-hyuk's smug face get crushed, not to go around rescuing people. His face darkens with frustration as he asks if she really traveled here just to watch. Are you insane? He demands to know she has lost her mind, watching their own allies die. Normal, running her fingers through her hair, she scoffs that nobody playing this crazy game is actually normal. She mockingly points out their absurd situation, then asks who actually said they were going to die here. Wearing a highly mysterious smile, she whispers that they clearly do not know the real secret of this place yet. A cold sweat breaks out all over him as his voice shakes with sudden dread. Stammering in horror, he asks if this entire trap is actually some kind of test. Amidst the rising tension, the golden-haired Ji-hyun drops a massive truth bomb. This entire thing is just a test. The red-haired guy next to her frantically bangs on the system screen, screaming that their outside communications are dead. Ji-hyun remains completely calm through all the rising panic, lowering her head as she quietly analyzes the situation. She asks him if he remembers when they first triggered this trap, when her skill accidentally bounced off the wall. That reflection drew a massive magic circle on the wall, dragging their entire group straight down into this deep pit. Punches fly as the red-haired guy strikes the wall, calling their entire situation a massive and incredibly stupid mistake. Everyone always blames him when things go wrong, but then he suddenly whirls around. Pointing a finger directly at Ji-hyun, he screams that this disaster is absolutely her fault. Casually agreeing, she casts a cold sideways glance his way to deliver a sharp insult. Basic traps like this only work on reckless fools who lack any real caution. Holding her head high, she proudly claims to have been the most vigilant one this entire time. Her smug attitude makes the red-haired guy clench his fists in absolute rage, grinding his teeth as he snaps back. Is she really just trying to brag about being smarter and more capable than him? Ji-hyun explains with a sarcastic look. If this were actually a trap, it should have been far easier to trigger. At least sensitive enough for a hothead who blindly charges forward like you to set it off first. Pointing to a glowing blue crystal in the wall, she continues. But this thing actually requires someone to cast the exact magic spell and hit the crystal with absolute precision to activate it. What kind of trap is so complicated that even a fool could not accidentally set it off? Getting roasted repeatedly, the red-haired guy cracks his knuckles. His face darkens with intense bloodlust. Are you done talking? He growls. Ignoring his rage, Ji-hyun continues her sharp logic. The recommended level here is only around level 50. for a level 100 monster to suddenly show up out of nowhere is. He yells that a place like this makes no sense since it could easily wipe anyone out in a single hit. The red-haired guy loses his patience and points right at her, screaming until his face turns red, demanding to know what she is babbling about. How does that change anything, especially since they already walked straight into a trap and are about to die? But Ji-hun is not one to back down, as she turns around to snap right back. That is exactly why she thinks this might not be a normal trap. You idiot. But she suddenly freezes when she sees her teammate pointing ahead, stuttering nervously and asking what that thing is. She immediately spins around in pure shock, realizing something is definitely off as she stares intently at the glowing blue crystal in front of her, cheering happily that her theory was correct. It really is a rare gem. Instantly, a surge of bright green mana begins to gather heavily around Ji-hun's hands. She quickly draws her bow and pulls the string back as far as she can, preparing a massive arrow of light aimed directly at her companion. When the red-haired guy notices the glowing weapon aimed right at his crotch, he turns completely pale, raising both hands in a panic as he begs her to stop this crazy stunt. What is she thinking? Has she completely lost her mind? But Ji-hun does not hesitate, coldly ordering him to stay absolutely still. She tells him not to move a single muscle as the arrow of light flies off at blinding speed, tearing through the air. The red-haired guy can only open his mouth and scream in absolute despair. Right on cue, the arrow hits its mark, with flawless precision striking the small crystal embedded right on his belt buckle. Instantly, the strange glowing gem absorbs the massive energy, glowing brilliantly as it begins to vibrate violently. The poor victim just stands there frozen, shaking with complete helplessness as he watches the light explode from his waist. Suddenly, a massive surge of electricity erupts, shocking the red-haired guy so hard he convulses and screams in sheer agony. From the small gem on his belt, a brilliant blue beam of light shoots straight down onto the stone floor, bouncing right back up to hit another crystal mounted on a nearby stone pillar. This instantly activates a massive glowing six-pointed magic circle that completely surrounds Ji-hun right in the center. Seeing the spell activate successfully, she lets out a sigh of relief, flashing a victorious smile. She cheers that they did it and now they should be able to get back to where they started. But her smile instantly fades when a bright blue system notification suddenly pops up right before her eyes. The red-haired guy pokes his head over, squinting his eyes to read the glowing virtual screen with a completely confused look. He reads the party size requirement on the screen and instantly jumps up, yelling at her in complete frustration. What is this supposed to mean, he demands, since she promised they would escape. Meanwhile, Ji-hun breaks into a cold sweat and mutters that it requires 3 people, meaning they need 1 more person inside the magic circle. Hearing this, the guy holds his head in utter despair. Damn it, he groans, didn't she see that corpse earlier? Besides the 2 of them, who else could possibly be alive in this place? There's no telling when the guild will find them. Just as they both hit a complete dead end, an icy aura creeps out from the shadows, freezing them in place for 5 seconds. Reacting on pure instinct, Ji-hun drops into a battle stance, raising her bow as green mana pools into another glowing arrow, aimed straight into the dark void. From the pitch-black abyss, heavy footsteps slowly echo, shattering the tense, quiet atmosphere. Suddenly, a strange round object is tossed out from the dark, rolling loudly across the freezing stone floor right toward them. Recognizing the familiar shape, Ji-hun gasps with sudden hope, calling out to ask if that is really Chun-woo. The red-haired guy also lights up, laughing in relief as he yells that he knew Chun-woo would make it. But immediately after, a heavy ironclad foot slowly steps out from the deep shadows, moving into the dim light. But the figure stepping forward is definitely not the teammate they were hoping for. Instead, it is a massive knight, clad in pitch-black armor, radiating overwhelming killing intent, with a massive greatsword in one hand and a bloody object in the other. Ji-hun froze, cold sweat dripping down as she blankly called her teammate's name in vain. Hyun-soo. What lay rolling under the demon knight's feet was actually the severed, bloody head of poor Hyun-soo. Nearby, the red-haired warrior Dae-hyun turned pale as a ghost. His limbs trembled violently. But the knight gave them absolutely no time to react. The armored monster immediately swung its giant blade and charged at terrifying speed, while Dae-hyun could only scream in sheer terror and run. But just as the death blow descended, a blinding blue flash ripped through the air, slashing the monster directly in the face as millions of damage points floated above. Out of the thick smoke, Un-hyuk appeared like a savior, landing in a perfect, powerful stance after that spectacular block. The Dark Knight's heavy helmet now bore a massive crack from the sheer force of that single impact. Un-hyuk slowly stood up, tossing aside the sacrificial summoned beast he just used as his shield, and smirked. Using a summoned beast as his shield, he muttered, "Not a bad move for you." Meanwhile, Dae-hyun looked at his savior, gripping his sword and shouting in pure relief. It is Un-hyuk, he came to save us. Meanwhile, Ji-eun stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with shock as she muttered, "Did he really just block a level 100 monster's attack?" How? Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached rapidly from behind. Daehyun whipped his head around, recognizing a familiar voice shouting out in the distance. Are you guys okay? Old man Seunggon called out, panting heavily as he rushed over with young Kim Chun-soo. His weathered face lit up with relief as he cheered, "Thank goodness, we aren't too late." Ji-eun stared. In shock, stammering, "Seunggon, did you actually bring Kim Chun-soo here?" The boy merely offered a polite, clueless bow. "Hello," he chirped, leaving Ji-eun sweating bullets as she cautiously nodded back with a strained hello. Kim Chun-soo just scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, rambling on about how they were friends and how good it was to see her again. He even complimented her, looked completely oblivious to her confusion. Ji-eun simply pointed a finger at the clueless boy, asking the old man if the kid had a loose screw. Seunggon could only massage his temples in pure frustration, muttering not to ask him because his head was splitting too. And so amidst all this ridiculous chaos, the four found themselves gathered standing right inside the glowing magic circle that was waiting for the correct number of players. Suddenly, old man Seunggon frowned at his newly updated system panel, blankly reading the prompt aloud. Altar of light capacity 3 out of 3. What did that mean? Instantly, the magic circle beneath them erupted in a brilliant blue light, swallowing the old man and the others whole. As their bodies began to float in mid-air, Ji-eun realized the terrifying reality of this system trap. This was bad. Their sudden reunion had accidentally triggered the teleportation sequence. Panicking, she screamed down at old man Seunggon, asking if anyone else was still outside with him. Seunggon was already being pulled upward, his weathered face tight with helpless anxiety as he called back that only the three of them were present. Ji-eun gritted her teeth, her beautiful face contorting in absolute crushing despair. Reaching her hand out, she screamed that if only two of them were left behind, they would never meet the requirements to escape this god-forsaken dungeon alive. Meanwhile, standing on the glowing floor below, Kim Chun-soo looked up with wide, clueless eyes, snapping out of his daze only when she screamed his name. Kim Chun-soo. Before her figure was completely swept away by the teleportation light, Ji-eun desperately reached out to him with tears streaming down her face, begging him to please protect Eun Hyuk. Kim Chun-soo stood frozen for a beat, his mouth agape, in shock over this sudden massive responsibility. But then a bright, goofy grin spread across his face as he gave a thumbs up, radiating pure blind optimism amidst the blinding flash. Ji-eun caught one last glimpse of that silly smile, her mind swirling with dread before she completely vanished. The column of blue light shattered into sparkling, fading crystals, leaving behind only a cold, silent void. Across the cavern, the dark hunter Eun Hyuk held his daggers tight and cast a quick glance back, whispering to himself to confirm if they made it out. His expression instantly darkened as his eyes flared with cold, lethal intent. In other words, since they were safe, he had no choice but to carve this monster into pieces to escape this place. Just then, Kim Chun-soo stood right beside him, nervously scratching his head with that signature awkward laugh. Yep, looks like that is the plan. But there was absolutely no time to chat. The level 100 curse armor monster let out a deafening roar that shook the entire cavern, unleashing a thick crimson aura of pure death across the dungeon floor. Ji-hyun casually stretches his limbs, twisting his body like he is about to start a light morning workout. Smacking his lips, he delivers a brutally calm tease, complaining about the noise. This soon-to-be-dead guy makes Eun Hyuk, who is already rushing forward, turn back in sheer disbelief to bark a quick warning. "Do you want to die? Stop bragging so early." Shaking off the brief comedy, both immediately drop into defensive stances, looking up at the boss's tower-like colossal frame looming right over them. Eun Hyuk mutters, "All right then," as he tightens his grip on his dual daggers, hiding half his face beneath his cloak. He coldly barks out, "Make sure you follow close behind." Chun-soo acknowledges the command while Ji-hyun immediately activates a purple magic circle under his feet, looking extremely cool. As he shouts, "I am counting on you guys," an elf and a tiny goblin instantly summon. Ahead of them, Eun Hyuk takes a majestic step, his gold-armored boots slamming down before he dashes off, leaving a massive shockwave in his wake. Eun Hyuk channels all his strength into his dual daggers, leaping decisively into the air, while promising himself at all costs, "I will definitely do this." He charges fearlessly through the air, heading straight toward the preparing giant monster. The assassin grits his teeth, roaring that he will survive to get out of this hellhole. Suddenly, the scene flashes back to the moment right before this, when Chun-soo and old man Seung-ryul were rushing to the magic circle. While running for his life, Ji-hyun scowls and asks if something feels a bit off. Usually, before they clash with a monster with such a massive level gap, shouldn't the system display a warning screen? Hearing this, old man Seung-ryul breaks into a cold sweat, turning to him in surprise to ask how he could possibly know that. Could he actually have lingering memories of facing such a beast before? A blurry shadow of the past flashes in his mind. Frowning, Chun-soo replies that he cannot quite remember where it happened, but he still vaguely recalls that bright red warning screen. Right then, as a glitching system notification pops up on screen, Chun-soo mutters that it was basically a danger warning advising players to run away as fast as they could. Old man Seung Ryul, sweat dripping down his face, frantically presses for more details during their escape, asking, "So, did you actually manage to escape? What kind of monster was it, and what level? Is there anything else you remember?" Chun-soo answers mid-run that he has no other memories but points out that a warning should have popped up this time. 2. Considering the absolutely massive level gap between their small party and this level 100 beast, the system should be screaming. Chun-soo continues to deduce the situation, pointing out a highly unusual detail about the giant beast's level. What if the monster's level is not actually 100 at all? The creatures spawned in this dungeon usually top out around level 50, never even hitting 60 or 70. Having a level 100 beast appear here is completely absurd. Having a level 100 boss here makes zero sense. Ji-hyun Moo chimes in with some surprisingly optimistic logic, wondering what happens if that level is just a cheap system trick rather than the real deal. In that case, they do not have to worry about failing. Their teammates will stay safe, and so will they. There is absolutely no reason to be terrified. Hearing this, Eun-hyuk, who's running ahead, lets out a small smirk. He realizes Ji-hyun Woo does not want to run but actually wants to fight. It sounds logical enough, but betting on such low odds is pure gambling. He glances back at Ji-hyun Woo, asking if he would really dare to take that risk. Chun-soo just flashes a playful, mysterious grin in return. "Who knows," he says, admitting that even he does not understand himself right now. He asks what Eun-hyuk thinks he would choose. Seeing that goofy attitude, Eun-hyuk smiles quietly to himself. If it were the Chun-soo, he knows he is absolutely certain that the boy would take the gamble without a single shred of hesitation. Back in the present fight, Eun-hyuk bounds fearlessly through the air, heading straight toward the colossal boss, the cursed armor of the primordial. The massive creature immediately raises its colossal greatsword, preparing to crash a deadly blow down upon its challenger. However, as their weapons collide, the sheer destructive force of the colossal sword forces Eun-hyuk to grit his teeth, struggling to hold. Sweat pours down his face as he braces against the crushing pressure, realizing that no matter how tough he talked earlier, actually facing a level 100 monster like this still makes his entire body tremble uncontrollably. The cursed armor effortlessly evades his swift counterattack, swinging its massive armored arm to clear him out. Sensing the imminent danger, Eun-hyuk instantly triggers the signature skill, his Shadow Hunter class, to melt away. Blending directly into the void, he instantly teleports right behind the giant monster to unleash his ultimate move, Sad Guillotine. A searing crimson slash tears across the giant beast's body, creating a blinding flash of destructive energy. Yet Eun-hyuk's eyes widen in sheer shock as his attack lands completely harmlessly. This devastating move did absolutely nothing to the beast, failing to even make it flinch or scratch its armor. The giant cursed armor of the primordial. The beast spins around, raising a giant sword covered in murderous flames. Eun-hyuk panics. The monster is charging right at them. The giant sword tears through the air in a clean, deadly arc aimed straight at the assassin. Eun-hyuk has to act fast. He leaps backward to dodge the sweeping blade passing inches from his feet, but the shockwave still hits him hard, sending him flying. Over 2 million points of damage hit him all at once. He coughs up blood, screaming in agony as his life bar plummets. Clinging to life by a thread, Eun-hyuk grits his teeth and yells in fury at that absolute bastard Chun-soo. Chun-soo takes his stance, preparing to activate his new Goblin summoner skill, Boblinlin Throw. As he prepares to launch his summon, Chun-soo sniffles. He logically analyzes his new explosive move. It made him realize that even if these normal goblins die, they have no cooldown timer. So the guy starts faking tears, dramatically crying and offering a completely insincere apology to the poor creature right before throwing it. He tells the goblin he is so sorry for the pain, but even if it dies, it will just respawn anyway. With that, Chun-soo casually triggers his summon skill again. A magic circle glows and a brand new goblin materializes right at his feet. Chun-soo immediately grabs the confused little monster by its green face. He squeezes tight and shouts with sudden passionate energy. He urges the goblin to focus entirely on attacking. He will act as the tank and take all the hits himself. Watching this completely absurd comedy show, Eun-hyuk can only groan in disbelief as he struggles to recover from that last devastating blow. He mutters that talk is always cheap. The Shadow Hunter glances back, gritting his teeth in frustration as he watches his teammate play around. After all, he is the one standing directly in front of the monster. Even if Chun-soo blocks his own attacks are completely useless. Nothing he throws at this thing even leaves a scratch. Eun-hyuk slumps on the ground as the giant beast slowly looms over him. He helplessly hopes Chun-soo's crazy predictions are right, but looking up at the colossal boss, reality starts to set in. That is a genuine level 100 monster. Suddenly, a mocking voice from his past echoes inside his mind asking if he is running again. The memory asks if this is still about him getting disqualified. Vivid memories of his past start rushing back into focus. He clearly sees the blue-haired man from his past questioning him. This game can literally kill people, so how is he supposed to accept this madness? Even if he took 100 steps back, even if his teammates actually faced death while playing, none of it made sense. In the memory, the blue-haired man clenches his fists in sheer frustration. His voice rises as he demands answers from Yoon Hyuk. He asks if losing a teammate is worth completely ruining his own life. He screams right into Yoon Hyuk's face. As long as he is alive, there is always something to do. Hiding away in a dark corner will not change a single thing. The man turns his back and walks away, leaving behind one final disappointed warning. He tells him to stop running and face reality. If he keeps fleeing, nothing will ever get better. Snapping back to reality, Eun Hyuk is currently running for his absolute life. He screams in pure bitterness, realizing that running solves nothing. How can he face this monster when his legs won't stop moving? When a guy who understands that still runs what is Eun Hyuk supposed to do? Suddenly, the assassin zooms past Kim Chun-soo at lightning speed. Kim Chun-soo frantically yells after him, telling him to wait. But the Shadow Hunter is already gone, leaving Kim Chun-soo completely stunned. He stands frozen as the majestic Shadow Hunter from a moment ago runs for his life, leaving him to face the giant boss alone. Our summoner is left entirely on his own. He stands like a statue as the massive shadow of the cursed living armor completely envelops him. The giant shadow looms over him. A split second later, Kim Chun-soo decides survival is key and sprints away right behind Eun Hyuk. Both of them are now running for their lives as the boss fires relentless slashes at their heels. Kim Chun-soo screams in frustration. He screams, asking why Eun Hyuk is running when he literally promised to block the hits. But Eun Hyuk is not having it. Yoon Hyuk yells back in absolute panic. None of that matters because this fight was completely unwinnable from the very beginning. His attacks do zero damage to this boss. The duo continues to dodge and weave, barely avoiding the massive sweeps from behind. The monster raises its sword, ready to deliver a final crushing blow. But suddenly, Kim Chun-soo's summoning circle glows bright green again. He instantly activates his summoner skill, forcibly bringing back the poor Goblin to act as a meat shield once again. The Goblin is teleported directly in front of the giant sword to protect Eun Hyuk. The poor creature lets out a terrified shriek. Taking the full force of the blade, the little monster barely makes a sound before absorbing a massive amount of damage. It takes over 2,700 points of damage. The sheer force of the impact blows both Kim Chun-soo and Eun Hyuk off their feet. Nearby, the poor Goblin lies flat on the ground, completely knocked out. Kim Chun-soo struggles to get up, his face turning pale. He realizes they are in deep trouble. He mutters in panic, wondering if this is really the end of the line. Right in front of them, the towering armored boss continues its menacing march. Kim Chun-soo starts to tremble as it gets closer. He frantically looks around for any kind of backup. He needs to summon another Goblin to shield them before it is too late. He just needs to block it. But looking closely at the Goblin on the ground, Kim Chun-soo's eyes suddenly widen in surprise. Is it still alive? The giant armored monster coldly raises its massive greatsword, once more preparing to finish off its prey. With zero hesitation, the ruthless blade crashes straight down, triggering a massive explosion of dust that fills the entire dungeon. Yet through the thick smoke, Kim Chun-soo suddenly cracks a confident smile and whispers that he finally understands everything now. He stands right up, holding the Goblin as he looks at the boss with absolute defiance. There is no way. There's no way a normal Goblin could survive a direct hit from a level 100 monster. So that means the only explanation is that the boss has weakened so much it can't even kill a tiny Goblin, right? Kim Chun-soo casually stretches with a smug grin, declaring that the monster doesn't look scary to him anymore. His words make the beast freeze in its tracks. Behind them, Eun Hyuk lies in utter disbelief at what he just heard. Is that boss actually weak? No, that's impossible. He saw his own attacks do absolutely nothing to it. The assassin grits his teeth, trying to lie to himself. Eun Hyuk hangs his head, falling deep into psychological self-doubt. He wonders if he only wanted to run away, using the excuse of useless attacks just to justify his own cowardice. Did he deliberately miss? Talk about an absolute blow to his pride as he slams his fist into the ground. He hangs his head in bitter self-reproach, realizing he let fear paralyze him against a foe that couldn't even strike back. Was he just taking hits for nothing? Suddenly, the assassin leaps up, regaining his cold composure as he snaps. He warns Kim Chun-soo to stay out of it, claiming this is his fight, leaving Kim Chun-soo completely speechless. Kim Chun-soo wonders how the guy can act so tough the moment he learns the enemy is weak. Unfazed, Eun Hyuk charges. He dashes forward with blinding speed, screaming that he will finish this giant monster off in a single strike. The assassin leaps high into the air, boldly closing the distance. He effortlessly evades the beast's sweeping counterattacks. Smug, he mocks a sword that can't even slay a Goblin, swinging his daggers. But as their weapons clash, A massive 5,000 damage pops up. Yoon Hyuk's eyes widen. He thought he could just brush it off. Before he can even process the brutal truth, the monster's blade slashes across his chest, making him scream internally. He rages inside, wondering why Kim Chun-soo said the beast couldn't even kill a goblin. Then the armored monster coldly delivers a devastating downward strike, shattering the entire arena in an instant. Over in a safe corner, Kim Chun-soo cradles the injured goblin, frantically asking Han if he is okay. Realizing the goblin fought way beyond his limits, he decides he must step in to help. But suddenly Hyuk lands and yells at him to stay back. He yells that the monster isn't too strong, it was his own weak mindset that made him look pathetic. He screams that he was weaker than a goblin, then roars toward the heavens, claiming he doesn't care about levels. He challenges the beast to bring it on. Meanwhile, the armored boss begins to twist and distort its body unnaturally. Yoon Hyuk charges and gritting his teeth as he vows to redeem himself for his past mistakes. He tells himself he must open that locked door, as it is his only way to find true redemption. Their blades clash once more as Yoon Hyuk blocks the attack head-on. The two trade fierce blows in rapid succession. The assassin unleashes a flurry of lightning-fast slashes, tearing into the boss. As he fights, old regrets haunt him. He remembers how he doubted his companion, never realizing how cruel the world really was under the surface. He had dismissed him as a coward running away. The image of a tightly shut door flashes in his mind. Yoon Hyuk continues to blame himself, realizing he was the real coward for judging someone who refused to step outside. With a furious roar, he unleashes his ultimate strike, shouting that he must open this door and apologize in person. Watching from behind, Kim Chun-soo freezes. He stares at the battle, completely unable to process what he is seeing. His jaw drops when he notices the status window above the boss. Its level is suddenly dropping to 81. Wait, look at that status window. The boss's level is plummeting non-stop down to 73, leaving Kim Chun-soo absolutely thrilled. Yoon Hyuk seizes the momentum, letting out a dungeon-shaking roar as he channels all his power to overwhelm the foe. The giant armored monster staggers back, its colossal body shaking violently as its level drops further. The system screen blinks rapidly as the boss's level plummets to 67. Its massive armored body begins to crack open under the pressure as the level slides to 61. At level 53, the monster screams in agonizing pain under the assassin's relentless onslaught, its terrifying massive greatsword finally losing its power. The weapon slips from its grip, clattering heavily onto the cold stone floor. Disarmed and vulnerable, the massive beast can only stumble backward. It retreats in a pathetic daze, letting out a panicked shriek as it realizes there is absolutely no escape from its foes. Meanwhile, Yoon Hyuk lands right behind it, his expression cold and effortless. The beast clung to them like a stubborn leech earlier, and now it wants to run. Watching from a safe distance, Chun-soo pumps his fist and cheers, wildly shouting at his partner to deliver the final shadow blow. Hearing the signal, the assassin blurs into motion, tearing through the darkness to activate his ultimate stealth technique. He slips behind the target. A devastating critical strike erupts from the shadows, dealing a massive chunk of damage. Nearly 90,000 points of damage completely obliterate the beast. Landing gracefully, Yoon Hyuk sheathes his blades, looking exceptionally cool amid the rising dust. But as the smoke settles, the exhausted assassin gasps for air, his chest heaving after such a tense life-or-death struggle. The beast dissolves into ash. Gone. Right on cue, the system alerts pop up, showing Yoon Hyuk leveling up. He goes from level 56 straight to 59. Chun-soo is no exception, earning a massive amount of experience to rise. He hits level 50, leaving him grinning from ear to ear with pure excitement, unable to contain his joy. Chun-soo leaps up, wrapping his arms tightly around Yoon Hyuk's neck from behind and screaming that they actually won. Yoon Hyuk's face flushes red with embarrassment. He desperately tries to pry the clingy guy off, yelling for him to get lost. Gross. But right then, two legendary items drop from the monster's remains, shining brilliantly on the ground. The loot consists of a cursed heavy armor piece and a cursed heavy helmet. Chun-soo's eyes lock onto the sparkling gear. Chun-soo is absolutely awestruck, praising the gorgeous gear, while even the stoic Yoon Hyuk stands beside him in sheer admiration. Legendaries. It is his very first time seeing gear of this caliber. The assassin crosses his arms. But admit it, he lost this round completely. So he tells his partner to take all the loot since he earned it. While Yoon Hyuk shares his honest thoughts, Chun-soo is already scurrying over behind him, eagerly crouching down to gather the treasure. The assassin admits that even though he hates to say it, they would never have beaten the monster without Chun-soo's help. Ignoring the idiot's antics, the assassin finishes his thought, stating that it only makes sense for Chun-soo to claim everything. But suddenly Chun-soo snaps back, asking if he is kidding him. Yoon Hyuk freezes in complete shock, his eyes wide with surprise. Turns out Chun-soo is shoving the heavy armor right into his hands, arguing that they never would have survived without him. He insists they both need to take one item each, urging him to grab it quickly. Yoon Hyuk stares at the plate armor. He is deeply touched quietly, murmuring Chun-soo's name. Clicking his tongue, he accepts the item with a subtle grin. He teases him, asking if he finally grew a conscience. But taking advantage of this rare moment, Hyuk turns away. He admits he finally understands why Ji-hee insisted they team up. He gladly takes back his past remarks about Chun-soo being useless. He goes on a long rambling rant, taking back all the insults like calling him the absolute worst scoundrel on earth. He even retracts, calling him ugly trash. Wait, actually scratch that, he is keeping the ugly part. Chun-soo just stands there blankly. Amidst this hilarious bickering, a familiar blue column of magical light suddenly erupts right in front of them. The portal is open. Chun-soo points ahead in amazement, shouting that their exit has finally appeared. Meanwhile, the tiny Boblinlin stands by, silently reflecting on the heartwarming moment of Chun-soo sharing his legendary gear. Hyuk narrows his eyes, turning to his partner with a serious look as he asks if that monster was actually level 100. Chun-soo quickly lays out his analysis. He watched the fight closely, noticing its power drop the moment they stopped running away. As they stood their ground and fought back, its actual level began to steadily drop throughout the entire engagement. He recalls how massive the boss looked when they first encountered it and pieces the mystery together perfectly. It was all a mind game. The creature fed on their fear to grow stronger, losing its power when they stood tall. Clenching his fists, Chun-soo looks at his partner with teary eyes, wondering if the attack on their friends was just a scare tactic. If it was all just an illusion to terrify them, then they might still be safe and sound. Catching his drift, Hyuk flashes a rare hopeful smile, agreeing that they definitely should not count those guys out yet. No time to waste. Chun-soo scoops up the little Boblinlin, shouting that they must head back immediately. Suddenly, their bodies are pulled into the air, floating helplessly as the magical portal begins its extraction process. Chun-soo yells in a panic, marveling at how they are actually flying, while Hyuk just sighs and calls him an idiot. But the grin on the assassin's face suddenly freezes as a blinding flash of light completely consumes the area. Hyuk's vision fades to absolute black as they are violently pulled out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, on the outside, Ji-hyun leans against the stone wall, looking completely restless. She hangs her head, grinding her teeth in anger as she mutters how annoying it is that the place didn't collapse. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light pierces the air. Hyuk and his group materialize out of nowhere, leaving Chun-soo looking around in utter confusion. He asks if they finally made it. Hearing his voice, Ji-hyun whips around in an instant with blinding speed. Tears well up in her eyes as she lunges forward, throwing her arms around both of her friends in a tight emotional embrace. Gasping for air under her crushing grip, Chun-soo and the flailing Boblinlin yell out in panic, asking what she is doing. He protests that they are supposed to be friends, but Ji-hyun completely ignores his complaints, her eyes overflowing with tears. She tearfully thanks Chun-soo for keeping Hyuk safe, but Chun-soo quickly cuts her off, reminding her not to act like this between friends. Meanwhile, Hyuk stands there frozen in shock. His mouth hangs wide open as he stammers out a confused question to his teammates. Before him stand the very teammates he thought were dead, looking perfectly fine. One of them even teases that Hyuk looks like he just saw a ghost. The poor guy can only stutter, asking how this is even possible. Ji-hyun quickly wipes her face and offers an embarrassed, apologetic laugh. She explains that his sudden memory flashed back, showing her lying flat on the ground in a highly dramatic and apologetic posture. It was a ridiculous sight. Just then, a tired voice sighs from the side, asking if they all ended up dying as well. Nearby, a bald old man gasps in relief, while a burly fighter quickly rushes over to ask Hyung-soo if he is totally unharmed. Sweat drops pour down the faces of the two guys in front as they protest that they were literally just killed by that terrifying monster. Getting booted right out upon defeat makes everything clear. Back in the present, Chun-soo rubs his chin, slowly piecing together this illusion. If defeat simply teleports them back to safety, and then those terrifying corpses they saw down below were completely fake. If they had known that beforehand, just getting beat up by the boss would have been the fastest exit strategy. Wrapping up their emotional reunion, Hyung-soo shudders, recalling how Ji-hyun said his head looked completely chopped off back then. Total nightmare fuel. Seeing everyone safe, the masked, brown-haired guy scratches his head, trying to explain his side. He grumbles that he wanted to warn them sooner, but communications were completely cut off between the outside world and the dungeon. Hyuk closes his eyes, letting out a long sigh of relief. He tells them not to worry since everyone's survival is all that matters. But then his brow furrows as he turns around with a deadly serious expression, asking if the guild master actually showed up. The bald old man tilts his head in absolute confusion, asking what on earth he means by a guild master. That question hits a nerve, making Hyung-soo throw his hands in the air as he angrily rants about that useless leader. He fumes that the leader didn't even show up while the guild members were in mortal danger. What kind of boss acts like that? Chun-soo blinks in confusion and innocently cuts in, mentioning that while he is not sure about the guild master, he did see someone. He says he saw a person named Rami right before he exited the zone. The moment those words leave his mouth, everyone freezes solid. They all stare at Chun-soo as if he is some bizarre creature, while Eun-hyuk is gripped by a sudden wave of deep emotion. Old memories rush back as he realizes he was right. That mysterious person actually left their locked room just to save them. The sky shifts to a gorgeous deep crimson, and honestly, they definitely earned this peaceful moment after all that absolute chaos. Sometime later, the group gathers around a small outdoor table, sipping drinks as Chun-soo summarizes the mind-blowing series of events. So someone who locked themselves away forever actually logged into the terrifying game they feared, all just to rescue everyone. It is honestly a massive shock to everyone considering how much that person used to dread the virtual world. Old man Sung-hoon stares thoughtfully at his drink, noting how strange it is for someone to rescue them and immediately vanish. He takes a sip, admitting he is incredibly curious about their mystery savior, but he clicks his tongue with deep understanding. Everyone has their own hidden burdens and struggles after all. Putting the guildmaster aside, the old man quickly changes the subject. He asks Chun-soo if his memory is still completely blank. The young man scratches his head, offering a sheepish, slightly disappointed smile. He admits he cannot recall a single thing, probably because he was too busy running for his life. Suddenly, his bright smile fades away. He casts his eyes down, sadly, whispering that the only thing he has managed to figure out is that he has no family. He explains his tragic situation logically, pointing out that after a major car accident, he ended up hospitalized completely alone. Since absolutely nobody has come looking for him this entire time, he is certain he has no relatives or close friends left. The atmosphere turns heavy, but Chun-soo suddenly breaks the tension with a bright grin, joking that he still has his favorite old man. The old man blushes, coughing and sputtering that they are hardly family. Chun-soo then turns serious, asking a deeper question. He wonders if he even needs his memories back, suggesting that this amnesia might actually be a blessing in disguise. Without his past, he has no reason to resent or hate anyone. Old man Sung-hoon narrows his eyes, quietly asking if that is truly how he feels. But the old man just smiles warmly, raising his drink toward the young man as he says that every human needs at least a few precious memories and promises to do everything he can to help him remember. Chun-woo is deeply touched his face, lighting up with pure joy as the two of them raise their cans to toast. Chun-woo smiles warmly, thanking the old man as their brief gathering outside the amusement park wraps up. The old man waves, telling him to get some good rest before they meet again tomorrow. He then strolls away, leaving Chun-woo standing all alone in the quiet, empty street. Suddenly, the old man stops in his tracks as a major realization hits him, and he turns back to ask one very important question. Where exactly does he live? An awkward silence fills the air, leaving Chun-woo completely speechless as the old man sighs. He tells him to follow him, leading the curious young man up an old rundown staircase. He looks around, asking what kind of building this is, while the old man ahead coldly tells him to get inside and close the door before bugs fly in. Following him up the narrow stairs, Chun-woo wrinkles his nose and mutters that the smell here is terrible. But just as he looks up, something awaits. At the top of the dark staircase, they are greeted by two massive, thuggish-looking men, blocking their path with fierce, threatening expressions. The blonde brute at the top says absolutely nothing, only casting a freezing, menacing gaze down at the old man and the youth. But the bald old man does not back down, craning his neck to glare back with a sharp, fearless look of his own. Thankfully, no physical fight breaks out. The two of them silently squeeze past the muscular thugs to keep heading up the stairs. As they walk, Chun-woo curiously looks around, catching sight of a shady, unsettling loan advertisement posted on the concrete wall. Arriving at a dusty, neglected iron door at the very end of the hallway, the old man reaches out with his bony, veiny hand. He firmly twists the handle. The moment the door swings open, Chun-woo steps inside, his eyes widening as he gasps in utter confusion. He wonders what this barren place is. The old man calmly looks around the room, which lacks even a single piece of furniture. He explains that it was meant to be rented out, but since nobody wanted it, they left it completely vacant for personal use. He reassures the boy that no strangers will bother him here. With that, the old man reaches into his pocket and pulls out a worn wallet. Opening the tattered leather, he pulls out a thick stack of 10,000 bills and places it gently on top of an old metal cabinet. He tells the boy to stay here until his memories return, suggesting he use the public sauna next door to get cleaned up. Seeing the money, Chun-woo immediately waves his hands in frantic refusal, saying he does not need any cash or even a hot bath. But the old man instantly splashes him with a cold bucket of reality, telling him that he is definitely not fine with that. He calls Chun-woo a filthy piece of trash as his face suddenly darkens with a highly sinister, scheming expression on his face. He warns that this is a loan with compound interest that he intends to collect in full before turning around to leave. He leaves with a cold instruction to get some rest, prompting Chun-woo to bow deeply and stammer out his sincere thanks. The heavy iron door slams shut, plunging the small room into dead silence, save for the pale moonlight filtering through the window. It pulls over the thin, lonely mattress where Chun-woo lies with his hand on his forehead, sighing in deep self-blame. He stares blankly at the ceiling, filled with regret for carelessly claiming that he did not even need to recover his lost memories. He wonders how he could be so reckless when he does not even know where his own home is, relying entirely on a stranger. He feels incredibly pathetic for freeloading while acting like everything is fine, wondering if he even had a loving family to return to. Closing his eyes tightly, he resolves to turn his life around to repay them or at least stop being a burden to anyone. He needs to recover his memories as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the door handle begins to rattle violently, shattering the quiet room. The sudden noise startles him and he snaps his eyes open in alarm. Chun-woo cautiously sits up, staring warily toward the locked door. He softly calls out for Grandpa, but the frantic rattling only intensifies, sounding exactly like an intruder trying to pick the rusty lock. As the handle is twisted with desperate force, a terrified Chun-woo screams toward the entrance, demanding to know who's out there. Instantly, all movement outside halts, plunging the room back into a heavy, suffocating silence. Chun-woo sits there, trembling in the dark. He tightly clutches his blanket, panting heavily from the sheer fright. Slowly, he lies back down, patting his chest to calm his racing heart. He thought it was just those debt collectors. What a relief, or so he thought, because a creepy whisper suddenly echoes right in his ear. The chilling voice asks if he is sleeping well. Up on the ceiling, the monstrous faces of those two thugs suddenly warp into view. They whisper a haunting demand for him to pay back his debts, their spectral forms looming over his bed like a waking nightmare. One brute leans in ridiculously close, grinning like a demon as he repeats his terrifying threat, completely shattering the boy's remaining sanity. Unable to endure the suffocating dread, Chun-woo screams in terror, flailing his arms and legs wildly on his thin mattress until he wakes. He sits up, gasping for air as he realizes it is finally morning, with bright warm sunlight streaming directly into the room. Back in his room, Kim Chun-soo sits dazed, panting heavily from a horrific nightmare. Desperate and confused, he scratches his head in frustration. He tries to make sense of the bizarre dream of all things being chased by debt collectors. But those faces look strangely familiar. Could it be someone he actually knows? Stretching lazily, Kim Chun-soo lets out a massive yawn. He wonders why he only gets these stupid, annoying nightmares. But at least it was a deep, satisfying sleep. Back in the game world, Eun-hyuk stands before the party with a rare, dead serious look. Now get this, he admits, he always thought it was just some stupid rumor. But now he can confirm with absolute certainty, the permanent elimination mode really exists. A heavy, gloomy silence falls over the guild room. The assassin lets out a quiet, weary sigh. He explains that while settling for their small victories might be safe, he honestly lacks the confidence to keep going like this. As long as they play, they will always crave harder dungeons, stronger enemies, and more wealth, pushing themselves closer and closer to the edge. Looking at his silent teammates who keep their heads bowed, Eun-hyuk lowers his voice to address the tension in the room. He explains that continuing means risking their real lives, which is exactly why he wants to stop right here. The assassin frowns, bowing deeply. He firmly declares that whether they choose to follow him or stay behind and forge their own path is entirely up to them. He has no intention of forcing anyone. Standing right beside him, a pale, slender hand clenches tightly into a fist, trembling with hesitation. But he still begs them to understand. If anything ever happens to even one of them, it will haunt him forever. He would regret not stopping them today for the rest of his days. Hearing this, the spiky-haired masked member looks down, letting out a sigh. He has to admit the truth. None of them can deny that Eun-hyuk has been the hardest grinder in this entire game. Ever since their encounter with the Iron Giant, he has leveled up at an insane pace, leaving the rest of them far behind. He looks up with a gaze full of understanding. He knows Eun-hyuk did all of this to protect them, and quitting today is no different. It is his way of keeping them safe. And honestly, they are all tired of letting Eun-hyuk carry the entire burden alone anyway. The muscular pink-haired man takes a step forward, nodding in agreement. Eun-hyuk can finally rest now because he is out as well. Hearing this, the ponytail-wearing Hyuk-soo raises his hands in defeat, letting out a light-hearted laugh. If everyone is quitting, he is not about to stay. He stretches his arms, admitting that since their leader is throwing in the towel, there's really no point in trying to argue. Besides, ever since that brutal Iron Giant raid, the constant fear of some disgusting monster ripping him apart has taken all the fun away. Right at that moment, another masked assassin silently drops down from the wooden rafters above, landing gracefully on his feet. Standing with his hands on his hips, he reaches out, complaining in a loud, dramatic voice about how unfair this all is. He claims he is not scared of getting deleted at all, but playing this game completely by himself sounds incredibly boring. But before they can finalize their decision, a furious shout from the corner of the room suddenly cuts them off. The red-haired fighter clutches his head, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. He asks who gave him the right to make this decision. He demands to know how someone like him is supposed to make a living if they walk away from Heaven's Gate. Storming out, the red-haired fighter slams the door behind him. Ji-hyun watches him leave, her face clouding with deep sadness. Eun-hyuk turns to the blonde-haired girl standing behind him, asking what she plans to do. Ji-hyun responds with a warm, relieved smile. She decides she is calling it quits too. But before she logs off for good, her eyes sparkle with excitement as she makes a confession. She has someone special she needs to see one last time. Understanding her completely, Eun-hyuk closes his eyes and smiles warmly. He asks her to pass along his best regards if she finds them. The usually cold assassin bows his head, adding a sincere thought. He wants her to let them know how truly grateful he is. Hearing this, Ji Hyun beams and nods her head enthusiastically. With the heavy tension in the room finally lifting, Eun-hyuk slides down to sit on the floor, suggesting they pack up their things. The spiky-haired assassin throws an arm back, suggesting they all get together for a proper farewell drink to celebrate the Evaton Guild. But Eun-hyuk immediately waves his hand, turning down the offer. He needs a rain check because he has to report their disbandment first. He has to inform the guild master. The spiky-haired fighter stays quiet for a moment, highly skeptical about how things went down. He questions whether that mysterious savior really risked everything to protect them. Eun-hyuk laughs softly, placing a hand on his hip. He points out that knowing the truth when absolutely nobody else believes you has to be the loneliest feeling in the world. His eyes burn with unwavering determination. He vows never to doubt that person again, no matter what anyone else says. But their emotional moment is cut short when a strange, unfamiliar voice suddenly calls out from the doorway, greeting them all. The entire group whirls around in shock. A mysterious cloaked figure stands at the entrance, pointing a mocking finger into the room. He casually asks if they happen to be friends with someone named Kim Chun-soo. Instantly, Eun-hyuk drops into a combat stance, glaring. He demands to know who the stranger is, refusing to answer any of his questions. The mysterious visitor slowly raises a single finger. He chuckles cunningly. "Oh, my bad," he sneers. "If we aren't exactly friends, we can at least be acquaintances, right?" Right, sensing thick bloodlust, the three guild members immediately steel their faces and quietly count down, preparing for battle. 1, 2, 3. The spiky-haired guy quickly activates his skill, causing his twin daggers to gleam. "Hey Eun-hyuk, watch out, Yoon." Yoon-hyuk frowns and tells him to be careful. Meanwhile, the shadow at the door keeps rambling with a sinister grin. What if 5 acquaintances suddenly drop dead at once? Kim Chun-soo would suffer quite a mental shock, right? Right then, Eun-hyuk instantly draws his razor-sharp twin daggers, roaring in pure rage. "Park Hyung, what the hell are you doing here, babbling, you bastard?" Hearing that, the dark shadow cracks a terrifying ear-to-ear grin and delivers a chilling warning. "From this moment on, every single one of you dies." Now, in stark contrast to the bloodshed at the guild, our boy Kim Chun-soo is out in the real world, looking up at the sky with his eyes sparkling like stars, shouting in pure excitement. He immediately leaps up, skipping hyperactively across the pristine white sand, celebrating the ocean's beauty. Walking behind him, old Seung-lun can only watch in disbelief. He clasps his hands, sighing. Wearing dark goggles, the old man looks ahead and grumbles about what could possibly make him so excited. He asks if it is his first time seeing the sea. Kim Chun-soo spins around, grinning widely as he argues right back. Who cares if it is the first or second time, old man? It is the ocean. Looking at his completely carefree face, the old man just sighs helplessly, wondering if his student is pure or just foolish. By the way, Seung-lun walks onto the sandy beach, rumbling that requiring swimwear just to enter is a totally bizarre and annoying rule. But Kim Chun-soo immediately shuts him down, arguing that everyone wears swimwear to the beach. If this were a normal resort, it would make sense. But suddenly, a magnificent white cathedral looms right before their eyes, shining bright. A priest stands waiting inside this holy sanctuary, which is the exact place to complete the second-class advancement. Hearing the unfamiliar term, Kim Chun-soo steels his expression to absorb the details. Second-class advancement or second transfer. But the old man immediately smacks him, telling him to stop making stupid abbreviations. Flexing his impressive muscles, the old man explains that since he has hit level 50, he can finally advance to the next class tier. To help his young student visualize the process, the old man uses his own class progression as an example. Take my warrior class, for instance. The system panel suddenly flashes, displaying advanced choices like the powerful blacksmith, who directly crafts and uses high-tier equipment, or the sturdy guardian protecting teammates with absolute defensive stats. Then there is the dark mage, followed by the spiritual gladiator, a unique class capable of freely manipulating souls. And finally, a knight clad in brilliant golden armor. That is the exact class of the president you met, President Han Gi-mun. After laying all this out, the old man quickly dumps a cold bucket of reality. Like it or not, your level will stay completely locked at 50 until you finish this second-class promotion. So we are not here to relax in swimwear on a nice vacation. Got it? Kim Chun-soo instantly loses all excitement. He hangs his head in pure defeat, realizing they are not here to play. Even the little goblin beside him sighs. Staring out at the vast ocean, the old man continues, explaining that the sacred sanctuary is hidden on one of those islands. However, its location shifts every single day. Observing the packed, bustling beach around them, the old man proposes a plan. Normally, players have to swim out and explore every island, but since this is a busy resort beach, someone might have visited the sanctuary today. Let us split up and ask around to save us some serious effort. Kim Chun-soo breaks into a sweat, nervously asking if they have to ask women too. The old man snaps back instantly. Are you seriously picking and choosing who to ask for info? Not letting his student complain, the old man grabs his shoulders, urging him to go talk to them. Why are you so shy for a young guy? This makes Kim Chun-soo panic. I am really not good at talking to girls. Ignoring his pleas, the old man shoves him forward with everything. Just go already. Losing his footing, Kim Chun-soo screams in terror as he gets launched across the beach. He slides face first across the hot sand in front of everyone, stopping right before a girl in a tight swimsuit. He quickly bows repeatedly, awkwardly shouting that she has very kind eyes. The girl coldly turns her back on him and walks away without a word. Yeah, right, she mutters. What a total creep. Kim Chun-soo stumbles after her, begging her to listen, insisting he is not a creep and just wants to talk. But his next attempts only bring a series of harsh rejections from other girls on the beach. Hey, back off, I have a boyfriend, you creep. Seriously, I already said no. But I didn't even say anything yet, he groans before they judge him on his looks. Kim Chun-soo stands trembling on the hot sand, his fists tightly clenched after being so utterly and painfully rejected. He grits his teeth in absolute fury. Watching from afar while eating popcorn, old Sung Ran gasps and mutters, Kim Chun-soo, is he actually mad? Honestly, anyone would go completely insane after being so brutally rejected like that on a public beach. But completely defying the old man's worries, Kim Chun-soo suddenly pumps his fists and screams that he will try just one more time. He vows to strike up a conversation just one last time before quitting. Suddenly, the popcorn slips right out of the old man's hand. Seung Ryan stands completely frozen, blinking in sheer confusion. Who on earth gets angry like that? It makes absolutely zero sense. Swallowing his pride, Kim Chun-soo locks his eyes on the blonde girl in the black swimsuit, standing alone by the water. He walks forward with a ridiculously awkward stride, constantly repeating to himself that he is definitely not some kind of creep. He's not trying to hit on her just because she is gorgeous. Creeping up from behind, he nods to reassure himself. He just wants to ask for directions to the class advancement temple, so he needs to speak up with total confidence. Sneaking right up to her, Kim Chun-soo suddenly yells out that he is really not a creep, making her spin around in shock. But before he can even finish his sentence, his foot catches on the uneven sand, sending him flying forward. He plunges straight toward her, screaming out that she is totally his type just as he crashes into her. Both of them tumble onto the beach with Kim Chun-soo landing flat on top of her in a highly questionable position. The blonde girl stares at him, realizing it is really him. She knew he would come here once he hit level 50. Recognizing the face of the girl beneath him, Kim Chun-soo freezes in utter shock while Ji-hyun looks at him with intense annoyance. She silently sighs in frustration, remembering how she only wanted to come to this beach to say a proper goodbye. Kim Chun-soo looks down in complete confusion while Ji-hyun keeps grumbling to herself about having to wear this ugly swimsuit. An aerial shot of the quiet beach shows Kim Chun-soo still hovering over her, completely clueless about her inner frustration. While Ji-hyun keeps complaining in her head about why he had to choose the most crowded beach she absolutely hates. To make things worse, he just dropped the absolute dumbest confession line she has ever heard in her entire life. Kim Chun-soo just gives her a goofy grin and suggests they should go for a swim together, giving her absolute goosebumps. She actually planned to agree to his confession today, but seeing his ridiculous face instantly kills any romantic mood she had. Suddenly, a system player versus player notification pops up. Without wasting another second, Ji-hyun prepares to strike him down. She delivers a brutal kick straight between his legs, dealing a massive critical hit of over 12,000 damage points. Kim Chun-soo lies defeated on the sand, whimpering in pain and wondering why she did that. Behind him, Ji-hyun coldly glares. She tells him to go die. Just then, old Seung Ryan strolls over with his hands behind his back, asking what she is doing. Still fuming and gritting her teeth, Ji-hyun tries her best to hold back her rage and calls out the old man's name. She directly asks Seung Ryan for a favor, suggesting that she accompany Kim Chun-soo for his upcoming second-class advancement quest. The old man strokes his beard suspiciously. It is indeed a class advancement quest, but he wonders why they must go alone. Ji-hyun immediately shuts him down by pointing her finger directly at his face and delivering some cold, hard truth. She points out that with his current level, he can never keep up, revealing his rather embarrassing level 37 stat screen. Seung Ryan looks up and cries out in sheer despair, dramatically complaining about how tiny and adorable his current level is. Still groaning in pain on the sand, Kim Chun-soo playfully jokes that he used to have something small and adorable too. This makes the old man scream back that he is definitely not talking about that specific, highly sensitive private area. Ignoring their ridiculous banter, Ji-hyun proudly walks away, tossing back a smirk and promising to help carry Kim Chun-soo. She tells him to focus on leveling up his own stats. This leaves the old man staring thoughtfully after her. She makes a valid point because if he cannot keep up monitoring, the young boy will become an absolute nightmare. Watching them walk away, he folds his hands and decides that letting her babysit the kid for now is totally fine. Elsewhere on the bustling beach, an outdoor bar is shown featuring the back of a man with highly unique hair. This guy is sporting a crazy spiky pineapple hairstyle while casually sitting back and enjoying a cool coconut drink. His game's stat screen reveals he is a level 44 mage with the highly distinctive name of Padu. The scene then cuts to a phone call where a voice on screen tells a manager that they need a quick favor. They ask him to find someone suitable for a tracking job, leaving the poor manager looking completely baffled. It is the white-haired Harris Catherine looking stunning in a red outfit as she confidently issues her next instructions. Money is no object as long as they are quick and tidy. Hearing about the cash, a guy in black immediately stands up, thumping his chest with confidence. He claims he is the absolute perfect fit. Then the mage strikes, a ridiculously cheesy pose, pointing his fingers to look stylish. He says he finally recognized her as the daughter of President Han. He asks if she is Catherine Lai, trying to butter her up by claiming to be a hardcore fan of the Supreme Mage. He claims he always gifted balloons on her live streams, making Catherine Lai grin with delight and ask if that is really true. She thanks him, completely flattered. Seeing how friendly the rich girl is, the smug mage flashes a confident thumbs up. He suggests getting straight to business, insisting that he is the perfect choice to tail whoever she is looking for. But the rich girl hesitantly explains that the job requires tailing someone all day, meaning he won't be able to work. But he casually replies that he is currently unemployed anyway. When she adds that they need a fast runner, he brags about his speed. He boasts he runs 100 meters in just 9 seconds, prompting Catherine Lai to tease that he probably meant 19. He nervously laughs it off, claiming he still works cleanly. Meanwhile, in his memories of a previous mission report, the mage studies the communication system screen. He notes that Chun-soo seems strange, but otherwise there is nothing special about him. Back in reality, the mage stands frozen, staring down into a massive gaping crater left in the dungeon floor. Cold sweat pours down his face as the desperate screams of his teammates echo up from deep within the abyss. His face twists in pure terror. Clutching his head, he panics about how he is going to explain this absolute disaster. Slumping into a corner, he starts plotting a way out. He wonders if he can just cover it up and not report it at all. Suddenly, a sharp voice rings out from behind, cutting off his thoughts. She calls him a worthless mage. As Ji-hyun stands with her hands on her hips, she demands he use his magic to activate the gateway immediately. She orders him to open it just like he did when he pushed them down, leaving him stammering in shock. He asks if she is going to save them, but she glares coldly, demanding to know who said anything about saving. She threatens that if he wants to live, he better get out of her sight, since the device requires magic to activate. She flashes a dangerous, wicked smile. She reminds him that none of her friends actually know how to use magic. That means he was the one who pushed them into this hell, and he is going to take the fall. Staring at the pale, terrified mage, Ji-hyun whispers a chilling reminder, reminding him that she already warned him about this. Even if their minds are shattered in the dungeon, their physical bodies will walk out unharmed. Will those kids still treat him the same? Hearing that spine-chilling threat, the terrified mage panics, realizing his reputation and life are completely on the line. He turns and runs for his life, fleeing the dark dungeon room. But in a sudden shift, he is seen elsewhere. Relaxed at a bar, sipping coconut water and feeling relieved that he did not run into those monsters from the Evitan Guild. Suddenly, his eyes wander to the sandy beach, and he spots something interesting. It turns out he sees Chun-soo being kicked furiously by Ji-hyun in the distance. He smirks, realizing the two have finally split up for good. Raising the coconut to hide his face, his eyes gleam with mischief. He ponders which of the two he should tail first, but then he clicks his tongue and confidently strokes his hair. What does he mean it is dangerous today? A handsome guy like him is no stranger to danger, but his tailing plan is quickly cut short by a sudden interruption. Two buff men rowing a boat shout about a weak girl in danger who cannot find her class advancement temple. They yell to go save the beauty. Meanwhile, sitting on a swaying raft, Ji-hyun hugs her knees and sighs in exhaustion. She finds it strange that they offered to help her find the temple, yet she cannot shake off a bad feeling. Even if they seem decent, something feels off. Meanwhile, Chun-soo sits next to her, staring at the two muscular men. His eyes sparkle with admiration for the handsome, heroic men, which only makes Ji-hyun feel even more annoyed. She mutters that he is a real pain. Noticing Chun-soo's intense stare, one of the rowers whispers to his buddy. He tells his boss that the punk with the beauty looks familiar, and he suddenly feels like giving him a beating. The buff boss sneers as he rows, dismissing it by saying he would never waste time remembering some ugly guy's face. The underling quickly nods, agreeing that his boss is absolutely right about not remembering some worthless, ugly guy's face. They both burst out laughing, eagerly rowing across the sea. But after a long and grueling journey through storms, the exhausted buff guys collapse onto the sand. They wail in despair, complaining that this island is not the right place either. Sweating nervously, Ji-hyun immediately tries to comfort them, pointing out they have only visited 2 islands so far. Giving up already, Kim Chun-soo says from behind, cradling the little Boblinlin while grinning. Thanks to you guys, we actually got to enjoy this beautiful island. Even our little Boblinlin is loving it. Hearing that the muscle-bound boss just collapses onto the sand, he clutches his head in utter exhaustion and despair. Suddenly, his system screen lights up and he eagerly waves his hand. Oh, my mom is calling. Yes, mom. What? You want me to log off and come home for dinner? Yes, ma'am. Suddenly, the two meatheads immediately jump in their boat and row away at lightning speed. They leave Ji-hyun standing stranded on the shore, screaming in pure frustration. Why did you leave us behind? Ji-hyun is practically fuming, yelling after them. This is completely insane. What is wrong with those guys? Kim Chun-soo just scratches his head and defends them well. What could they do? Their mom called them for dinner. This makes the girl glare and snap back. You actually believe that excuse? Shaking it off, Kim Chun-soo strikes an energetic pose full of excitement. All right, let us find that island with the class advancement temple, no swimming allowed. The eager guy immediately drags his disciples straight toward the ocean. Seeing this reckless move, Ji-hyun panics, screaming for him to stop. Stop right there, you massive idiot, she quickly explains. In this world, our bodies still feel the heat and cold. It is getting dark, and if we go in now, our body temperature will plummet dangerously. She looks at the falling night, suddenly blushing, crossing her arms and shivering. She mutters, well, looks like we have to spend the night here together. We cannot swim in the dark. Obviously, I absolutely hate being alone with you, but it is getting pretty cold out. Looking down to avoid Kim Chun-soo's gaze, she awkwardly suggests that first they should go find some firewood. Suddenly, a terrified scream rips through the quiet night, leaving Kim Chun-soo sitting there in confusion. Ji-hyun immediately rushes over, kicks Kim Chun-soo onto the sand and starts pummeling him, leaving the poor guy crying in panic. Why are you hitting me? He screams in absolute panic. I will pay you back, I promise I will. This only makes her angrier as she punches harder. Pay my ass. Are you planning to pay me back with punches? Kim Chun-soo can only sob that it is not like that at all. After venting her rage on him, Ji-hyun coldly walks away, telling him he is an eyesore and forbidding him from looking her way. She leaves him walking with a swollen face, deformed like a balloon. After wandering the forest, Ji-hyun sighs with crossed arms, finding no dry wood. A glance back at Kim Chun-soo shows her pretty sinister expression, making a cold chill run down his spine. Luckily, she stops in front of a tall coconut tree, nodding to herself. In this situation, knocking down some coconuts and burning the husks should work. They make great charcoal and will burn easily. Ready to act, she draws her bow, firing a rapid volley of magic arrows that pierce the night and hit the coconuts. Down they fall. Ji-hyun lowers her bow, smiling in satisfaction. This should be enough. She turns around to call her teammate over to help her out. Pick up those coconuts, Kim Chun-soo, she commands, completely unaware of a hideous giant spider leg dangling right above her head. Instantly, a massive spider with glowing, hideous red eyes drops right in front of Ji-hyun's face. Now watch, she freezes in sheer terror, breaking into a cold sweat before collapsing backward. A terrifying shriek rips from her throat as she scrambles away. Bug. It is a giant, hideous bug. Meanwhile, the system displays the coconut spider monster is level 42. Hearing her shout, Kim Chun-soo holds his head, whining about why she's insulting him. Crawling on the ground, Ji-hyun tearfully yells back, not you, you idiot. I mean this actual terrifying bug. Save me. Kim Chun-soo curiously walks over to check. He blinks in confusion, noticing the monster is only level 42. Is this it? He wonders if this is just a weak, low-tier beast. Realizing her weakness, Kim Chun-soo grabs the spider to tease her. Are you seriously afraid of such a weak little monster? The little Boblinlin follows along, laughing hysterically at her. This makes Ji-hyun scream and run around in sheer panic. The night forest echoes with Kim Chun-soo's smug, teasing laughter. For a big shot boss, you sure are terrified of a little spider. His teasing is met with her helpless, desperate screams. But after running around completely exhausted, Ji-hyun suddenly stops. Her shoulders begin to tremble as a single tear falls. Down on her knees, she buries her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably like a bullied child. The playful vibe instantly vanishes, replaced by a pretty awkward silence. Seeing her break down like this, Kim Chun-soo freezes. He drops his arms, awkwardly asking if she is actually crying and really that terrified of spiders. Realizing the joke went way too far, he panics and quickly orders his summon. Okay, no more playing around, Boblinlin. Take care of this spider, right now. The little Boblinlin grins happily and squashes the beast in an instant. Kim Chun-soo is in absolute panic. This is bad. She is actually crying. As Ji-hyun continues to sob, he frantically flails. He frantically waves his hands, playing the clown to comfort her. No, that is not it. He laughs, explaining he thought she was just teasing him, so he simply played along. So please do not cry anymore. He chuckles, but his comforting does not work at all. Ji-hyun only cries louder, overwhelmed by resentment. You are too much, Kim Chun-soo. Why do you always treat me like this? Sobbing through her tears, she bitterly reproaches him. Do you even know why I came looking for you today? You turn this into a joke and that into a joke. Is everything just a game to you? This is seriously too much. Ji-hyun buries her face in her knees, blaming herself. She blames her own foolishness for thinking he had changed. Even if just a little, turns out he is still exactly the same as before. Her voice chokes with bitterness, saying if she knew, she would have never talked to someone so unprepared. She shouldn't have come here at all, calling herself an absolute fool. Hearing her words, Chun-soo freezes in silence. He stands there, silently bowing his head in deep remorse at her tears. Quietly sighing, he prepares to face his mistake. Hesitating, Chun-soo confesses that she is actually the very first girl he has ever talked to. He explains his complete clumsiness, admitting he has no idea how to treat girls properly, which is why he acted so carelessly and jokingly, just like he would with anyone else. Keeping his head low, he sincerely apologizes to Ji-hyun. He really did not know it would hurt her so deeply, begging for her forgiveness. Right after, he suddenly sits, cross-legged right in front of Ji-hyun, flashing a bright smile to regain his energy. So let us talk all night tonight. Even if he is still bad at talking, he promises to try his absolute best. Wiping away her tears, Ji-hyun looks up in pure shock, asking if he actually knows how to say sorry. This makes Chun-soo scratch his head with a sheepish chuckle. Nobody is incapable of apologizing, he says, puffing out his chest with pride. To him, refusing to admit mistakes and apologize is nothing but the act of a total coward running away. And he will absolutely never run away. He might have in the past, but this time definitely not. Ji-hyun softly sniffs her cheeks, flushing a light pink as she shyly turns away with a tiny smile. He really is annoying yet somehow charming. Under the bright full moon, gentle waves crash onto the peaceful beach as if celebrating. They seem to cheer for the sweet reconciliation of the two friends. Looking at their newly gathered pile of coconut shells, Ji-hyun nods in satisfaction. It is ready. She asks if he has any skills to light a fire, mentioning any fire attack will do. This leaves Chun-soo blankly asking a fire type, staring at the tiny flame flickering on his finger. Ji-hyun's eyes widen. She excitedly asks what that is, wondering when on earth he got such an awesome skill. The young man proudly brags that this is probably her first time seeing it, since he only learned this skill quite recently. As the system screen blinks to show the summon, Chun-soo proudly declares that it is a skill called Fire-tailed Boblinlin Igniter. Ji-hyun nods innocently, realizing it is just a goblin spark. Both of them excitedly lean close to the coconut shells to light the fire, but seeing the goblin pull out a massive sizzling bomb, Ji-hyun goes pale and stutters for him to stop. Before she can finish, a massive explosion blasts through the entire beachside forest, turning everything into ash. The terrifying force of the blast blows both Chun-soo and Ji-hyun backward, leaving them lying on the sand amidst thick clouds of smoke. Covered in soot and completely charred, Chun-soo coughs violently, struggling to catch his breath. Beside him, the little goblin groans in pain. With her hair messy and full of soot, Ji-hyun jumps up, fuming and screaming loud enough to shake the entire beach. Who on earth lights a campfire with a time bomb? You total idiot. Chun-soo lies flat on his back, scratching his head with a guilty smile, explaining that it is his only fire skill available to him right now. Suddenly, Chun-soo freezes, his eyes narrowing as he peers deep into the forest that was just flattened. Wait, look over there. Hearing his sudden serious tone, Ji-hyun wipes her soot-covered face and curiously looks in the direction he is pointing. Right before their eyes, a giant angel statue suddenly appears, glowing with a magnificent and magical blue light. It is the legendary class change sanctuary. Chun-soo gasps in disbelief, wondering how this is possible when those two buff guys earlier swore there was no sanctuary on this island. Ji-hyun smiles smugly, explaining that it was not here earlier, but his massive explosion has just brought it right into view. Gazing at the brilliant angel statue, she turns to explain the mystery to Chun-soo. You still do not get it, but this class change sanctuary automatically teleports to a random location once every day. She nods smugly, explaining that since midnight just passed, its new location shifted directly to this very island. Talk about unbelievable good luck. Beneath them, their hands rest incredibly close together on the glittering moonlit sand. Ji-hyun sighs in wonder, asking him if he has any idea what the chances are of finding this specific island out of the vast ocean. Chun-soo, his face covered in dark soot, suddenly grins with pure innocence. He says this means their journey was not in vain. He thanks her for coming all this way with him. Hearing this, Ji-hyun freezes, staring blankly at her close friend. Her wide eyes, framed by her own messy face, soften with genuine emotion under the warmth of his sincere smile. Feeling the sudden wave of sweetness in the air, she shyly pulls her hand back and clenches it into a tight fist. Trying to hide her embarrassment, Ji Hyun burst out laughing quickly, covering her mouth to tease him and break the tension. She asks how he can say such cheesy lines with a face covered in pitch-black soot, wondering if he even knows what he looks like. Chun-soo instantly blushes, red and defensive, arguing back that there is nothing wrong with his face, even if he was born ugly. This makes Ji Hyun laugh even harder. She explains she did not mean he was ugly, just that his face is caked in black soot. Realizing he misunderstood, Chun-soo grumbles in annoyance, chasing after Ji Hyun as she runs along the moonlit beach. He yells for her to stop, pointing out her face is just as dirty, threatening to smear even more soot if he catches her. Meanwhile, back in the real world, inside a luxurious mansion, a wealthy young lady named Catherine is absolutely furious. She screams at her bespectacled manager, demanding to know if what he just reported is actually true. When he stays quiet, Catherine kicks him hard in the backside, yelling at him for ignoring her, making him cry out in pain. He tearfully confirms the news. The white-haired Harris grits her teeth, her eyes gleaming with dark, malicious intent. She mutters about that crafty old man finally separating from Kim Chun-soo, then looks down to question the manager again. She demands to know if they located him yet. Trembling on the floor, the manager adjusts his glasses to report the current coordinates. Before he can even finish detailing Chun-soo's location, Catherine suddenly whips his back repeatedly with a furious scream. She yells that she does not care about that brat's location, demanding to know where the old man is instead. The manager weeps hysterically, begging for his life. He calls himself a useless fool who failed to understand her simple order. He silently wipes away his tears, wondering if today is just another violent live stream rehearsal for his hot-tempered boss. He tells himself that this month's revenue is bound to be massive, then quickly speaks up to deliver his report. He loudly reports that he has the old man's exact coordinates locked down, and the plan is ready to launch at any moment. Catherine smirks coldly, casually stomping her high heel onto the rear of the manager, bowing on the floor. She coos that a well-behaved puppy naturally deserves a fitting reward for doing exactly what he is told. Resting her elbow on her knee while holding the whip, she glares down with absolute authority to issue her next command. Her eyes flash with a sinister red light as she delivers a ruthless order to go kidnap the old man immediately. Suddenly, the manager pops up, adjusts his glasses, and seriously suggests she offer a more realistic, practical reward next time. He complains that if she keeps up this constant violence, no one is ever going to listen to her orders again. Taken aback, Catherine asks if her acting was really that bad. The manager shakes his head, calling the scene a total mess. He strictly analyzes her performance, pointing out that actual kidnapping is a very serious criminal offense she should rethink. Catherine smirks with pure mischief. She brushes off his concerns, claiming a massive celebrity like her would never break the law. Clutching a heavy rope in her hands, she looks at the nervous manager with a truly devilish grin on her face. She whispers that since the abduction plan came from him and he is the one executing it, she remains completely innocent. After all, he is the expendable garbage pulling the strings, leaving her hands entirely clean. The manager can only sweat in terror. He stammers in fright right before the room suddenly plunges into total darkness, filled with his agonizing loud scream. Elsewhere, an elderly man named Seung-han is holding his office phone, his face pale with utter shock and disbelief. He stammers, asking how murder could be involved. The caller on the other end mentions codename G67, making him slam his desk. He shouts in pure outrage, demanding to know if they really murdered all those innocent people just to turn Chun-soo evil again. He clutches his forehead in absolute despair, his face contorted in deep pain as he whispers that this is too cruel. The caller coldly cuts him off, ignoring his protests. Seung-han demands to know who gave the authorization for this madness. Screaming into the receiver, the desperate old man asks if they truly believe this horrific method will help Chun-soo regain his power. He reminds them that he promised to fix everything and bring things back to normal on his own terms. In his mind, warm memories of the Evitan Guild members laughing and joking around with each other flash by. His throat tightens as he looks back on those happy days, desperately wondering why they had to target them. Right amidst Seung-rail's raging fury, a cold, threatening male voice suddenly speaks from the other end of the line. Lower your voice. Number 3, the chilling voice growls over the phone from a dark, mysterious office. If you keep flying off the handle like this, those who died for your sake are going to feel completely betrayed. On screen, a terrifying profile appears, Iscariot, number 1. The suited man's face is cast in shadow as he coldly explains, I already knew G67 lost his memories and his power plummeted. I kept quiet because I thought you would restore him. I figured you hid the truth because you were confident you'd fix him up, so I stayed silent and watched. But clearly things are not going well, so I simply lent a hand. Hearing this shameless excuse, old Seung-rail grinds his teeth. He stands huddled inside a cramped public phone booth, absolutely livid. Why did you not just kill G67 directly then? You could have easily created a brand new Boblinlin summoner to settle this. But the leader casually dismisses the idea. You know damn well G67 is the only genius with the raw talent to control goblins. We can never replace him. He is far too valuable to just throw away. Sung-rail grips the telephone receiver in absolute desperation, begging for a chance. This is all for our grand plan. Just give me a little more time, and I will make him the strongest again. But the leader on the other end completely shuts him down coldly, stating that time has already run out. Remember this while you cling to his shattered memories that may never return. Innocent people are paying with their lives. The cold, merciless voice issues a final deadline. You have exactly 1 week to show some real results. If nothing changes in 1 week, I will personally dispose of him like a piece of garbage. Hearing this threat, Sung-rail flashes back to a warm memory of Kim Chun-soo happily holding his hand. Suddenly, a soft knock interrupts the phone call. A secretary bows as she enters, announcing an important guest has arrived to see the congressman. The black-haired politician. He indifferently dismisses her with a simple wave and continues whispering his sinister dark threats directly into the phone. Wasting even a single day is an absolute luxury. I bet no matter what desperate methods you try, his memories are gone. His memories are never coming back. Talk about sheer malice, he smirks with pure cruelty. By the way, did you really think killing a few of his close acquaintances would magically trigger his memories? It was just a random minor experiment. I did not expect much anyway. I am hanging up now. Old Sung-rail furiously slams the receiver down in the booth. His face is etched with unbearable agony. He steps outside into the cool night, his mind drifting back to Yoon Hyuk. Yoon Hyuk was once a brave man who would gladly leap straight into the jaws of death to protect his allies. Sung-rail closes his eyes as painful memories of that foolhardy young man flood back, a kid driven by pure passion. He possessed empty confidence and ignored reality altogether. The devastating image of Eun Hyuk weeping bitterly flashes through his mind. Yet he was someone who blamed himself entirely, suffering in silence whenever his actions led to another's sacrifice. The old man pictures the determined faces of his old comrades. It was not just Eun Hyuk who was like that. Every single member of the Evitaron Guild felt the exact same way. They would happily trade lives for their friends. Standing in the chilling midnight breeze, Sung-rail whispers to himself. They were all fools with pure, kind hearts. They were always ready to jump into raging fires for one another. True heroes should not be crushed like bugs. But the brutal reality of the present drags him right back. Sung-rail clenches his shaking, veiny fists in absolute fury. He strides quickly across the sandy beach, his heart pounding in absolute terror. Kim Chun-soo is in serious danger. He has to move faster. Sung-rail begins sprinting like his life depends on it, desperate to log into the game. He needs to reach heaven's door immediately, completely unaware of the dark shadow creeping up from right behind him. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the pitch-black darkness, pressing a drugged cloth over his mouth. He barely gasps. His consciousness rapidly slips away. His eyes close in utter defeat as his limp body collapses onto the cold sand. I have to save that kid. Meanwhile, back in the game world, a massive muscular rooster prepares a devastating punch. It is a level 39 boss named Chikoru. Watching the colossal fist rocket forward, Kim Chun-soo panics and screams a warning. Look out, dodge it, Greenie. But the poor little goblin just turns around with a completely blank expression. The massive fist connects directly with his face, sending spit and tiny teeth flying in every single direction. It is an absolute knockout blow. Kim Chun-soo rushes over to scoop up his heavily bruised, bleeding little buddy. Are you okay, Greenie? The poor battered goblin can only moan in pain on the ground, completely beaten up. Kim Chun-soo's anger flares instantly. He activates his high-level summoning skill, desperate to bring out his ultimate backup. Korok activates Boblinlin Life Share. A brilliant green aura floods the little goblin's body, instantly healing his wounds. Kim Chun-soo sweats profusely as he reads the skill's description. It sacrifices his own health points to heal his goblin summon. Why on earth did he completely ignore such a critical healing skill until this very moment? Seeing the little goblin wobble back to his feet, Kim Chun-soo happily asks Choruk if he is doing all right. Across from them, the giant rooster monster shakes its dazed head before suddenly snapping back to its senses and charging. Korok takes the full force of a brutal punch and collapses motionless, drawing a desperate cry from Kim Chun-soo. He screams out his friend's name as the giant rooster crows maniacally, sending system notifications flashing wildly. The notifications warn that Chikoru is unleashing his master tier extreme speed skill, raining a hail of fists like bombs. Without hesitation, Kim Chun-soo dives to shield Korok just as a new skill notification flashes, fight in place of Boblinlin. Gritting his teeth against the bone-shattering pain, he realizes this advanced skill unlocked right after upgrading Boblinlin Life Share. Staring at the glowing skill tree, Kim Chun-soo lets out a quiet sigh of relief that he managed to survive. Taking the heavy hits himself is honestly a lot easier to stomach than watching poor Korok suffer on this brutal battlefield. Shaking, he draws his newly equipped sword to block the onslaught, silently praising himself for buying such an expensive weapon. Selling that legendary helmet paid off big time, giving him the cash. In an instant, a sharp slash cuts through. The strike lands squarely on the rooster monster, triggering a display for his rare weapon, the Platinum Sword. Landing in style, Kim Chun-soo proudly introduces his brand new passive skill unlocked right after his second-class advancement. He looks over the details of Boblinlin Oath, fully confident it will boost his combat stats significantly. But as he reads the description closely, his proud smile vanishes and he points at the screen in disbelief. What do they mean by a measly 1% buff? Weren't second-class advancements supposed to be incredibly overpowered? The massive rooster monster Chikuru cracks its knuckles with a sinister smirk, leaving a sweating Kim Chun-soo to desperately negotiate. He tries to negotiate for a peaceful talk, but the beast completely ignores him and leaps high into the sky. It readies its ultimate final attack as the system screen flashes a warning about its next devastating move. Chikuru unleashes its master-tier flying kick, rocketing downward like a deadly missile toward the lone defender. Seeing those razor-sharp talons just inches from his face, Kim Chun-soo screams and frantically triggers his ultimate option. But instead of dodging, he triggers his rally skill to summon Korok directly in front of him. The poor goblin ends up serving as a literal meat shield, taking the brutal impact head-on. Kim Chun-soo gasps as both of them go flying backward, crashing violently into a massive pile of sand. Scrambling up, Kim Chun-soo crawls frantically toward the barely breathing goblin, desperately calling out his friend's name. Suddenly, he freezes in absolute shock, cold sweat pouring down as the sheer weight of his own selfishness hits him. Why did he use Korok as a shield? How could he commit such a cruel and heartless act? Just then, Korok slowly pushes himself up using his wooden staff to steady his heavily bruised body. His face is covered in blood, yet his eyes flash a deep red as he licks his lips with an eerie grin. Realizing his companion still wants to fight Kim, Chun-soo gently places a hand on the goblin's head with a warm smile. He tells Korok to stand back before stepping forward, activating his guardian's skill to shield his friend. He promises to protect him from now on, charging forward with a furious, ear-splitting war cry. He pours every ounce of his remaining strength into a massive strike aimed straight at the monster's head. Standing quietly behind him, Chorok stares at the brave back of his master, who is risking everything. The sunset paints the sky in a fiery orange, signaling that this brutal battle is finally reaching its end. Kim Chun-soo slumps heavily onto a nearby boulder, gasping for air next to the defeated monster's massive carcass. He never expected that defeating a single minor monster would push him so close to his absolute limits. He silently recalls Hugh and his former guildmates, realizing he still has a long way to go. Facing this battle alone makes him truly appreciate how amazing his old allies in the Evident Guild really were. Looking up at the open sky, his thoughts drift to a certain blonde girl, wondering what Ji-hyun is up to. Memories of their beachside farewell flood back, reminding him of how she blushed and asked if she could text him. Back then, he stood frozen like an idiot, too stunned to give her any proper answer. He scratches his head, answering back with complete innocence. Huh. Of course you can, we are friends after all. Seeing her totally drained face, Kim Chun-soo drops a devastating follow-up. What is wrong? We will probably bump into each other all the time playing this game anyway. Ji-hyun bites her lip, lowering her head in deep disappointment, but still mutters a tiny hope. Even so, I will still message you sometimes. Her body slowly dissolves into the glowing blue light of the logout sequence. She offers a soft smile, waving goodbye. She tells Kim Chun-soo to take care. He is left standing alone in the desolate, empty field, looking out into the empty space where she just vanished. The quiet sound of the ocean waves slowly carries her final farewell away, dissolving it into the vast ocean. Goodbye, my friend. Back in the present, Kim Chun-soo smiles with a sense of relief, staring out at the sunset. Well, she is probably resting comfortably at home by now. She went through a lot after getting trapped, so she definitely deserved a break. But a faint agonizing moan from his goblin companion suddenly cuts his thoughts short. Kim Chun-soo turns around to see Korok looking completely exhausted. He asks gently if the little guy is tired as well, suggesting they should head back to rest. Silence is his only answer. But the moment those words leave his mouth, the goblin's eyes widen in terror. He collapses forward, coughing up a mouthful of dark red blood, making Kim Chun-soo scream in horror. Korok, bloodshot eyes filled with agony, look back at him. The little creature stares weakly at his master, letting out a final painful gasp. Then the tiny fragile body of the poor goblin simply collapses onto the dirt. He lies completely still, in a growing pool of blood freezing the air with sudden heartbreaking grief. Kim Chun-soo wraps his arms around Chorok's broken body, running frantically through the dark night like a madman. His breathing grows incredibly ragged, sweat soaking through his shirt, his face twisting in absolute despair. Clutching the dying, shivering creature close to his chest, he desperately begs for someone to help. Standing in the middle of a crowd of strangers, Kim Chun-soo screams with everything he has. His goblin is dying, anyone please help. But instead of helping, a massive pink-haired player and his friend just sneer. Seriously, how heartless can people get? They scoff at the goblin. The guy next to him quickly chimes in with his own cruel laugh. Boblinlins are everywhere out there, just toss him and get a new one. In another corner of the street, two other passing players start whispering to each other. A sick goblin. Is this guy completely insane? Doesn't he know about the massive goblin raid event? Honestly, it is downright embarrassing to even share a game server with an idiot like that. Chun-soo stands frozen as the heartless crowd turns their backs on him. He looks around in sheer desperation, calling out one last time. Wait please, someone just help. He cradles the freezing, weakening creature in his arms. Chun-soo is left entirely alone in his thoughts. Why will not anyone help? Why does everyone hate goblins so much? What did poor Churok ever do to deserve this? Just then, a deep gruff voice echoes from a dark moss-covered alleyway, cutting right through his spiraling thoughts. That creature did something very wrong. Not long ago, a horde of goblins launched a brutal raid on this exact city. Under the faint moonlight, a mysterious cloaked man slowly steps out, his face half hidden. The number 68 floats above his head. He speaks with absolute certainty. In this city, you are not going to find a single person who feels sorry for a goblin. Chun-soo stares at him, completely stunned. A goblin raid? Why would they do that? The older man just snaps back in annoyance. How should I know you, crazy brat? But as he grumbles, his eyes suddenly narrow, focusing directly on the young man. Glancing at the level 0 tag floating right above Chun-soo's head, he rubs his chin with sudden interest. No wonder it felt strange seeing you with a goblin. Since your class name is hidden, you must have unlocked a rare hidden class. Chun-soo lowers his head, his eyes filling with deep regret as he looks down at Korok's frail tiny body. Yes, he is my summoned beast. He has been feeling unwell lately, but I had no idea it was this serious. I just kept forcing him to fight, clenching his fists so hard that his fingernails dig right into his palms. He vows to make things right. If I cannot find a cure for Korok and apologize to him, I will never forgive myself. Suddenly, he snaps his head up and look at that fire in his eyes as he yells with a burning, fierce determination. Even if I have to trade my own life to save him, I will do it. This little guy means everything to me. His desperate cry is incredibly tragic, but the cloaked man only responds with a cold, dry stare before turning away. You are taking this way too far. Why would you risk your actual life for a simple in-game summon? Still, he pauses to offer a tiny thread of hope. If you are looking for help with a summon, there is one true expert. But last I heard, she already set out on an expedition inside a very high-level dungeon. The man slips back into the shadows, clicking his tongue in pity. Finding her right now is almost impossible. It could take days. Chun-soo can only mutter in sheer disbelief. A few days, but his companion does not have that kind of time. Chun-soo takes a panicked step forward, begging desperately. There is simply no time to waste here. Please, he pleads, just tell me where she went and I will find her myself to beg for help. Hearing this, the cloaked old-timer closes his eyes and sighs deeply, trying to talk some sense into him. She is way out of your league, kid. With your low level, just stepping into her territory will get you killed. A falling leaf there could literally wipe you out. But seeing the sheer determination in the young man's eyes, the old-timer softens his tone. He offers another option instead. Why not try the Boblinlin village? This completely catches Chun-soo off guard. The Boblinlin village, he mutters in shock. The old-timer turns and calmly explains further. You've probably been there for quests before, right? It should be familiar territory. Besides, when it comes to goblin sickness, nobody knows it better than goblins themselves. But before he can even finish, Chun-soo turns. He spins a full 180 degrees and bolts at absolute full speed, his grateful shout echoing behind him. Thank you so much. Startled, the old-timer yells after him, calling him a crazy bastard. Standing alone in the empty alleyway, the mysterious man mutters in disbelief. Shedding real tears over a summoned beast, the lazy kid who always slacked off at the construction site actually has a side like this. Who knew? But wait, where is he heading off to anyway? Suddenly, the old-timer's eyes narrow as he glares into the dark shadows behind him. A dangerous smirk plays on his lips. Stalkers, really. He muses that he is not handsome enough to have a fan club tailing him. Shoving his hands into his cloak, he strolls casually into the freezing night, his voice filled with amusement. Since they go back a bit, maybe it is time to do some unpaid charity work for once. Sounds like fun. With that, his figure flickers and vanishes completely into thin air, leaving the silent alleyway utterly abandoned. Meanwhile, during the day in a distant forest, a carriage bumps and rattles along a rugged dirt trail. The merchant NPC driving it grumbles at his beast, cursing it for acting up again. Inside the shaking carriage, Chun-soo holds the sweat-drenched goblin tight. His eyes are steady and warm as he whispers to hang in there just a bit longer. He promises Korok he will save him. Watching his little companion gasp for breath, Chun-soo hangs his head in deep worry. He whispers his silent command like a final prayer. Do not die. The carriage speeds along. The wooden wheels clatter down the trail, carrying Chun-soo closer to the Boblinlin village. A lone goblin watches secretly from behind a tree. The hidden creature murmurs in surprise that the target has finally arrived. Kim Chun-soo quickly jumps down into the dust, cradling Chorok tightly. Following behind the driver, he hesitantly asks if they have to walk from here, only to get snapped at immediately. The driver barks that he only stopped for a second and never told him to get off. Then the carriage ruthlessly rolls away. The merchant NPC yells back a final warning. Once you are off, the ride is over. Kim Chun-soo is left standing there completely dazed. He watches the carriage disappear and scratches his head in confusion. This whole situation feels oddly familiar, like he has been here before. Holding the little goblin, he steps into a dark cave, the nagging feeling growing stronger. Even this cave looks incredibly familiar. Then his memories rush back. He remembers the brutal battle where goblins were blasted to pieces right in this very spot. Staring at the massive, jagged cracks running along the stone walls, a cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. He realizes those cracks were actually caused by his own attacks during his last visit. Kim Chun-soo hugs Chorok closer, feeling utterly panicked. He knows he has been here before, but why did he visit the Boblinlin village in the first place? He cannot remember. The system screen pops up, confirming he has entered the Boblinlin village. He steps inside the residential area hesitantly and calls out. Is anyone there? He looks around. Empty. Silent. He shouts in desperation, begging for help. Suddenly, a frightened goblin peeks out from a crack in a door, screaming for him to wait a minute. It immediately slams its heavy stone shutter closed. Following that, a series of slamming noises echoes throughout the entire cave system. The villagers are clearly trying to shut out the uninvited visitor. Kim Chun-soo watches in absolute dismay, his heart sinking. Why won't they even help one of their own? Suddenly, a massive green foot stomps down hard, shattering the silence. This is bad news. A hostile mob of goblins charges out, clutching heavy wooden clubs and glaring directly at Kim Chun-soo. They point their weapons, screaming that because of him, countless goblins have died. How dare he show his face here? Surrounded on all sides, Kim Chun-soo tries to defend himself, asking what they mean and if he did something wrong before. Ignoring his pleas, the furious goblins roar with intense bloodlust. Kill this shameless bastard, they scream in absolute rage. Dozens of wooden clubs come raining down directly on him. Kim Chun-soo braces himself, gritting his teeth as he prepares for death. But then he realizes something is completely off. The system interface suddenly flashes with a new notification. Boblinlin Warlord buff increases his stats by 1% for every nearby goblin. The current buff has reached 13.78%. He stares wide-eyed. Massive zeros float above his head. Weight 0 damage. No matter how much they strike, they cannot scratch this human. The goblins tremble. This guy is way too strong. Right then, a raspy ancient voice echoes from behind, cutting through the chaos. What is all this noise about? The goblins startle and bow respectfully. Seeing an elderly goblin with glasses and a cane hobbling forward, Chun-woo gasps. Elder, but the old man immediately snaps at him, asking if he looks like his mother-in-law. Chun-woo stands there flustered. He mutters under his breath as the Boblinlin elder taps his cane, ordering the younger goblins to back away. Step back. And then the story fast-forwards to an hour later. Inside the cave, the elder stands completely motionless with his back turned. The other goblins wait anxiously. Chun-woo closes his eyes, sweating bullets, silently complaining that this old man is incredibly slow. Seriously, has he even moved a single inch this whole time? Suddenly, the old man spins around with shocking speed. He roars like thunder, ordering the brat to drag his butt over. Startled out of his wits, Chun-woo quickly complies. Stroking his white beard, the Boblinlin elder leans in close to Chorok, who is lying face down, and begins examining him. He pulls open the boy's eyes, squinting closely. Then the old man delivers a harsh verdict: burn him alive. Chun-woo breaks into a cold sweat. Panic sets in. He frantically presses the elder, asking if there is any way to cure him. The elder snorts, saying they must examine him first inside his private room. Hearing this, an outraged goblin disciple steps forward. He protests immediately. Why heal an enemy? He demands to know why they are helping someone who tried to kill them. Tapping his cane sharply, the elder rebukes his follower. Can anyone here actually beat this human? Not a single one of you. If he suddenly turns on them, they will all be wiped out. Simple as that. The elder's old eyes flash with cunning. He explains that he is merely doing what it takes to survive, even if that means bowing his head to their enemy. With that, the elder turns back into the shadows, gesturing for the young man waiting outside to follow him. Don't just stand there, he urges him in. Chun-woo quickly follows, thanking the old goblin sincerely for his help. Outside, the remaining goblins can only grit their teeth in absolute silence. Damn it. Once inside, Chorok is placed on a stone. The elder confidently declares that the boy can indeed be saved. Chun-woo gasps in relief. Is that really true? But the old man just mocks him, saying his foolish wide-eyed expression is the only thing that is actually real here. Checking Chorok's pulse, the elder slowly explains that while treatment is possible, it is only a temporary fix. If they do not eliminate the root cause of this sickness, it will just keep coming back. Chun-woo panics instantly. He desperately asks what this root cause could be. But But you won't believe what the elder does next as he raises his staff. He points it directly at the young man's face before delivering a chilling single-word answer. It is you. Chun-woo recoils in shock, blaming himself entirely. He must have pushed his partner way too hard in battle lately. But the elder cuts him off. Wrong. Boblinlins are naturally vicious, greedy, and incredibly cunning creatures by default. A soft-hearted human like him radiates an energy that is far too human and gloomy, completely clashing with goblin nature. Honestly, the old man admits he has wanted to throw up this entire time just talking to him. Kid. He points at Kurak, mockingly asking what kind of human cries and begs to save a sick goblin. It makes no sense, especially when that person is supposed to be a mortal enemy. Suddenly, the elder's eyes turn incredibly serious. No more jokes. The boy won't die, but staying with a human will cause him so much agony that he will beg for death. Chun-woo clenches his fists in sheer panic. What must he do? He begs to know how to stop the pain. If his kindness is the problem, then he just needs to become a ruthless person to keep Chorak safe, right? The elder nods, challenging him directly. It is that simple. But does this weak human actually have what it takes? Chun-woo doesn't hesitate. He declares he is willing to become as cruel as necessary to save his friend. Dropping his wooden staff to the floor, the elder sneers. Talk is cheap. Let's see what you can actually do. Suddenly, the elder casts off his heavy cloak, revealing a shockingly ripped physique hidden beneath those ancient robes. Cracking his knuckles, he displays the muscular build of a legendary warrior, leaving the young man completely speechless. Chun-woo stares in absolute horror as the elder coldly announces that he is going to beat Chorak to a pulp. Clenching his massive veiny fists, the elder challenges him to see if he can truly stand by and watch. The elder's towering figure looms over the tiny human, radiating an overwhelming pressure that fills the entire room. This won't be easy. Meanwhile, far outside the cave, heavy footsteps echo through the forest in perfect rhythm. A cold voice speaks through a transmitter, confirming that the total extermination is scheduled to begin in 1 week. A red-haired mage sighs with deep regret as she walks away. Such a massive shame. She was really looking forward to seeing that beast. It was a legendary monster after all. With a thoughtful smirk, she murmurs to herself about feelings. Maybe they are actually real. That fake smile returns. She drops some philosophical words. If you watch someone day in and day out, your mind easily plays tricks. You quickly mistake obsession for love. Suddenly, her face turns dead serious. She coldly announces that this call is officially over. She cuts the connection. With a quick swipe, she terminates the virtual call and slowly spins around to face the dark cave. Peering straight into the shadows, she speaks in a mocking tone. Hey Drinmo, eavesdropping on other people is not very nice. I have no idea who is hiding there, but you should show yourself. Suddenly, a masked man named Heidu casually steps out. He smirks, firing back. Eavesdropping was not even that interesting anyway. The red-haired mage just stares at him in silence. She wonders who this stranger is. Heidu proudly points to the level 68 tag floating above his head. Are your eyes just decoration? This is exactly who I am. Still, the mage keeps that sweet fake smile plastered on her face, addressing him politely as Mr. Heidu. She asks why he is stalking her. Heidu immediately waves his hands to clarify. Do not get the wrong idea, you are not my type. His half-hidden face tightens with a challenging smirk. But since you love trailing others, you must hate when the tables are turned right. Hearing that, the sweet expression on her face completely freezes up. Now watch closely. This is where everything gets insanely tense. Her eyes instantly flash with a menacing purple glow. A heavy, terrifying aura erupts from her, completely suffocating the surrounding air. She warns him. Even inside a virtual game, being rude is absolutely unacceptable. The mage begins gathering her brilliant purple magic. Smiling with hidden malice, she asks if he is an acquaintance of Kim Chun-soo. She claims she is just curious about them. Heidu walks straight through the purple mist, completely unfazed. You brat, aren't you the one being rude to an elder here? Why do you care about my relationship with Kim Chun-soo? Her face contorts inside the eerie flickering flames as she answers. If you die, it might actually help him regain his lost memories. Yes, she genuinely believes his death is the perfect solution. Meanwhile, back inside the elder cave, a massive fist slams down with terrifying force. Poor Chorak is absolutely scared out of his wits. But it turns out the old man was just scooping food. Here is the thick porridge goblins love most, he yells, eat up. Chorak shrieks in terror. Seeing this absurdly gentle treatment, Kim Chun-soo explodes in absolute rage. What on earth are you doing? I literally told you to beat him to a pulp, not serve him porridge. But the elder completely ignores his complaints. He calmly opens a book and starts reading a story with great passion. Once upon a time, a beautiful goblin lived with an ugly human. Chun-soo clutches his head, screaming at the old man to stop reading fairy tales. But the elder takes the trolling even further. He pulls out a hilarious drawing of Chun-soo, declaring this is him. Chorak bursts into a fit of mocking, joyful laughter. The goblin laughs heartily while the elder calmly turns the page. And then one day, Chun-soo completely loses his temper. He yells to tear that book up. Suddenly, the vibe shifts entirely. Now Chorok is tied tightly to a wooden chair, completely helpless. His tiny body is slumped over, drool dripping down as he whimpers in pain. Unable to watch, Chun-soo clenches his fists. "Stop it, just stop," he begs the elder because Chorok is in so much pain. But the old man stands there cold and silent. He asks if Chun-soo finally feels the consequences of his own past cruelty. Then the old man turns away with a sigh. He asks what Chun-soo plans to do next, since he has already shown him how to cure the goblin. Chun-soo grashes his teeth. Sweat rolls down his face during this painful inner conflict. Seeing this, the old man slowly opens the book once again. He tells him to take his time and he will just keep reading. But before he can finish, Chun-soo suddenly charges forward. Heavy footsteps echo as he rushes toward the bound goblin. In a sudden burst of desperation, he hoists the entire chair up. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he carries Chorok and runs. Then he unleashes a devastating, fully charged punch. The impact throws the goblin straight into a massive boulder behind them. It shatters completely, raising a thick cloud of dust. The elder quietly glances over, a subtle hint of satisfaction flashing across his wrinkled face. Chun-soo stands there gasping for air. His shoulders tremble heavily after exhausting all his power. Suddenly, a tiny green hand slowly reaches out through the smoke. As the dust clears, it reveals Chorok resting on the ground. He licks his lips and flashes his signature creepy smile. Chun-soo is absolutely shocked, but instead of hugging his friend, he bursts into tears and bolts away in sheer terror. He runs for his life, crying out for Chorok. The elder drops his jaw in complete disbelief. Then Chun-soo turns around. He delivers a massive flying kick straight into Chorok, sobbing that it is all his fault he had to suffer. Meanwhile, the elder has somehow shrunk back to his tiny original size. He proudly announces that the treatment is officially over. Chun-soo spins around in complete shock, wondering when the old man even shrunk. The elder then gives him some final advice. He will recover instantly, and if this continues, he will never fall sick again. Chun-woo lets out a small, relieved smile, but sweat still pours down his face. That is great news. Yet deep down, a strange, lingering worry begins to creep in. It is indeed lucky. But down below, Chorok stares up at his master with wide, innocent eyes, making Chun-woo weep silently inside. He worries about the future. Will this poor little thing have to live a life of constant mistreatment, never knowing true love, never experiencing affection from anyone? Just at that moment, a panicked goblin messenger suddenly bursts into the room, gasping for breath. He screams that there is major trouble, making the grumpy elder snap back. "If it is nothing important, you better watch out." The messenger goblin hurriedly leans in close to whisper the urgent news about what is happening just outside the village. He frantically whispers that they should have never helped this human. It turns out he has other human allies waiting outside. Chun-woo. Chun-woo flinches, waving his hands frantically to deny it. He stammers that he came completely alone with only Chorok by his side. The elder strokes his chin, wondering where this other human is now and if he has already infiltrated the village. The messenger replies that the human is not inside yet, but he is close. The elder turns and walks away, speaking coldly. He orders Chun-woo to follow him to see if he is lying. Chun-woo hurries outside, stopping dead in his tracks in absolute shock. While the elder clears his throat, a level 5 red-haired mage lies collapsed before them in a growing pool of blood. The elder turns to ask if this is a stranger, and Chun-woo nods, confirming that he has never seen the man before. Still, the face looks strangely familiar to him. The elder waves his hand dismissively, ordering Chun-woo to leave immediately. He says they will handle the adventurer, demanding Chun-woo get lost because the villagers are highly uncomfortable with his presence. They claim he reeks of the blood of 18,000 slaughtered goblins. Chun-woo awkwardly scratches his head in response. He chuckles, saying he has no idea how such a massive misunderstanding happened, but thanks the elder for saving Chorok. Suddenly, the elder glances at him with a cryptic suggestion: if staying good is so difficult, why not pretend to be bad? With those words, the old man turns away, leaving his goblin disciples to drag the red-haired mage's body deep into the cave. Stepping out into the bright sunlight, Chun-woo walks away in a daze, quietly reflecting on the old elder's strange advice. Pretend to be bad. Chorok just tilts his head in complete confusion. Chun-woo quickly averts his gaze. He orders Chorok to move out, sounding forced and cold. Meanwhile, in a completely different dark room, old man Seum-leun sits tied to a chair in a dark room, muttering that he never expected her to be this reckless. Catherine, wearing a white hoodie, walks in with 2 massive bodyguards in black suits and calmly asks if he likes this. She says she has plenty of questions but doubts he will answer willingly. The old man looks up at her guards. He locks eyes with the guard with the strangely spiked hair and clicks his tongue at yet another familiar face. The spiked-haired bodyguard smiles politely, asking the old man not to think too negatively since they had no other choice. The old man closes his eyes and sighs in defeat. Everyone has their reasons, so he tells them to get on with it. After all, time is incredibly precious to an old man, so they might as well start asking their questions. Catherine sneers. Tied up yet, still acting so high and mighty, the old man quickly snaps back. He asks if she kidnapped a fragile old man just to beat him, telling her to ask her questions already. A sharp, echoing slap cuts him off. His face is whipped completely to the side. Catherine glares with glowing red eyes. She raises her hand to threaten him, declaring that she will beat him until her anger cools down first. Only then will she start asking questions. Terrified, the old man begs the glasses-wearing guard to stop her. The guard merely sighs and adjusts his glasses, admitting that nobody can stop the young lady when she gets like this. He casually advises the old man to just take the beating until she gets tired, adding that she has no formal training anyway, so her punches probably won't kill him. Terrified, the old man begins to ramble, pleading for them to just talk it out. He asks what he did wrong to deserve this, reminding them that beating the elderly is wrong. Catherine cracks her knuckles menacingly. She tells him to figure out his sins while taking his beating. Without warning, she throws a brutal fist at him. Right in his face, the system immediately brings up her profile, Catherine, daughter of the elite Samyang group. Her biological father is Han Ki-mun. She follows up with a brutal heavy kick straight to his ribs. The screen keeps scrolling. Recently, she bravely exposed the severe domestic abuse she suffered at the hands of her own father. Next up, Catherine leaps high into the air, preparing to deliver a brutal final stamp directly to his head. Her exposure of her family's abuse quickly became a global sensation, allowing her to easily cut ties with them. After leaving the Samyang clan to go independent, she built a massive streaming career. But right now, the old man is screaming and running away in pathetic fear, grumbling in confusion and asking what any of that has to do with him. Before he can even finish his sentence, another heavy punch slams into his face, shattering his jaw. Was not everything supposed to go smoothly? If he has to take a beating, he would only accept it from Kim Chun-soo, not from some little brat who enjoys torturing him. But then he remembers. The bald old man falls backward, crashing onto the cold floor and passing out cold in the middle of a pool of blood. Dripping with sweat, the trembling bodyguard asks how the young lady can fight so brutally without any martial arts training. Catherine Lai blankly replies that she is only mimicking the exact abuse her beloved father used to inflict on her at home. Her words leave both guards wide-eyed and shrieking in terror while the bald old man slowly scrambles back up. Leaning weakly against the wall, he coughs up fresh blood and finally confesses to being the one who sold the hidden dungeon info. With a bloody face, he weakly explains the truth. Simply mining enough ore in the cavern will naturally reveal the hidden entrance. Catherine Lai quietly pulls out a tissue to wipe the blood off her hands, speaking in a cold and resolute tone. She points out that he stumbled onto that hidden dungeon but turned back, knowing he was too weak only to sell the info for cash. With that, the bald old man falls to his knees, weeping in pathetic despair before slumping back against the wall. He looks up in utter shock, swearing that he truly did not know a terrifying level 80 beast was waiting inside. After all, he desperately claims he had never taken a single step inside the dungeon himself to check. Catherine Lai stands there in silence, staring down at his fragile back with the bloody tissue still in her hand. She calmly delivers a devastating question. How did he know the dungeon monster was level 82 when she never mentioned it? The old man freezes in terror, sweat pouring down like rain as he realizes he just exposed his own lie. He stammers that it is all Kim Chun-soo's fault, blaming him entirely for his current mess. Suddenly, her eyes flash with an eerie purple glow as a suffocating pressure fills the room. Even if this is just a game, she warns, that does not mean he is allowed to behave so disrespectfully. Catherine Lai crosses her arms, looking down coldly at him. She demands to know if he has been pulling the strings behind Kim Chun-soo's every move since that hidden dungeon. Her face is shrouded in mysterious shadow as she wonders if she was just an accidental bystander who almost died, or if even her near-death experience was just another piece of his calculated master plan. Suddenly, her gaze narrows with intense rage. Either way, she had to face death once, and that disgusting feeling makes her want to strangle him right on the spot. The bald old man looks up, trembling in sheer terror. But Catherine Lai declares that a pathetic insect like him does not even deserve to die by her hands. If he dies, it must be by Kim Chun-soo's hands. Suddenly, she leans in close, declaring clearly that he was the one who pushed Kim Chun-soo into crushing debt. The scene shifts back to the past, where a hand stamps a bright red seal onto a loan contract. A middle-aged man in a suit clutches the papers. He bows repeatedly with tears in his eyes, thanking the loan shark and asking if he can leave now. The loan shark props his feet on the desk with a cunning grin, telling him to come back if he needs more. Back then, the bald old man still had some hair, bowing deeply as he politely bids his client farewell. As the door slams shut behind the poor man, the old loan shark turns around with a terrifying fake smile. He silently gloats over his wicked business, thinking about how simple it is to prey on desperate people in need. His job is just to lend cash to those in trouble, then bleed them dry with astronomical interest rates. As long as someone needs money, he is happy to help. Whether it is a clueless teenager or an elderly citizen, He does not care about age or background because he is fully confident in his brutal collection methods. He has a million ways to squeeze out every single cent, but his proud smile suddenly fades at a memory. He never expected that even a kid like Kim Chun-soo was once on his list of debtors. In fact, he had completely forgotten the boy even existed until now, looking at the rundown office doors. It makes complete sense considering the kid first showed up to borrow cash a whole 10 years ago. Back then, a scrawny young Kim Chun-soo was huddling in tattered clothes on a dusty, worn-out office sofa, scratching his bruised, itchy arms. He looked up with a hollow, pale face, pleading with the man. He begged to borrow 100 million won, looking like a desperate street beggar with absolutely nothing left. A predator narrows his eyes, sizing up his prey. He notes that after years in this business, he can easily read the true nature of anyone who comes begging for help. And this kid clearly is not some degenerate gambler. His hands do not shake at all. Though frail and clearly malnourished from hunger, his eyes burn with an incredibly fierce determination. The loan shark crosses his arms, asking where the boy's parents are. Kim Chun-soo simply lowers his head and mutters that he has no one. The loan shark laughs coldly at the boy's response. No parents at all. He thinks it turns out the kid is just a pathetic orphan without a single relative or friend to act as a guarantor. But that does not surprise the predator one bit. One look at the kid's face tells the whole story anyway. The loan shark sneers with ruthless satisfaction. Still, there is no reason to refuse. Why a wet-behind-the-ears kid needs such a massive fortune or what he plans to do with it does not matter to him. That information holds absolutely zero value for a loan shark. The only thing that truly matters to him about a debtor is whether they are young, have healthy, functional limbs, and are free of terminal illnesses. That alone is more than enough. 10 years fly by, and Kim Chun-soo has turned into an incredibly valuable VIP client. Day and night, he works like a dog, struggling constantly to pay off a massive compounding debt that has ballooned to hundreds of times the original principal. Back in the present, the bald old man looks up at Catherine Lai, scoffing at her dramatic kidnapping and background checks. He mocks her, saying a little brat who made a bit of money should not act like she owns the world. Defiantly, the old man admits to everything. He sneers that yes, he was the one who lent Kim Chun-soo money. But what of it? Did he do anything illegal? Seung Ryol yells out in absolute desperation, claiming that back then Kim Chun-soo had absolutely nothing. The kid had no stable job, let alone parents. Where else could a pathetic nobody like that get such a massive sum? The old man screams in pure rage. Without him, the kid would be absolutely nothing. He says Kim Chun-soo should actually be thanking him. Hearing this, the veins on Catherine Lai's face bulge with intense rage. Losing all control, she snaps and screams. She screams that she does not care about his excuses. Bottom line, because of him, Kim Chun-soo's life was ruined. Clenching her fists threateningly, she demands that he wipe out Kim Chun-soo's debt right now unless he wants to die. Otherwise, she promises he will rot in this room until he dies. Terrified, Seung Ryol panics and tries to argue back. He stammers that she is being unreasonable, as it is not that simple. In a flash, Catherine Lai grabs his collar and lifts him. She yells at him to make it simple. Trembling with fear, the old man pleads that there is a much bigger problem right now. He desperately explains to the bodyguard that Kim Chun-soo is currently in extreme danger, and that is far more urgent than his debt. He insists he is not joking. It sounds hard to believe, but they must take Kim Chun-soo and run to a safe place immediately. The person they need to capture and protect is Kim Chun-soo, not him. Suddenly, the bald man's face turns dead serious. He tells them to listen carefully, warning that in exactly 1 week, Kim Chun-soo is going to be assassinated. The bodyguard with glasses pales, repeating Kim Chun-soo's name in disbelief. Catherine Lai freezes, her red eyes wide with utter shock. Assassinated Doco stares straight at the old man and demands to know what he means and why someone would kill Kim Chun-soo. Who would want him dead? The old man shakes his head helplessly, saying there is not enough time to explain everything. Desperate for the truth, Catherine Lai loses her temper, grabs his jaw, and commands the crafty old man to spill it already. He shrieks in pain before collapsing heavily onto the floor, panting for breath and complaining about her lack of respect. He grumbles that her violent streak is exactly like Kim Chun-soo's. After a long hesitation, he finally sighs in defeat. He promises to tell them the whole truth about a mysterious organization called Iscarios. Meanwhile, in a sunny square inside the game, a gorgeous white-haired girl suddenly gasps in shock. She spots someone in the distance and wonders if it is really him. She runs over and points right at him, asking if he is indeed Kim Chun-soo, leaving him utterly confused as he points to himself. When he asks if she means him, she grabs his hands with pure excitement, confirming he is the third grader from elementary school. Kim Chun-soo stammers in total confusion, wondering when he ever attended that school. But the girl just beams with absolute joy. She waves happily, thrilled to run into him here, and asks if he plays Heaven's Soul too. The poor guy can only give an awkward smile. He laughs along but politely asks if they were actually close back in the day. She laughs it off, claiming they were incredibly close. That is when Kim Chun-soo suddenly plays along, calling her a little brat. He teases her about hiding in the corner, picking her nose back then, but her playful face instantly turns dead serious. She dryly admits they actually were not that close at all. Seeing her sudden disappointment, Kim Chun-soo quickly apologizes for the bad joke. Suddenly, remembering something, she drags him toward a floating virtual screen, telling him to say hello to her live viewers. Chun-soo looks completely lost. What is this, he asks, while she giggles and explains she is currently live streaming her gameplay, playing Heaven's Sword. Immediately, the live chat starts blowing up with comments asking if this is really the same guy. Is he the one from the Chairman Han Kimon incident? Stunned, Chun-soo leans right into the camera lens, muttering to himself in confusion. He awkwardly says hello, asking if he is doing this right, while the chat spam insists there is absolutely no way. That guy had terrifying savage eyes, not gentle like this. Plus, he wore heavy armor and went by the name Kim Chun-soo. Exactly, that was him. Laughing, the stunning white-haired beauty turns to the camera excitedly, announcing a very special broadcast for today. She is going hunting with her old friend. Giddily, she turns to him asking how his schedule looks for the day, but Chun-soo quickly declines. He waves his hand, explaining he has a meeting with a very important person and must wait. She does not care at all. Grabbing his arm, she forcefully drags him along, insisting a quick trip will not hurt. If his contact shows up, they will just send him a private message anyway. Suddenly, Catherine Lai turns her head around. She flashes an enigmatic smile. Besides, even if he stands there all day, he will never meet them anyway. Hearing this, Chun-soo gasps in pure shock. How could she possibly know that he demands, while she quickly tries to laugh it off? It is just her intuition. As Catherine Lai drags him along, she thinks to herself that since they were once old friends, maybe spending time together will restore her lost memories. Soon, their final destination slowly comes into view right ahead. A massive system sign reading Adventurers Guild looms ahead, and the white-haired beauty struts inside with absolute unmatched confidence. Her heels click on the floor, drawing a sudden wave of excited gasps from the crowd of players around. Everyone is completely starstruck by her presence. They whisper about how cool she is, endlessly praising her breathtaking looks. Some claim she is even more stunning than in real life, though a few realists point out this is only a game. Wait, is she really that big of a deal? Chun-soo is completely blown away by her insane level of popularity, but his amazement quickly fades. The surrounding crowd of male players starts throwing pure jealous daggers right at him. They whisper angrily, "Who is this random punk, and could he actually be her boyfriend?" The tension is real. Just then, a massive warrior in heavy iron armor approaches, politely inviting Catherine Lai to join his elite vanguard team. He asks if she would like to tackle an extremely high-difficulty dungeon with them once she has some free time. Meanwhile, a terrified Chun-soo is dragged away in the background by a mob of angry fanboys helplessly stammering in fear. Flashing her classic customer service smile, Catherine Lai waves her hands and politely declines, claiming they are far too weak. Since they are low-level, they would only get hurt. They only came to pick up some easy bounty quests. The armored warrior laughs. Don't worry, he assures her their vanguard will easily handle all of the heavy lifting. She can literally just stand back and watch before he proudly introduces the massive powerhouse leading their entire squad. He confidently boasts that 3 of the most famous super rookies in the entire game are gathered right here. Hearing this, Catherine Lai looks over at a high-level mage standing in the distance, her curiosity instantly piquing as she stares. Realizing he is also a magic user, she secretly wishes she could get his autograph. Meanwhile, in the center of the hall, stands a level 65 blacksmith with flashy gold hair. With his high-level tag floating above, he smugly folds his arms. He assumes even Catherine Lai came just to meet him, internally sighing about how exhausting it is to be so famous. The armored warrior continues his sales pitch, urging her to stream the raid and commentate on the action. It is a win-win. Her massive viewer count would give their squad some incredible publicity during the battle. Showing off their skills to her audience is a goldmine of publicity, and he even promises her a sweet deal. She will get a massive, highly generous share of all the rare loot once the dungeon is successfully cleared. Catherine Lai's eyes instantly light up like she just hit the jackpot, and her streamer brain immediately starts calculating. This aligns perfectly with her original plans, and making some extra cash on the side is always a massive win. Decisively, she turns back to invite Chun-soo to join in on this incredibly lucrative hunting trip. She loudly calls out, telling him they are officially joining the raid, but the sight waiting for her completely stops her cold. Her jaw drops in absolute horror, completely freezing at the ridiculous scene unfolding right in front of her. Chun-soo is tied up and hanging upside down from the ceiling like a punching bag, completely beaten up by jealous fanboys. With his face battered and bruised, she can only scream his name in utter panic. Meanwhile, back in a dark cell. Back in reality, old man Seum Lun bows his head slowly, explaining that those who suffer mental damage inside Heaven's Sword, there is absolutely no way to complain or fight back. Even when people keep dying right out in the open like this, not a single line of news ever makes it to the papers. Catherine's face hardens in sheer horror at the underworld's cruelty. As the bald old man continues to dump cold reality on her, she can only think about how completely absurd this is. It makes no sense, right? But unfortunately, this is the reality. Just then, the bespectacled manager standing nearby speaks up to confirm it. He scrolls through his phone, pointing out a major anomaly. In reality, even though players know getting eliminated in-game is incredibly dangerous, there is absolutely not a single news article or report ever published about the devastating casualties caused by it. Pushing up his glasses, the manager analyzes further because of this many players simply view the elimination as nothing more than a fake urban legend. But suddenly, the manager's gaze turns incredibly sharp. He grits his teeth knowing he can never deny it after witnessing the horror with his own eyes. The memory of a young girl sobbing helplessly with tears streaming down her face flashes back, making him absolutely certain he can never deny this cruel truth. The old man soon rails, sneers, and chimes in. People constantly dying while playing this game is obviously massive sensational news. Every major news outlet should be fighting to put it right on the front page. Freedom of speech is guaranteed, right? But how many forces in this world actually have the raw power to completely choke out and control that freedom? The old man sighs heavily, delivering a chilling conclusion. There is only one force capable of such absolute control, none other than the state itself. Heaven Estor is carrying out brutal massacres under the secret protection of the government. Catherine Lai trembles in complete shock, asking how something so horrific could even be possible. The old man sighs and explains. Though they say the people are the nation, the powerless citizens can never truly stand against the massive state machine. So to stop innocent victims from constantly falling inside the game, an opposing force had to rise up. The old man proudly declares the existence of this hidden faction, a secret organization formed to fight back. The Iscariot organization was established. He reveals their secrets out of countless hidden classes. They seek only the best. They select only the most overpowered classes capable of tearing apart any beast, then find suitable players to train. They mold these players into elite warriors, sending them straight into the deadliest zones to rescue those facing certain death. Now we get to the origin of one of their absolute ace warriors, the legendary Boblinlin summoner Chun-soo. But right before his most critical battle, tragedy struck when he was suddenly hit by a speeding car. The accident wiped his memory completely. On screen, a tiny helpless goblin desperately taps the foot of a massive monster. The old man sighs. Once his summoned goblin lost its power, the organization immediately issued a disposal order. Hearing how ruthlessly they discarded him, Catherine Lai grits her teeth in absolute rage at the organization's sickening pragmatism. She snaps, just because someone is no longer useful, you decide to throw them away like trash. Fine, throw him away if you must, but why be so heartless and actively drive him to his death? Suddenly, the slick-back blonde bodyguard standing nearby chimes in to explain the brutal mechanics of this world. He insists he is not siding with those monsters, but the harsh rules of this game leave no choice. In this game, only one player can own each hidden class. That means two Boblinlin summoners cannot exist at once. The bodyguard goes on analyzing the cruel reality further. Until that player is fully eliminated from the game, there is absolutely no way to transfer the class to anyone else. Rather than letting an incredibly powerful class go completely to waste on someone who cannot even use it, they would rather kill him quickly to reclaim the class. Catherine Lai trembles, her eyes filling with bloodshot fury. She demands to know if they would seriously murder a real human being just for such a selfish reason. She asks if he actually agreed to help them with this cruelty. Sumrail sighs bitterly, looking down. He says it is not like that, admitting she probably will not believe him no matter what he says now. But he truly wants to save the kid. Sweet memories of a skinny Chun-soo helping him up suddenly flash back. He remembers how the boy once helped him up. He whispers to himself that the kid was the only one who ever saw him as a real friend, a warm memory of Chun-soo's bright smile filling his mind. Catherine immediately yells at him to shut up, cutting through his emotional excuses. She coldly points out the massive contradiction. She demands to know if his supposedly noble organization was the one choosing players for the hidden classes. If that is true, then why on earth was Chun-soo chosen for this to begin with? To become a Boblinlin summoner right inside that hidden dungeon. Catherine Lai's glowing red eyes narrow with a dangerous glare. She steps forward and demands to know what this means. Is he the one who chose Chun-soo and ruthlessly pushed him into that deadly dungeon? It turns out he knew from the very start exactly what horrific dangers were waiting inside. Right, old man Sumlin stares back in absolute horror, cold sweat dripping down his face under the terrifying pressure of this young woman who easily saw right through the secrets he tried to hide. Then dark memories of the past. Flashback showing a young Chun-soo lying unconscious on the cold dungeon floor with bloody wounds covering his body. Back then, the old man just stood there in silence, staring down at the shattered boy lying motionless before him. Catherine Lai firmly points out that saving Chun-soo when he collapsed outside and throwing him into the dungeon was all orchestrated by him, right? Because if he had let the boy die, they would never get their desired Boblinlin summoner. They would never get the Boblinlin summoner they wanted. Finally, Catherine Lai's rage boils over to the absolute limit as she leans in close, putting her hands on her knees and demands answers. Besides, if his goal was only Kim Chun-soo, then why did he drag her and her two teammates into that dungeon? What did they ever do to him? She tilts her head, leaning even closer to the bald old man to press him further. Is it possible that he did not actually care about Kim Chun-soo and anyone would do? That hidden class could have gone to anyone. It would not make any difference to him, right? With a look of disgust, she takes a step back and glares down at him with pure contempt. This crazy game is bad enough, but they are all completely insane. She mocks the old man as he bows his head in defeat. He was the one who pushed people to their deaths, and now he pretends he wants to save Kim Chun-soo. There is no way she believes his lies. His venomous words are like snake bites. Tucking a platinum strand of hair behind her ear, Catherine Lai flashes a cold smile. She warns him to stop playing cheap tricks. His reputation as a master strategist is certainly not for show. Turning on her heel, she walks away with her bodyguards, coldly promising that he will still get his daily meals. He will not starve here, but Seumlin can only scream out in utter panic as she leaves him behind. He begs her to wait. Catherine Lai suddenly stops in the middle of the hallway, speaking back with a cold, thoughtful warning. Looking closely at this entire situation, she even wonders if Kim Chun-soo deliberately threw himself in front of a moving car. The bald man's eyes widen in absolute shock as she delivers another crushing blow. But he can rest easy. She is not like him, and she will never push a clueless, desperate person into massive amounts of debt. Standing there with immense pride, she tells him to keep his eyes wide open and watch how she transforms Kim Chun-soo into a completely different person. Catherine Lai then lets out a soft sigh, clearly lost in her own deep thoughts. It seems she has already laid out her own plans for the future of that poor, unfortunate young man. She smirks mockingly through the slowly closing door, enjoying the sight of the old man's completely distorted, helpless face. He probably will not even get the chance to witness it. The heavy iron door slams shut, locking him away. His dark schemes are now sealed inside the quiet, pitch-black room. The scene suddenly shifts down to a fiery dungeon, filled with blazing lava where a group of adventurers is slowly making their way inside. Kim Chun-soo looks up in awe. He wonders if this is really a high-difficulty dungeon, while Catherine Lai, standing right next to him, is already celebrating. She asks if clearing this place really gives 1 million bubbles. Can she just collect her reward right now? Ignoring her obvious greed, Kim Chun-soo turns and asks the giant armored warrior standing right in front of them. He asks just how dangerous this place actually is. Hearing this, the heavily armored knight tilts his head to explain. It is not just because the monster levels are insanely high. This special dungeon is designed for cooperative teamwork. Instead, this dungeon was designed to force multiple players to work together as a team. Because the Forset, monsters here do not just have massive health bars, but their attacks are also highly unpredictable. Just then, gorgeous mage wearing a wide-brimmed hat lifts her wooden staff to explain their battle lineup. They absolutely need a dedicated healer to mend their wounds. Next, a muscular old man carrying a giant golden shield steps up, proudly taking on the role of shielding the group from all enemy attacks. Right after, a cool blonde-haired young man appears. He represents the main damage dealer, which is absolutely crucial. Hearing all of this, Kim Chun-soo's eyes start to light up. He murmurs with hope, though he is still sweating from a bit of nervous excitement. How ridiculous. Oh, so they are just leeching. What role does his Boblinlin summoner class even play in this party? Up ahead, a bright green goblin suddenly leaps into the air with pure excitement. Meanwhile, the knight continues his half-joking explanation. Honestly, if a player had a godlike level, they could easily solo the entire dungeon. Just overwhelm enemies with pure damage. But why would a powerhouse like that ever waste their time here? There is absolutely no reason for it. Suddenly, the leading knight waves his hand to signal a halt. He warns the two VIP guests following closely behind. They can join the battle if they want, but since it is extremely dangerous, his honest advice is to stay back. Suddenly, the beautiful mage thrusts her staff forward. She warns everyone in a serious tone that the enemy is here. Everyone get ready to fight. Instantly, the party assumes defensive positions and draws their weapons with professional precision. Kim Chun-soo looks around in utter confusion. He screams in a panic, asking what on earth is coming. Meanwhile, Catherine stands right next to him. Her face turns pale as she trembles, muttering if this is really it. Right then, a blazing orb of fire like a massive meteor plunges from the dark sky. It moves at a dizzying speed. It carries a terrifying incinerating heat that threatens to burn everything. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently as a giant creature crash lands. The impact leaves a deep crater. It kicks up a thick cloud of dust that completely blocks their vision. Emerging from the haze is a heavily muscled beast. A level 65 Drago Knight, crouching and growling fiercely with blood-red eyes. But the clueless Catherine is still standing there. She is holding her control panel right in the middle of the danger. The ground beneath her is already glowing red with a warning. Seeing her in this critical situation, Chun-soo does not hesitate. He lunges forward, grabs her by the waist, and tackles her to the ground to dodge. Both of them roll across the dusty ground. They barely escape the devastating blast of the close-range attack in the nick of time. Once she recovers from the shock, Catherine gasps. She screams in anger upon realizing she is pinned to the ground. She yells out, asking what on earth he is doing. He nearly scared her to death, but before she can finish, a massive explosion rips through the exact spot where she stood. A giant pillar of fire erupts, proving Chun-soo saved her life. Chun-soo, pale and gasping for breath, looks back. He screams in terror, asking what kind of madness this is. They almost got wiped out right there. He immediately turns to her frantically, explaining himself with a look of pure guilt. He says he is sorry. That glowing red circle on the ground looks so dangerous, he just reacted on pure instinct. He did not mean anything by it. Catherine stares at Chun-soo in a daze, repeating his words in sheer disbelief. Just because it looked dangerous. Right then, they both realize they are in a highly awkward position on the battlefield. Their eyes lock in sheer embarrassment. Chun-soo is still pinned right on top of the beautiful noble girl. Blushing furiously, Catherine snaps at him to get off. Chun-soo scrambles backward in a panic, scratching his head sheepishly. He keeps apologizing profusely. Meanwhile, right at the front lines, the mighty Wang Yong raises his glowing golden shield. He blocks the incoming threat. He proudly declares that as long as he stands, the monster will not touch his allies. The dragon warrior growls in pure rage at his provocation. Its massive muscles tense as it prepares for slaughter. The dragon warrior growls in pure rage at his provocation, its massive muscles preparing for a real slaughter. Suddenly, from behind, taking advantage of the monster being distracted, the blonde swordsman leaps high into the air, raising his gleaming sword to deliver a devastating strike from above. He wears a cocky grin and yells right in the beast's face. It is far too early to start shaking in fear, kiddo. He then unleashes the warrior skill named Gigas, delivering a powerful strike straight down on the monster's head. The beast can only roar in absolute agony, but this devastating attack only fuels its rage. Gritting its teeth, the beast prepares for a bloody revenge. Suddenly, a system alert flashes. The Drago Knight is activating its special ultimate skill, preparing to unleash a devastating blow named V.P.C.H. It lands a brutal punch straight to the blonde swordsman's chin, making him cough up blood. Yet the cocky swordsman simply smirks amidst a glowing healing aura. He mockingly tells the monster it was just a joke. Behind him, their stunning healer just activated her ultimate class skill, Mill. This immediately restores his health pool. Immediately after, the system flashes an urgent warning. The Drago Knight has now completely lost all of its remaining sanity. It shifts its target entirely. The beast is now aiming for the healer Buzin Gesina as its primary assassination target. The frenzied beast charges forward like a heat-seeking missile. It heads straight toward the fragile priestess to cut off healing. It leaps high into the air. The monster gathers massive energy, aiming to crush their only source of recovery. A terrifying surge of purple lightning energy crackles directly above the poor healer's head. In that instant, the massive dragon warrior plunges down like a devastating comet, dead set on crushing her into dust in the blink of an eye. Right. Then a massive protective crystal barrier suddenly rises right in front of the healer, trapping the monster's lightning fast. Plunge inside a solid freezing layer of ice. Behind them stands the smug glasses-wearing wizard who goes by Genius, Kim. Holding his spellbook, he waves his hand and mutters triumphantly. Even the fact that you targeted the healer first was entirely within my calculations. Right then, two other elite party members, a level 61 soul warrior and a level 60 sharpshooter, close in, teasing each other. Hey, what is the plan now? I heard everything is within someone's calculations. Hey, shooter boy, do not get too close. Right after, both of them simultaneously unleash a massive coordinated joint, strike directly at the crystal block holding the monster. The sheer force of the impact completely shatters the ice, sending the dragon crashing face first into the dirt in total humiliation. Seeing the beast groveling, the sharpshooter scoffs in disappointment. A self-proclaimed warrior kneeling and getting pinned down this easily. His teammate quickly warns him not to let his guard down just yet. Look, it is already getting back up. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, the monster's massive fist grazes right past the face of the terrified healer, who is completely frozen in fear. The raging beast lets out a deafening roar and punches directly at her for revenge. Watching this horror unfold, the two attackers in the back turn pale. How can it still be targeting the healer after taking all those heavy hits? They shout out in panic that this beast is a real monster. In this life or death moment, a giant clad in bright golden armor nicknamed Wong, the server's top tank, lets out a mighty roar to trigger his taunt skill called Battle Cry. Instantly, the Dragon Knight's incoming fist freezes in mid-air. just inches away from the healer's face under the intense pressure of the taunt. The gold-armored Wung smirks arrogantly. "Where are you looking, you fool? Your real opponent is right over here." The system immediately announces that the Dragon Knight has switched targets to the server's top tank Wung, making the beast's fist tremble with pure rage. Having survived by a hair, the healer clutches her chest in relief and snaps at Wung, warning him to focus up next time. "If you had been just a second slower, I would have been history." The giant tank can only scratch his head and laughingly apologize. The furious Dragon Knight grinds its razor-sharp teeth in absolute rage. Even so, the beast's primal survival instincts take over, and the system flashes a glaring crimson warning showing its next target is still the country girl Busan. Her eyes widen in absolute horror. At that critical split second, the clever blonde guy activates his blacksmith skill, forging a pair of razor-sharp colossal swords and delivering a fatal strike that slices the monster in half. The beast collapses, dead on the dusty battlefield. The healer mutters in confusion, noting how strange it felt, as if the beast wanted to target her. At the very last second, this prompts the blonde blacksmith, while sheathing his weapons, to ask curiously if there was anything unusual. Looking at the severed head of the Dragon Knight lying in a pool of blood, she just sighs and shrugs, reassuring herself that it was probably just her overactive imagination. Behind them, other players watching through the virtual chat admire the legendary trio as they walk away gossiping excitedly. "Did you guys see that? This party is just insanely overpowered, and no dungeon can ever stand in their way. They are definitely going to clear this zone in a heartbeat." Witnessing the breathtaking battle, Catherine Lai's eyes widen in sheer amazement as she admits that was actually pretty impressive. Beside her, Chun-soo holds his head jaw-dropped and shouting in pure excitement, "That is insane. How do they even fight like that?" Seeing their excited reactions, the armored Wung proudly turns back to explain that the monster they just beat was actually the gatekeeper of this dungeon, the Dragon Knight. "Now we're hunting the next boss, so please keep up." Hearing this, Chu-do eagerly rushes to the front like an excited kid cheering as he runs. "Yes, Captain." This leaves Catherine Lai staring at his back, completely puzzled, wondering why on earth he is so hyped. Lost in thought, she suddenly flinches and whips around, sensing some creature approaching from behind. Spotting a withered little monster happily skipping and following them, she yells out in pure annoyance, "Hey Chun-soo, you better keep an eye on your goblin." Chun-soo, still jogging along, just turns his head and gives a completely irresponsible laugh. "Ha, just let it be. It will follow us if it wants to. Who cares about that little idiot anyway?" Chun-soo's careless, indifferent attitude makes Catherine Lai's eyes pop, her entire body shaking with rage, while the goblin beside her shrieks at the top of its lungs. Right at that moment, the blonde swordsman brushes his hair back, posing dramatically. He winks and confidently introduces himself. "Hello, Shirley. Everyone already knows me. I am the main damage dealer of this party." "Oh, so the guy standing in front." Catherine brags to her virtual screen as the chat channel slowly fills with insults, boasting that this is her first time on live television, never expecting so many people to gather just to watch her while she stands there clenching her fists in frustration. Finally snapping, she growls at Hun, asking what the hell he has been doing, posing for 30 minutes. But Hun just closes his eyes with a smug smile, replying that he is the main damage dealer anyway. And because he only does burst damage, he knows nothing else. This shameless reply drives Catherine completely mad, screaming right in his face, asking if he is seriously proud of that. Ignoring them, the Iron Vanguard points toward the long bridge flanked by burning lava and solemnly says they must stay put until they find a safe way to cross this dangerous path. He juts his chin toward their teammates who are huddling up nearby, noting that the brightest minds of the raid team are having a strategy meeting, so they can just take their sweet time and wait. Right then, the mage genius Kim snaps his magic book shut, pushes up his glasses, and loudly declares that his calculations are complete, calling for everyone to gather around. As the group crowds together, the mage begins his analysis, asking if they see those statues blocking their way across the bridge. He notes that it would be wonderful if they were just harmless, ordinary sculptures, but his brow suddenly furrows deep. Unfortunately, the chances of that being true are extremely low. He points out the faint tiles on the ground, calling it an obvious trap. He waves his hand to open a holographic map to explain the details of the path ahead. If they step on the correct tiles, they will be perfectly fine, but taking one wrong step will instantly trigger the statues. While listening, Zhou Yu curiously interrupts with a silly pun, asking if that means they will be frozen stiff. Hearing this, the Golden Vanguard standing nearby sighs in deep frustration and curses at the two absolute idiots. Meanwhile, the mage calmly points at the hologram showing a statue stabbing a player, emphasizing that the statues will wake up and attack them. The safest way is to send a clone ahead to disarm the traps, but they do not have a clone caster. Catherine looks totally confused, turning to her team to ask what on earth an illusionist class even is. Ignoring her silly question, the mage finalizes their strategy, deciding to let the two tankiest vanguards take the lead. If they trigger a trap and take damage, the healers in the back will constantly cast recovery spells. Once the plan is set, the mage claps his hands loudly, urging everyone to get into their designated positions. Glancing toward the massive dark shadow looming at the end of the blazing bridge, he speaks with determination. He reminds them that once they cross this bridge, the final boss is waiting for them right ahead. He steps forward, slamming his greatsword down with a thunderous crash. But when he steps on a red tile, a statue awakens and lunges at him with its spear. A heavy blow strikes his shield, but he blocks it easily. The vanguard laughs in delight, boasting that these puny attacks are nothing but a minor itch. His blonde teammate smirks, telling him to ditch the shield and take a direct hit if he is so tough. Before he can even finish his sentence, a second statue lunges from a blind spot, landing a brutal smash. The blow sends the vanguard flying backward as he screams in pain. Seeing this, the gunman yells in anger. He barks at him, asking if he is triggering traps on purpose and demanding that he watch his steps. This makes the vanguard lose his temper, snapping back that the gunman should take the lead himself if he is so smart. Not backing down, the gunman shouts for him to move aside. Seeing the tension rise, the healer quickly steps in, casting a warm green glow to heal the vanguard while calmly urging everyone to relax and stop fighting among themselves. The scolded gunman clicks his tongue and angrily looks away, muttering in jealousy about the famous trio. He grumbles that they only act so arrogant because they got a little bit of popularity recently. Hearing his teammate whine, the pink-haired warrior coldly tells him to stop complaining and look straight ahead. Startled, the gunman asks what on earth is in front of them, and the pink-haired warrior gestures forward with a confident look. He reveals it is the very last statue, noting they have already crushed 9 of them, so this last one stands no chance. He adds that with only this tiny one left, absolutely nothing can block their path. Closing his eyes, he calmly declares that the challenge is already cleared, so they should stop their pointless bickering and cool off. This only makes the gunman's blood boil as he screams in rage, asking what he just said as things take a sudden turn. And with that, the gunman gets so furious, his head practically spins as he yells out, and then the gunman. The gunslinger is absolutely furious. He draws his weapon, points it right at the pink-haired warrior's back and screams, triggering traps 3 times in a row. Unforgivable. No wonder he is screaming while the chat screen mocks them. Pure mockery. 3 consecutive fails is way too much. Ignoring the bickering, the streamer tries to stay positive. Yes, they bicker constantly, but their combat skills and coordination absolutely top tier. They can clear this. It is completely within their reach. Just then, a timid voice speaks up. Why not just smash the statues? Why struggle to find the path when we can destroy them? The voice asks while Wang leads ahead. Wang squints, his eyes locked onto the final statue. Something feels off. His instincts are screaming danger. Taking a cautious step back, he whispers to his team that the spear looks unusually long. Annoyed by his constant hesitation, the gunslinger waves his weapon impatiently. Delivery is too slow, he snaps. Just 5 tiles left across, he groans, forcing Wang to bite his lip in pure bitter frustration. Tears prick his eyes, but he forces himself to endure. Of course, the gunslinger throws in another jab. Make sure you do not trigger another trap, he warns, leaving Wang to swallow his anger and mutter. Katarine's live stream audience is watching. He cannot fail now. With pure determination, Wang steps onto the tiles. Wang Cantrong places his foot onto the next tile. Ding! A sharp system chime rings. He did it again. Another trap is triggered. The gold-armored warrior throws his head back, screaming in absolute bitter despair. This trash game is garbage, he yells. Meanwhile, the gunslinger shoves his barrel directly against the pink-haired warrior's head. Did you step on another trap on purpose? He growls, accusing him of trying to sabotage their run. Before the warrior can even defend himself, his face drains of color. Absolute paralyzing horror takes over. A giant spear suddenly erupts straight through his chest. A fatal, brutal strike from the distant stone statue. He collapses, coughing up fresh blood as the high-difficulty dungeon screen flashes red with his death notification. He slowly dissolves into glowing light pixels, murmuring a final regretful warning about his own carelessness before fading away. The party freezes in absolute horror. This stone monster does not just target the person who triggered the trap. A heavy, suffocating silence descends upon the bridge after watching their teammate vaporize right in front of them. Panic sets in. The genius wizard frantically opens his magic book, desperately screaming for everyone to freeze. Everyone stop right now, he orders, his expression deadly serious as he begins to analyze the trap mechanics. That final statue does not just target the mistake maker, it will choose its target completely at random among us. He darts a nervous glance toward their healer, warning that if she is targeted next, their run is over. Pulling up a tactical projection map, he explains they must work together to minimize all possible risk. Team 1 could easily push ahead to escape first, but there is a major catch to this plan. Fewer players standing on this bridge means significantly higher odds that their crucial healer gets targeted next. Hearing this, the gunslinger immediately loses his mind, his eyes bulging as he snaps at the wizard's strategy. So Team 1 has to stand frozen here while Team 2 gets to cross safely, he demands in pure fury. Why should we play meat shields just so you can protect your own skin, he spits. Selfish coward. He screams right in the wizard's face, leaving Kim Chun-soo to take a nervous step back in disgust. How can anyone be this incredibly toxic, she wonders, knowing the live stream chat must be roasting him. Sensing the brewing argument, the white-haired streamer quickly steps in to play peacemaker with a calm smile. Calm down, she urges, explaining that losing a damage dealer is fine, but losing their healer is game over. Without her heals, defeating the next boss is absolutely impossible. Her simple logic hits him hard. The gunslinger flushes bright red with utter embarrassment, mumbling that she actually might have a pretty decent point. Behind them, a sweating Kim Chun-soo mutters that they should just smash the statue and end this misery. The gunslinger immediately turns, snapping at Wang to keep moving and please stay off the traps this time. Easy for you to say, Wang snaps back bitterly, taking a deep breath to steel his shaking nerves. He carefully slides his foot onto the next tile. Silence. Wang breaks into a sweat but sighs. Just keep this exact focus and they will survive, he tells himself, staring at the remaining path. But his relief instantly vanishes. His eyes widen in horror as his foot slips onto the wrong tile. Suddenly, the system alarm blares out, warning them of another trap. He screams in absolute despair, oh no, this is bad. In the pitch-black darkness, the giant statue awakens again, raising its razor-sharp spear to deliver a brutal punishment. And, with terrifying speed, the spear rips through the air, piercing the gunner straight through the chest and launching him into the sky. His horrific scream echoes as the system window flashes, announcing that my gun is 30 centimeters long has been defeated. Meanwhile, as the gunner dissolves into glowing pixels, he continues to scream in outrage, damn it, why did it have to be us? Out of all these people, why did they target us? Amidst the chaos, the mage genius Kim remains completely calm, raising his spellbook and calling out to the group, do not panic, everyone stay focused, pointing toward the path ahead. He loudly declares that they only have 4 spaces left to clear this challenge. Then, glaring at Golden Armor Wang, he barks a firm order to move forward. Instantly, the system alarms trigger in a deafening chorus as Golden Armor Wang struggles to block the statue's relentless barrage of spear thrusts. Despite the overwhelming onslaught, Wang grits his teeth, holds his massive shield high, taking slow, deliberate steps forward. But right behind them, the stone statue abruptly redirects its spear, aiming directly at the completely defenseless healer. In the exact fraction of a second before the weapon can skew her, the mage throws himself into the line of fire, taking the devastating blow. Coughing up blood, his sudden sacrifice leaves her frozen. In absolute shock, the system screen flashes to announce that Genius Kim has been defeated. Yet before he fully disintegrates, he raises his book one last time, tossing his head back with a ridiculously cool parting line. I am a genius. You guys better clear this stage and avenge me. With the genius mage's dramatic final words lingering, the tearful healer watches his fading light in a cold sweat. Seeing this, the blonde swordsman who serves as their main damage dealer laughs confidently. Turning back to his remaining allies, he grins, did you hear that? Our only target left is the boss. Alongside Golden Armor Wang and the healer, he charges forward with fiery determination, yelling out for everyone to move up and avenge their fallen teammates. Watching from behind, Catherine tightly clenches her fists, grumbling in annoyance to Kim Chun-soo. Are these guys seriously ignoring us? We were totally targeted by those spears, too, you know. What do they mean by, just stay safely in the back? Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo simply stands behind her, offering her a completely innocent look. What should we do now, he asks. Hearing this, she immediately blows a fuse and snaps back, what else is there to do? They absolutely have to give me half of the boss loot to make up for this. With that, she grabs her skirt and bolts after the main group, calling back for Kim Chun-soo to hurry up. He can only sweat drop and scramble to keep pace. A moment later, they find themselves hiding behind a massive boulder peeking out. Kim Chun-soo whispers in curiosity, what is the situation? Have they taken down the boss yet? The streamer quietly replies, nope, not yet. Right then, a glowing red eye cuts through the darkness, belonging to a massive beast as the boss finally reveals itself. It is a humanoid dragon, named Lamb, sitting at level 57. The blonde swordsman stares in disbelief, wondering if this weak-looking thing is really the boss. Its level seems pretty underwhelming. Drawing his great sword, the level 65 swordsman lets out an arrogant smirk, mocking the legendary wingless dragon as nothing more than a level 57 insect. He scoffs that the first gatekeeper had far more fight in him. He sneers, calling the dragon a little brat. Lamb slowly tilts his head, his glowing crimson eyes flaring with pure rage. Without warning, the dragon unleashes a lightning-fast, flaming kick directly to the swordsman's face, sending him flying backward, as he gasps in sheer shock. Even after crashing hard onto the ground, the blonde swordsman desperately tries to salvage his pride, raising his sword with a forced smirk and muttering, so you want to compare kicking power, huh? With that, he channels his energy, his body radiating a blinding blue aura as he prepares to strike back. The system immediately alerts that he is activating a blacksmith skill, forging a pair of legendary meteorite boots right there on the spot. Equipping the new gear, the swordsman leaps high into the air, executing a crushing downward strike on the boss's critical spot from behind. Dealing massive damage, he roars out, "Now taste the power of my meteorite kick, you little brat." Yet his devastating kick is effortlessly blocked by the dragon boss with a single hand resting on its shoulder. Before the swordsman can comprehend what just happened, the dragon grabs him by the leg, slamming him into the floor like a broken toy. Coughing up blood, he groans in absolute agony. Standing behind the panicked priestess quickly channels her holy magic to back him up, shouting that she will heal his wounds. But out of nowhere, the looming shadow of the massive dragon appears right behind her. Seeing this, golden armor Wang roars out in panic, "Where do you think you are going?" He immediately activates his war cry skill to draw the monster's aggro. As the dragon's crimson eyes gleam with malice, the system, a notification warns that the beast has targeted Yuan, the giant stew rank tank. But ignoring the system's alert, it unleashes a brutal punch. The devastating blow blasts the Buzin healer girl away before she can even react. Immediately after, a violent explosion erupts. Thick dust and smoke crash directly into the wall right before Yuang's eyes. Hiding behind his shield, Yuang breaks into a cold sweat. His eyes bulge in sheer panic. Why didn't his taunt skill work on this thing? What kind of monster is this anyway? Meanwhile, from a safe distance, Chun-soo anxiously turns to the streamer girl, telling her that things look absolutely critical. He suggests they should go lend them a hand, but she immediately snaps back, asking what kind of nonsense he is talking. If those three combined can't beat that beast, what on earth makes him think the two of them can make a difference? In absolute terror, the streamer stares at the boss slowly approaching Yuang, who lies cowering on the ground. She whispers to herself, "This high-difficulty dungeon is no joke." She tells him they should stay put, wait for the others to get wiped out, and run. Suddenly, look at that, an object flies through the air at blinding speed, piercing a hole straight through the dragon's head. The shocking sight leaves the streamer completely frozen in place. Meanwhile, her stream chat immediately explodes with bewildered comments. Everyone online is asking if the massive dragon just got stoned to death. Meanwhile, Chun-soo is excitedly flexing his muscles. He cheers alongside his Boblinlin companion, bragging that he knew it would work all along. But wait, things are about to get bad. The dragon's severed head drops heavily onto the floor, a dark pool of blood spreading to mark the sudden anticlimactic death of Lamus. Hiding behind his golden shield, Yuang keeps his eyes wide open, completely unable to process what just happened before him. He mutters in disbelief, asking if it is really dead. Nearby, the healer quickly plants her staff to cast a protective barrier. She warns the others not to let their guard down, sensing that the beast might still be hiding a deadly trap. Meanwhile, the blonde swordsman crawls out from the rubble. He stares at the headless corpse, his face suddenly lighting up with hope. He lets out a loud laugh, asking if it is truly dead, standing proudly as he looks at the fallen beast. He laughs triumphantly, boasting that absolutely no one could possibly survive his ultimate attack and live to tell the tale. Eagerly rubbing his hands, the swordsman steps forward to see what kind of legendary loot this high-level monster dropped. He wonders just how insane the rewards will be, but suddenly the dragon's severed neck begins to bubble with fresh blood. Bubbling blood erupts, and you won't believe it, a brand new head begins to regenerate at a terrifying speed. The blonde swordsman freezes in his tracks, staring up in utter disappointment and cursing at his terribly ruined moment. Standing nearby, Yuang breaks into a cold sweat as his face turns pale, stammering that this thing is way too absurd. The healer backs away in sheer panic, trembling as she realizes that this is the boss's true terrifying form. The monster unleashes an earth-shattering roar, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as the system screen flashes a sudden update. Its level instantly jumps from 57 to 67, revealing a deadly new name, the terrifying wingless dragon Sabalamus. Yes, the threat level rises from 57 to 67 as it morphs into a creature of absolute nightmares. Hiding behind a massive rock, Chun-soo and the white-haired streamer witness everything, leaving her gasping in utter shock. She points out that its name just changed to Shiba Lamas. Suddenly, Chun-soo panics and yells out in realization. She remembers something crucial and turns to Chun-soo with wide, horrified eyes, demanding to know what he just did. Chun-soo just scratches his head with a giant grin, pointing directly at his goofy-looking Boblinlin standing right behind them. He casually explains that his Boblinlin was sick, so he used a special prescription, never expecting it to become this overpowered. He mimics a throwing motion, confidently declaring that a single pebble is now enough to defeat any high-level boss instantly. As his little Boblinlin cheers along with him, the streamer's live chat begins to explode with absolute madness. Viewers scream that this must be a game bug, questioning how a basic Boblinlin could possibly be this insanely strong. The streamer covers her mouth in shock, her pupils shaking as she suddenly recalls a very strange detail from before. She remembers an old man claiming Chun-soo had lost all his power, making him completely useless and in grave danger. Her dark gaze falls into deep suspicion, wondering if that old man had actually lied to her about everything. But before she can process it, she gasps as Chun-soo suddenly begins whipping his Boblinlin companion while praising him. He calls the little creature a good boy, prompting the completely horrified streamer to yell at him to stop. She demands to know why he is hitting his own summon, leaving Chun-soo to turn back with a blank look. Waving his hands, he tells her not to misunderstand, explaining that he just randomly found this whip in his inventory. He continues to happily whip the poor Boblinlin, who desperately raises its hands to block the incoming blows. Excuses. Whipping, well, this is a whip of love. He claims he only hits the goblin for its own good. How strange. Despite Chun-soo's brutal whipping, the goblin sticks its long tongue out with an absolutely ecstatic expression. It looks straight up deviant. Chun-soo smugly points at it, claiming it loves the treatment and needs tough love instead of pampering. Beatings are the only way to get results, he explains, turning to the streamer girl with a fake look of deep sorrow. He claims his own heart is bleeding from hitting it. Furious at this nonsense, Catherine points right at his face. "You idiot," she yells, "it's bleeding because of your attack." Squinting, she stares suspiciously at the whip in his hands. If he's just hitting it normally, why would a status effect trigger? Something about that whip doesn't add up. Her system screen pops up revealing the blood worm, whip, a cursed weapon. Catherine's eyes go wide in shock. She screams, realizing it's the exact item she sent him before. No wonder that naturally weak goblin is so obedient. It's acting completely obedient even while enraged. Catherine takes a step back, muttering that he's a complete idiot. Why didn't he purify the curse? She explains with regret that a purified version of that whip sells for a fortune. Even selling it cursed as is would still bring in massive cash. Chun-soo just blinks back in total confusion. He admits he had no idea. Suddenly, Chun-soo leans and closes his eyes, narrowing with a look of suspicion. He wonders how she knows so much about this specific weapon. Catherine flinches in a cold sweat, stammering excuses. Her mind is screaming in total panic as she plays dumb. Meanwhile, back on the main battlefield, the struggle intensifies. The blonde swordsman drops to one knee, panting heavily. Sweating and gritting his teeth, he glares upward in tense desperation. Standing before him is the high-difficulty dungeon boss. Larmus, a wingless dragon of level 67, towers like an active volcano. Its massive fangs and claws completely overpower the three exhausted players cowering below. Hiding behind a rock, Chun-soo watches. If they just stand there, everyone is going to die. Chun-soo immediately climbs over the rocky cliff to intervene. He yells that they have to help them, while Catherine frantically reaches out to stop him from doing something reckless. Chun-soo stops and looks back with absolute determination. He tells her not to stop him from saving their allies. He wants to help them finish this dungeon. Meanwhile, Catherine looks down at her virtual chat screen with a blank stare. She stammers, trying to explain herself. At that exact moment, her livestream chat box completely explodes with wild excitement. Viewers are losing their minds, asking if this guy is some kind of one-punch man who just spawned in. He might actually be the strongest player in Heaven Door. Looking at the screen, Catherine's expression softens with deep emotion. She closes her eyes, reflecting on everything. In her memories, Chun-soo was once a weak, tragic figure running from danger. She remembers telling him not to let others control him and never to just bow his head to abuse. Her heart aches remembering his past betrayal. She resolves that he must never let himself get stabbed in the back again. Catherine bites her lip, her eyes filled with hope as she watches his back move forward into the fray. She wishes for him to live freely and happily, just as he once helped her find her own true self. Shaking off her thoughts, Catherine looks up with a bright, radiant smile and yells out a playful tease. She tells him to put on a big smile so his ugly face looks somewhat decent on her livestream. Chun-soo pauses, then looks back with a genuine bright grin. He thanks her and steps confidently toward the edge. His powerful footsteps echo through the crumbling ruins. Standing high above the battlefield, Chun-soo looks down with absolute authority. He calls out to his goblin subordinate, flashing a menacing wicked smile as he issues his command. He warns the beast that everyone is watching and embarrassing him today will carry a very heavy price. He promises to end its life himself if it fails. The goblin immediately leaps with absolute frantic excitement. Chun-soo commands his summon to show everyone their true overwhelming power. Then he suddenly remembers her earlier advice. He orders the goblin to put on a giant grin for their grand entrance, just like Catherine suggested. He wants to give the audience a spectacular show. Standing behind him, Catherine can only facepalm in complete disbelief. She sighs heavily, wondering how he could possibly think that terrifying expression counts as a friendly smile. Leaping from the rocky cliff, the goblin launches itself high into the air, diving toward the massive dragon below. It descends at terrifying speed with a blood-curdling battle cry. Meanwhile, the giant dragon gathers destructive fire in its throat. The beast is ready to unleash a firestorm from its fangs. Down below, the exhausted party members panic in fear. They scream that the boss is releasing its ultimate move and even their strongest shield will not save them. Suddenly, the golden armored warrior spots something bizarre plummeting from the sky, his eyes widening in total disbelief. What is that? Out of the thick dust and burning red flames, the skinny legs of a goblin stick a perfectly solid landing. The towering dragon roars, preparing to strike, but standing directly in front of it is a tiny goblin in a combat stance. Staring at this absurd sight, the gold-armored guy stammers, unable to believe his eyes. A goblin? Why on earth is one here? Instead of running, the creature stands before the massive beast without a single shred of fear, letting out an excited squeal. Suddenly, the dragon unleashes a blinding white-hot stream of fire, swallowing the entire area in a flash of pure destruction. The giant firestorm sweeps through, causing an earth-shattering explosion. But then the little goblin does the unthinkable. It swings its glowing sword, slicing the massive wall of fire clean in half with one incredibly powerful blow. Witnessing this absolute miracle, the three players are left frozen like statues. The blonde swordsman stammers, "This is crazy. Did it seriously just slice through that fire?" In a single flash, the terrifying dragon Shibalamus is completely knocked out. The giant beast lies flat on the ground. The swordsman is still dazed. How could a weak goblin do this? Defeating Shibalamus with one single hit. Why would a monster attack its own kind? Could it be a summoned beast? Suddenly, the gold-armored warrior looks up, pointing toward the high cliff and shouting for them to look up there. Atop the burning ridge, Chun-soo stands tall with folded arms, looking down with a very smug and victorious grin. "That is the guy," the blonde swordsman yells, staring at the mysterious figure. "He is definitely the summoner of that monster." Right then, a glowing system screen pops up with a congratulatory message. "You have successfully cleared the high-difficulty dungeon." Inside Mount Blaz, the goblin summoner, Chun-soo, has leveled up from level 50 to level 54. Moments later, in a bustling tavern, other players are glued to their screens, talking excitedly about the epic feat. "Have you guys watched this video yet? One-shotting a wingless dragon is insane. I have never seen anything like this." In a corner of the bar, Aspis is lounging with his feet kicked up on a table, resting his head back. He grumbles about the loud noise, asking if these annoying players bought out the entire tavern just to scream. Beside him, Jemin suddenly gasps in complete panic. "Hey, guild leader, you seriously need to look at this right now." Annoyed, the guild leader slams his feet down and stands up, banging the table. "What is making you panic so much?" Jemin quickly brings up the system screen, stammering that the Mount Blaz dungeon was just cleared by someone. Aspaz takes a quick look and snorts with disgust. Clearing Mount Blaz and beating a wingless dragon is no big achievement. If it were not for the fire element matchup, I could easily wipe out those trash monsters all by myself. But his subordinate quickly cuts him off, saying the dragon itself is not the main issue here, guild master. Jemin swipes his finger across the screen, pointing out that the one who took down the beast is no ordinary player. He points directly at the image of the goblin, gulping as he explains the truth behind this crazy clear. The summon is the one that did it. The guild master suddenly freezes, slamming his fist onto the table. Veins pop on his furious face as he grinds his teeth, completely unable to accept what he is seeing. A mere goblin actually did that. Meanwhile, in a dark forest, a breathless player runs up to his boss. He yells that they need to look at this, while in front of him a couple is kissing passionately. They slowly pull apart and the blonde guy whispers in complete disbelief, finding the whole thing incredibly bizarre. Who would ever use a weak goblin monster as their summoned beast? The stylish blonde guy then turns and smiles. "It seems this Chun-soo fellow is just as lucky as I am." At the exact same time, in a snowy field, an armored hand scrolls through the latest information screens, which are completely dominated by news of Chun-soo. A beautiful white-haired elf frowns, murmuring that she knew he would become famous, but not this quickly. She grinds her teeth, her face flushing bright red with sheer frustration. How did he even get featured on stream? And why did Catherine stream his run of all things? What is so special about this Chun-soo anyway? She stomps through the thick freezing snow, leaving a trail of defeated ice monsters behind. This is so annoying. Just wait until my special training is over. Chun-soo, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Online forums are flooded with viral sensational headlines about the goblin that one-shotted a legendary dungeon boss. Who is this mysterious goblin summoner? The shocking news spreads like wildfire, throwing the entire castle square into absolute chaos. As crowds of players gossip excitedly, we snap back to reality, where a pair of hands slam a table. Turns out it is a massive fan signing event with a grand banner. The Boblinlin summoner Chun-soo is taking the city by storm. Chun-soo and Catherine Lai sit behind the signing table while their manager screams at the crowd. "Hey, you back there in row 18. Didn't you hear me tell you to line up straight? Where on earth is security?" At that moment, the poor manager has to play guard. Gritting his teeth in his sleek black suit, he waves a traffic wand to control the chaos. "Come on, if you do not line up properly, I will send you straight to the back of the line." But inside, his soul is screaming. Why am I playing bodyguard for this kid? Why am I playing bodyguard for this Kim Chun-soo anyway? Meanwhile, a blushing fangirl stands before the table, clutching her chest with pure excitement. She squeals out that she is his biggest fan. Kim Chun-soo just scratches his head in total confusion. Huh, a normal pretty girl likes someone like me. The girl blushes even harder and explains, well, I mean, your scary villain face is just so incredibly cool. It makes you look like an absolute badass, she says. Hearing this, Catherine Lai immediately leans over to whisper right in his ear. She wants to see you smile, so what are you waiting for? Give her a nice grin to show some appreciation. Kim Chun-soo breaks into a sweat, grumbling about why he even has to do this. But Catherine Lai shuts him down and takes action. She pulls the corners of his mouth back, telling him to just smile, forcing his face into a downright terrifying grin. But instead of running away in terror, the fangirl squeals with pure excitement at his creepy expression. He is so handsome, I love it, leaving both Kim Chun-soo and Catherine Lai completely frozen and confused. Still in shock, Kim Chun-soo asks if people actually like that. Catherine Lai whispers back, asking if he finally realizes how famous he is. You are officially a celebrity now. Meanwhile, his silly Boblinlin is sitting there clumsily struggling to hold a signing pen. Kim Chun-soo mutters in complete disbelief. I did not even do anything. All I did was clear that one difficult dungeon. Catherine Lai smacks him on the head. You idiot, that Boblinlin defeated the dungeon boss in one single hit and you control it. That means you are its master. Catherine Lai then points a finger directly at his face, her tone deadly serious. Before you showed up, absolutely nobody had ever defeated that boss in one hit. And no normal summoner could do this. No other summoner could ever control a Boblinlin like yours. Leaning in close, she confidently delivers her next point. You are incredibly talented, a truly unique existence. Catherine Lai points right at him with a serious glare. So from now on, you are strictly banned from putting yourself down with those lines about being a nobody. Looking at the massive crowd waiting eagerly in line, Kim Chun-soo wonders if he really is that special. As he and the Boblinlin sit cross-legged on their chairs, it suddenly clicks. Yeah, he really is special. Look at all these fans. With that thought, Kim Chun-soo flashes a massive, overly confident grin, feeling himself a bit too much. He truly is a unique existence. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a mysterious man stares at his phone screen. The kid has become a complete celebrity, he mutters, wondering if the summoner will still listen to them. Even if the Boblinlin regains its power, is a superstar like him really going to obey our orders anymore? At the same time, inside a hidden room filled with shadows, one member demands to know what number 3 is doing. First, he causes this massive mess and then he just cuts off all contact. Another shadow clicks his tongue in annoyance. Too many eyes are on him now, making the G67 purge incredibly difficult. We should have taken him out much earlier. What a massive headache. Standing up calmly, a sharply dressed man steps forward to reassure the noisy room. Calm down, everyone, the current situation might actually work in our favor. His subordinate sitting nearby looks confused. What do you mean by that, Assemblyman? He asks, but is immediately shut down by their leader. We agreed to only use numerical codenames in this room, remember? The subordinate quickly stammers an apology. Codenamed number 1, the man flashes a sinister grin. The higher they climb, the harder they fall. Compared to someone with nothing, those who have everything to lose are much easier to terrify. His eyes gleam with malice. Besides, famous celebrities are always the easiest to destroy with a good scandal. Turns out he is Assemblyman Kim Do-hee. Meanwhile, on the busy city streets, a roaring red sports car is tearing through traffic at lightning speed. The car slams on its brakes, screeching into a flawless drift right in front of the lobby entrance. The door swings open with absolute style and Catherine Lee steps out looking incredibly chic and elegant. Arms crossed and wearing dark sunglasses, she glares at Kim Chun-soo. Be honest with me right now. Did you actually fail that test on purpose? As the top-ranked streamer, Catherine Lai fumes at the thought. Tell me you did not just fail on purpose to turn me into your personal chauffeur. Right at that moment, Kim Chun-soo steps out of the car, scratching his head in frustration. No sane person would ever purposely fail a driving test, especially since the registration fees are not cheap at all. Sitting in the passenger seat, Catherine Lai, wearing a stylish sweater, cheerfully brushes it off. On such a beautiful day, she tells him not to be so grumpy, especially now that he is the famous influencer Kim Chun-soo. As they walk down the street, an old woman suddenly recognizes him and gasps. Oh my goodness, is that Kim Chun-soo? Aren't you that person who is always on television? I watch you all the time. Kim Chun-soo politely bows and thanks her, wishing her good health. The curious old lady then asks if the girl next to him is his girlfriend. Kim Chun-soo quickly waves his hands in denial. No, she is just a friend who is helping out as his manager, he explains. Meanwhile, Catherine Lai grumbles silently to herself. Why does her expensive outfit look so terrible on her? Behind them, 2 girls whisper that they should just break up already, saying she has an annoying mean face. The pair then enter a real estate office. Kim Chun-soo politely asks for the manager. A bald broker wearing glasses who is casually picking his nose turns around and lazily asks what they want. This is Bu Dong Sam, a 48-year-old broker. Kim Chun-soo gives him a polite smile and states that he wants to look at some houses. He asks which neighborhood is best, maybe somewhere in Gangnam. Looking at Kim Chun-soo's casual clothes, the snobbish broker stares over his glasses. He silently judges him as a wet-behind-the-ears punk who probably can only afford a cheap rental room but acts like a big shot. Just as he is dismissing them, a muscular bodyguard dressed in a sleek black suit strides into the office and bows deeply. He announces that he has brought the requested items for the young lady. 2 paper bags hit the floor with a heavy thud. Inside are thick stacks of 50,000 gold bills. The bald broker's eyes widen and his jaw drops in utter shock. His glasses almost slip off as he screams, completely shocked by the massive stacks of 50,000 bills right in front of him. Catherine Lai casually announces that this is just a 10% deposit. Kim Chun-soo stands tall, while Catherine Lai proudly links arms with him. She confidently requests to see properties worth around 10 billion. Now let's flash back in time to a storm-tossed sea. Desperate screams of players echo through the raging waves. The massive level 72 dungeon boss Octopus 3 rises from the deep. The terrifying creature lashes out, striking absolute panic into the players as they desperately beg for someone to save them. Standing on the deck in shining golden armor, Kim Chun-soo points forward heroically, commanding his summon to eliminate the beast. His level 67 Boblinlin charges. Looking over at Catherine Lai holding the camera, Kim Chun-soo whispers, asking if he should sound cooler. Catherine Lai giggles and teases him, saying he is already plenty cool, but urges him to hurry up and save her first. She jokes that her character is about to die. By the way, how does he feel about the catchphrase trending lately? That belongs to the level 65 streamer Catherine Lai. The Boblinlin is launched high into the air, heading straight for the colossal tentacles. Kim Chun-soo strikes a dramatic pose, snaps his fingers, and activates his summoner skill, shouting his iconic line. He yells Goblin Bomb, triggering a massive fiery explosion in the middle of the ocean that completely obliterates the monster. Instantly, Kim Chun-soo catches a orange-haired player, scooping her up in a classic princess carry right out of the flames. He gently asks if she is hurt. The orange-haired girl blushes furiously, stammering out that she is perfectly fine. Ever since the broadcast where he defeated the wingless dragon, Kim Chun-soo's popularity has skyrocketed, turning him into a true superstar. His sudden charm and massive popularity with female fans have also caught quite a few people off guard. On screen, he flashes a warm smile, which instantly triggers an absolute frenzy in the live chat. Exciting comments flood in with fans swooning over how sweet he is, even if he is not a typical model-type beauty. They call him the perfect charming gentleman. Others claim they saw him in person and that he is way more handsome in real life. Watching the comments, Catherine Lai beams with immense pride, knowing everyone is desperate to witness his overwhelming power. By securing the exclusive rights to stream his legendary battles, her own channel is now pulling in massive record-breaking numbers. Standing at the harbor, she watches his back with a calculating look. For now, she plays the role of his manager, guiding an innocent and clueless Kim Chun-soo to construct the perfect hero persona in the eyes of the public. Lately, she has been constantly feeding him rescue missions to save troubled players, all to boost his heroic image. She smirks, thinking of her grandfather. Unlike him, she is the one who will fully capitalize on Kim Chun-soo's popularity. Meanwhile, in a dark and gloomy room, a man with spiky blonde hair and a bloody face hangs his head. The bodyguard walks into the dim cell, looking down at the pathetic-looking man on the floor with a heavy sigh. He asks how he let himself end up in such a miserable state. He then approaches a food tray on the floor. Glancing down mockingly, he points out that with such regular meals, there is really no reason to look so worn out. "Why aren't you eating?" Suddenly, a familiar deep and cold voice echoed from behind. "Old folks like us, we can easily fall ill from skipping just a single meal." The slicked-back, long-haired man looked up in absolute stunned shock now. He saw the intruder. "How did you get in here?" This was actually Sun-yeon, the man who once betrayed Kim Chun-soo. Assemblyman Kim Dae-shik flashed a deeply sinister smile. Granting a favor, he offered a final chance to tame G67 once again right now. Pushing the tray aside, the assemblyman coldly warned him that he must prove his own usefulness to them now. "Why ruin your own livelihood? That is pure foolishness. Only the biggest, most pathetic idiots throw away their own rice bowl like that, right?" Sun-yeon hung his head, bitter tears falling. He reminded him that Kim himself had once told him something else. Even a heavy sinner like him could find a path to redemption. He looked up, his eyes filled with total helpless dark despair. Can they really buy a ticket to heaven through filthy methods? Kim Dae-shik turned away completely expressionless. The old man kept crying out in deep, painful regret. He sobbed, completely unable to understand any of this dark, twisted madness anymore. How are they different from that ruthless gaming corporation? Suddenly, memories of his old comrades began to flash. He saw himself laughing happily with Kim Chun-soo and the team, yet they casually force others to sacrifice in the name of the greater good. They act exactly like their enemies. The old man sobbed, his wrinkled face twisted in agonizing pain. They are sending countless innocent people to their deaths. Do they really believe this is how they buy their way into heaven? Enraged, the assemblyman kicked the food tray, spilling the rice and soup all over the dirty floor. Kim Dae-shik towered over his cowardly subordinate, coldly growling that yes, he still believed they would surely make it into heaven. What is wrong with you? Who made you like this? Aren't we both just despicable and wicked monsters anyway? He stepped right behind Soon-hyun, leaning in incredibly close with a terrifying glare, his eyes bloodshot, showing his pure, unbridled, deep, and savage cruelty. Why this sudden change of heart, or did spending so much time around him make you develop soft feelings now? That pathetic sense of brotherhood, sympathy, or cowardly compassion, why did you never show those soft feelings in the past to any other person, huh? Why didn't you spare the children you murdered? The old man wept helplessly as he was violently choked and held. Why was he doing this to him? It was incredibly cruel when everything was going so well. Why did he have to ruin it? As death closed and memories of his youth suddenly rushed back, he heard warm, familiar voices calling out. He saw his pink-haired comrade from back then, smiling so warmly at him. He even heard the fierce, loud shouts of battle. Damn it, let's coordinate our attack. He remembered the fires of combat and a waitress serving them cold drinks now. She had gasped as she handed them foaming beers, and he recalled Woo Ji-woo's very youthful, radiant smile, shining so brightly back then. Thank you, Sung-hyun. Evaton is truly lucky to have you. He remembered Kim Chun-soo's warm, welcoming hand reaching out to him. Kim Chun-soo had reached down to him as he sat completely exhausted under the sunset, offering a bright, genuine smile to lift him up. He pulled him up, teasing that when a friend goes to the trouble of apologizing, you just forgive them. Those beautiful moments flashed so clearly before his eyes, making the poor old man sob now with a deep, crushing, and painful sorrow. That was the first time in his life he ever had a real friend. But reality was harsh. Now the pathetic old man crawled right to Kim Dae-shik's feet, groveling and begging desperately for his own life, crying out in terror. He wailed desperately, pleading that he did not want to die, promising to do whatever it took. He would tame G67 or even its grandfather, doing absolutely anything if they would just let him survive, begging so pitilessly. Seeing his complete submission, Kim Dae-shik leaned down, dropping his cruel expression for a fake, gentle mask. He mockingly told him to stand up, acting kind and helpful as he pulled the old man off the dirty food-splattered floor now. After dusting him off, he calmly picked up a piece of the spilled food from the dirty floor. The assemblyman casually shoved it into the old man's mouth with a smug grin, calling it the return of a stray child now. His twisted performance was over. Standing up, he let out a loud, savage laugh that echoed through the room. Finally, he looked like the loyal dog he was always meant to be. Song-hyun remained kneeling on the floor, weeping very bitterly. As the assemblyman's chilling laughter echoed, the old man could only whisper his grief into the dark room. Meanwhile, far from that dark room, Kim Chun-soo and Catherine Lai were walking together toward a grand, majestic castle under the bright, shining sun. Right behind them, a bright green goblin hopped along with sheer excitement, making loud, bizarre, playful noises now. Suddenly, with absolutely no warning, Kim Chun-soo whipped right around to face the incredibly noisy little monster, ready to strike at it. He kicked the goblin straight in the face, sending it flying backward, while Catherine Lai watched in shock. She gasps, her eyes wide with panic. You need to be careful. What if someone actually sees you abusing it? But Chun-soo shrugs it off. No soul in sight, so why worry? He keeps making excuses, arguing that if he doesn't beat it now, it might play sick once they reach a crowded area. That would be a massive pain. Up ahead, eyes will be everywhere. Catherine sighs in helpless defeat, totally giving in. Fine, she says, but next time, please warn me beforehand. The two keep bickering at the back. Meanwhile, the poor goblin groans in agony right in front of them. Walking behind Chun-soo rests his hands behind his head with a wide grin. He replies playfully, Fine, fine, I get it already. Suddenly, a menacing flaming shadow lunges out from directly behind Chun-soo. Its bloodlust is absolutely terrifying. Reacting with lightning-fast reflexes, Chun-soo immediately pulls an icy blue sword from his inventory, dropping into a defensive stance. The blades clash violently, sending brilliant sparks flying in all directions. Out of nowhere, the flushed opponent roars in anger. He demands to know if he is An Chun-soo. This prompts Chun-soo to correct him in annoyance, stating his name is Kim Chun-soo. The attacker snorts with deep contempt. Fine, Kim Chun-soo. He glares and yells, demanding to know where on earth the goblin is. I don't care about you, just hand it over. Chun-soo shrugs, looking completely exhausted by the guy's ridiculous attitude. If you wanted to negotiate, don't wave a sword around. It would have been better to just speak up from the start. From behind, Catherine starts gathering glowing frost magic in her hands. She commands Kim Chun-soo to step back. Instantly, a giant ice wall shoots up. It stands towering in front of Chun-soo, trapping the aggressive attacker behind it. Catherine sighs in relief, leaning on her staff. Phew, thank goodness her freezing magic actually worked on him. While Chun-soo stands completely clueless in the distance, Catherine wipes away her sweat, narrowing her eyes in deep suspicion. This is truly bizarre. Where did this weird guy even come from leaping out of nowhere just to attack them like this? Fame really does bring endless trouble. If Kim Chun-soo hadn't reacted in time, things would have turned incredibly ugly. Catherine sneaks a glance at his face under the bright sun, suddenly realizing how much her companion has actually changed. The warm memory of Chun-soo bravely shielding her in danger flashes back. A proud, gentle smile forms on her lips. You've really grown up, Kim Chun-soo, she thinks. Suddenly, a hand waves frantically from afar, accompanied by a panicked shout. It turns out to be Jin, the glasses guy, running toward them as fast as his legs can possibly carry him. I am so sorry, he gasps. As the level 60 vice leader of the L-Gemin Guild, he is completely out of breath. He bows deeply in front of them. Chun-soo can't resist teasing him, asking if he ran all this way just for an autograph. This immediately annoys Jin. He snaps back, asking how Chun-soo can possibly joke at a chaotic, dangerous moment like this. Jin points to their frozen guild leader behind them and quickly explains, thank goodness an ice mage was here to save them. It turns out their guild leader is absolutely terrified of ice attacks, making Catherine's freeze spell a total lifesaver for everyone. Catherine blinks in surprise, demanding to know why on earth their leader would attack them without any reason at all. Jin immediately raises a finger to explain, stating he actually has some highly important information for both of them. He reveals it's actually a vital secret. Meanwhile, Chun-soo holds his sword in hand, losing his patience rapidly by the second. He grumbles, wanting to know what it is. They are in a rush, so he needs to make it quick. Jin points to the dazed goblin sitting nearby. Is that the creature that dared to attack Fix Elbasa? At the sudden accusation, the little goblin just blinks cluelessly, letting out a soft, completely innocent squeak to defend itself. Chun-soo glances at the tiny goblin sitting obediently behind him, quickly waving his hands with a defensive chuckle. Attack. You definitely have the wrong player. How could such a gentle, obedient goblin ever do something like that? Jin pushes up his glasses, remembering the terrifying battle. Back then, the system suddenly couldn't measure its level. That strange anomaly led him to suspect the creature wasn't a wild monster, but actually someone's highly powerful summoned beast. Shuddering as he speaks, he explains that as soon as his leader heard this, he lost his mind completely. He began hunting down everyone named Chun-soo to eliminate them. Because of that, Jin has a massive favor to ask. The little goblin sits cross-legged, scratching its head in complete confusion, as Jin begs them desperately for help. To stop their leader from causing more chaos, he begs them to let him duel this incredibly strong goblin. Fearing Chun-soo might refuse, Jin desperately repeats his earnest plea, begging them to give his leader a chance to fight. Please just give him a single opportunity to test his strength against the strongest goblin just this once. Chun-soo's eyes widen in absolute shock as cold sweat pours down. What, he wants to fight the goblin? Mind Jamin pushes up his glasses, remembering that terrifying fight from before. During the clash, the system suddenly failed to measure the power level of that monster. Because of this, he suspected that the Boblinlin was actually not a wild beast but someone's summoned pet. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo flashes an excited smile and accepts. Sure, but before he can finish, Catherine Lai steps in, crossing her arms with a cold glare. No way. Jamin drops his jaw in protest. Wait, he was clearly going to say yes just now. Catherine Lai glares at him with icy eyes. What does a brat like you know? Trying to interfere. Everyone can see it. This idiot was about to curse with a word starting with the letter D. Catherine Lee proudly crosses her arms, chin up, pouring out a fierce argument. Kim Chun-soo is a celebrity now. Do you even know how valuable a star's time is? Not to mention your guild leader actively attacked us first, and yet you still have the nerve to make such a request. Crushing his spirit further, a dark, menacing aura flares up around Catherine Lai. Along with her bone-chilling words, people should really learn to keep some decency. That little brat scares Jamin so much he breaks into a cold sweat, turning completely pale. Without letting Kim Chun-soo say a single word, Catherine Lai reaches out from behind, grabbing his collar firmly. Ignoring his protests, the cold female streamer drags Kim Chun-soo along the rough ground while he struggles. Let's go, we do not have time to stand around listening to kids whine like this. Kim Chun-soo whimpers. Hey, we are just leaving like that. Still, he does not give up, turning back and cupping his hands near his mouth to shout back at Jimin. Hey, when your boss wakes up, just bring him to the arena. I will be waiting there. After walking a bit, Catherine Lai grumbles angrily. Why did you make promises to them? Do you even know how to get mad? Kim Chun-soo chuckles and scratches his head. Why are you scolding me? They want a battle. So is this not a perfect chance? The two walk away, leaving Jimin standing there all by himself, completely dazed. He watches them disappear into the distance, muttering the word arena. Then he looks at his master, currently frozen solid, scratching his head in confusion. Did the negotiation actually succeed or not? Sometime later at a massive arena packed with screaming spectators, the announcer's voice booms out with pure excitement. Sorry to keep you waiting. Welcome all players of Heaven due to today's special competitive tournament. The announcer, wearing dark sunglasses, yells wildly. into his mic, making the crowd erupt. The Golden Goblin Hunt event officially begins now. The massive gates of the arena swing open. Kim Chun-soo strides out confidently, his golden armor shining under the bright stage lights. Bending his knees, leaps, executing a stunning high-speed flip mid-air with flawless skill. Next, Kim Chun-soo executes a perfect landing, like a true superhero as the crowd goes absolutely wild. The announcer's booming voice continues to echo through the stadium, introducing the main star. Here is the center of attention for today's massive event. Let us welcome Kim Chun-soo. The entire stadium erupts in roaring cheers. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo stands in the center of the stage, spreading his arms to soak in the blinding spotlight. Watching from the commentary booth, Catherine Lai mutters to herself with pride. Not bad, right? And yet he kept saying he did not want to do this. The crowd's reaction, both here and online, is completely exploding. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo stands on stage, tapping gently on the microphone. Hello, hello. Can I get an iced Americano? Kim Chun-soo confidently speaks into the mic, addressing the massive crowd. Lately, there are many rumors going around about my power. Well, more accurately, the overwhelming strength of my Boblinlin. Down in the audience, the summoner, Irene, sits with her legs crossed, glaring at him with pure jealousy amidst the whispering crowd around her. It is definitely staged. Yeah, probably photoshopped or just some game glitch. Turning back to the stage, Kim Chun-soo scratches his head with a casual laugh, saying that plenty of people still doubt him and want to test if his power is as real as the rumors claim. So to settle the debate and thank everyone for their support, he has prepared an extremely valuable reward. The entire audience listens closely as Kim Chun-soo's voice continues to ring out, asking for everyone's enthusiastic support and participation. Right then, the loud announcer steps forward onto the stage to declare the rules. The game is incredibly simple, since beating Kim Chun-soo's Boblinlin is basically impossible, so whichever player survives the longest against the Boblinlin's fierce attacks will be crowned the winner. The grand prize is a legendary item worth 1 billion gold in cash. That reward is none other than a weapon protection scroll. Instantly, the prize board displays a high-grade weapon protection ticket 50/50. This prevents gear destruction upon upgrade failure for up to 50 times. Immediately after hearing this, the whole crowd goes completely wild. Oh my goodness, failing an upgrade without the weapon exploding is an absolute cheat code. Out of nowhere, a sharp voice cuts through the crowd. Kim Chun-soo. He looks up clueless. It is that same feisty, short-haired female fighter from before. It has been a while, Kim Chun-soo. Look at you now. Did that scrawny little kid actually become a big shot? Kim Chun-soo stares, totally blanking on who she is. He just smiles and shouts back. Hello there, he politely yells back. Thank you so much for the compliment. The female fighter instantly freezes up like a statue. Her teammates beside her burst out laughing, clutching their stomachs. Who was boasting about him, recognizing them instantly? Yeah, right. He does not remember you at all. This is hilarious. We told you he is not the same guy. Publicly humiliated in front of everyone, the female fighter fumes with rage, crushing the concrete railing with her bare hands. How dare Kim Chun-soo act so high and mighty, pretending he does not know me just because he got a little famous. Her eyes flare with pure hatred. Fine then. Let us see if you can still play dumb on the arena floor. You will definitely remember me then. Suddenly, a player wearing a massive pink robot suit steps onto the stage. It is the level 70 gladiator human Roy, radiating intense energy. The robot's targeting system instantly boots up, scanning the area. Cold data flashes across his screen. Beep. Target Kim Chun-soo detected. Probability of modified damage stats is 100%. Today, I will personally eliminate this threat to humanity and expose your dirty cheating tricks to the entire world. Probability of target being uneducated is 100%. But the chaos is far from over. That weird mustache guy shows up too. He stands with arms crossed, sneering with pure disdain. I remember you now, he says. You are that creepy guy who harassed girls. To think I actually used my own 2 hands to help a total villain like you find the class change temple. Kim Chun-soo groans and cuts him off. Wait, did you not get scared out of your mind and run away back then? The mustache guy turns red with embarrassment and roars. You ungrateful brat. Today I will teach you a lesson you will never forget. This forces the host to scream into his microphone. Hold on, that is a foul. Suddenly, both players charge forward together. The host shrieks in shock, asking if they registered as a duo. But the 2 intruders quickly yell back. There is no duo fight here, this is a center position class. The host snaps back, pointing out their player labels. Their classes are clearly written right there. Both jump, unleashing a powerful double kick straight at Kim Chun-soo. The center kick. Kim Chun-soo dodges effortlessly, sighs, and wonders how this has anything to do with being center. Without wasting a single moment, he quickly activates his summoner skill. Instantly, his trusty Boblinlin appears completely, blocking the joint kick from both attackers. The host nods in approval from behind. Huh, so it really was not a center kick. Instantly, the system window pops up. Disqualification confirmed for the two cheaters after only 10 seconds. The 10-second round is over, and both are declared losers. After that, a steady stream of challengers get blasted out of the ring, suffering quick and embarrassing defeats. Kim Chun-soo stands in the center of the ring with his arms crossed smug as the host remarks over the microphone. What is this? The challengers cannot even survive 10 seconds. Is the Heavens D Arena completely out of actual talent? This match is so utterly boring it is putting me to sleep. Kim Chun-soo arrogantly puts his hands behind his head. He adds mockingly, I think I will just take a quick nap. Anyone who has the guts can come up here. This sends Catherine's chat stream into an absolute frenzy. Seriously, this guy is so incredibly smug, they want him humbled immediately. Catherine can only shake her head in disbelief from the broadcasting booth. Is he seriously trying to trigger the entire audience? Well, even without my advice, he is doing a pretty great job generating drama. Suddenly, the host shrieks with excitement. Our next challenger is absolutely unbelievable. I cannot believe a powerhouse of this caliber has actually decided to enter. Catherine's face pales in sheer shock, but luckily she breathes a quiet sigh of relief when she looks at the stage. At least the Boblinlin seems to be in high spirits, looking much better than what she was originally worried about. Stepping out from the thick dust is the blonde blacksmith from before. He glares at Kim Chun-soo with intense hatred and resentment. After that battle, Kim Chun-soo, you suddenly became a shining star while I was completely forgotten without a trace. It is the blacksmith Hyun. He grits his teeth, pointing his massive sword directly at Kim Chun-soo in absolute fury. You stole the spotlight that was rightfully mine. By looks or any other measure, I should be the main character here. Hyun swings his massive glowing greatsword high into the air, screaming and roaring with absolute unbridled fury. Today, I am going to personally drag you down from that throne of yours, you goddamn demon king. Kim Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat, his face twisting in confusion. Wait, I was literally just trying to help you back then. Why on earth is he suddenly calling me a demon king? Right after that absurd accusation, a dark purple aura of pure malice violently erupts. It swirls around Kim Chun-soo as his face hardens with absolute seriousness. You are crossing the line, old man. But Hyun does not waste time talking. He launches himself into the air, swinging two massive broadswords downward with absolute terrifying speed. That devastating strike rips the very earth apart as it heads straight for Kim Chun-soo. Instead of panicking, he swiftly leaps back to dodge, analyzing his opponent. Clever move. Instead of fighting the undefeated Goblin, the old man goes straight for the summoner to cut off the source. Pretty smart choice, actually. But Kim Chun-soo immediately triggers his defensive skill, summoning his protector right on time. The Goblin spawns right in front of the blade. Kim Chun-soo smirks, I proved to you long ago that this cheap trick is useless. But the corners of Hyun, the blacksmith's lips curl up into a twisted, devious smirk. He already knew that. I know, the blacksmith growls, but you were never my real target. Kim Chun-soo's eyes instantly widen in shock. He stands frozen, and in that split second, Hyun's massive blade violently shifts direction with a wicked horizontal sweep. The Goblin shrieks in panic as it realizes it was totally baited. With a brutal full-power swing, Hyun sends the creature flying. The beast catapults straight into the sky. A massive shockwave ripples through the arena from the sheer force of the impact. The poor little Goblin lands right in the lap of Irene, a beautiful female summoner watching from the stands. She giggles. Well, long time no see, little guy. You and Kim Chun-soo really love throwing yourselves into my lap, do you not? Kim Chun-soo spins around, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Did he actually just swat my summon away like a fly? No matter what he tries, it is just a desperate attempt to stall. I can easily summon it right back, or so he thought. But before he can cast his magic, the system screen flashes a cold, brutal notification. Skill is currently on cooldown. Cooldown, Kim Chun-soo screams in absolute horror. Since when does this skill have a cooldown? But Hyun is already seizing the opening. Closing the distance instantly, Hyun throws a devastating punch straight toward Kim Chun-soo. The fist connects hard, showing absolutely no mercy. Blood sprays from his mouth as his head snaps back. Before he can even recover, a brutal barrage of blows rains down. Hyun unleashes a furious onslaught, completely overwhelming his opponent. Defenseless Kim Chun-soo can only raise his arms to block the impact. He screams in agony, taking the full brunt of the beating. Down below, the audience watches this insane turn of events. Everyone is on the edge of their seats, breaking into a nervous sweat. After enduring that painful beatdown, Kim Chun-soo staggers. He forces himself up, fresh blood dripping from his nose. He touches his face, finally realizing just how bad things are. Standing opposite him, Hyun waves his hands in a smug, mocking gesture. Scared already? I have not even drawn my weapon yet. Kim Chun-soo wipes the blood from his lip, letting out a soft scoff. Then he throws his head back and laughs out loud. The entire crowd stares in confusion. He throws his hands up toward the spectator, stands and shouts quite a surprise right. Seeing me take a beating is way more exciting than a boring one-sided victory, is it not? Below them a fangirl, with pink hair, was frozen in worry a second ago. Now she is wildly jumping and waving her hands in pure excitement. Go Kim Chun-soo, you can do it, she screams. Hearing her passionate support, he sports a smug grin and cracks his knuckles. All right, if you want a fistfight, let us do it. Both fighters pivot on their heels and charge at each other. They crash together at blinding speed, but Hyun lands first, delivering another thunderous uppercut straight to the chin. Blood splatters everywhere. His head is knocked to the side, but Kim Chun-soo simply spits out a mouthful of blood completely unfazed. He is not even trying to defend himself. Suddenly, that mouthful of blood sprays directly into the blacksmith's eyes. Hyun covers his eyes, screaming in rage, "You dirty, cheap bastard." Seizing the perfect opening, Kim Chun-soo leaps high into the air. A dark, menacing aura wraps around him as he smirks. "Cheap, watch your mouth, old man." This is strategy. He instantly triggers his signature summoner skill. Right on cue, the goblin spawns directly above the blacksmith's head. Time to face the Demon King, he laughs. Kim Chun-soo's system screen flashes rapidly before displaying a successful activation. He has successfully gained 1 goblin point. Up in the stands, tens of thousands of players erupt into wild cheers. They jump and yell in absolute frenzy over this stunning victory. Inside her commentary booth, Catherine Lai looks down. The arena is glowing under the bright lights as she marvels. All these people screaming their lungs out for one person. Down on the floor, the old blacksmith Hyun opens his eyes, grinning in his own delusion. Yes, they are cheering for me. I am the superstar here. But reality quickly hits as he lies flat on his back, bruised and bloodied on the ground. Over the loudspeaker, the announcer yells, "Unbelievable. Hyun just set a brand new record by lasting for exactly 1 minute and 28 seconds. Down in the crowd, spectators whisper that even past his prime, the old man put up a fight. That was still pretty formidable. But then again, is surviving for barely a minute really something to brag about? Honestly, it's just sad for the next challenger. No chance. Kim Chun-soo stands tall right in the middle, looking incredibly cool. He gestures for the next challenger with a cocky smirk as if asking who wants to go next. Suddenly, Hawoning leaps over the ropes in her yellow crop jacket and blue athletic pants, stepping right into the ring. Kim Chun-soo blinks in utter shock. Wait, is that not the same girl he was just awkwardly scratching his head over? He thought she was a female fan, making Hawoning crack her knuckles in rage as she growls at him in anger. Still playing dumb, she demands to know why he pretends they are strangers when she is standing right there. Up in the stands, her pink-haired teammate Min Chol can only sigh. That dummy ran down just because he did not recognize her. The blonde guy next to him, Jong Min, looks on with mild curiosity, wondering why she is taking it so personally. He narrows his eyes. A sudden suspicion, hey, does that girl actually have a crush on Kim Chun-soo? Min Chol flinches instantly, his face turning pale in shock as the sudden question hits the absolute bullseye. To break the awkward silence, he laughs nervously and waves his hand to dismiss the whole thing as nonsense. Jongmin chuckles, playing it off as a joke that went way too far. Meanwhile, back down on the stage, Hee-won quickly pulls out an item emitting bright green lightning, prompting a sudden warning alert from the system. She has activated the exclusive demon mask for 5 minutes, smugly asking Kim Chun-soo if he remembers this specific object. Kim Chun-soo's eyes widen in absolute panic, while the lazy goblin behind him simply lets out a massive yawn. Total panic. Kim Chun-soo is utterly baffled as a creepy mask literally begins to emerge directly from her hand. The annoyed girl shouts for him to stop pretending like he has never seen it before, glaring at him with resentment. She reminds him how he used to flatter her and call her his honorary goblin back when he needed help. But now that he is famous, he ignores her. Her face turns dead serious as she notes how terrible he is. She snaps that she never wanted to resort to this as the demon mask begins to leak a dark, eerie mist. The cursed object floats slowly into the air, programmed to immediately possess whoever stands closest to its presence, too fast to react. The mask shoots forward, latching itself tightly onto Hye-woning's face as energy swirls. A blinding green light erupts, swallowing the entire arena, which makes Irene instantly leap to her feet in absolute shock. Staring at the rolling green smoke, her face fills with deep worry as she stammers about the item. She cannot comprehend how someone like Hye-woning could get her hands on it. Meanwhile, another player looks on. The observer smirks with genuine interest, muttering that the legendary demon mask is an incredibly rare monster drop. That unique beast is extremely fast and hard to track down, making it almost impossible to hunt successfully. Even if you manage to kill it, the drop rate is unbelievably low. He shakes his head in regret. If used correctly, this mask could easily become one of the most powerful gears in the entire game. It is such a shame that a legendary masterpiece falls into the hands of an average ordinary player. From a distance, Min Chol sighs in worry, realizing she has actually gone ahead and pulled that dangerous thing out. Jong Min shivers in agreement, admitting that watching her use it always gives him the absolute chills. Too terrified to speak, No one ever expected her raw power to spike this dramatically in an instant. She stomps her foot hard onto the floor, sending a shockwave of dark green energy exploding violently all around her. The crowd holds their breath in fear as her eyes glow a menacing red right through the creepy mask. This raw explosion of power is on a completely different level, far exceeding anyone's wild expectations. He breaks into a cold sweat. The level 76 Kim Chun-soo warily watches as everything completely shifts. She taunts him, asking if he plans to act like he has never seen this form before either. She smirks proudly, adding that she won't blame him this time because this complete transformation is new. He has simply never had the chance to witness it. She then calmly explains the mask's true power. The deepest, most desperate desires hidden in a person's heart are not easily changed at will, she explains. No matter what bizarre forms she tries to imagine, her body in the end will only do one thing. It expands her muscles to the absolute maximum instead of mutating her. Clenching her fists, she steps forward. The entire stage shakes violently with her steps. In terms of pure physical force, this form is completely unmatched, to whatever terrifying limit she desired. The girl's powerful stomp shook the entire stage, sending massive tremors echoing throughout the arena, causing Chun-soo to lose his balance, stumbling as he let out a panicked scream. Seizing her chance, Hae-won-hee leaped gracefully, high into the air, diving straight toward Chun-soo with lethal intent. Suddenly, her system screen flashed, signaling she had activated a combo skill combining her demon mask, thigh reinforcement, and her brawler lightning kick to unleash a devastating downward strike that left Chun-soo wide-eyed and screaming in pure agony. Up in the commentator booth, even Catherine Lai watched with her jaw dropped in complete disbelief, who destroys the entire arena just to throw their opponent off balance. This insane move was something a normal fighter would never even dream of trying. Suddenly, the goblin came diving down like a blazing arrow, ready to smash its giant mace right onto Hae-won-hee's head. She let out a small cry, but with her lightning-fast reflexes, the agile girl managed to twist her body and dodge the goblin's smash with fluid grace right there in the middle of the air. Her system interface flashed once more as she pivoted her attack mid-flight, unleashing her brawler acrobatic kick. The massive strike slammed hard into the goblin, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent the beast flying. Down on the ground, Chun-soo gasped in terror as he looked up and realized something heavy was falling right toward him. It was none other than his own summoned ally. The goblin came crashing straight onto his face, triggering a massive earth-shaking explosion right in the center of the arena. The sheer force of the impact launched both of them back into the air, trailing blood in a grim spectacle. Without giving them a single second to breathe, Hae-won-hee dove down like a thunderbolt. Her brawler skill activated once again, sending her legs blurring into a flurry of phantom after-images. A merciless rain of heavy kicks began to slam down, unleashing her crushing skill and cracking the arena floor. Trapped on the ground, Chun-soo took the full force of the brutal barrage, screaming out in agony. The crowd shivered in fear, while the elf girl up in the stands could only marvel as she analyzed the fluid transition mid-kick to blow away the goblin and strike Kim Chun-soo at the same time. Talk about impressive reflexes. Not only was her raw power boosted, but all of her physical stats seemed completely enhanced. The elf narrowed her eyes, assessing the one-sided match. No matter how strong your summoned beasts are, Chun-soo, if you as the summoner get taken down first. But before she could even finish her thought, she gasped, her eyes widening as she let out a shocked scream. What on earth was that? Down on the shattered stage, Kim Chun-soo was tightly clutching a very familiar green leg, while the announcer's voice boomed. Contender Kim Chun-soo. The commentator roared over the mic as he saw him lift the goblin up to block the blow. Chun-soo was literally using his own summon as a meat shield to protect himself. Talk about absolutely shameless. Hae-won-hee stomped down ruthlessly. The poor goblin took every single hit. The commentator wailed, "Just look at the poor little creature crying in absolute pain." Talk about a completely heartless and cruel move. Down in the stands, disgusted whispers began to spread. What a total blow to his image. Seriously, looking at him now, he really does have a punchable face. Unlike the angry crowd, however, the elf girl simply hung her head in deep disappointment. His career was as good as done. An influencer without a good reputation was practically finished. How could he do this? Her cool, heroic image of him was totally shattered. Had she completely misjudged Kim Chun-soo? Dispirited, she turned her back, muttering under her breath about how he ruthlessly sacrificed his little summon just to save his own neck, throwing his teammate under the bus the second things got tough. How incredibly disappointing. Down on the stage, the pressure from the crowd was building. Chun-soo realized he was in deep trouble. An influencer relies entirely on their public image. If this animal abuse scandal stuck, his career was officially over. Suddenly, an angry shout echoed from the side of the stage, telling Kim Chun-soo to quit messing around and finish this. But ignoring the world's criticism, Chun-soo gathered his strength, lifting the heavy goblin high above his head. who said anything about messing around. Gripping the goblin tightly by its ankles, he swung it backward like a seasoned baseball player, gathering momentum. With a massive burst of power, Chun-soo hurled the goblin forward, launching it soaring high into the air, straight toward Hae-won-hee as he roared for his summon to finish her. The goblin tore through the sky like a bullet, screaming with its tongue out, while Hae-won-hee watched from below, her fists clenched in absolute fury. Her eyes widened as she saw the creature hurtling toward her at breakneck speed. Throwing his own summon, damn it, there was no dodging this. The sheer impact shattered her demon mask, causing the pieces to fall away. She cried out, saying she only wanted to say hi. Revealing her true face once again, she let out a helpless laugh but still grumbled that he was the one who provoked her. So whatever happened next, she muttered, they would just have to call it even. But before she could finish, the flying goblin slammed directly into Hae-won-hee. The brutal momentum of the collision carried them both through the air. A brutal force blasts her straight out of the ring. The announcer screams into his mic until his throat goes dry. Contestant Hae-won-hee is knocked out. This gives the final victory to the dirty, underhanded Kim Chun-soo. But instead of cheers, the arena falls into tense silence. Violent boos and angry jeers erupt from the stands, leaving Kim Chun-soo totally baffled. Why on earth is everyone booing him? The elf girl standing near the ring screams in absolute rage. Kim Chun-soo leans over, trying to hear her over the deafening noise. He asks her what she just said because it is way too loud. She cups her hands and screams about the little goblin he used. He literally used that tiny goblin as a human shield. Yet Kim Chun-soo just wears a blank expression and casually shrugs it off. He acts like it is absolutely no big deal. His utter lack of morals leaves the poor elf girl completely speechless. She clutches her head in sheer disbelief. She starts questioning everything, wondering how she could have been so blind. Was her cool, heroic idol Kim Chun-soo really just a shameless jerk this entire time? The truth hits her hard. Meanwhile, the little goblin sobbed miserably as the demon mask floated up into the air, detached from its owner. Out of nowhere, the mask charges straight at Kim Chun-soo. He freezes, totally caught off guard by the sudden movement. The system rules flash on screen. Once summoned, the demon mask instantly binds to the closest target nearby. The mask latches onto Kim Chun-soo's face. A massive burst of toxic green light erupts, causing the announcer to go wild. He screams into his mic the demon mask Hae-won-hee's summon has locked onto that terrible scumbag, Kim Chun-soo. The elf girl nearby breaks into a cold sweat. She angrily leans over to tell him to watch his mouth. The host laughs awkwardly, admitting he got a bit too carried away by the intense drama of the match. Down below, the elf girl stares at the stage with deep worry, quietly whispering Kim Chun-soo's name as the smoke rises. Suddenly, a massive pillar of emerald light explodes, engulfing the entire arena and making the crowd shiver. What terrifying monstrosity is forming inside that thick fog? Meanwhile, inside the recovery room, two teammates shout in pure shock. They stare at Hae-won-hee as she opens her eyes, asking if she is actually some kind of indestructible monster. How did she wake up so fast after taking such a direct hit? The grumpy girl just groans from the floor. She survived that brutal beating and recovered in under a minute, but now she is annoyed by the roaring noise outside. Her teammate looks out and explains the chaos. It turns out Kim Chun-soo is currently tearing the whole place apart. While she was unconscious, that cursed demon mask caused a massive scandal, which brings a smug smirk to Hae-won-hee's face. She figures the outside world must be in complete ruins, happily imagining the worst possible fate for her rival. That glorious Kim Chun-soo they all worshipped has probably transformed into a hideous, disgusting goblin by now. She chuckles, calling it sweet karma for everything he did. But her teammate is quick to crush her fantasy. He immediately throws cold water on her wild theory, asking if she is still half asleep or just talking nonsense. That leaves her completely speechless. He sighs heavily and points toward the main exit, urging her to go see. Her precious treasure only ended up serving as a perfect stepping stone for someone else to claim the ultimate victory. Hae-won-hee springs up like a coiled wire, shouting in complete denial. There is no way this makes any sense. If Kim Chun-soo actually put on that cursed demon mask, then his final fate should be totally sealed. She mutters in disbelief as she runs toward the exit, convinced he must have turned into a hideous monster. Instead, she is hit by a blinding, brilliant golden glow radiating from the game system. It is absolutely unreal. Inside the fantasy world of heaven, she can only watch in shock as the host screams over the loudspeakers. A magnificent, majestic guardian angel has actually descended upon the arena, prompting the host to scream at the top of his lungs. The system description reveals that the demon mask actually reflects the most righteous desire hidden deep inside the user's soul. An actual angel has appeared. Below the stage, the emotional crowd falls to their knees, weeping uncontrollably. They cry out that an angel has truly descended, begging for forgiveness for ever doubting his noble and pure character. The players who were just insulting him now beat their chests in deep regret, tears streaming down their faces. How could someone with such a holy aura possibly be evil? They feel incredibly foolish for misunderstanding his true intentions. They beg the great Kim Chun-soo to punish them, hoping to wash away their terrible sins for insulting his grand righteousness. The system continues to explain the artifact emits the brilliant golden light. The demon mask always reveals the user's deepest desires. It could be a yearning for an outstanding appearance or a hunger for fame that commands respect from everyone. Or perhaps it represents some other deep unspoken dream. The possibilities of the mask are truly endless. Countless desperate desires. Humans are flawed, and clawing to fill those gaps is pure instinct. The elf girl cradles the cat from her memories, her eyes heavy with sorrow. Normal people always wish for happiness. Having enough room in one's soul to care for someone else is a luxury she never possessed. Gazing up at the brilliant, blinding light shining high above, she quietly wonders what really drives him deep down. Did he actually wish to become an existence that always puts the needs of others before himself? Tears stream down her face and she chokes out his name in sheer disbelief. Kim Chun-soo, what are you? Meanwhile, down in the stands, the thugs that Kim Chun-soo once thrashed are now kneeling on the floor. They weep in utter adoration, wondering if this angel is really the same beast who beat them to a pulp. They decide they deserve the beating, crying out his name. And honestly, this whole scene is getting completely ridiculous. Wake up, you absolute fools, she screams. You got pulverized by this guy and you still have no pride left. She grits her teeth, refusing to accept the ridiculous reality unfolding right in front of her. This makes absolutely no sense. She thinks her entire plan was to utterly humiliate him in public. Remembering his fat, ugly form from the illusion, she frowns. Where did that hideous greed to become a goblin disappear to? Staring up at the figure hovering majestically high up in the air, she screams out in pure panic. Why on earth does he look like an angel? She shrieks, pointing her finger straight to the sky. Stop faking it, she yells. Your real nature is trash. There is no way you are this holy. She turns to the crowd, desperately pleading with them to wake up and see through the illusion. It is all a lie, she screams. Do not let him fool you, even though the demon mask reveals desire. Sweating profusely, Hae-won-ning insists that the trash she knows could never wish for something so pure. The real Kim Chun-soo, she knows, is an absolute scumbag. There is no way he holds such pure intentions inside. Just then, the angelic Kim Chun-soo begins to speak, but only bizarre, incomprehensible magical symbols echo from his lips. Hae-won-ning stands frozen in absolute confusion, having no earthly idea what gibberish he is currently uttering. She frantically racks her brain, trying to decode the alien tongue. Is he apologizing or begging for mercy? Maybe it is just a friendly greeting or a thank you. Wait, why on earth would he thank her? Shaking it off, she scoffs with a smug grin. Whatever he is saying, it does not even matter. Nothing good ever comes out of that liar's mouth. But then the blinding holy light washes over her. Her heart suddenly skips a beat and her ironclad hatred crumbles as she feels a strange warmth within. Those were not hateful words. Right then, a blue system screen flashes with a critical warning. The demon mask's duration has expired, canceling the summoning. The blinding light fades, revealing his true face. Magic still flickers in Kim Chun-soo's eyes as he offers a sheepish apology for startling the crowd. Instantly, the arena erupts into absolute chaos, with fans screaming his name at the top of their lungs. Tears stream down the faces of male players in the crowd as they chant his name like fanboys. Did you hear what that girl said? One player gasps. That beautiful angel is his soul's deepest desire. He literally wished to become a holy savior. That is insane. Even his inner soul is completely flawless. How can we not stand him? Meanwhile, the elf girl snaps out of her daze and desperately reaches out. She turns pale, frantically pointing toward the arena floor to warn them about a brewing disaster. Look out, she screams, pointing at the tiny black goblin summon plummeting helplessly through the air in a battered, stiff state. Juju rushes over to catch the fallen creature, whispering in a panic to the elf girl next to him. Why is this little guy in such terrible shape? He asks. We need to slip away while everyone is distracted. Grab him and let us get out of here now. Amidst the chaos, a pink-haired player watches them with a knowing smirk. As the two try to slip down a quiet corridor, a cold, sharp voice suddenly cuts them off. Where exactly do you think you two are sneaking off to in such a hurry? Kim Chun-soo. High up in the stands, a cloaked figure quietly slips away unnoticed amidst the deafening cheers. A mysterious man wearing a half-mask casts a freezing analytical glare back toward the center stage. The black goblin drops onto the cold floor and completely shatters, leaving both of them frozen in utter shock. A charred, smoking corpse lies right on the floor. How did this stagnant bastard end up roasted like a piece of burnt pork belly? The elf girl folds her arms and sighs. It is completely his fault, since he claimed he hated kind souls. He jumps up, screaming in total frustration. My fault, what the hell? Meanwhile, she just stands there quietly thinking. Even if he transformed into an angel, this was not some targeted attack. So why on earth did he suddenly burn to a crisp like this? Truth is deep down in her young mind. She is spinning with one massive, shocking question. Just how terrifying is Kim Chun-soo's actual power? Shaking off these crazy thoughts, she quickly regains her confidence. She quickly begins calculating. Although it was an unexpected twist, his favorability with her has officially skyrocketed. It is actually much higher than before. Now he just needs to wrap up this remaining match in one clean sweep. If he does that, his fame and fortune will skyrocket to a level far beyond anything he has ever enjoyed. But Irene instantly drags him back to reality with a very practical question. Can this Boblinlin even be revived? Kim Chun-soo smirks, pulling out a glowing red item as he confidently reminds Thua that he is the expert handling this kid. He immediately swings a bright red whip, lashing out wildly while screaming at the top of his lungs to vent. Get up right now, you little brat. Because of you, I cannot even compete, you useless, completely good-for-nothing idiot. And just when he thinks he is safe, look who is watching. A camera lens quietly zooms in on his outburst. The pink-haired girl hides behind the door, flashing a sly, triumphant grin as she thinks about how great these shots look. Clutching the evidence in her hands, she happily turns to leave, satisfied that she has gathered more than enough dirt. But just as she steps out into the hallway, she freezes right in her tracks when she bumps into someone. It is a mysterious cloaked man wearing a half-mask. Before she can even ask who he is, the stranger unleashes, slams a devastating punch straight into her face. Back inside the waiting room, Kim Chun-soo suddenly flinches at a loud noise. Hearing a door slam shut outside, he yells to ask what that was. Irene breaks into a sweat trying to stop him. What if someone saw us? She panics, but Kim Chun-soo is already flinging the door open and shouting to see who is there. He looks down the hallway, but it is completely empty. Irene sighs, grumbling that it must have just been the wind. Since they are literally inside a game, she calls him an idiot and shuts the door. Kim Chun-soo just turns back. He mutters that the Boblinlin should be fully healed by now, so they had better get back out there. Immediately, the Boblinlin springs back to life, roaring with renewed energy. Kim Chun-soo lets out a massive yawn, lazily stretching his arms. He says they should wrap this up quickly so he can leave. But mid-yawn, a sudden brutal attack flies in. It strikes him dead in the throat, cutting his yawn short and making him scream in agony as system notifications flash. He is completely paralyzed, his body freezing up as he stutters helplessly. Standing nearby, Irene can only facepalm. She sighs, calling him an idiot and reminding him that she told him to dispel that curse hours ago. Oh, he is in deep trouble now. Standing right in front of Kim Chun-soo is a fiery gladiator radiating a blazing aura. The guy growls that he was going to go easy on the goblin, but Kim Chun-soo dared to yawn right in his face. As a result, Kim Chun-soo is engulfed in raging flames, screaming in absolute agony while his jaw is still paralyzed. Roasted alive by the intense heat, he can only curse silently in his mind. Suddenly, a massive scoreboard flashes. It announces the winner of the first ever Kim Chun-soo special tournament, Catch the Golden Boblinlin event. Up on the podium, the victorious fighter raises his hands to celebrate alongside the announcer. The system crowns him under the name Asbaz, while Kim Chun-soo lies face down on the arena floor, literally smoking. But the crowd is not happy. They erupt in pure fury, throwing garbage and screaming that beating a helpless opponent for 5 whole minutes is pathetic. Red-faced with rage, Nat Lam snaps back, telling the crowd to get up there and fight him themselves. The announcer quickly steps in, pulling out a glowing item to present the official championship prize prepared by Kim Chun-soo himself. It is a high-grade weapon protection ticket, but the fighter yells, asking how they dare hand him such trash. The host quickly yells for him to wait, revealing that the item is actually worth an entire billion. His eyes pop wide open as he mutters in disbelief. The screen zooms in on the premium 50/50 safety ticket. It prevents weapon destruction even after 50 failed enhancement attempts. He stares at it, trembling before offering a firm handshake. Choking back tears, the fighter asks again how much it is worth, immediately dropping to his knees in deep gratitude. He grasps the host's hands, his previous rage completely forgotten. With the tension cleared, the announcer eagerly continues. Second place goes to Won Ning with a record of 1 minute and 41 seconds, winning a photo card of Kim Chun-soo. She glares at the card with utter disgust, feeling like anything other than first place is just straight trash. Meanwhile, the host announces third place goes to Hun at 1 minute 28 seconds, awarding him an elixir worth 50 million won. The blonde guy happily cradles his prize while Won Ning stands right beside him, completely losing her temper and shouting, "Why is third place so much better than second?" The host clears his throat, wrapping up the massive event. The special Kim Chun-soo Cup has officially come to an end, and he asks the audience to cheer for the players. They gave everyone an incredible show made possible by Kim Chun-soo himself. The audience erupts into a wave of wild cheers. The crowd roars with excitement, showing their loudest support as Kim Chun-soo recovers a bit and waves to his adoring fans. He looks just like a beloved savior of the world. Meanwhile, in a dark, desolate corner of some forgotten ruins, a lone figure lies motionless, face down in the dirt before suddenly jolting awake with a painful gasp. Coughing up a pool of dark blood, the pink-haired girl from earlier struggles to stand up, hacking violently in pain. She grits her teeth in sheer rage, wondering who the hell that bastard was and why he keeps following her. The pink-haired girl knits her brows, blinking in confusion as she notices a shattered pile of plastic on the ground. Her camera is completely destroyed, and as she realizes what she lost, her face twists in a furious, savage snarl. "You bastard, are you working with Kim Chun-soo? If those photos I took get out, it is going to ruin someone's entire life." She screams like a total lunatic, her bloodshot eyes bulging as she boasts about hitting a nerve, laughing maniacally. But then her face twists into a wicked, cunning smirk. "That cheap camera was nothing but a decoy, you absolute idiot. Who in their right mind uses a physical camera inside a game anyway?" She quickly pulls up her system interface. "I recorded the whole footage of you beating that goblin to a pulp. Enjoy your temporary peace, Kim Chun-soo." The scene shifts to a colossal, gleaming skyscraper rising above the city skyline as a quiet, reflective voice starts speaking. "What does it feel like to live up so high? 100 stories up, anyone would want to experience that luxury." Kim Chun-soo stands tall by the massive glass window, draped in a flashy gold-patterned suit with his arms coolly crossed over. He gazes down at the street, muttering that living on lower floors must make runs to the convenience store super fast. He turns away, barely holding back a smug, mischievous grin before finally bursting into a loud, shoulder-shaking laugh. His laughter echoes through the room before he suddenly flings his arms wide and shouts out, "Actually, I am not jealous. Because my own house is easily 100 times better than this." He dives happily onto a massive luxury bed. He is officially loaded. He stuffs his mouth with high-end cookies that cost 8,000 won a piece. Now he can eat as many as he wants. He struts out of a high-end store loaded with designer bags. He grabs luxury outfits that others could only dream of, buying them instantly without even looking at price tags. He pops open sparkling bottles of champagne worth millions of won, chugging them down like regular water without a care. But then he stands lost in a massive, never-ending hallway. Above all, the ultimate flex of his wealth is this mansion. There are over 30 rooms in this place, and walking around gets so confusing it feels like navigating a dungeon. Sweating bullets, Kim Chun-soo frantically throws open doors until he finally locates the room housing his Heaven gaming capsule. Slipping on his headset, he slides into the plush capsule. He has achieved wealth, fame, and everything he ever wanted. Yet in the quiet capsule, a strange hollow feeling creeps up on him, and he murmurs softly to himself. Staring up, he wonders why he feels so incomplete when he literally has everything a person could ever ask for. Is this really all there is? Suddenly, he jolts awake in panic, spotting someone resting in the capsule next to him. Wait, what is she doing here? The scene abruptly shifts back to the game where the elf girl walks alongside him. They stroll down a massive hallway. She compliments him on a wildly successful event, praising his leadership as Kim Chun-soo. He actually dared to pummel Captain Gun while the grumpy leader was completely paralyzed for 5 whole minutes. Suddenly, Kim Chun-soo freezes. Basking in the warm sunlight by the window, the mage Irene stands leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. She coolly glances over, casually stating she has been waiting before offering a quiet greeting after all this time. When she calls out his name, Kim Chun-soo completely freezes in his tracks, stammering in confusion as sweat beads on his forehead. His brain works in overdrive. Is this another acquaintance? Who on earth is she? And what does she want? Failing to recognize her could spell absolute disaster, so playing along seems way safer than admitting he has no clue. He drops hint after hint, but the guy is completely clueless. Still nothing. Even after all of this, he still does not get it. Seeing that he decides to pivot, he quickly clasps his hands, instantly playing the smooth flatterer like they are old friends. He asks if she is the silver-ranked summoner, Irene, the level 77 summoner. He compliments her, saying she looks as beautiful as ever. Hearing this, Irene turns bright red, completely flustered. She shyly cups her cheeks, completely thrown off by his sudden mix of polite speech and shameless flirting. And he actually called her beautiful too. She wonders when he even memorized her class and level. Quickly composing herself, she flips her hair and flashes a proud, confident smile. She brags that she expected his goldfish brain to forget her, but he actually did pretty well. Just then, the elf girl hiding behind Kim Chun-soo speaks up. Peeking out, she asks if Irene really knows him. Kim Chun-soo breaks into a sweat, offering an awkward laugh before answering. He tells her they are super close and were high school classmates. The elf girl crosses her arms, looking extremely skeptical as she questions him. She sneers mockingly, saying she never expected him to have a celebrity friend. Wait, is she really famous? Kim Chun-soo flinches, breaking into a sweat. He wonders if she is a celebrity. The elf girl then explains Irene's glamorous past, mentioning that she actually used to be a pop singer. Her music career was pretty short-lived, but her incredible skills in Heaven do have made her way more famous now than back then. Kim Chun-soo casually shrugs, pointing out that since she is already his friend, there is no need for any explanation. Hearing that, the elf girl narrows her eyes. She mockingly tells him that there is absolutely no way a star like her would ever be friends with him, warning him not to treat her like a fool. Her sharp words leave Kim Chun-soo completely speechless. Suddenly, she flashes a cold, sharp grin and turns her gaze toward the beautiful mage. She asks Irene a rather loaded question, wondering if her little puppy is still doing well. The female mage eyes widen in shock. She stammeringly asks how she could possibly know about that. The elf girl casually shrugs, replying that she simply used to be a fan. Yes, a dedicated fan from a very long time ago. A quick flashback reveals her as a high schooler staring bitterly at Irene's pictures on her phone. She scowled, muttering, "What the hell is this?" with her feet propped on the desk. Jealousy consumed her as she admitted Irene was indeed gorgeous. It was so annoying that she decided to follow her just to leave malicious hate comments. But as she scrolled through the feed, she suddenly froze. Her eyes lit up. A picture of a fluffy, snow-white puppy eating on her screen completely melted her cold heart. She swooned, cooing over how adorable and tiny the little cotton ball was, instantly forgetting all of her previous jealousy. She repeatedly tapped the screen, complaining that Irene had only posted a few pictures of the pup before completely stopping. Back in the present, she crosses her arms and scolds Irene, pointing out that she deleted every single one of those photos. Now almost nobody knows about the dog. She tells her she should have kept posting for the sake of that little cotton ball's fans. She even suggests Irene should have made a burner account. Irene casts her eyes down, a touch of sadness washing over her face as she replies. She softly agrees that she really should have. But then Irene quickly regains her sharp composure, wearing a curious smile as she asks a new question. She inquires about the true nature of their relationship, noting how close they seem. She then smirks confidently, tapping her lips with a mysterious air. She points out that they definitely do not look like a couple. Hearing this, the elf girl immediately glares at her, stepping in. She shields Chun-soo like a protective mother hen. Let's be real, she definitely thinks Irene is just after his new fame. She mentally warns the vixen to back off, declaring that she will never let anyone take advantage of Chun-soo. She then poses defiantly. The elf girl places her hands on her hips and proudly lifts her chin to brag that she is currently living under the same roof with him. Irene is completely shocked by the news, her face pale as she stammers out a confused reply. Meanwhile, the elf girl remains totally unfazed. She asks why Irene is making such a big deal out of it, claiming she is just his 24/7 manager doing her job. She asserts her authority as the manager who needs to keep a very close eye on him. Sensing victory, she gets right in her face. Wearing a playful smirk, she advises Irene not to get the wrong idea, since it is purely professional, though she can imagine whatever she wants. Irene practically jumps out of her skin, her face burning up as she protests that a manager should just stick to her professional duties. She argues that two unrelated people have absolutely no business sharing a home, but the elf girl just fires back with a breezy shrug. She asks why Irene is suddenly throwing a tantrum over a simple, convenient arrangement. As the tension in the room reaches a boiling point, Chun-soo frantically waves his hands to break up the fight, begging them both to stop arguing over such a ridiculous living arrangement. He explains that Irene is likely just uncomfortable with the idea of them being entirely alone. Then he comes up with a crazy proposal. He casually invites Irene to move in with them since they have plenty of empty rooms anyway. This completely outrages his elf manager. She screams, calling him an absolute lunatic. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a quiet real-world hospital room where a heart monitor beeps steadily. A weary voice calls out, telling his mother that he has arrived. It is the spiky-haired man, looking exhausted as he visits his mother. Gazing at her on the hospital bed, he feels a wave of relief as he delivers the good news that the medical bills are paid. He adds that her surgery is finally scheduled. Looking at her frail face, he chokes back his tears, gently scolding her for always worrying. He kept crying about dying constantly, apologizing to his kid. See, Mom, being alive is all that matters. He rubs his forehead, mocking himself. Isn't that exactly what he should have said? Suddenly, his gaze turns ice cold as he murmurs the name of the man who ruined his life. Chun-soo. Clenching his mother's weak hand, he makes an unwavering vow from the bottom of his heart. This debt will be paid in full. Back in the game's luxury apartment, the elf girl stands at the door holding a suitcase, looking absolutely furious. Chun-soo greets her with a warm smile, welcoming her to his home, but she instantly scowls and barks back. What welcome? Are you really moving in here permanently? Irene snaps, but the elf girl just drags her suitcase inside and shrugs. Why shouldn't I? You two aren't even married, the elf girl yells in frustration, arguing that this means they have absolutely no boundaries. Irene immediately fires back, asking who she thinks she is calling her that and demanding to know how old she even is. The elf girl lifts her chin, claiming she is plenty old enough, but Irene sneers that she is probably way past her prime. She tells her she looks totally fake. As the tension reaches a boiling point, Chun-soo breaks out in a sweat and quickly steps in. He tells them they must be exhausted from the trip, then eagerly offers to show Irene to her new room, opening the door. He says she can take this space, leaving Irene completely thrilled that she gets such a massive room all to herself. Chun-soo waves his hand, modestly downplaying it as barely 80 square meters, which immediately drives the elf girl standing behind them absolutely insane. She screams that it is the biggest room in the house, calling him a simp. Next, Chun-soo leads Irene down the hall. He points out the bathroom, but the door suddenly swings open, revealing the elf girl in the tub who shrieks in terror. Sometime later, Irene sits calmly on the living room floor, gently squeezing some lotion onto her hands to moisturize her skin. The elf girl stands behind her with crossed arms, closely monitoring her. Irene looks back while applying the lotion and starts teasing. She asks how long she plans to stand there, hovering, adding that while she doesn't mind watching so intensely must be exhausting. The elf girl flinches frantically, waving her hands as she desperately tries to make excuses, claiming the idea is absolutely ridiculous. Suddenly acting hot, she snaps that she is only standing guard to make absolutely sure that nothing gets stolen from the apartment. Irene quietly smirks, knowing the girl is completely obsessed. Still, the elf girl keeps her tightly crossed arms, glaring suspiciously at her. She points suspiciously at the moisturizer jar, accusing her of secretly using her expensive cosmetics without asking. Irene strokes her chin and fires back, telling her that her skin is far too sensitive to put cheap products on it. She adds that if that were the case, she wouldn't have bothered dragging all that heavy luggage here in the first place. The elf girl narrows her eyes with deep suspicion, asking if there really is only luggage in those bags. Stepping closer, she looks directly at Irene's back and demands to know what she did with her puppy. Irene pauses, lowering her eyes sadly as she replies that she cannot just bring a pet when crashing at someone else's place. The elf girl sneers mockingly, noting that she actually has some decency before casually waving her hand to brush it off. She tells her she can just bring it, claiming she already cleared it with Chun-soo, making the guy spin around in shock. He asks when she ever said that, but before he can defend himself, a powerful punch from the elf girl slams into him. Chun-soo collapses to the floor, literally smoking from the sheer pain of the gut punch, while the elf girl remains furious. She calls him an idiot. Amidst their chaotic comedy routine, Irene lets out a soft sigh, her voice dropping to a somber tone. She explains she simply cannot bring her pet, quietly calling out the name Mizin, which makes the face-planted Chun-soo whisper. He wonders aloud if he has heard that name somewhere before, only to be snapped at by the elf girl for being an idiot. Chun-soo suddenly sits straight up, remembering something massive, and shouts that Mizin isn't a puppy at all but a massive beast. He argues it's either a massive cat or a tiger, but Irene's voice suddenly drops low, her distant gaze clouding with deep sorrow. She tells Chun-soo he is wrong and that the name actually belonged to someone else. Behind them, a terrifying image appears. A giant beast resembling a snow-white saber-toothed tiger flashes on screen as Irene chokes out that she only used that name. She wanted to make herself feel better. Suddenly, she looks straight at them, confessing a truth that will honestly send chills down your spine. She confesses she was the one who killed Mizin. The scene flashes back to a bright blue sky over a bustling city. Her tragic story began right here, fueled by her burning dream of becoming a singer when she recklessly arrived in the city. Arriving completely alone in this magnificent metropolis, Irene remembers her first overwhelming days walking the busy streets as a clueless outsider. Having spent her whole life in a tiny, impoverished village, everything in front of her eyes suddenly felt incredibly foreign and overwhelming. Crowds of busy strangers rushed past each other, leaving her to walk alone through the uncaring streets. But that initial shock was brief. She quickly adapted and blended into the fast-paced gears of the grand metropolis, requiring very little time to find her footing. She gradually adapted to it. An image of a pure white puppy appears on her empty bed. But even as time passes, she can never get used to one thing. Standing outside a luxury pet store, the small girl silently stares through the glass, lonely. Holding the white puppy, her face is filled with joy as she recounts how on her way home from work one day she decided to adopt a little puppy from a pet store. Seeing it all alone, she felt its situation was just like her own solitary life in a foreign land. Besides, she had always dreamed of raising a dog once she lived on her own. Irene lies on the wooden floor, smiling affectionately at the little pup eating nearby. Even just having it around filled her life with endless joy. The puppy eagerly devours its delicious meal. It was so adorable and clingy that she could easily spend all day just playing around with it. Soon, the adorable puppy became a social media hit, racking up countless likes. Overjoyed and incredibly proud, she took a few photos to show off online, and to her surprise, it got way more likes than any of her other posts. Her friends were so jealous, making her even prouder of her decision. But get this, the endless grind of work was starting to drag her away. Back then, she thought she was the luckiest girl alive, passing the singer audition after only 2 tries and quickly signing a trainee contract with a famous entertainment agency. But in exchange, the amount of time she had to spend away from home practicing grew longer and longer. Meanwhile, the poor puppy sat completely alone in the dark house, waiting under a faint sliver of light from the door crack. Exhaustion began weighing on her shoulders. Raising a pet is not all sunshine and rainbows. Only then did she truly realize this. She had assumed it would naturally know where to relieve itself, but it constantly made messes everywhere. Every time she rushed out, Irene only had time to force a smile, tell her pup to be good, and rush off to overnight training sessions. Seeing her pet looked so emaciated she painfully realized the once beautiful white puppy had somehow grown increasingly scruffy and extremely neglected. The dog started growling and barking frantically in its utter loneliness and panic from being left alone. The constant dread of being discovered weighed heavily on Irene. Pets were strictly banned in her building, so she had to hide it. But no matter how she trained or scolded it, every single time it heard her footsteps approaching the door, it would bark, wildly as if it had been waiting forever. Once, while she was furiously yelling, "I told you not to bark," her phone rang, forcing her to change her tone and quickly lie to the person on the line. "No, it is nothing, my dog just keeps barking." And honestly, seeing the poor pup's exhausted face like that, it really breaks your heart. In those moments of sheer fatigue, she had even wished it had never existed. But there was no malice in her, she truly loved it. She just felt that instead of staying with her, it deserved a better owner with more time to care for it. Then one evening, she got a call inviting her to hang out, and Irene immediately complained over the phone about the late notice, saying she just got home before coldly turning around and leaving her little pup behind with a careless remark. "Mom's going out for a bit, she might be back late, so go to sleep first." Recalling the past, Irene coldly walks out of the room, leaving the small puppy staring blankly at its owner's disappearing shadow behind the closing door. In the middle of the pitch-black room, a desperate, heart-wrenching scream echoes out, frantically calling the poor puppy's name. Mien Sen. Back in reality, Irene covers her face and sobs, bitterly confessing the heavy pain she has carried for so long. Even though she eventually debuted and achieved her dream of becoming a singer, that awful image of the pup's final day remained forever burned into her mind, making it completely impossible for her to ever stand on a stage again. Irene's eyes are filled with intense self-blame and deep regret. As she grew older, she realized just how naive and cruel she had been back then. That bitter remorse has been eating away at her soul. Hearing this tragic story, the elf girl shivers, clutching her shoulders as she backs away in utter disgust. Wow, that is seriously despicable, just terrible. It gives me goosebumps just listening to it. Are you even human? The elf girl immediately glares at Chun-soo, pointing forward and shouting in rage, "Hey, I cannot live under the same roof with such a horrible person. If you do not kick her out immediately, then I am the one leaving. Make your choice, what are you going to do?" However, Chun-soo completely brushes the elf's hand away and coldly snaps back. "Is that even your dog? Why are you overreacting like this? And watch your mouth. Do you seriously think you are some kind of perfect holy saint?" The elf girl's eyes widen, her face flushed with fury as she shrieks, "What did you just say, Kim Chun-soo? Do you think because you own this place you can say whatever you want? Just who are you defending right now?" Chun-soo's expression hardens. He glares right back at the elf girl. Isn't that right? She is acting extremely annoying and unreasonable all over a matter that has nothing to do with her. Hasn't she just been looking for excuses to hate her from the start, even before entering? Her face was sour, just waiting to pick a fight. He is not wrong. Getting a cold splash of reality from her housemate, elf girl screams out in pure frustration. "This is nothing, Chun-soo." Suddenly, Irene quietly stands up, walks toward the door, and gently tries to stop them. "Please stop fighting, I will pack up and leave." Irene looks down apologetically, sadly confessing her self-blame. "I am really sorry, it is because of me that this happened. Catherine Lai is right, Chun-soo. I am truly a terrible person." But Chun-soo immediately raises his hand to stop her, firmly insisting she stay. "No, you should stay here, there is no need to move out at all." Then Chun-soo tightens his face, turning to the elf, Catherine Lai, with an extremely stern gaze. "Who I let live in my house is my own business, stop meddling so deeply in my personal life." Catherine Lai. The word meddling feels like rubbing salt in her wound, leaving Catherine Lai completely stunned. She can only freeze and sigh with bitter disappointment. Without a single word, Catherine Lai silently turns around and walks straight out, leaving Chun-soo calling out after her in total confusion. "Hey, where are you going, Catherine Lai?" Seeing this, Irene looks awkwardly at Chun-soo and gently speaks up. "Chun-soo, you do not have to go this far. After all, the one to blame is still me." Chun-soo scratches his head, letting out a long, weary sigh, muttering with annoyance, "No, actually, I have been meaning to have a straight talk with her anyway. She acts as if she is my mother." Looking at his annoyed expression, Irene softly calls his name with quiet gratitude, "Chun-soo," but suddenly the guy goes wild, grabbing his head and screaming like a madman. It turns out he is just acting crazy to make up with the angry elf, but she only stares back, completely speechless and utterly lost for words. Chun-soo angrily slams his hands on the dining table, shouting in frustration at the elf sitting with her back turned. "Hey, stop it already. How long are you going to stay mad? Didn't I already apologize to you?" Catherine Lai coldly crosses her arms, eyes closed, letting out every word with utter finality. "First, you have not actually apologized to me properly. Second, I have decided that from now on I will not bother meddling in your business. Get out of my sight." Chun-soo smirks, letting out a smug, mischievous laugh. "Oh, so you want to play hardball with me like this, huh? You think I do not know how to handle you?" He immediately cups his hands around his mouth and yells to the crowd, "Hey everyone, Catherine Lai and I are dating." This startles the elf, who lunges to cover his mouth while screaming, "Fine, you crazy fool." Back at her desk, Catherine Lai holds her head tirelessly, announcing their next job. There is an urgent support request from a dungeon located in the frozen land of Everfrost. Catherine Lai goes on to explain the dangers, since it is a high-level zone, with far more trouble and accidents than most other places. Sitting right next to her, Irene chimes in with a serious look. "If it is Everfrost, I have actually been there before. My expedition back then dragged on for a whole month before I could return, so I know for a fact it is not an easy place to deal with." Meanwhile, Chun-soo is happily posing for playful photos with another girl. Catherine Lai glares at him, asking in a threatening tone if he hurt her. Even so, Chun-soo casually listens as Catherine Lai presses him, asking if he really must go into such a dangerous place. She then analyzes the potential profits, noting that if they count the rare monster drops, the sponsorship money, the viewer quest rewards, they could easily make at least 20 million won. Hearing this, Chun-soo slowly taps his finger on his chin, pouting with clear disdain. 20 million does not sound very tempting. Chun-soo scratches his head, casually suggesting that maybe they should just skip the rescue mission. The friendly event ended well, so this should be enough to solidify his good image in everyone's eyes. To be honest, there's basically no one left who hates him anyway. Right away, Catherine Lai angrily yanks her hand back, walking off while snapping, "If you do not want to, then do not do it, you jerk." That makes Chun-soo quickly grab her to explain himself. "Hey, that is not what I meant." Catherine Lai spins back to lecture him with a stern face. 20 million won is not a small amount of money. Besides, the life of a celebrity is just like that. If you do not work hard continuously, people will forget you in an instant. Since when do people only get to do what they like? Chun-soo quickly tries to soothe her in a sweet voice. "I know, I was just joking, we will do it." Meanwhile, Irene stands behind them, watching them hold hands, and feeling a sudden wave of sadness. She feels like a fool for being jealous of their close relationship. Out of nowhere, Irene steps forward to break the mood, asking seriously, "By the way, did you two finish the quest from the god?" Both Chun-soo and Catherine Lai look completely blank, asking what quest she is talking about. Irene can only sigh in silence, muttering about what a bunch of fools they are. But the next second, Kim Chun-soo is already screaming with sheer excitement. Kim Chun-soo is standing right on the back of a giant blue bird, spreading his arms wide and yelling like he is literally flying through the sky. Catherine Lai immediately ruins the fun, reminding him he is flying. Then she turns to her companion with a questioning look. She asks suspiciously if she is busy, knowing by now that Catherine Lai and Kim Chun-soo are not actually in a romantic relationship. Plus, since they all live under the same roof anyway, there is really no reason for her to follow them all the way into the game. Irene just gives a relaxed smile, claiming she is free and suggesting they treat this trip as her little vacation. But Catherine Lai is not buying it and presses her further, asking why on earth she would choose to vacation right next to them of all places. It is just way too weird. Suddenly, Irene narrows her gorgeous eyes, her voice dropping to a highly mysterious whisper. She quietly explains she wants to observe him up close, keeping her gaze locked on Kim Chun-soo as he flies freely ahead. Catherine Lai immediately pales in panic, asking if she has actually fallen for that absolute weirdo. Flustered, Irene quickly looks away, shyly explaining that her desire to observe him is not in that romantic way at all. She simply has a few things she genuinely wants to learn from him. As she thinks back, her eyes light up with deep, heartfelt admiration. She recalls how Kim Chun-soo once screamed with absolute passion that goblins are his entire life and he would rather die than live without them. Seeing such intense passion made Irene look off into the distance with sadness, deeply blaming herself. She realized her own past actions were just a shallow attempt to find comfort while merely mimicking true love. The image of Irene hanging her head in deep regret appears on the screen as those past mistakes continue to weigh heavily on her heart. That emotional connection is exactly what she lacks and is the main thing she hopes to learn from Kim Chun-soo. The one thing she could never give to Mien-sen in the past was genuine love. Now her eyes grow determined. Looking straight at Catherine Lai, she states she must stay by Kim Chun-soo to learn this. She truly wants to understand the meaning of that deep affection. So when she finally reunites with Mien-sen in the far afterlife, she can beg for forgiveness with absolute sincerity. No more empty words. But a second later, Catherine Lai grabs her head and screams in absolute panic as she notices Irene is shaking uncontrollably. Irene is suddenly pale, her mouth hanging open. Catherine Lai panics, wondering if she is actually getting seasick up there. Catherine Lai clutches her face and cries silently, feeling completely helpless as she realizes the truth. This poor woman has completely misunderstood Kim Chun-soo. Meanwhile, the man of the hour is still sitting up front, laughing like a total idiot. Catherine Lai shivers in dread, knowing they can never let Irene find out the horrific things Kim Chun-soo does to goblins. That terrifying truth must remain hidden at all costs. Soon after the party finally touches down in the frozen, highly dangerous, and snowy lands of Everfrost, their handsome blonde god stands with his arms crossed, greeting them with a smug smile as his subordinates. Kim Chun-soo immediately steps forward with a smug grin, jumping right in front of the deity to mock him. A god, you look pretty pathetic. Nice to meet you, but you are looking at a supreme being above any god. Irene quickly pulls him back. She warns him in a low voice not to push his luck, noting that this particular god seems highly suspicious. He looks dangerous. Kim Chun-soo flinches slightly, glancing back with curiosity. Irene explains she only tagged along because she had to reach the land of Everfrost. To be completely honest, all the quests of this god have felt incredibly shady and suspicious from the start. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo gets right in the face of the god, demanding some answers in a highly provocative tone. Let us hear what this guy has to say. So spit it out, self-proclaimed god. What exactly do you want us to do here? The god points a finger, bringing up the past. Do you remember getting thrown out of that royal palace? Kim Chun-soo completely denies it with a straight face, insulting him right back. I totally forgot about that, you lunatic. The god pales instantly, frantically telling him to watch his language. He then adopts a highly serious tone to set the stage for them. Inside the majestic palace of the Phoenix Elbasa kingdom rules King Exness, praised by everyone as a benevolent leader. Yet no matter how exceptional a ruler he might be, he can never escape the constant threat of deadly assassins. Kim Chun-soo gets irritated and yells out, asking why they are not allowed inside the palace in the first place if that is the case. The god scoffs in contempt. A low-class nobody like you could never dream of stepping past those gates. Not once in your entire life. Seeing the blank stare of Kim Chun-soo, the god claps his shoulder, acting generous. But because he is so incredibly kind, he will personally help a commoner sneak inside. After all, he knows someone highly influential in there. Suddenly, a highly sinister grin spreads across the face of the god as he delivers a completely ruthless order. That target is currently standing directly in the way of his grand master plan, and he must be permanently eliminated from the picture. He orders them to sneak in and assassinate the king immediately. The god flashes an incredibly sinister smile, thoroughly pleased with his own scheme. He hands down the ruthless order, stating that the king is blocking his grand plan, so they must assassinate him quickly and return right away. Instantly, the system pops up a quest acceptance notification, and Chun-soo excitedly shoulders his massive weapon. He struts forward, boasting that this job is a total piece of cake, causing the elf behind him to scream and yank him back. What do you mean, piece of cake? Catherine Lai fiercely condemns this cruel act, pointing out that they are talking about a highly respected, wise king. Assassinating a good ruler just because he got in the way of some plan is totally insane. Chun-soo just scratches his head in pure confusion. He asks why she is making such a big fuss, wondering what a wise king even is and why assassinating him is such a big deal. Irene patiently explains to him in simple terms that a wise ruler just means a good king, but Chun-soo immediately shoots her down. He claims that good kings do not exist, challenging them to name a single president who has ever been completely flawless. This just makes Irene shake her head, pointing out that presidents and kings are completely different concepts, but Chun-soo remains stubborn. He clenches his fists and stubbornly shouts that in a game, if a quest pops up, they have to do it. Besides, didn't she say they had to finish this quest to reach the next zone? He demands a straight answer on whether they are doing it. Utterly defeated, Catherine Lai angrily yells that she is completely speechless with him, but Chun-soo just points a finger back. He complains, asking Catherine Lai why she has to overreact to every little thing lately, while Irene stands behind them ready to mediate. She actually agrees with his practical side, admitting that even if it feels a bit wrong, this is just a game after all. Hearing that, Catherine Lai narrows her eyes with a teasing smile, pointing out that the two of them seem highly compatible lately. Chun-soo happily claps in agreement, bragging that Irene is totally on his wavelength, unlike her, and understands him perfectly. He even wishes Irene could be his personal manager, which makes her blush instantly as she awkwardly takes a step back. She tells Kim Chun-soo that he is making her pretty uncomfortable, but the boy just laughs it off and waves his hand. He reassures her that he and Catherine Lai are actually super tight before suddenly sprinting straight toward their destination. He urges them to hurry up and assassinate the king, leaving a completely helpless Catherine Lai to shout his name from behind. Staring at his retreating back, Catherine Lai clenches her fists and mutters that she has definitely spoiled this boy way too much. He is constantly pushing his luck and testing her limits. Arriving at the palace, the guards immediately block them with spears. They firmly shout that entry is strictly forbidden, but Chun-soo just pouts, proudly asking if they recognize the great Kim Chun-soo. He boasts about being an incredibly famous celebrity, only for the angry guard to ruthlessly bark right back in his face. The guard snaps that whether he is Chun-soo or a kitchen sponge, he is not entering. Behind him, Catherine Lai can only facepalm in utter embarrassment. These local non-player characters have no clue about his fame, and being famous does not unlock palace gates. Just like that, But suddenly, a deep, heavy rumbling sound echoes from the massive gates, catching them completely off guard. They spin around in absolute shock as the giant wooden palace gates slowly creak open, emitting a pretty brilliant, blinding light. Chun-soo jumps up and down in pure excitement, bragging that he totally called it and the gates opened automatically. The guard is also utterly flabbergasted, demanding to know who dared to open the main gates. Just then, a grand knight steps out from inside, proudly declaring that he is the one who ordered the gates opened. The guard immediately begins to tremble. He stammers, recognizing the famous Alphonse, vice captain of the Royal Knights, born on July 20th, standing at 1.75 meters. He is a legendary master of the Mind Sword. The guard instantly drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness over his mistake. He did not recognize him, making Chun-soo whisper that even the guy's own mother probably does not remember his profile that well. Catherine Lai rubs her chin, muttering that the name Alphonse sounds incredibly familiar and wondering where she might have heard it before. Chun-soo quickly chimes in, suggesting she probably heard it abroad, referencing that highly famous snow-capped mountain range in Europe, only to get smacked on the head by Catherine Lai, who snaps that those are the Alps and begs him to stop talking nonsense. Irene then whispers the truth in Catherine Lai's ear, revealing that this legendary knight is indeed the palace contact the god mentioned earlier. However, he did not open the gates out of respect for Chun-soo, but because the deity sent a letter ahead ordering him to do so. Catherine Lai narrows her eyes at the vice-captain, warily muttering that he and that dark deity must be working together. She sighs, clicking her tongue because a high-ranking officer of the Royal Knights is actually colluding with a rebel faction. It is a complete shame. Just then, Alphonse steps closer and calls out, asking Chun-soo if he is indeed the famous adventurer. He welcomes them inside, saying he has heard all about him, which instantly makes the arrogant young man swell with immense pride. He gloats that they should have welcomed him with this much respect from the start, considering how stubborn the guard outside was. The group is led straight into the main hall. Alphonse drops to one knee, calling out respectfully to the king. He announces that a band of adventurers from the distant borderlands has arrived to present local specialties to the king. From his golden throne, the king replies in a warm, pleased tone, "Local specialties, how commendable of them." He orders them to enter. Kim Chun-soo steps in with his mouth wide open, shouting that this is his first time seeing such a place. Catherine Lai walks beside him, utterly embarrassed. She grits her teeth and tells him to please just shut his mouth. Irene quietly looks around with a soft smile. Thinking back, even though she used to live in a grand mansion, which was practically a palace itself, this is still her very first time stepping inside a real royal palace. While she is busy admiring the sheer scale of the building, Irene suddenly stops in her tracks. She gasps in surprise. Suddenly, a massive, muscular general blocks their path, roaring at them to halt. He demands they stop, explaining that before they can meet the king, he must inspect all their personal baggage. This sends Catherine Lai into a panic, while Irene calmly looks at the general and whispers some crucial information. She explains that General Ragna is the strongest warrior and the sturdiest shield of the entire Phoenix Elbasa kingdom. He is also the final boss they will absolutely have to defeat in order to complete this quest. In fact, her old party had to fail 18 times in a row before they finally managed to beat him. This makes Catherine Lai shake with fear. She screams out, how on earth can they defeat someone that terrifying? But Irene tries to calm her down, pointing out that they have the powerful Kim Chun-soo on their side. Besides, Irene is much stronger now, and they must pass this gate if they ever want to reach Everfrost. Without clearing this obstacle, they will never survive the later game stages where the monsters are just as strong. Hearing this, Catherine Lai turns pale and immediately suggests they just give up on the quest entirely to stay safe. She wants to renegotiate with Kim Chun-soo, but before they can decide, General Ragna approaches them to start the search. The general grabs Kim Chun-soo, shouting that he has been highly suspicious of the boy from the very beginning. Kim Chun-soo claims he did nothing wrong. The general quickly barks at him to stand completely still. Ragna reaches deep into Kim Chun-soo's bag. His face instantly tightens with fury at what he discovers inside. He pulls out a purple pouch emitting an ominous toxic gas, demanding to know what kind of item it is. Kim Chun-soo starts sweating bullets, desperately stammering. Meanwhile, the blonde god watches calmly through a virtual screen. The god smirks, noting that the poison from that mutated thunder centipede is highly lethal to normal humans. It can kill a grown man in just 10 seconds, but the devious god has even more sinister plans. He knows the royal palace mages would easily heal ordinary poison before it could even do any real damage. However, the blonde god has calculated a much more sinister method to easily bypass their high-level healing magic. If mixed with eternal spring water, the poison becomes so potent that no priest in the castle can cure it. It even looks exactly like red wine, making it incredibly easy to trick the target into drinking it without suspicion. The god smirks coldly. The king's agonizing death is simply a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. Besides, carrying assassination materials out in the open like that was always going to get him caught by guards, but Kim Chun-soo was never one to care about the details, lazily demanding to just skip to the next quest. He shuts off the system, and the immediate consequences of his negligence land him straight in a prison cell. Kim Chun-soo violently rattles his cell bars. He yells at the guards to release him immediately. He complains loudly, asking why the system even urged him to poison such a wise and beloved ruler. He points directly at a gloomy Catherine Lai, blaming her entirely and claiming he was just her helpless puppet. Catherine Lai is furious at the blatant lie. She snaps at him to shut up. Kim Chun-soo fires back. He mocks her for giving orders just like during the poisoning attempt. Fed up with the arguing, Catherine Lai begs Irene to find a way out. Irene sits curled up in despair. Didn't he claim to have cleared this quest before? She panics, trembling as she explains their desperate situation. Back then, her old party had a skilled illusionist who easily bypassed the guards using clever decoy magic. But now they only have a regular mage and Kim Chun-soo, leaving them completely out of options in this dungeon. As a summoner, his powers are locked inside this dungeon, making it impossible to call his beasts. They are basically stuck, left to rot. But Kim Chun-soo ignores the whining roaring as he violently shakes the iron bars to force them open. He screams out, asking if these punks know who he is, the great Kim Chun-soo himself. Meanwhile, totally opposite to his yelling, Catherine Lai has completely lost her mind, staring blankly while muttering for them to just hurry up and execute her already. Then mid-shout, Kim Chun-soo flinches, pointing down the hall and yelling at a Boblinlin to kill that little brat. Hearing this, Catherine Lai snaps her head up in utter shock. A goblin. Outside the cell, the little creature just tilts its head, completely clueless. Catherine Lai immediately demands to know why the monster is roaming free, but Kim Chun-soo snaps back that it is not even human. She snaps back in frustration, asking why she got locked up too if not being human was the issue, completely silencing him. That shuts him right up. But then a sudden spark of hope hits Catherine Lai and she stands up with a brilliant plan. They should tell the goblin to steal the key since one of the guards must have it. Kim Chun-soo hesitates for a second. Really? He then eagerly grabs the iron bars and barks an order, telling the goblin to run and grab the key. The goblin waddles away, returning seconds later carrying a long sword instead, making Kim Chun-soo let out a heavy sigh of disappointment. No, not a sword, he needs the key. So the goblin scampers off again, this time dragging back a severed, bloody leg. Sweating bullets, Kim Chun-soo yells that it is a severed leg, not a key, calling him a total idiot. So the little monster runs off once more. But this time it drags back General Jackna himself, leaving Kim Chun-soo completely speechless. Well, at least the goblin tried. Right then, General Jackna, his face dark with sheer murderous intent, roars out in absolute fury. He demands to know what kind of game they are playing with the beasts. But before he can even finish, his sharp blade pierces right through his chest from behind, blood spraying everywhere as he coughs in agony. Talk about a brutal, unexpected plot twist. Inside the cell, the trio watches in absolute horror as the massive, invincible general collapses into a dark pool of blood. Standing behind the corpse is Vice Captain Alphonse C, calmly sheathing his sword. He casually mutters that executing his own men is never an easy task, especially the ones he liked. This makes Kim Chun-soo panic, pointing his finger and shouting that this is the exact guy who opened the city gates for them earlier. Alphonse C just glares coldly, mocking Kim Chun-soo for being too stupid to even hide a single bottle of poison properly. Kim Chun-soo stands there completely dumbfounded and offended, but suddenly a key is tossed onto the stone floor, rolling right up to them. Kim Chun-soo quickly grabs it, whispering that it is the actual key to their cell. Alphonse C steps closer, pulling out a fancy bottle of wine with a sinister smirk, explaining that the poison Kim Chun-soo brought has already been destroyed. He tells them to take this wine instead and try passing the royal inspection again, warning them he won't tolerate another failure. Catherine Lai angrily grips the bars, shouting that he is being ridiculous. They literally got caught trying to smuggle in regicide materials, yet he expects them to just walk back in for an audience. Alphonse C simply shrugs, promising to handle that part himself as long as they deliver this wine to the king. But Catherine Lai remains highly suspicious, asking why he does not just do it himself if it is really that simple. The vice captain gives a bitter response, admitting the king simply does not trust him. Seeing they have no choice, Irene sighs and finally gives in, admitting she is new to this but agrees they need to play along, because finding a way out of this miserable prison is their absolute #1 priority right now anyway. Still, Catherine Lai crosses her arms and fumes, complaining about how incredibly annoying it is to take orders from a suspicious guy who practically screams backstabbing villain with every single breath he takes. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo calmly slides the key into the lock with a confident smirk, telling her to relax a bit. After all, who cares who the real bad guy is? Leaning back against the cold, dark wall, he casually reasons that if they judge everyone like that, they could easily be the bad guys to some other people too. In a cruel world where regular folks are constantly labeled as evil and beaten half to death, incredibly wealthy nobles like them probably look like absolute monsters to the lower class. Smirking, he explains, his personal philosophy pointing out they did not actually do anything wrong. People just hate them and make up excuses to curse their names. Honestly, the real villains are the clueless hypocrites talking trash, and they deserve to get blasted right back. Kim Chun-soo smugly raises the prison key, letting out a sharp chuckle. He shrugs, muttering that by that logic, literally everyone on Earth is a villain. Catherine Lai can only. She stands there completely frozen, her eyes wide with shock, as Kim Chun-soo keeps on lecturing her. This is even simpler than she thinks. It is not even the real world, just a game. If she keeps letting her temper flare, she will end up looking like a complete fool. Got it. The cheerful guy sums it up. From now on, even if someone asks them to assassinate a target or even begs them to destroy the entire world, they should just ignore it. Throw away the brain, focus on making cash, and let it go. Having said that, Kim Chun-soo bolts straight out of the prison door with a completely satisfied look, loudly celebrating his freedom. Watching him walk away like that, Catherine Lai is completely speechless and can barely believe it. She honestly thought she was just taking the high road, but it turns out she simply had no comeback at all. Standing nearby, Irene sighs in agreement, noting he has always been exactly like this. That stubborn, rebellious attitude of his always leaves everyone utterly speechless. Catherine Lai waves her hand, letting out a frustrated groan. Oh, please do not even remind her he used to be so much worse. Losing his memory actually made him act somewhat human. Do you have any idea how much she suffered just to whip him into shape? Irene looks completely stunned at this revelation, turning to ask if Kim Chun-soo really lost his memory. How did that even happen? Catherine Lai looks back at her in confusion. Has he seriously not mentioned it to her yet? It is a pretty long story, but how did she not notice the massive change? He acts completely different than he used to. Irene covers her mouth, her gaze turning incredibly serious and deep in thought. She mutters that there is absolutely no difference. Kim Chun-soo is exactly the same as he has always been. Hearing this makes Catherine Lai flinch in pure shock. Panic sets in as her mind starts racing with endless questions. This cannot be true. She sacrificed so much for Kim Chun-soo. If he is still the exact same person, then does that mean all her hard work went down the drain? But get this, things are about to get crazy. The giant palace doors swing open, welcoming the three of them inside. The guards spot Kim Chun-soo and his group and immediately point their weapons, shouting, "How dare they show their faces here again? They brought poison straight to the king and still have the nerve to return." Kim Chun-soo awkwardly waves and offers a weak greeting. The furious guards bark out, demanding to know who authorized the release of these prisoners. Just then, Grand General Ragna steps forward, his massive frame radiating absolute menace. His sudden appearance makes Kim Chun-soo jump back in pure terror. The general scowls mockingly. They broke out of prison just to survive, yet they stubbornly walk right back into the jaws of death. He mockingly commends their stubbornness. Kim Chun-soo quickly stammers in panic, claiming they definitely did not break out on their own. But Ragna cuts him off with a brutal threat. To reward that stubbornness, he promises to chop Kim Chun-soo into 17 pieces. This terrifying threat leaves Kim Chun-soo sweating bullets. He nervously wonders how many pieces the general usually chops people into. Suddenly, the vice captain Alphonse calmly steps in to defuse the tension. He assures everyone that this is all a huge misunderstanding. Ragna frowns and demands to know what he means by that. Alphonse flashes a sly smile and calmly addresses his superior. He explains they arrested the wrong people. The vice captain casually makes excuses to cover for the group. He claims he personally double-checked everything. The suspicious item was just a common material dropped by an ordinary monster. It is completely normal for busy adventurers to carry various monster drops in their bags while hunting for loot. There is absolutely nothing suspicious about it. Alphonse confidently adds that with the kingdom's ultimate shield Ragna standing guard, alongside the royal knight vice captain Alphonse, keeping their eyes wide open, who would dare plot against the king. He grins triumphantly, adding that he is only worried these pure-hearted people might be hurt by their unjust suspicions. They only wanted to present local delicacies to the king as a gift, and doubting them would be highly disrespectful. From the depths of his shadowed throne, the ailing king finally speaks up in a weak and fragile voice. He agrees with the vice captain, telling Ragna that his protective worries might be a bit too excessive this time. Watching this dramatic act unfold, Kim Chun-soo leans in and whispers to his friends that the guy is a remarkably artistic liar. Catherine Lai dryly agrees, calling him a total fox who keeps a straight face without showing a single shred of hesitation. To speak so smoothly to the strongest general in the kingdom takes some serious talent. Hearing the king's order, Ragna has no choice but to lower his weapon. Since His Majesty has personally spoken, he has no reason to argue. The general steps aside to make way. Crossing his arms, he sternly commands them to bow before the supreme ruler. At that moment, King X reveals himself. He's a frail old man with snowy white hair and a kind, thin face. He warmly thanks them for traveling such a long distance just to visit a fragile old king like him. Suddenly, the king breaks into a violent, painful coughing fit. He weakly apologizes, explaining his illness is growing worse. He sadly admits he does not have much time left. Catherine Lai winces in pity, silently cursing the crazy god for choosing. Why would anyone try to assassinate a poor old man like this? Despite the danger, the king continued to pour his heart out. He spoke of dedicating his entire life to the peace and prosperity of the Phoenix Kingdom. Chun-woo, totally clueless, turned to the side. He started teasing his companion, earning an annoyed nudge to make him behave and stand still. Meanwhile, the grand old king continued. The monarch expressed that although his remaining days on Earth are short, he still harbors deep unresolved worries in his heart. He fears he will not find peace, even in death. As he speaks, the king clutches his chest and coughs violently once more. The coughing fit seems to drain his last bit of life. Recovering, the old king slowly asks what offering they have brought him. Chun-woo grins widely, carelessly holding up a dusty bottle and admitting he has no idea, though it is probably some kind of wine. Since it is just a drink anyway, the group decides their mission is complete. They quickly turn around and slip away quietly. They try to excuse themselves and leave, but before they can get very far, the king suddenly calls them back, telling them to wait. Immediately after, the king picks up the wine glass and kindly explains that he must drink it in front of them to soothe their resentment from being misunderstood earlier. Hearing this, the entire group breaks into a cold sweat, their eyes widening in pure panic as they begin to murmur anxiously. They wonder if he is seriously going to drink that right now. Catherine frantically turns to Irene and whispers, asking what is going on. According to the script, he is supposed to die right in front of them. What kind of assassination plan is this? Irene is just as sweaty and flustered, replying that she did not take this route during her last playthrough, so she has absolutely no idea. Seeing the king bringing the cup to his lips with trembling hands, Chun-soo screams internally. If the king actually drinks that, right now it completely exposes them, basically shouting to the entire world that they are the actual culprits behind the crime. In this critical moment, a female non-playable character behind them quickly steps forward to stop him, pleading with his majesty. She begs him to let her test the wine first in case of poison. However, the elderly king firmly rejects the offer. He refuses, stating that doing so would insult their kindness. He believes he has never lived a life shameful enough to fear being poisoned by anyone. Besides, a good king would never doubt brave adventurers right before their long journey. He must trust them completely. Meanwhile, Catherine holds her head and starts weeping from the overwhelming guilt of their plot. She cries that this king is just too kind and she cannot go through with this quest anymore. Meanwhile, Chun-soo mumbles coldly from behind, suggesting that if the old man is going to die anyway, he should just get it over with. Suddenly, the king gazes at the cup nostalgically, admitting that despite his bold words, he has never actually had a drink in his life. Whenever he receives gifts like this, he always wishes he had learned how to drink from his father when he was young. Hearing this, Catherine sighs in relief, wiping her tears away joyfully. She's incredibly relieved that the game made him a non-drinker. She silently wishes for him to live a long, healthy life instead of dying. Watching things play out according to the game system was starting to get on her nerves. Talk about an absolute plot twist. Before she can finish her thought, the king tilts his head back and chugs down the entire cup loudly, declaring that learning has absolutely no age limit. This sudden turn of events makes Catherine scream at the top of her lungs, wondering why on earth he chose this exact moment to be studious. Instantly, the king turns pale, foaming at the mouth as his glass crashes and shatters on the floor. The wise ruler collapses onto his throne, gasping out his final warning to beware of the gods. Right after, the system coldly announces his death. With King Exness dead, Catherine clutches her head in frustration, screaming about how rigged this entire scenario is no matter what they do. Chun-soo just stands there, watching her dramatic meltdown with a sweat drop, calmly noting that she is reacting exactly like someone watching a trashy television drama. Right on cue, the royal guards burst into the chamber with murderous intent. Their angry roars shake the entire palace as they quickly surround Chun-soo and his group, sensing the immense danger. Irene immediately takes a battle stance, summoning a bright blue flame in her hand while warning everyone to stay on high alert. Since they are framed for assassinating the king, every single non-playable character in the castle will now be hunting them down. In contrast to her panic, Chun-soo casually places his hands behind his head, dismissing the guards as mere low-level weaklings. He scoffs that numbers mean nothing against him. Suddenly, the system blares a notification of an incoming boss battle. As a massive shadow approaches, making the very ground shake beneath them, Chun-soo merely smirks with absolute confidence. Clearly, there is one opponent who actually poses a threat. Shrouded in a crimson aura, General Ragna officially makes his entrance. Known as the Shield of Phoenix Lesa, this level 62 boss is furious, roaring that none of them will leave alive. Calling them mere trash, the general stands ready to fight. However, looking at his opponent's stats, Chun-soo, who is level 67, simply mocks him. He wonders how a measly level 62 can dare to call himself a great general or a shield. Challenging that general, he cracks his knuckles and smirks with absolute confidence. Give me 5 seconds to beat this old geezer to a pulp, he boasts, immediately activating his Boblinlin summoning skill and yelling out that it's time to get to work, you dog. But right as the summoning circle begins to glow, Catherine Lai suddenly lunges forward, covering Kim Chun-soo's mouth and dragging him backward as he struggles to make a single sound. Sweating bullets, she gives a forced laugh and whispers a warning that someone is watching, urging him to tone down his violent streak. Could he please stop abusing the Boblinlin and drop that foul, vulgar language? Annoyed by her nagging, Kim Chun-soo shoves her hands away. Grimacing, he snaps back, asking who is watching. Does she mean Irene? That woman is going to follow them anyway, so why care? Why she worry about her opinion? Besides, doesn't she know that if he doesn't beat the Boblinlin regularly, it gets weaker? That brutal claim rings loud and clear in Irene's ears, leaving her completely stunned, while Catherine Lai can only break into a nervous sweat. Trying to make excuses, Catherine Lai stammers that it is technically true. Meanwhile, Irene's expression darkens, her eyes filled with sorrow. She is utterly shocked by the true twisted nature of the person she once admired. Her solemn vow from the past suddenly rushes back. She wanted to stay by Kim Chun-soo's side, hoping to learn from him, so that one day, when she reunited with me and Sen far away, she could offer a sincere apology with all her heart and ask for forgiveness instead of just repeating empty, meaningless words. Sensing the growing tension, Catherine Lai bursts into a fake playful laugh to diffuse the awkward silence. She jokingly calls Kim Chun-soo an idiot who only sees one side of things. Seizing the upper hand, she wraps her arm around his shoulder, whispering a very logical plan. If the Boblinlin is weak, they can just let Irene handle the fighting. She is easily the strongest among them anyway. Since they are already staying at her place, relying on her for battles is only natural. Otherwise, shouldn't his conscience feel a bit guilty? This actually makes Kim Chun-soo ponder deeply, nodding along in agreement. But his pride quickly kicks in and he angrily snaps that a legend like Kim Chun-soo doesn't need anyone's help. Even if they get through this now, what about the next zone? Catherine Lai refuses to back down and fires right back. She demands that he just stop and cut it out because watching him abuse that poor creature is making her sick. Beating the Boblinlin is plain abuse, she argues, and treating his summon like that is practically a crime. Furious, Kim Chun-soo snaps back, asking what her deal is, since she was the one who told him to beat it before. Now she's suddenly playing righteous. Catherine Lai quickly denies it, asking when she ever said that and accusing him of bringing up old drama. He tells her to shut up and stop ordering him around, declaring that how he manages his summon is none of her business. Without hesitating, Kim Chun-soo begins casting his summoning magic to bring the Boblinlin back, yelling for it to get out there immediately. Just as he is about to shout some nasty insults at his summon, a sudden surprise cuts him off. Catherine Lai whips out her phone, starts a live stream, and waves at the screen with a dazzling smile, greeting everyone. Kim Chun-soo freezes, realizing they are live, and instantly swallows his curses. Meanwhile, Catherine Lai cheerfully announces their mission. She is here to tackle a brand new quest with her buddy Kim Chun-soo today, panning the camera to show his stiff face. Forced to wave and greet the viewers, he grinds his teeth and whispers to her, demanding what the hell she is doing. Why would she randomly start a live stream out of nowhere? Catherine Lai just smiles with a hint of mischief, whispering back. It is his own fault for being stubborn and refusing to listen. Remembering the backlash Kim Chun-soo faced during the friendly match, where he got cancelled for abusing the Boblinlin, Catherine Lai is confident he has learned his lesson and will behave. She feels smug about her flawless trap. If he dares to abuse the Boblinlin again on camera, the internet will tear him apart. They will drag him through the mud without mercy. Shifting the camera angle, Catherine Lai gives him a cold, threatening glare. She warns him that she is streaming 24/7 from now on, so he better not do anything stupid. Let's see if he has the guts to behave badly in front of thousands of viewers. Instantly, the chat section explodes. Viewers are hype, spotting General Ragna and Irene. Some wonder if they are really taking on the capital's raid boss. With only 3 people, talk about crazy connections, trapped in a corner, Kim Chun-soo can only curse under his breath. Damn it, he grumbles. But in a split second, he completely flips his attitude, pointing forward with an overly fake laugh. He tells the Boblinlin to show everyone an amazing performance, even though he knows it will probably get defeated instantly. He falsely tells it to just be careful. Hearing this, Irene stands nearby, looking completely touched by his words. She quietly wonders if he is genuinely worried about the Boblinlin getting hurt, thinking that Kim Chun-soo is truly a kind person. Right then, the tiny Boblinlin bravely swings its wooden sword, leaps high into the air, and charges directly forward. He strikes the massive armored General Ragna right in the face, triggering a hilarious damage counter of just 9. A bright red 99.99. But instead of celebrating, Kim Chun-soo breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he completely messed up. A massive explosion swallows everything. Suddenly, a fierce red flame erupts violently through the thick smoke and dust right on the hand of the great general. Catherine frantically waves her hands at the live stream, trying to cover up the ugly truth. She asks the chat if they saw that, claiming the Goblin caused that massive explosion with a single swing. Everyone wonders how strong it must be to cause such a blast, but reality hits hard when Ragna grabs the poor goblin, ruthlessly slamming it down with a devastating blow. Seeing this, Chun-soo immediately grits his teeth and springs forward ready to save his disciple. Cursing under his breath and sweating bullets, he knows this is bad. That last attack was not enough to kill, and he knows his goblin is severely weakened from not getting whipped lately. He furiously curses his friend's restriction, blaming that annoying Catherine for ruining absolutely everything right now. His recall skill is still on cooldown. If the goblin takes another direct hit, it is going to be completely crushed. No hesitation. Chun-soo leaps high into the air, spreading his arms wide to protect his pet, a human shield. Blinding blue light flashes around him as he lets out a fierce, prideful roar. His title activates. He must take the damage instead of his goblin, and the consequences are devastating. A massive lightning strike hits. Chun-soo takes the full force, coughing up blood as his body falls. A horrifying sight. Catherine turns pale and screams in pure panic while Irene stands frozen behind them. She cannot believe he would make such a reckless sacrifice. Just like that, his heavily battered body collapses onto the blood-stained carpet. Right on cue, the system flashes a cold notification stating player Chun-soo has died. She blankly stares ahead. Her mind is flooded with a rush of conflicting emotions as she looks at him. His old words echo in her mind like a wake-up call, reminding her how much that pet meant to him. He would literally rather die than live without his goblin, which triggers a painful memory of her own past abandonment. She sacrificed her own beloved pet back then just to chase success, and now the guilt is eating her alive. Filled with heavy regret, Irene slowly steps forward, walking alone toward her fallen teammate lying motionless on the floor. He lies motionless. Meanwhile, the livestream chat is absolutely losing it, flooded with endless mockery and disbelief. He is dead. The chat is full of trolls mocking him for dying so easily to a single strike. They laugh at how the weak guy actually threw away his life just to protect the monster that is obviously stronger. Meanwhile, Catherine drops to her knees next to his body, frantically shaking him and screaming his name in panic. She panics, cursing her own absolute foolishness. He is definitely not fine since he has literally stopped breathing. But out of nowhere, a chat message from the deceased player himself pops up right on the screen. He promises to stay calm if she revives him, but Catherine just grumbles that he can keep on dreaming. As she refuses, Irene steps in front of them and calmly tells Catherine to watch over Chun-soo. The elf looks up in confusion, wondering what she plans to do as Irene locks her cold gaze on the enemy. She begins to analyze the giant boss, noting that even if he was completely unguarded, something is off. A level 67 player getting taken down in a single blow is completely abnormal, meaning levels do not tell the whole story. She steps up to explain the real strategy, proving she knows exactly how this high-level boss operates. Even though Ragna's level looks relatively low, he possesses an incredibly dangerous trait that scales with his surroundings. His stats multiply for every soldier standing near him, which completely changes the core strategy for this boss raid. They must carefully dodge Ragna's deadly swings while simultaneously wiping out all of the nearby guards first. Once the minions are gone, they can finally focus all their damage on him as Irene continues to explain. She details how they failed 18 times before because they could not clear out the hidden guards inside the castle. Catherine eagerly suggests that they should work together, offering to use a revival stone on Chun-soo immediately. But Irene merely flashes a highly mysterious smile, instantly shutting down the elf's eager proposal before she can finish. She tells Catherine to just sit back and relax, claiming she could never bring herself to ask for such a favor, especially since she is currently just a guest staying at someone else's place, which catches Catherine completely off guard and makes her flinch. She laughs awkwardly to hide her panic, asking why she is being so formal while silently cursing her inside. She realizes Irene must have heard her earlier comment while the Imperial soldiers suddenly raise their spears together. He charges straight at Irene, roaring furiously for her to die. He demands she send his regards to the king in the afterlife. Completely unfazed, Irene acts. She immediately activates her summoner skill, creating a massive, truly terrifying shockwave. It blows back every surrounding enemy. A giant saber-toothed tiger materializes, leaving Catherine lie staring in absolute utter horror. What on earth is that? How could a summoned beast be this colossally massive? Aren't all summoned creatures only goblin size? Meanwhile, viewers on the livestream constantly talk and marvel about the absolutely overpowered strength of Irene. Sensing danger, General Ragna roars. Crackling blue lightning erupts all around him as he prepares to activate his ultimate skill, throwing his head back to channel, surging dark energy straight from the ground to fight back. But before he can even strike, a massive wave of dark energy slams directly into him, sending him flying in absolute shock. It turns out Irene was quick enough to summon her massive earth spirit Gigas. As soon as it appears, its mighty roar blows the surrounding soldiers away in sheer panic while Irene stands in the corner chanting. Blue magic circles swirl around her as she begins calling out her next summons. The first Mian Senin. The second. A giant blue bird spreads its wings across the sky as she calls for the third. Looking at her beasts, Irene sheds quiet, bitter tears reflecting on her tormented past. The fourth. The fifth. She keeps casually creating one creature after another, so easily escaping her loneliness without having to worry about anything real. She never had to feed, bathe, or clean up after them. Standing before her massive roaring army of beasts, she is choked with self-blame. Even if they die in battle, she thinks she can easily summon them back to life. It was so much more convenient than adopting a real pet because here she never had to bear any actual responsibility. Irene stares at the giant clay golem Gigas, biting her lip in sheer agonizing torment. She feels too guilty to even understand what love truly means anymore, yet she keeps trying to act incredibly remorseful, pretending she finally understood everything. She has spent most of her precious time playing this game instead of real life, only to chase a distant memory of a girl petting a lazy cat on the grass. She wanted to be close to these fake summons, desperately trying to delude herself into believing she could finally find some peace and comfort. She wanted to believe she was forgiven, hoping to soothe her soul and lift the crushing guilt from her heart. Irene bows her head, hiding the tears rolling down her cheeks as she softly mocks her own desperate, pitiful weakness. She looks up at the monstrous summons surrounding the armored general, wondering how a selfish person like her could ever deserve forgiveness. Meanwhile, Catherine Lei is losing her absolute mind in the back, terrified of the massive wall of ferocious monsters that Irene has brought onto the battlefield. She screams to Chun-soo, asking if he has completely lost his mind, while his furious ghost spams the chat with angry curses, demanding that crazy woman revive him immediately. Up front, Irene quietly channels a deep surging blue magic in her hands, thinking bitterly to herself that she is too cowardly to face his spirit running from reality and closing her eyes to the painful, ugly truth. Her giant summons charge forward, roaring to tear through the darkness. Would they actually risk their very lives just to protect someone like her? No, she was completely and utterly wrong. Gritting her teeth, Irene watches them fight, tears streaming down her face as she faces reality. She is just a coward who will never be as noble or as truly great as Chun-soo. Looking at his body in the distance, she bitterly accepts that a game is ultimately just a game. Mindless artificial summons will never ever be able to replace the real Mian Sen in her heart. But suddenly, a blinding magical light bursts from Irene, releasing an overwhelming pressure that floods the entire palace dungeon. She offers a soft, reverent smile to her fallen teammate, deeply grateful for finally showing her the truth. Thank you for forcing me to open my eyes. Suddenly, the fusion magic begins to activate. As the monsters howl in agonizing, soul-tearing pain, the virtual chat goes absolutely wild with pure chaotic shock. Is Irene really using her fusion skill? She is famous for absolutely refusing to touch that brutal, unforgiving skill because she always feared the extreme pain it would cause her summons during the merge. But not today. Her pity is entirely gone. A massive blue dragon bellows in agony, its voice choked and strained as its body now violently morphs. Irene steps coldly behind the newly forged dragon, pointing a finger forward to issue her ruthless command to go and wipe them all out. The true struggle officially begins as her status window suddenly pops up. Right. Go and wipe them all out. The true struggle officially begins as her status window suddenly pops up. The system displays the remaining guards in the palace, and the count goes up to 973. This means the power of General Jackna has been boosted by a terrifying 973%. The system then announces that the formidable general is activating his ultimate area of effect skill, Dual Thunder Divide. He roars, channeling a terrifying surge of lightning magic, and swings his giant greatsword, bringing down a lightning strike that cracks the very air. In absolute fury, he screams that he will turn everyone to dust. But right in that instant, a massive fire dragon head materializes, lunging forward to crush and completely swallow the general's devastating attack. Amidst the blinding light, Irene recalls her painful past, silently calling out to Mian Sen, wondering if they ever met again, would Mian Sen scold her. As the sky brightens, a system notification pops up to announce they have successfully conquered the Imperial Palace raid boss. Catherine Lei sighs in relief, whispering to herself that they actually won and managed to take down that monstrous general all on their own. At the same time, Catherine Lei receives a notification of her level jumping from 65 to 67. Excited, she turns to Sheikh Chun-soo and brag. She asks him if he saw that, gloating that Irene won easily without even needing any help from that goblin. However, the system displays a message stating that level ups are currently blocked because the character is deceased. With Chun-soo's shriveled corpse lying flat on the cold ground, his angry spirit starts furiously typing insults and cursing in the chat box, calling her a complete idiot, which makes Catherine Lei facepalm and laugh awkwardly. She jokingly admits her memory is terrible, having almost forgotten that she needed to revive him. Suddenly, Irene urgently turns around and prompts her, telling her to grab Kim Chun-soo's body and run. Confused, Catherine Lai asks why they have to flee, wondering if everything is already over and settled. But the remaining royal guards are already gathering, radiating pure hostility as they step forward with weapons drawn. Irene quickly explains that these soldiers have lost both their king and their protecting general. Because of this, the person who now holds absolute authority in this palace, the one whom the guards are forced to obey, is none other than Vice Commander Alphonse, who appears on screen with a sly, sinister grin. Irene wonders aloud if Alphonse is really doing this since they were supposed to be on the same side. Yet Alphonse coldly points his sword, betraying them instantly and ordering his men to slaughter them all, forcing Catherine Lai and Irene to run for their lives. They look back and swear in anger at that absolute scoundrel, while thousands of heavily armed guards chase closely behind them. Panting heavily as she runs, Irene explains that once this quest is cleared, Alphonse will seize total power and crown himself king. Dragging Kim Chun-soo's corpse along as she flees, Catherine Lai snaps back, demanding to know why she is only mentioning this vital detail just now. Irene can only make excuses, arguing that it was a mandatory quest they had to complete regardless of their personal feelings. Besides, she figured that exposing his scheme back then would not have changed a single thing anyway. Irene grits her teeth in sheer frustration. So in the end, they were simply dancing to the tune of that annoying god, all along used as puppets for his grand plans. Catherine Lai scratches her head, equally annoyed, shouting how incredibly irritating this is. Speak of the devil, and that very god appears with a smug grin. He tells her not to frown like that, casually riding on the back of a winged white horse hovering up in the sky. He flirts playfully, saying she looks much prettier when she smiles. Then gliding down, he lands gracefully on the ground. Reaching out with his self-satisfied expression, he calls them his loyal servants and tells them their prince on a white horse has arrived to save them. He urges them to hop on before it is too late. Facing him, Irene glares with a dark expression, silently cursing him and his ridiculous horse. She then turns to Catherine Lai, explaining that they are now wanted criminals in this kingdom, so they must let this guy fly them out. The winged horse spreads its wings and soars into the sky, triggering a system alert of quest completion for the prelude to the massacre. They fly over a vast frozen mountain range covered in pure white snow, where the biting cold feels absolutely relentless. Suddenly, a tiny round creature burrows up through the thick snow. It looks like an adorable little bat-rabbit hybrid, tilting its head in cute curiosity. The system displays its details, identifying the creature as a level 71 fluffy puffball. Despite its charming looks, the creature is somehow rejected and bullied by its own kind. But before anything else can happen, the tiny beast is instantly crushed by an attack falling from the sky, dealing a massive blow of over 1 million damage points. It turns out to be Kim Chun-soo's dead body thrown straight down into the snow face first, while Irene and Catherine Lai land safely nearby. As they run past, they recall the NPC on the horse casually saying it was too cold down there, so he just dropped him off first. He claimed he absolutely hated the freezing cold, prompting Kim Chun-soo to yell out in pure rage at such heartless treatment. He screamed that because of the cold, they ruthlessly threw him down from the sky, promising he would definitely kill them one day. Now Kim Chun-soo struggles to get up, rubbing his head in pain and cursing his luck, which leaves Catherine Lai completely puzzled. She asks Kim Chun-soo how he even resurrected. The system then explains that once a raid boss is successfully cleared, deceased characters are revived. Irene calmly adds that players always automatically come back to life after clearing the palace boss. So I dragged your dead body all this way just to save on resurrection stones. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo snapped and charged forward to strangle Yu-sung while shouting. His aggressive outburst made Catherine Lai panic, causing her to quickly wave her hands and tell him to calm down. Kim Chun-soo was screaming his lungs out. Listen, absolutely not. But he suddenly froze in place when he felt a rough, coarse finger poking him directly on his cheek. He spun around. Instant horror struck him on seeing a muscular beast creature leaping right at his face. He panicked. What on earth was this monster? He tried to rip the level 71 bear rabbit creature off his face. Struggling in absolute terror, he summoned his goblin. The summoning skill activated instantly. A goblin carrying a wooden club leaped boldly out of the portal with a loud cry. The summon confidently swung his wooden club right at the head of the beast creature that was tightly gripping his master. But the pathetic strike dealt a mere 9 points of damage. Kim Chun-soo's face twisted. Pure, unadulterated rage filled him as he ground his teeth in absolute anger. Screaming in desperate fury, he declared that he absolutely could not stand this useless trash anymore. How could he survive when his own summon cannot even defeat a weak, low-level mob? He quickly waved his hand to summon a glowing razor-sharp scythe. Watching this unfold from the side, Catherine Lai gasped aloud in absolute shock. Irene was also left completely speechless. Her eyes went wide, staring at the sudden violence happening right in front of them. Kim Chun-soo charged forward like a madman with his scythe. He would execute this useless goblin, ignoring his companion's warning cries. Kim Chun-soo swung his weapon with absolute cold fury, leaving a brutal slash carved deep into the pristine, frozen white snow. The scene shifts to a simple, makeshift wooden cabin standing alone in the snowy forest. The door slammed shut. Inside, Irene calmly broke the silence, saying everything would be fine. Hearing this, Catherine Lai huddled closer to the fire. She suddenly jumped up and snapped back, asking how she could possibly say that after witnessing his terrible toxic behavior. Did Irene actually think there was still something to learn from him? Irene kept her gentle, calm expression and softly replied. She admitted that abusing the summon was completely wrong, but if that was actually what the goblin wanted, and if their mutual interests aligned, even if it looked bad, she had no real reason to feel disappointed. Looking directly into Catherine Lai's eyes, she confidently stated that Kim Chun-soo did all of it for the goblin's own sake. Catherine Lai simply crouched down by the fire, turning her face away as she muttered in frustration about her stubborn companion. Irene then spoke up softly, questioning what right she even had to criticize or judge another person's actions anyway. Leaning against the wooden wall, she smiled self-deprecatingly, noting that at least he did exactly what that summon desired. She had failed to do that in the past. Looking at Kim Chun-soo with a gentle gaze, she addressed him. Irene gave him a warm, sincere smile, telling him he no longer had to hide things from her. Her incredibly honest words made Kim Chun-soo's face flush completely red, leaving him stuttering in deep, awkward embarrassment. Watching them, Catherine Lai warmed her hands by the fire, feeling highly annoyed by the cheesy atmosphere. She silently grumbled about how ridiculous it was that she protected him only to end up feeling left out. As Kim Chun-soo cursed under his breath, his ears burning red, Irene smiled to herself, totally convinced that he was secretly in love with her. Suddenly, the loud ringing of a phone broke the silence. Catherine Lai pulled her phone out in surprise. It was an incoming call from the real world from Archmage Z. She frowned deeply, wondering what the ultimate Archmage could possibly want at this late hour. She quickly stood up to go outside, only for Kim Chun-soo to deliver a blunt, sarcastic remark. He told her she did not even need to come back, prompting her to furiously raise a fist at him. He quickly backpedaled, claiming it was just a joke before stepping out into the heavy snow. Shivering in the freezing cold, she answered. On the other end was a spiked-hair man in the real world. His face was covered in blood, and he panicked as he explained that he had just regained consciousness. He panted as he recounted how a stranger suddenly burst in and brutally beat him to a pulp. The terrified man clutched his phone, describing how he woke up to find the entire room completely ransacked and messy. His voice trembled in absolute despair as he delivered the shocking news that was about to change everything. Grandfather had vanished. Turning pale with horror, Catherine Lai froze and asked if he was truly gone. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo opened the door and grumbled at her to close it, but she just stared back in shock. With a dark, serious expression, she called out to Irene and Kim Chun-soo to share the terrible news. Catherine announces she has an urgent matter to handle, meaning their commissioned quest must be put on hold for now. Hearing this, Kim Chun-soo pouts like a child. Catherine grits her teeth, struggling to hold back her absolute frustration. It is not about that, but Kim Chun-soo cuts her off with a snarky grin, asking if she just closed that damn door because of the cold. Before leaving, she strictly warns him to watch his mouth around Irene while she is away, warning him to be good and avoid trouble since she will be right back. She leaves Kim Chun-soo grumbling about her acting like his nagging mother. As she steps out, Catherine's eyes darken with worry. The mysterious Iscario's organization is still secretly targeting Kim Chun-soo. Even though she regained her power, she still cannot control everything. Deep anxiety slowly begins to consume her. If those guys were the ones who kidnapped her grandfather, it means they have tracked down their exact location. Flashbacks of a bloody battle cross her mind. She remembers how she never dared to turn off her stream after that day. Fame is no shield, and she knows there is absolutely no guarantee for Kim Chun-soo's safety either. Fearing the worst, Catherine turns to Irene with a pleading look, practically begging her for help. She begs Irene to take good care of Kim Chun-soo, asking her not to take her eyes off him for even a single second. Irene just smiles confidently, telling her not to worry and to think of it as merely catching a single goblin. Catherine uses a bit of reassuring magic, joking that thinking of it as 100 goblins might make her feel better. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo shivers by the fire, shouting in annoyance for them to close the damn door before they leave. The wooden door slams shut. As she departs, Kim Chun-soo suddenly freezes, realizing something is completely off. Wait a minute. Meanwhile, Irene breaks into a cold sweat, starting to panic about her boastful confidence. She really talked big back there. Inside the wooden cabin, Kim Chun-soo turns red, completely panicking and sweating intensely. Wondering what on earth they should do now that they are completely alone, Kim Chun-soo excitedly suggests going out to hunt monsters for loot. Irene stammers in response, nervously asking if he wants to check out a really beautiful spot she knows. Kim Chun-soo happily nods and agrees instantly, making her light up with pure joy as she asks if he is really down. But reality hits hard when they end up standing in the middle of a frozen, snow-covered wasteland staring blankly at each other. They wonder what they are supposed to do now. Cut to a massive blood-red castle looming under a dark, gloomy sky. Standing before the gates, Horace crosses his arms and admires the Duke's grand archives, admitting he is actually pretty terrified. But the female alchemist, standing right beside him, instantly shoves him away, telling him to get his hands off her. She adjusts her glasses with a smirk, teasing the level 80 sniper about his terrible, obviously fake acting. Telling him to look at his own face, Horace just laughs it off, insisting he really is scared. He points out that they are literally gambling their lives here. The alchemist then begins to analyze the dungeon. Even though this is an infamous dungeon, there are zero records of anyone ever being defeated or retreating. Since it is just a game, she notes that their leader, Master Mater, can smile so easily without a care. Horace chuckles mockingly but remains confident. He boasts that if this place were actually dangerous, he would not have brought them. With that, he orders his massive army standing behind him to move out, shouting the command to Armstrong. The soldiers shout back in unison. Suddenly, a mysterious voice from behind calls out, telling them to halt. The voice tells them they cannot pass, warning that stepping inside will cost them their lives. Horace glances over. He smirks, completely shocked that someone managed to sneak up so close to them without him even noticing. Staring at the hooded figure cloaked in thick mist, he arrogantly asks if they are seriously being underestimated. The stranger chuckles, flicking his cloak as he readies for a clash, slowly revealing his face in the shadows. He introduces himself as the Spectre. Meanwhile, back at the frozen lake, Chun-soo stares blankly ahead with lifeless eyes. Sitting alone in the falling snow with his fishing rod, he grumbles to himself in utter boredom. He mutters about how everyone claimed this was supposed to be fun, staring at the completely motionless hook under the ice. Gritting his teeth, he curses, complaining that he only came out here because they said it was exciting. But after sitting for a whole hour with absolutely no bites, he finally snaps, screaming out into the winter air. He rants about what kind of crazy fish refused to bite, wondering if they all froze to death down there. Watching him quietly from the side, Irene gently points out that Chun-soo is completely misunderstanding something here. She notes that usually only men enjoy this fishing game, not women. Chun-soo flinches, turning around in surprise. Sweat drips down his face as he sits there awkwardly, stammering out an apology. He explains that he really has no idea what women actually like. He asks if she hates ice fishing too. Irene rests her chin on her hand, gazing out into the distance with a thoughtful look. She admits it is her very first time fishing, so she is not quite sure what to say. Then she suddenly turns to him. She flashes a breathtakingly warm and gentle smile. She wonders if she could call it liking, thinking she might just end up loving it. Chun-soo freezes instantly, his eyes wide in absolute shock as he silently stares at her beautiful face. He pouts and stammers that he is trying to fish, making Irene burst out laughing. She teases that he has not even caught one yet. Chun-soo scratches his head and laughs, admitting she has a point. But before he can finish his fishing, Bobber suddenly plunges under. The tug startles him and he yells out that something bit. Right next to him, Irene starts clapping her hands in pure excitement. She cheers him on, calling it magical and begging Chun-soo not to let it get away. Meanwhile, he is pulling with all his might. Gritting his teeth, Chun-soo strains and channels every ounce of strength he has to pull back the bending rod, groaning in sheer exhaustion. He complains about what kind of crazy fish could possibly be this strong. Just then, the icy surface suddenly erupts. A massive deep blue monster with razor-sharp teeth bursts out, boasting a terrifying level of 97. Chun-soo screams in absolute panic. Terrified, he calls it a monster and commands his goblin to kill it. Instantly, the system triggers his goblin summoning skill. A bomber goblin charging forward with a massive explosive appears. The giant sea monster snaps its jaws wide and swallows the summon whole. But a split second later, a massive explosion erupts from inside the beast, delivering a staggering 9 million damage. Once the chaos settles, Chun-soo lets out a deep breath and wipes off his cold sweat. He questions, what is wrong with this area? Irene looks at the notification showing he just leveled up from 67 to 70. He wonders how a minor monster could be level 97. But Irene, looking completely pale, quickly corrects him. That was no minor monster. As the massive beast sinks back into the icy depths, Irene breaks out in a cold sweat. She explains that the recommended level for this lake is 75. No matter how low the spawn rate, that beast should never be here. Worried, she points out that other players travel all this way completely unaware. What if they accidentally hook a monster like that? But suddenly both Chun-soo and Irene freeze in absolute shock at the grim sight that lies ahead. Dozens of dead bodies lie scattered across the snowy plains. Chun-soo asks in sheer disbelief what could have happened here. He spots a corpse lying face down, identified as Love Warrior, a level 70 player. Chun-soo can barely speak. Right next to him is a female player named Coco Keno, level 69. He stares, completely unable to believe his eyes. Surveying the chaotic battlefield littered with bodies of players and monsters alike, he asks if all these people were actually players. Irene suddenly covers her mouth, visibly nauseous and terrified. Kim Chun-soo quickly rushes over to check if she is okay. She trembles, her eyes filled with deep panic. She whispers that everyone who came to this place has been completely wiped out. Hearing this, he breaks into a nervous sweat and tries to laugh it off, saying there is no way they were all eliminated. He reasons that even if many did die, the online forums would have been flooded with posts about it by now. But Irene keeps her head down, replying darkly that she wanted to warn everyone sooner, but the elimination is very real. She walks over and places a hand on Kim Chun-soo's shoulder, telling him to listen to her very carefully. She points out that while he has been rapidly growing stronger, her own level has barely increased at all. Clutching her chest in despair, she warns him that everything past this point is blocked by a massive wall. She adds that except for him, everyone else is trapped. Seeing his horrified expression, she delivers a chilling warning. If they go any further, they will definitely die. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a grim, dark underground hall from the past. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps echo through the eerie cavern. The white-haired crazy dog leads his squad with a smirk of pure arrogance. His two lackeys follow behind, laughing casually. They joke about how they expected this high-difficulty dungeon to be actually tough. They mock the dungeon, laughing that it is nothing special, and they did not even need a party of 20 players. Suddenly, the long-haired white leader stops in his tracks, his sharp profile tightening with irritation as his anger flares up. He spins around and unsheathes his blade with a cold gleam. With one lightning-fast strike, he cuts down his own man. The soldier's head is cleanly split in two, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere across the cold stone floor. The corpse collapses onto the ground. The white-haired leader walks right past the brutal, bloody scene without a single shred of remorse. He scoffs in deep contempt, mocking them for being so arrogant, only to end up in such a pathetic state. Suddenly, a sharp-eared demon in the group crushes a glowing blue stone, laughing and mocking him for being so pathetic. Is that so? You need to learn how to dodge. Already using a resurrection stone in a minor place like this. Under the strange influence of the stone, the headless corpse begins to stitch back together with bright blue magical pixels. The fallen lackey, who just got sliced to pieces, springs back to life, staring blankly at the ceiling with his mouth wide open. His two buddies crowd around him, laughing and teasing him relentlessly. Get up already, they mock him. They tell him to move it, joking that he must be too embarrassed to look them in the eye. One girl in the party grabs her weapon in annoyance and snaps at them, warning them that it is not funny, and she is leaving first. She calls them fools, leaving them behind. But as they look closer, a cold sweat breaks out on the other two players. Something is wrong. They stare at the motionless body. Why is he just lying there? They whisper he revived, but he is not moving at all. The realization hits them like a truck. Their faces turn completely pale as they exchange terrified looks, wondering if he actually died for real. Sensing immediate danger, the white-haired leader tenses up. His sharp, cold eyes dart to the side, searching the shadows for whatever is lurking there. What he sees next makes him completely freeze up. Out of the deep, suffocating darkness of the gloomy dungeon, a terrifying aura begins to bleed out. It is heavy enough to make anyone shudder. Suddenly, a massive muscular foot steps forward, pressing down onto the cold stone floor. The impact shakes the entire room. Out of the pitch black, a giant monstrosity slowly reveals itself, stopping the party dead in their tracks. It is a massive, bruised purple lump of flesh covered in sharp spikes, oozing a disgusting yellow fluid right before their eyes. This grotesque creature slowly splits its body open, revealing a pale human head with long, matted hair staring directly at them. In a raspy, horrific whisper, it welcomes the guests. Rami and the white-haired leader stand frozen, shaking with absolute terror. Their faces are completely pale. The creepy welcome repeats, and then the monster suddenly stretches its jaw wide open. It lets out a deafening roar. Right above its head, a glowing red tag appears, reading Level 148 Cursed Librarian. Crazy Dog stares in absolute disbelief, sweat pouring down his face as he reads those insane numbers. This thing is way out of their league. Level 148, he stammers. Instantly, the white-haired leader spins on his heel and bolts, screaming in pure panic. He yells that a monster like this shouldn't even be here. Jamie panics, calling out desperately for the guild leader to wait. But before anyone can escape, the sharp spikes on the creature's body begin to swell up violently, ready to burst. A split second later, a deadly rain of needles erupts from the librarian, tearing through the massive underground hall like shrapnel. Han Ki-mun squeezes his eyes shut, holding his breath as the storm of sharp thorns embeds itself into the ground all around him. Agonizing screams fill the air as the members of the expedition team are brutally impaled one after another by the flying needles. Blood splatters across the stone walls. Cornered against a ruined wall, Rami can only shrink back, sobbing hysterically in absolute terror. "Please save me," she begs. She is in complete despair, her face twisted with the gut-wrenching dread of her imminent death. She screams for help, but no one is coming. The surviving players run for their lives as the room turns into a literal slaughterhouse. Death is keeping score today. Just as they think they might escape, another player gets a spike clean through the skull. It is a brutal instant kill. Rami rolls frantically across the dirty floor, desperately dodging the spikes raining down right behind her. Thorns slam into the stone inches from her feet. Han Ki-mun and Rami, both battered and bleeding, can only run for their lives. They do not dare to look back even once. Dragging their heavy injured limbs, they scramble toward the exit of this living hell. They barely make it out alive. Back in the present day, Irene lets out a heavy sigh before continuing her grim tale. Out of 20 expedition members that day, 17 perished. Only her friend Jamie, the corporate giant, Han Ki-mun, and Crazy Dog made it out. They were the sole survivors of that massacre. Looking back at the dark gateway, her voice drops to a low, heavy whisper. Rumors say the three of them cleared the Duke's Grand Library together. However, the real story is much darker than the rumors suggest. Irene lays it all out. The Duke's Grand Library is a special instance dungeon, meaning no one leaves until the boss is dead. While Rami and Han Ki-mun spent 8 straight hours desperately running for their lives, Crazy Dog fought the boss entirely on his own. He waged an insane non-stop battle for 8 hours to bring down the librarian. The other two just managed to stay alive. They were incredibly lucky to be breathing when the system announced the dungeon was cleared. That was their only real contribution. After that nightmare, Rami sat paralyzed on the cold floor, trembling next to their legendary loot, the eternal spiked flesh. Irene explains that even though neither of them lifted a finger during the boss fight, they still received a share of the priceless materials. But the mental trauma was simply too much. The experience completely broke Rami, turning her into a shell of her former self. She locked herself away in her room, refusing to ever step outside again. As for Han Ki-mun, he vanished from the game entirely. Nobody ever saw him log back into Heaven S. Honestly, it makes perfect sense. Why would a wealthy corporate chairman risk his life? He already had everything in the real world. There was absolutely no reason to keep putting his actual life on the line. Play this godforsaken game. After explaining, Irene turned to look straight into Chun-woo's eyes, seriously warning him that he also needs to wake up Kim Chun-woo. Death in this game is absolutely real, and those corpses lying all over the place are the ultimate proof of that. Chun-woo covered his face in utter shock. Cold sweat ran down his spine. Could players really lose their lives in this game? Facing this harsh reality, he stared at the surrounding ruins. He muttered that fishing was officially over. How could they die when they had done absolutely nothing wrong? They were innocent victims. Chun-woo crossed his arms deep in thought as he pondered a massive and difficult puzzle. Who would be crazy enough to play a game knowing they could die? He had never heard any rumors about people losing their lives while playing this game. But then he paused. Wait, if players kept dying, how could the outside world know absolutely nothing? Irene analyzed the situation gloomily, stating that a powerful force must be hiding the truth and burying the rumors. Otherwise, this bizarre mystery makes absolutely no sense. A veteran like her still struggled to believe it. She had to witness this horrific scene firsthand with her own eyes before she could fully accept it. Regret consumed her, making her wish that she had known about this terrible truth much sooner. Memories flashed back of Irene silently holding her crying friend Jamie in a dark room after that disaster. That day changed everything. Hearing this story, Chun-woo gritted his teeth in absolute rage and screamed. What kind of scumbags dare to hide this from everyone? How can such garbage people exist on this earth? He gestured wildly at the corpses, screaming for a completely unexpected reason. What if his fans were among them? He was incredibly famous, so surely some of those dead people had to be his potential followers at some point. Did those bastards think they could easily walk away after targeting his future fanbase? Absolutely not, he thought. Suddenly, Chun-woo walked away, waving goodbye to Irene and boldly announcing that their date had to be postponed. Her face flushed bright red as she awkwardly stammered, clarifying that she had never called it a date. Dropping his playful attitude, Chun-woo solemnly declared that this situation was more important than anything else right now. He promised to expose everything on live television. Meanwhile, in a luxury office, a battered bodyguard stood ashamed. Despite his bizarre spiky hair, his swollen face proved he had been thoroughly beaten in front of Catherine Lai. He apologized profusely, explaining that the opponent was simply too strong, making his martial arts completely useless. Catherine Lai scoffed coldly, mockingly, stating she always knew he never had any real martial arts training anyway. Had she known they would be attacked, she would have never trusted an incompetent guard like him. Only 3 people knew of this secret hideout, and yet they still managed to find it anyway. To kidnap the old man. It seemed the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Iscariot faction could not be underestimated. Standing behind her, the manager nodded in agreement, noting that the young lady also suspected them. But she quickly cut him off. If it was not Iscariot, it could only be the old man's own lackeys. However, she highly doubted. Those street thugs had the loyalty to pull off such a chaotic stunt just to save their boss. Still, the manager remained worried. He asked what would happen if the old man reported his kidnapping to the police. The white-haired young lady simply waved it off. She smirked arrogantly, assuring him there was no need to worry. The old man knew exactly how embarrassing It was to be kidnapped by a woman, meaning he would never dare show his face to the police. Yet, right at the police station, the old man Soon Ryan was jumping with rage and pointing directly at Catherine Lai in front of the officers. He screamed that she was the evil woman who had brutally abused him. He wailed about how anyone could treat a frail old man so cruelly, leaving everyone around cringing in embarrassment. The officers murmured that the senile old man should be ashamed. Soon Ryan smirked triumphantly, warning her in secret. He was waiting for her to return so he could trap them all in one go. Catherine Lai gritted her teeth in fury. She cursed him for being a cheap, dirty old man running to the police over such a petty matter. She mocked his name, calling him a scheming coward. Soon Ryan slowly tapped his cane, looking immensely pleased with himself. He chuckled at the title, finding it rather nostalgic, but pointed out that she was misunderstanding the situation. The old man smiled deviously, pressing a button to play a recorded tape of Catherine Lai's very own voice. The recording boasted about how unbelievable it was for a notorious loan shark to be kidnapped by a seemingly weak woman. She had dismissed the whole thing as a waste of time. He laughed mockingly, asking if that was truly the case. A loud beep sounds, signaling that the recording has finished playing. Hearing that familiar noise, Catherine Lai instinctively acts on autopilot. She drops her jaw, pulling a completely ridiculous over-the-top reaction face like she is live on camera. The old man squints at her. He looks at her like she is crazy, demanding to know what she is doing. Catherine Lai awkwardly tries to blame it on an occupational habit. She explains she is just too used to making dramatic streamer reaction faces. The old man stares back, completely speechless at her explanation. He asks if she seriously makes that stupid face every time she hears a beep. Then the mischievous old man decides to have some fun. He repeatedly presses the button, making annoying beeps just to tease her. Stop pressing, that she snaps as the tape keeps playing. The old man's painful scream echoes from the recorder, begging to know what he did wrong and pleading for her to stop abusing the elderly. Catherine Lai's cold voice cuts in on the tape, telling him to just take his beating and think about where he went wrong. Loud, violent thuds erupt from the recorder's speaker, making the tense atmosphere in the police station grow even heavier. The old man smirks mockingly at a completely frozen Catherine Lai. He notes that he actually shares a very similar occupational habit with her. He always carries a voice recorder with him everywhere. Slipping the device back into his coat pocket, he begins to explain his strategy. He says that while smartphones can do almost anything nowadays, he still prefers to rely on his trusty old-school gadgets. He always uses a dedicated voice recorder to handle clients, so even if they confiscate his phone, he can easily secure the evidence. He easily records all the incriminating evidence himself. He even offers some mock comfort to the amateur criminals standing before him. He patronizingly tells her that making mistakes during her very first blackmail attempt is perfectly normal for a beginner. He admits he made plenty of stupid mistakes when he first started out. Then the cold steel of handcuffs snaps onto her wrists. The old man offers one final mocking piece of advice. He tells her she will now have plenty of free time in prison. She can use that time to reflect and learn from her mistakes, just in case there is ever a next time for her. Furious, Catherine Lai screeches threats with a bright red face. She warns the old man not to dare touch a single hair on Chun-soo. If he does, she promises he will regret it. Hearing her warning, old man Sumun simply shrugs his shoulders and smirks. He mysteriously replies that he might just skip touching his hair and give the kid a complete full-body beating instead. Looking up, he mutters that he almost forgot something. The old man watches the police car drive off, smirking in triumph. He gloats that she won't have any chance to protect the kid anymore. Meanwhile, back in the game world, Chun-soo paces around. He anxiously bites his nails, totally lost in thought. Pacing back and forth around the campfire, he mutters to himself. Suddenly, a bright green magical glow erupts nearby. It signals that Irene is finally logging back into the game world. Chun-soo snaps his head around in sheer relief. He eagerly leans in close to her, demanding immediate answers about the situation. He asks if Catherine Lai was there, but Irene just shakes her head anxiously. She explains that Catherine Lai wasn't at home. Worse, she isn't picking up her phone either. Fearing the worst, Chun-soo grabs his hair in absolute frustration and groans. He demands to know where she could have gone. She promised to return quickly, but she vanished for the entire night. Even the old butler isn't answering his phone. But suddenly, a rather mischievous, brilliant idea flashes inside his mind. He realizes his in-game reputation is massive now. If he starts his own live stream, viewers will definitely flock in. Can you believe this guy? He actually grins as a sly, greedy plan starts to form in his mind. By streaming alone, he can easily pocket all the cash without sharing a single dime with that annoying woman. Irene frowns in deep concern at his sudden greed, quickly stepping in to try and talk some sense into him. She suggests it is best to wait for Catherine Lai, pointing out he still needs her permission before launching anything new. Chun-soo immediately flies off the handle, screaming about why he should ever have to ask that miserable woman for permission. Feeling completely helpless, Irene patiently reminds him that Catherine Lai is still officially his manager, whether he likes it or not. Chun-soo brushes her off. He quickly opens his system control panel trying to sound completely righteous and noble. He declares they don't have time to wait around, especially when innocent people are still losing their lives out there. He insists the absolute priority is to immediately expose these horrible crimes to the entire world right this second. The system screen suddenly glows, displaying a very disappointing live viewer count of exactly one person. Despite the tiny crowd, he excitedly cheers that someone has actually joined. He immediately switches into his professional streamer mode. He plasters on a huge fake smile and waves enthusiastically, introducing himself to his very first viewer. He boasts about his brand new stream channel before suddenly freezing. He stares blankly at the completely silent chat screen. He demands to know if they can even hear him, eventually losing his temper and screaming at the screen. "Are you seriously ignoring me? Do you want to get beat up? Why are you not answering?" His shouting leaves Irene totally bewildered. She drops a truth bomb. "Wait, is that single viewer on your screen just you watching yourself?" Chun-Woo freezes in place for 5 whole seconds. Then he starts whining. "Wait, what? That one viewer is actually me. It turns out absolutely nobody has tuned into my broadcast this entire time." Just as Chun-Woo plunges into despair, his chat box suddenly starts ticking up, a sign that someone has finally left a comment. "Look, it looks like a real viewer just wandered in." Overjoyed, Chun-Woo shoves his face right up to the screen and starts yelling to introduce himself. "Yes, hello friends, I am the real Kim Chun-Woo, 100% authentic. I promise, this is not some cheap copy. This is my official personal channel." Irene opens her eyes wide in total shock as she gasps that the viewers are suddenly flooding in like crazy. They are rushing in like an army, already crossing the 100 viewer mark. But Chun-Woo suddenly stops and widens his eyes as he reads the incredibly toxic comments from internet trolls popping up on his screen. The insults and mockery flood the chat, creating an incredibly gloomy and heavy atmosphere for the poor guy. The sudden wave of hate makes everything feel suffocating. Sweating bullets, Chun-Woo desperately tries to control the situation. "Wait, what is this? Everyone, please keep your comments polite and civil. Show some basic manners. I am warning you, if anyone dares to use foul language from now on, I will kick you out immediately." Seeing a shameless troll dare him to go ahead and ban them, calling him a brainless idiot, Chun-Woo completely loses his mind. Fuming with rage, he is about to scream out an insult. Seeing that things are quickly spiraling out of control, Irene steps in. She blocks the camera and forces a stiff smile to save the day. "Ah, it seems we have some urgent business right now. We have to go immediately. See you all in the next broadcast." Right after that, the screen goes completely dark with a cold notification, showing that the live stream has officially ended. The second the stream shuts off, Chun-Woo jumps up and screams in frustration. "Damn it, are those bastards completely insane? Why did they just jump in and start cursing like a bunch of lunatics out of nowhere? What on earth did I even do wrong?" The young man fumes with anger, placing his hands on his hips and gritting his teeth. Convinced, some jealous hater manipulated public opinion to drag trolls over here to attack him. Seeing this, Irene's expression grows dead serious. She falls deep into thought. "I fear this is not as simple as you think, but it is incredibly bad luck. Why now? Why does this trouble have to strike right when Catherine Lai is away?" Just then, she stands up, getting ready to head out. She turns to Chun-Woo and tells him seriously that she is going to the nearby village to find out what is actually happening. "Can you please stay here quietly for a bit?" But Chun-Woo immediately grabs her wrist, pulling her back and speaking with determination. "I am going with you." Irene looks at him with concern and advises him that they are completely blind to the dangers out there. "You should stay here. I will be back in just a moment." Chun-Woo glares at her, snapping in a mix of anger and worry. "What if you also vanish without a trace, just like that miserable woman Catherine Lai? What am I supposed to do then?" Irene falls silent for a moment, her eyes wavering intensely at this foolish boy's unexpected display of genuine concern. This foolish boy's unexpected concern. Remembering Catherine Lai's fading figure in the snowy mist and her final words, Irene silently understands that during this chaos, a simple promise to return quickly is not enough to make him feel at ease. Back in reality, she gives a soft smile of defeat, tightly squeezing Chun-Woo's hand that is holding onto hers. "All right, let's go together." Holding hands, they both venture into the endless white snow and howling winds towards the distant village. Shivering in the freezing cold, Chun-Woo shrugs his shoulders and pouts in disappointment. What kind of tiny rundown village is this anyway? This prompts Irene to explain that this is actually the only village that exists in the entire frozen harsh land of Everfrost. Do not look down on it. Although it looks completely deserted and run down, many players actually flock here. Irene patiently explains that the weather here is extremely harsh. Every few hours, a terrifying blizzard sweeps through the area, forcing players to take shelter in the village or abandon tents. This makes Chun-Woo click his tongue in total annoyance. What a miserable, troublesome place. He grumbles that because of this crazy weather, they haven't seen a single soul around. Crossing her arms tightly against the biting cold, Irene explains that this region is actually a late-game map designed solely for top-tier players like them, so it is naturally quite rare to see a crowd of people around here. Looking over at him, Irene continues that since he possessed peerless strength from the very start, he probably doesn't realize this fact. But the truth is, just by having the qualifications to set foot on this frozen land of Everfrost, you have already entered the top 5% of the strongest players in Heaven SD. Seeing Chun-Woo still walking silently with a serious look, Irene tilts her head and asks softly if he is actually listening to her. But the reality is that Chun-Woo is actually completely ignoring her, keeping his eyes glued onto a mysterious signboard sitting right in front of them instead. Hearing clinking tavern sounds ahead, Irene immediately grasps the situation. She points. Everyone is definitely gathered inside there. In this freezing ice cave, chugging hot alcohol inside is their only hope. It temporarily raises their body temperature. It is the only way to survive. Standing outside, Irene turns back to warn Kim Chun-soo. She must scout alone. There is only one exit in this tavern. She reassures him that she has absolutely no way to escape. Are you satisfied now? She asks. Kim Chun-soo clicks his tongue, grumbling for her to do whatever she wants. The heavy wooden door creaks open. Warmth floods over her as Irene officially steps inside Everfrost Village's tavern. Many players are gathered here to drink and keep warm. Instantly, a middle-aged woman in iron armor approaches. She is the level 78 blacksmith bomb's mom. Spotting Irene, she happily calls out, "Oh my goodness. Look who it is." The happy blacksmith wraps an arm around her, asking if the expedition just ended. She thought Irene planned on resting for a while. Hearing this, Irene can only offer a gentle smile. Everything happens by fate, she chuckles, asking if she is happy to see her. The blacksmith laughs loudly. Of course she is. Suddenly, Irene shifts to a serious, hesitant tone. She has something to ask. Do you know a goblin summoner named Kim Chun-soo? The second she hears that cursed name, the blacksmith's face completely darkens. Kim Chun-soo, she begs Irene to never mention that bastard again. The entire village is in a massive uproar because of that brat. Irene flinches in deep concern. Did something happen to him? She anxiously asks. The blacksmith stares back in complete and utter surprise. Do you really know nothing? The woman clicks her tongue quickly, swiping open her holographic system screen. Just talking about him makes her blood boil. Leaning in close, she pushes the display screen forward. Someone leaked a shocking video early this morning. Look closely at the cruel actions of this monster. The screen flashes to life. It shows Kim Chun-soo ruthlessly whipping a helpless, crying little goblin summon. He screams with venom. Get up, you useless brat. Because of you, I missed the entire tournament. You useless idiot. The viral footage continues as Kim Chun-soo shrieks at his summon with absolute malice. Get out of my sight, you worthless trash. The sight leaves Irene completely frozen in absolute horror. She mutters in total disbelief. The blacksmith angrily snaps the screen shut, unable to watch more. Seeing that poor creature suffer, who could stand it? Do you see his true ugly face now? How could Kim Chun-soo abuse his own summon so brutally? If that bastard ever shows up here, she vows to personally beat him to a pulp. Suddenly, a massive crash violently shakes the entire tavern. Kim Chun-soo is thrown clean through the glass window, crashing hard onto the stone floor in agony. Two burly men wearing heavy chainmail march over, pointing straight at the pathetic boy splayed below. They sneer to see how trash feels getting thrashed. Meanwhile, Kim Chun-soo desperately weeps, clutching his face. Blood pours from his swollen face. Are you insane? Why are you suddenly beating me up? I am Kim Chun-soo. Does nobody here recognize me? The men look down with pure contempt. They laugh and mock him. Look at this pathetic kid, still pretending like he is some famous superstar. You are officially done for, brat. Seeing this, Irene immediately rushes forward to shield his body. Checking on the groaning boy, she apologizes for failing to protect him from the angry mob. Leaning close, she grimly whispers to him, I finally understand why everyone is so furious at you. This definitely has everything to do with the previous tournament. Kim Chun's eyes widen in sheer horror. She adds that someone leaked a video of him brutally abusing his goblin summon all over the internet. It spread like wildfire. Literally every single player in this game has already seen your actions. Hearing this, a pale Kim Chun-soo stammers in shock. Who would do something so incredibly despicable? Irene sighs in total helplessness. I don't know, but their rage definitely stems from that brutal footage. Seeing the angry crowd closing in on them, Irene quickly urges that they must act very fast. They need to log out immediately. Staying in front of this highly agitated mob is too dangerous. Kim Chun-soo clenches his fists tightly as veins bulge on his forehead. He screams in pure hatred. Which bastard set me up? Meanwhile, Wu Fan's voice knocks directly inside his chaotic, panicked mind. He thought back to that event match. He only accidentally hit the Boblinlin once. Besides that wretched Catherine Lei, no one else should have seen it. Who else could have seen it? He suddenly remembered Catherine Lei's sweet promise. She assured him they only needed to finish this one final match. Then wealth and fame for both of them would skyrocket to a whole new level. She also told him to revive the Boblinlin at all costs. She insisted on reviving the Boblinlin at all costs, but right after the memory of Catherine Lai turning her back and walking away coldly flashed in his mind, along with her cold text message popping up. She claimed she had urgent business and had to go offline for a while, putting everything on hold. All plans and collaborations were to be paused. Suspicion surged to an absolute peak, making Kim Chun-soo grit his teeth in pure rage. His face flushed red with anger. Why did Catherine Lai choose this exact moment to completely cut off all communication and disappear? Seeing things spiraling out of control, Irene frantically brought up the system menu to log out while trying to pull him away. They had to go. If Kim Chun-soo wanted to figure out a plan, he needed to do it in the real world first. Kim Chun-soo reached out to hit the logout button, but a flashing red system error appeared, leaving him completely frozen in shock. A nearby spectator sneered in contempt. "What is wrong?" he mocked out of excuses, "and trying to run away, you coward." The surrounding players immediately roared, swarming in to block any escape path and trapping the two of them inside a tight circle. They spat out harsh insults. They mocked that he was nothing but a pretty face who had been scamming everyone this entire time. How could weak Boblinlins ever be that strong? It was just a cheap trick, yet they had actually wondered how this trash got famous. It was absolutely pathetic. Seeing the hostile crowd close in a panic, Irene screamed and tried to pull his arm to run. She begged him to ignore their nonsense and just leave immediately. But Kim Chun-soo stood frozen, his eyes darkening. Suddenly, his system panel glitched violently and dissolved into fizzing static. The error screen completely blocked any chance of escape. Kim Chun-soo slowly stood up. His bloodshot eyes glared directly at the golden armored warrior standing in front of him, asking a dark question. He demanded to know what on earth he had ever done to offend them. His face twisted with growing unstable madness. He roared in fury. Had he ever laid a finger on any of them or committed some unforgivable crime against these bastards? The golden armored warrior clicked his tongue and shook his head mockingly. He sneered, asking who Kim Chun-soo thought he was calling a bastard. He mocked the superstar, laughing that he was beyond saving for daring to curse out his own fans to their faces. That made Kim Chun-soo snap completely. He yelled back, demanding why they could endlessly harass him while he could not say a word. He scoffed at the idea of fans. They never gave a damn about him before, so why pretend now? He dared them to bring out any proof that they were actually his supporters, his voice dripping with pure venom. The warrior broke into a cold sweat, unable to answer. From behind, Irene frantically pleaded for Kim Chun-soo to stop, but he coldly snapped at her to get lost. Kim Chun-soo squeezed his fists, channeling all his power into his arm. To hell with being a celebrity, he thought. He did not care about fame or any of this useless trash anymore. The warrior stood with crossed arms, completely unfazed. He mocked if Kim Chun-soo actually thought he could fight without his Boblinlins. But before the words could fully leave his mouth, a devastating, monstrous punch crashed directly into his jaw. A massive red indicator popped up, showing 100 million damage. The impact blasted the warrior back dozens of meters. Kim Chun-soo glowed with a brilliant blue magical aura as his combat skill activated. He snarled that if they wanted a fight, they better be prepared to get beaten half to death. His aura flared, ready to crush them all. Reality hit as the VR capsule hissed open. Kim Chun-soo sat up, gasping for air, clutching his head in frustration while cursing. He angrily hurled the expensive VR headset onto the floor. The sound of shattering plastic echoed through the quiet room. He buried his face in his hands, his chest heaving as the rage continued to burn inside him. Standing nearby, the real-world Irene, a pretty short-haired girl in a white t-shirt, leaned against the pod and scolded him. She called him incredibly reckless, demanding to know how he could foolishly go and attack every single player in that lobby. He should have swallowed his pride and ignored them, because losing his temper only meant falling straight into their petty trap. She asked if he even understood that, but Kim Chun-soo just snapped, screaming right back at her face to shut up. He threw himself back into the capsule, grumbling that he did not care before asking where Catherine Lai had run off to. Irene blinked in utter confusion, demanding to know what on earth he actually meant by Catherine Lai running away. Kim Chun-soo growled with deep suspicion, noting that she had vanished like a ghost at the most critical moment possible. Her phone was completely disconnected, as if she knew beforehand that their entire operation was about to blow up. Irene sighed with deep concern, asking him what he was implying and if he actually believed those wild rumors. Online garbage. Did he really think Catherine Lai dumped him just to save herself? Chun-woo rolls his eyes and roars. Furious, he screams, if she did not betray me, then why did she vanish when I needed her most? Vanishing without a single trace. Then Chun-woo kicks the door wide open and storms out, leaving Irene standing there completely frozen. Alone in the silent room, she bitterly whispers, "The person you need most." Meanwhile, he sits slumped on the high-rise balcony. He angrily hurls his empty beer can onto the floor, cursing non-stop in his drunken rage about that damn woman. "What did I even do wrong?" he mutters. Irene watches his lonely back with sad eyes, listening to his bitter complaints. He rants about the ungrateful viewers, claiming he only went live to warn them because he cared about their lives. yet they dared to turn around and curse him. He hopes those worthless bastards all die since they do not deserve to live. Staring up at the bright city lights in the dark night sky, Chun-woo spits out a heavy, bitter curse. He slams his fists onto the balcony railing, screaming a wild roar of pure rage into the dark night. Just look at him, flushed red with alcohol and raw resentment, eyes wide with anger. Right then, Irene stops him. Irene grabs his arm to stop him, pleading with him to stop drinking because he is completely wasted. But he refuses. He struggles, stubbornly yelling at her to let him go, but Irene refuses to back down, shouting with absolute determination. She asks how she could let go when he is torturing himself, knowing he is in absolute pain and completely lost. She begs him to let her carry the burden with him, pleading for him to stop suffering all alone like this. Chun-woo pauses, asking her blankly why she is so good to him when he has done absolutely nothing for her. He demands to know why she keeps clinging to him bitterly, asking if she somehow owes him some kind of debt. Laughing bitterly to himself, he turns away, declaring that she is probably just like all the other fake people. He accuses her of only approaching him for his fame and money, but points out that he is completely ruined now. Overnight, his life crumbled. He sneers, asking if she will also abandon him for someone better, just like Catherine Lai did. He tells her to stop pretending to care because it looks ridiculous. Irene chokes up her teary eyes, filled with pain. She yells back, asking how he could say such cruel words when her feelings for him are completely real and sincere. Chun-woo slowly swirls the beer can in his hand, letting out a sarcastic smirk as he questions her sincerity. He asks if she truly wants to comfort him that badly, and then he crosses a major line. He forces a harsh, sudden kiss on her, leaving her utterly shocked as she struggles wildly against his drunken strength. Instantly, a sharp, ringing slap lands squarely on Chun-woo's cheek, sending him stumbling backward onto the hard ground. Irene's furious shout echoes through the room. She stands there, shaking, tears streaming down her face as she glares. She asks if she is really that cheap and worthless, in his eyes clutching her chest as her breathing hitches. She admits she truly has feelings for him, but screams that it does not give him the right to act. She demands to know why he thinks he can trample her, begging to know why he couldn't be different. Chun-woo sits silently in the dark, keeping his head low without a single word as her voice cracks with despair. She desperately asks how he could do this, especially since he was the one person she trusted above all else. She asks how he could cruelly crush her sincerity like this, choking up as she delivers her final question. Did she completely misjudge him? But Chun-woo only offers a cold, heartless smirk in response, mocking the idea of love. He asks if she is crazy, looking up at her with a highly twisted, bitter smile on his face. He asks what love even is, claiming he has never seen or heard of such a useless luxury his entire life. Irene bites her lip, hard to stifle her sobs, a single tear rolling down her cheek in the cold darkness. Lowering her eyes, she whispers a painful goodbye to Chun-woo as she slowly turns her back to walk away. She disappears through the door, leaving him with her final cold words that she can no longer stay by his side. Chun-woo reaches for another beer, muttering to himself that everyone can just get lost and leave him alone. Leaning against the railing, he chugs the warm drink bitterly, screaming that he does not need anyone anyway. Meanwhile, heavy footsteps echo down the corridor of a luxury building, stopping right outside room 11403. The elderly Seum Leon arrives with his suited bodyguards, coldly gesturing for them to unlock the door immediately. The lock clicks open as the heavy door swings wide. The old man steps inside the dark, empty apartment. He clears his throat and looks around the spacious rooms, sarcastically noting how incredibly quiet it is without him. There was a time when this brat rose up pretty fast. A house as big as a palace makes an old man feel exhausted just walking through it. Suddenly, a bodyguard stepped out from inside and reported respectfully to the boss. Boss, there is absolutely nobody in the house. The old man frowned and questioned him, asking if he was sure they searched thoroughly. Did they search carefully inside the closets, under the beds, and every single nook? The bodyguard explained, looking incredibly flustered. The house is massive, but there is almost no furniture inside, so there is really nowhere to hide. We only found a small amount of women's luggage inside, but the apartment is definitely empty right now. This news left old man Seoman highly skeptical, his face darkening in deep thought. In this desperate situation, with the whole world turning its back and driving him away, would he actually abandon his safest personal fortress just to wander around the streets outside? The old man shook his head in instant denial, knowing that with such a timid and cowardly nature, there was no way Kim Chun-soo would ever dare do that. Facing this, he would only crawl into some corner, never daring to show his face. But then the old man suddenly froze in sheer shock. He looked toward the balcony where empty beer cans lay scattered, muttering if the kid had actually run away. Leaning over the railing to stare at the crowded streets below, he anxiously wondered where on earth Kim Chun-soo had gone. Then the brutal scene of a game dungeon unfolded as an aggressive goblin let out a feral shriek, only to be cut down by a fatal slash, blood spraying everywhere. Other small goblins scattered in panic, but they were pierced by sharp arrows, collapsing with painful groans. The blonde archer, wearing A bandana smirked, stepping on the goblin's corpse, proud of securing another kill against these cowards. He complained they kept scurrying around like roaches, which was getting on his nerves. Scanning the ruined dungeon, he shouted to his party, asking if anyone spotted where the remaining 3 goblins were hiding. The level 85 warrior carrying the Si Ondong Boar title strolled along, casually searching and wondering where those pesky things had crawled off to. Meanwhile, those 2 tiny goblins were cowering under a wooden table, clutching their heads in terror. The warrior shrugged helplessly in mock disappointment, laughing and complaining that he could not find a single trace of them. The poor little goblins shivered and whimpered in terror under the table, but their fear was suddenly cut short. The warrior swung his flaming greatsword, landing a devastating blow right onto the wooden table. His destruction strike skill activated, triggering a massive blast that reduced everything to dust. The archer cheered excitedly as the quest log updated, thrilled that only one last goblin remained. Suddenly, he stopped, perking up his ears with suspicion, catching the sound of approaching footsteps. He stared toward the dark cave entrance, asking curiously if they were also here for the dungeon quest. Suddenly, out of the deep shadows, a tall, dark figure stepped forward, revealing a familiar level 70 player ID. The archer gasped in utter shock, stammering Chun-soo before immediately bursting into loud, mocking laughter. Drawing his bow, he yelled to his squad that they hit the jackpot and to come see this. That brat Chun-soo actually showed up to deliver himself. The archer scoffed, asking what rubbish he was spewing. The warrior beside him was equally stunned, wondering why that pathetic loser would show up here. The blonde archer smirked, laughing and asking where the screenshot button was to capture this. He sneered, planning to post it online so the kid would get absolutely blasted by everyone. Meanwhile, the warrior swung his giant blade straight down at the trembling goblin, declaring it was finally the last one. But the blade bounced right off, leaving the warrior completely baffled, wondering why it was still alive. At the same time, the smug archer scoffed, saying he never expected Chun-soo to be such a pathetic loser. A massive chain of red 9,999 damage numbers popped up, blocking the attack. He continued to insult Chun-soo, saying a piece of trash like him deserved to be humiliated online. The archer laughed in delight, but his smug voice suddenly cut off. He sensed a heavy, menacing presence approaching from behind, making him spin around with a scowl. He snapped, asking Chun-soo if he was even listening. Just then, a red system alert popped up. Player killing mode activated. In an instant, a devastating kick dealing 99,999 damage exploded directly against the archer's face, blasting him backward as the Boblinlin Lord skill activated. Stats increased by 1% for every nearby goblin. Chun-woo, his face half hidden in the shadows, growls in pure rage, "You are too loud. You damn brat." On his screen, the system displays a stat boost that has reached a truly terrifying number. 10,933%. From the pitch-black caves, countless goblins timidly poke their heads out. They whimper and whisper in utter shock, recognizing the familiar figure standing tall right in front of them. It is Chun-woo. Behind his back now stands a massive, overwhelming army of goblins ready for war. An NPC bearing the title of Boblinlin Elder slowly steps forward, leaning on a wooden staff and stammering. Unexpectedly, Chun-woo drops to one knee with deep respect as the elder notes it has been quite some time. His aura has completely changed. Chun-woo immediately replies that the group from earlier were hunters who came to slaughter them. Hiding is completely useless. Since this is a system quest, the goblins are fated to die by player hands. It is a vicious cycle. Even if you survive, someone in your family or circle of friends is bound to die. At least one of your loved ones will certainly be slaughtered. Chun-woo slowly raises his shadowed face, flashing a deeply sinister, devilish grin full of bloodlust. He vows to personally slaughter every single bastard who dares to step foot inside and asks to stay with them for a while. Just for now.